The case of Jordan Worth, a sadist with an angelic face. Statistics on victims of domestic violence are not just difficult to keep, but virtually impossible because many people simply do not seek help, not wanting to make a fool of themselves, so to speak. Sometimes people endure years of abuse, beatings, and humiliation, and some facts are revealed only when the irreparable happens. Simply put, these statistics are often based on dead bodies. The case of a young English woman named Jordan Worth made headlines across the country in 2018 and was in many ways, if not unique, then at least special. First, this fragile person with an angelic appearance destroyed the stereotype that cruel tyrants and abusers in relationships are men because they are trivially stronger physically. And secondly, she became the first woman in British history to receive a real prison sentence for domestic violence and coercive control because previously on such charges, only men were imprisoned. Fortunately, tragedy was avoided in this story, but the very fact that a young woman and mother of 2 children almost tortured to death, the father of her heirs, causes at the very least bewilderment. And now let's understand how in principle such a situation could develop and why Worth's chosen one. Alex Skeel tolerated inhuman treatment for so long and did not go to the police, even when his life was in real danger, before he met Jordan Worth. Alexander was born in 1995, August 17th, in a town called Kingston upon Hull in a fairly well-to-do, friendly, and loving family. He and his twin brother were welcome and long-awaited children, but they were born much earlier than expected, because of which doctors seriously feared for them and did not make any prognosis. Spent the first months of their lives in the hospital in special chambers for premature babies with critically low body weight. But thanks to the efforts of experienced doctors, the children soon recovered. True, Alexander's brother gained weight faster, and by the first birthday, he had practically no traces and consequences of prematurity. Alex himself turned out to be weaker. Moreover, he suffered from excessive accumulation of fluid in the brain, hydrocephalus, because of which he received a disability. Nevertheless, Alexander's health problems from birth did not affect his intellectual development, and physically, he was not much different from his peers, and even actively engaged in sports at school. Spouses Skeel adored their sons, from infancy surrounded them with love and care, as well as spared no effort and money to give them a good education and provide a better life. After graduating from high school, both brothers entered the prestigious Bedford College, where they continued their studies. Alexander was smart enough, had an attractive appearance, tried to regularly attend the gym, and in general enjoyed success with the opposite sex, except that unlike his brother, who willingly went on dates and had affairs, he was quite shy and more focused on his studies. A love at first sight. It was in college that Alex met a young beauty named Jordan Worth. The girl was his age. She grew up in a wealthy family, and from a young age she knew almost nothing to refuse. She dressed beautifully and expensively, carefully watched her appearance, and led an active social life. Jordan was considered one of the most popular girls in college, which tried to court many guys. In addition, she, in parallel with her studies, worked as a volunteer, raising funds and organizing assistance to local shelters for homeless animals, as well as starving children in Africa. Worth was even repeatedly recognized for her efforts and for trying to make the world a better place. At first glance, this girl seemed a real angel in the flesh, kind, sympathetic, in addition, intelligent and beautiful. Alexander fell in love with her at first sight, but at first thought that bright and popular Jordan will not even pay attention to him. However, as it turned out, he also immediately appealed to her, and she herself became the initiator of their acquaintance. Worth was much more experienced in amorous affairs, but for modest skill, she was the very first love of his life. Young people in love spent a lot of time together and were practically inseparable. In college, they were called the most beautiful couple, which was very flattering to Jordan. The first 6 months of the relationship were filled with love, romance, and mutual respect. Students tried to make each other pleasant surprises, gave cute gifts on small, but already so important for them dates. In their accounts in social networks, daily appeared joint photos on which they were happy together. The pictures were accompanied by touching captions and declarations of love. From the outside, it seemed that these two were simply made for each other, and a long and happy life was ahead of them. Quite quickly, The young people decided to live together and rented an apartment. Since they were both still students, significant financial assistance was provided by their parents, who, by the way, were not against the relationship of the couple. Jordan even liked Alexander's parents because she seemed to be a serious girl, planned to become a teacher of art history, and in general made a positive impression on others. However, time passed and Worth's behavior began to change. It all started with increased control, which increased with each month of their life together. Woman demanded from her young man to report to her every step, unapologetically checked his personal correspondence in the phone, email, as well as social networks, arranged wild scenes of jealousy literally in the same place and without any reason. Alexander tried not to pay attention to this because he was in love and such behavior of his passions did not bother him too much. Even when the beloved began to choose his own clothes, forcing him to wear only what she buys, the guy wrote it off as care on her part. Soon, the woman began to limit the circle of socialization of her boyfriend. Jordan herself chose with whom and when he can see and with whom he can no longer keep in touch. Under this separation fell not only friends and fellow students of Skill, but also members of his family. As Worth got away with it, her boyfriend never complained to anyone. And they continued to look like a happy, perfect couple in public and on social media. The young lady began literally to revel in her impunity. She deleted contacts from Alexander's phone, without his knowledge blocked his family and friends, and even responded to messages on his behalf, often in a rude and insulting form. And after Jordan erased the correspondence so that the guy did not even know what he said to people, from which they no longer wanted to communicate with him. The last straw and the breakup. The first alarm was raised by Alexander's twin brother when Jordan began to prevent their communication. By that time, the parents of the brothers also noticed that Alex distanced himself from the family and his beloved and at all began to avoid them, refusing to come to visit even on holidays and not wanting to communicate even on the phone. And on all attempts to get in touch with her, the woman was frankly rude. In those rare moments when the mother was able to get through to her son, she asked him to leave his chosen one, warning that nothing good will come out of this affair. But the young man in love did not want to listen to anyone and defended his girlfriend, claiming that she just so takes care of him and does not wish anyone anything bad. Soon the Skill family became aware that Worth forced their son to drop out of college, leave sports, and get a job. At the same time, the woman took away from her lover all the money he earned and spent it on his own needs and entertainment. Then the parents again made an attempt to talk to their son and convince him to leave Jordan, but their efforts were again unsuccessful. In 2013, during the celebration of his adulthood, committed a disgusting act, which she got away with. On that day, she and her friends celebrated the solemn event in a country hotel. And at some point, closer to the night, when the guests have already begun to disperse, the woman, without saying anything to anyone, simply disappeared. Alexander literally went crazy trying to find his beloved and worried that something might have happened to her. She returned to their room in the morning, being in a state of strong alcoholic intoxication. And when the guy tried to find out where she was, she just attacked him with fists and insults and then laughed and said that she was going to report to him. 2 months later, while celebrating Alexander's own 18th birthday, Jordan got into a fight in front of her boyfriend's family and friends. She beat up a 15-year-old girl neighbor, whom the Skill family knew well and had invited to the family party. Worth thought the woman was talking too sweetly to Alex, so she attacked her, pulling her hair and scratching her face. Jordan was barely calmed down, but it was clear to everyone what she was really like. After that, parents and brother insisted that Alexander broke up with the girl, who behaved so aggressively and inadequately. Surprisingly, but the guy listened to them for the first time and agreed that his chosen one overreacted. The same evening he talked to her and said that he would not return to their apartment, but would stay to live in his parents' house. The reunion and the birth of their shared children. It's been almost 6 months since the couple broke up. Alex returned to his studies but continued to work. He almost no longer thought about Jordan, when on the eve of New Year's Eve, 2014, she unexpectedly called and informed him that she was pregnant and in the spring they would become parents. Was surprised and delighted with such news, and the woman apologized to him and said that she had not informed him earlier because she was sure that he did not want to see her anymore. The parents of the guy, having learned that they will soon have a grandchild, also melted and themselves offered the woman to move into their house. Worth agreed and moved into the Skeel family home. She officially married the father of her child, and 3 months later, she and Alexander had a common son, William. The young parents and grandparents were unspeakably happy, and until about mid-fall 2014, they lived amicably and quietly. It was a short period when Jordan really cared about her chosen one, tried in every possible way to please him, and fell in love with the guy anew. When William was 6 months old, it turned out that the girl was pregnant again. At this time, she again became capricious and hysterical and demanded from Alexander that they immediately move out of his parents' house. Such behavior on raging hormones, but agreed to rent them housing in the city, where they soon moved. In the summer of 2015, the couple had a second common child, a girl to whom they gave the name Alice. Alexander was absolutely happy and literally carried his wife and children in his arms. But Jordan, finally convinced that the chosen one will not go anywhere from her now, showed the darkest corners of her soul. The turning point. Worth again forbade her husband to communicate with his family and did not let his parents see their grandchildren. At the same time, the woman willingly accepted from them financial assistance and sometimes even made Alex himself to ask his parents for money. In just a few months, she completely subjugated his will, breaking him psychologically, and took his life under her total control. Jordan regularly humiliated and insulted her husband, and at one point, she started hitting him. At first, not violently, as if testing how he would react, how he would behave. And when the woman realized that her husband would tolerate everything, would not tell anyone, and nothing would happen to her for this, she gave free rein to her cruelty, displaying sophisticated, sadistic tendencies towards him. It all started when they started renovating their house, and the woman was constantly dissatisfied with everything Alexander did. He carelessly noted that it was simply impossible to please her, after which a hammer flew into his head, leaving a deep wound. The bewildered guy fell down and almost lost consciousness. Clasping the wound with his hand, he felt blood running down his face. Then he asked his wife to help him or call an ambulance, to which she indifferently replied, "Crawl away somewhere and die," and then just went into another room to watch TV. Alex treated the head himself, didn't go to a doctor, and didn't say anything to anyone. From that moment on, Jordan was convinced that whatever she did, she could get away with it, and her husband would never complain to anyone and certainly would not go to the hospital or the police. The next 3 years of his life turned out to be incessant moral and physical torture for Alexander. But he himself was already so depressed that he did not feel it and did not even feel the threat hanging over him. He continued to work, tried to provide his family with everything they needed, but he became increasingly irritated and discontented with his wife, who now not only beat him every day, but also invented more and more sophisticated abuse. Now the young man was forbidden to sleep on the matrimonial bed, and instead he was confined to the floor on the bedside mat without a blanket or pillow like a dog. He was also forbidden to enter the kitchen, and he could only eat what his wife and children did not finish. In fact, Alexander was starving because he could not buy anything outside the house because Jordan took away all his money. In addition, the woman deprived her husband of sleep and rest, having invented a new entertainment for herself. As soon as he fell asleep, she would beat him on the head, cut him, or pour boiling water on him. Skeel later recalled waking up each time in savage pain, bloody, or burned. After that, he would go to treat and bandage his wounds with improvised means, and his wife would go to bed quietly. Alexander perceived what was happening as something ordinary. He was finally broken morally and did not try to resist. The man completely stopped communicating with his parents and brother, and his wife on his behalf regularly asked them for money. Also financially helped them her parents so that the young woman could not deny herself anything. Skeel lost a lot of weight and weighed already less than 50 pounds. In addition, his body was constantly covered with wounds, abrasions, burns, and hematomas, which could not but cause questions from others. At work, the guy was urged to go to the hospital, so his wife forced him to quit for fear of exposure. After the dismissal, he finally became a hostage of Jordan, who now abused him day and night. Long-awaited deliverance. Despite the horror that was going on in the couple's home, those around them still thought they were a happy family. Maintained social media pages on behalf of her husband, where she regularly posted old photos of them and their children, accompanied by captions about how in love they were and how lucky they were to have met each other. No one could even think that a woman with angelic looks and mother of 2 children behind closed doors turns into a real sophisticated monster. She knocked out her husband's teeth, made a long and deep cut on his arm with a knife. His body did not come off the burns, but at the same time, he could not go to the hospital. And at home, from improvised, means he had only food film and tape which he used to pull the wounds. Neighbors periodically heard screams coming from the house of the couple, and sometimes they were so disturbing that concerned people called the police. But Jordan each time managed to send away the law enforcers, convincing them that she and her husband were fine. However, during the next visit of the squad called by neighbors, one of the police officers noticed a man clutching a fresh wound and blood running down his arm. In addition, he looked emaciated and had bruises of varying degrees on his face. The girl tried to convince the officer that her husband was mentally unstable and sometimes self-mutilated. But this time, the police called the paramedics and Alex was sent to the hospital. The doctors were literally shocked at the condition in which the young man was admitted. There was virtually no life on him, and his arm was so badly damaged that he was in danger of amputation. Alexander's body was covered with 2nd and 3rd degree burns. He weighed only 94 pounds. The ligaments of his shoulder were damaged from blows inflicted with a screwdriver, and there was a deep cut on his forearm, not counting the knocked out teeth and numerous hematomas. At that time, Jordan burst into the hospital, demanding that her husband be handed over to her and assuring her that nothing terrible had happened to him and that he had done all the damage to himself. However, no one believed the distraught woman, and it was decided to take her to the station for questioning. Fair punishment. At first, Worth denied everything and stuck to the original version that her husband was self-harming. But when Alexander's parents arrived at the station, having visited their son in the hospital, the woman changed her face and began to describe in detail all the things she had done to her husband. She said she had trained him like a dog and he wouldn't get away from her. At the same time, Jordan insisted that her husband provoked her to be violent because he was allegedly cheating on her and pissing her off on purpose. She also continued to claim that he was mentally ill and had a tendency to self-injure. Naturally, all these testimonies categorically refuted the parents of the guy, but he himself did not immediately decide to testify against his wife. Only after undergoing a course of treatment and working with a psychologist, Alexander finally dared to talk about all the horrors that he had experienced in his own home in recent years. However, was sure that she would face at most an administrative penalty, so she was not too worried about the upcoming trial. After hearing all the testimony, the judge found 22-year-old Worth guilty of willful infliction of grievous bodily harm, moral and physical abuse, and coercive control. She was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison. Even having 2 young children was not a mitigating factor for the sadist. Jordan was shocked by this sentence, and the case itself was unprecedented for the UK. The children were left in the care of their father and grandparents while their mother served her sentence. Alexander, having fully recovered from years of torture, became involved in community work, and is now actively helping victims of domestic violence himself. On July 4, 2023, Jordan, having served 5 years of her 7-and-1-year sentence, was released on parole. However, the woman is forbidden to approach her former spouse and see their joint children. She is reportedly engaged to a bricklayer named Adam Steeth and is preparing to become a mother for the 3rd time. Little is known about the early life of John Parker. It is scarcely mentioned that he was born in 1970, had at least 1 sibling, and lived in Indiana, United States. He came from a middle-class family and was always an entrepreneurial young man with a desire for independence, self-improvement, and a hunger to take on the world. Therefore, it is not surprising that immediately after graduating from high school, he sought ways to earn money and, according to his brother, his first job was as a waiter's assistant in a restaurant, though he did not last long there. For reasons unknown, John became angry at work and quit. However, this did not deter his ambitions, and sooner rather than later, He found a new job that not only allowed him more independence in his tasks, but also led him to discover his true calling, sales. John began working as a door-to-door salesman for Kirby vacuum cleaners. Initially, his family mocked him, but in a short time, John proved to everyone that he had found his direction in life. In fact, by the end of his first year, he was practically the company's #1 salesman in the area and announced he would not settle for just that. Working long hours from 12 to 16 hours a day, he became not only a sales leader whose achievements were recognized at company meetings, but also a guide for other salespeople who found new ideas, inspiration, and a role model in him. It was during this time that he met 20-year-old Judy, a young woman who was born in October 1969 and lived in Texas in a low-income family of 3 children. She was very outgoing, and even though John was not looking to hire more salespeople at the time, Judy convinced him that she was the best in the sales field. Despite her young age, she was not a shy girl. In fact, she was a fully grown woman who, with her parents' consent, had married at 14 and was divorced with 2 children, Christina and Daniel Hicks, by the time she met John. John decided to give this determined applicant a chance and became her mentor in vacuum cleaner sales. Judy not only earned a place in the sales force led by John, but also won the heart of her boss. And sometime later, they embarked on a romantic relationship. John's life could not have been better. He had a well-earned reputation as an excellent salesman and trainer, and also had Judy's support in life and work. With these foundations, he decided to start his own business in Michigan, becoming a sales and service operator for Kirby vacuum cleaners. He also offered training sessions for salespeople, passing on his personal secret and the enthusiasm that had made him a star in the sector. His company was recognized as one of the top in the area, and John always highlighted that he had achieved this success thanks to Judy's support. In 1992, with his professional life resolved, the couple got married. And in the following years, they dedicated themselves to demonstrating what a good salesperson could achieve in life. The couple had 2 daughters, Tiffany and Erica, bringing the number of children in the family to 4. They moved residences several times, always to better locations, and the children began to enjoy the benefits earned through the hard work of John and Judy. Initially, he had no issues with his wife's children. Christina was a sweet little girl, and Daniel was somewhat hyperactive and mischievous. The Parkers enjoyed a good home, excellent schools for the children, high-end cars, and frequent vacations. John was amassing a significant fortune and did not want to hide it. On the contrary, he used it as an incentive for the young salespeople he trained, showing them what could be achieved through hard work. However, as time passed and Judy's children entered their teenage years, problems began. Christina's choice of friends was terrible, as she chose those with the worst behavior and engaged in drinking with them. Allegedly, according to some sources, she also used drugs. Meanwhile, 13-year-old Daniel was not on a good path either and seemed to be angry and poorly accompanied all the time. On one occasion, while with a group of friends, Daniel took John's car and drove around the neighborhood, destroying many of the mailbox posts. The next day, John went from house to house paying the owners for the damage caused to prevent them from reporting the boy to the police. Around this time, John was also called to his stepson's school to receive a complaint about the boy's bad behavior. It appears that on this occasion, John ended up hitting the young man, which of course generated tension in the relationship. After 9 years together, Judy finally took her family to Texas so they could see the humble place where she had grown up and meet one of her brothers who still lived there. During this trip, Judy complained to her brother that her marriage was failing and that John mistreated her children. The truth was that Judy, far from recognizing that her older children were on the wrong path, sided with them, which of course heated up what seemed to be a pressure cooker. If everything was already bad, things worsened when John began to suspect that his wife was being unfaithful with an employee of his company. True to his way of solving problems, John was not a man to sit and stew over a problem, but a man of action. To leave no room for doubt, he installed cameras in various parts of the office and finally obtained irrefutable proof that confirmed his suspicions. At that moment, John's world collapsed, and his previously cheerful and cordial behavior took a 180-degree turn. He began to drink, and under the influence of alcohol, He not only had terrible arguments with Judy, but also became rough towards his children. His daughter Tiffany received a beating with a belt when her teacher informed her father that she had not brought her homework to school. When the teacher saw the marks from the beating the next day, she called social services to report the incident. Before they arrived, John made it clear to the 4 kids that if they wanted to continue enjoying the luxurious life they had been living up to that moment, it was better to say nothing about the beating. Indeed, Tiffany blamed her stepbrother Daniel for what had happened, and he did not deny it. However, John's bad mood did not only affect his family. His employees and even the company's clients suffered from the betrayed husband's outbursts of rage. Seeking to put distance between his wife and her lover, he decided to move the family to an exclusive area in Crown Point, Indiana. Despite still being in love with Judy and hoping that by removing her from temptation, they could have a fresh start, things did not improve. While Judy began to improve her appearance by losing weight and changing her look, John let his beard grow, started smoking, his wardrobe was reduced to jeans, and he was constantly distracted. The business suffered as a result of his state, ending up almost bankrupt and having to sell his boat to stay afloat. Rumors circulated in the office that Judy was having an affair with Jeff, John's right-hand man. Though it was unclear if the rumors were true, they undoubtedly fueled more disagreements. At a certain point, Judy informed him that she had decided to divorce, but it would not be that simple. John felt that he had given everything to his wife, pulled her out of poverty, accepted her children, showered her with luxuries, and above all, loved her to the point of idolatry. With that same passion turned into resentment, he began to cut off all his wife's sources of money. He made it clear that if she left, she would leave with nothing, and his secret weapon was the recording of her infidelity with the office employee. This was the scenario at the beginning of 2003, and of course, the tensions between the couple affected the children, whose behavior went from bad to worse. Even Tiffany spent the holidays grounded because she and a friend had started a fire on school grounds. The end of the arguments came on Thursday, April 17, 2003, when John and Judy went out to dinner alone at a restaurant, possibly trying to find a solution to their situation, or maybe just trying to tone down the confrontation. After dinner, they called home to check on the kids and announced they would return shortly. At that moment, Christina asked them to stop by the office because she had left a school notebook there. Leaving the restaurant, they headed to the company, and John took the opportunity to bring the leftover dinner to Jeff, who was supposedly working late. The couple arrived at the office in a deserted industrial area just before 10 p.m. Both entered the office while John talked to Jeff. Judy picked up her daughter's notebook and returned to the car parked outside. Minutes later, John came out of the office and opened the rear door on the driver's side to search for something in the vehicle, when suddenly 2 loud bangs were heard and John collapsed on the parking lot floor. Instantly, the 911 received calls from Judy and the other from Jeff. As routine in such cases, police and medical assistance units arrived at the scene within minutes. Unfortunately, John, 33 years old, had been shot in the back of the head and was declared dead on the scene. Upon interrogating Judy, who was inside the car at the time of the incident, the woman could practically contribute nothing. She stated she was sitting there when her husband came out of the office, opened the back door on the driver's side, and immediately heard 2 detonations. Judy recounted that her reaction to hearing the shots was to hide, protecting herself with the seat. And when she lifted her head, she only managed to glimpse what seemed to be a man in dark clothing running away from the car. John's wallet was missing, so at first glance, the incident seemed to have been a robbery. But the more the scene was analyzed, the more doubts arose in the investigators' minds. No one besides the couple knew they were going to be there, so a series of questions were formulated. Why would someone be looking to commit a random robbery in an industrial area that had no people in circulation at night? If it had been a robbery, why did they first take his life and only then stripped him of his wallet when in plain sight, John was wearing a $20,000 gold Rolex and other easily accessible jewelry? Why had the thief not searched the pockets as criminals usually do in these kinds of assaults? More questions than answers. 2 bullet casings were found at the scene of the attack. This matched Judy's account of hearing 2 detonations. One of the shots ended John's life almost immediately, And as for the other, there was no official information. With their heads full of questions, the investigators began their work. And of course, the first person they took a statement from was Judy. She claimed that sometime before, her husband had had a heated argument with an employee of his company and identified the man. Beyond this, Judy could not provide anything more of interest beyond what she had said at the scene of the incident. Jeff was also not helpful. He was inside the office, and when he came out upon hearing the detonations, everything was already over. Meanwhile, the authorities contacted the Parker residence, and the call was answered by Christina, who was informed that her stepfather had passed away. With the robbery motive almost ruled out, detectives turned their focus towards John's circle, starting with the allegedly resentful employee. The man confirmed they had a significant argument, but said it had been amicably resolved. Moreover, he had an alibi that was investigated and verified. The investigation then expanded to nearly everyone close to the young businessman, business partners, past and current employees, competitors, and even John's friends and family. The only slightly suspicious finding was the interaction between the widow and the company's general manager, but there was no substantial evidence. Judy's demeanor during her husband's funeral was very intriguing. Comments mentioned Judy appearing cheerful and socializing with friends in stark contrast to the expected mourning behavior. Her ex-husband, the father of her 2 children, was also noted to be comfortably reading a newspaper at the funeral. For days after John's murder, Daniel, 15, was brought in for questioning on suspicion of involvement. This suspicion was based on an incident 6 months prior, where police were alerted by gang members that Daniel had paid them to kill his stepfather, John. Although they said they never intended to follow through and had merely kept the money, the police deemed the story implausible, confiscating the money and filing a report without apparent further action. However, given John's eventual murder, investigators revisited Daniel's potential involvement. Under interrogation, Daniel confessed to paying individuals to harm John, intending not to kill, but to injure him, like breaking his legs. Despite detaining one of the youths Daniel allegedly negotiated with, he was released due to a solid alibi verified by the investigation. Daniel was released after 9 days due to lack of substantial evidence and his minor status. Later, it was revealed that John had issues with Judy's children, leading to more investigation into Daniel and bringing to light suspicions about Judy's daughter, Christina, 17. Christina denied everything when questioned, and like before, the alleged plan led nowhere. Given that both teenagers had shown a desire to eliminate John, investigators wondered where the money for these schemes was coming from, suspecting Judy as the only possible source. Further inquiries revealed that the relationship between the couple had significantly deteriorated prior to John's death, with at least one of Judy's affairs coming to light. However, sources indicated that John had no intention of leaving his wife and was seeking ways to salvage the relationship. The primary motive for Judy to target her husband appeared to be financial, with detectives discovering John had 2 life insurance policies totaling $1 million. Judy had attempted to claim this money after her husband's death, but the insurance company initially refused to pay, citing the ongoing investigation into his death. The payment was further complicated by John's father, who suspected Judy's involvement in his son's demise. Despite these leads, the case eventually stalled, with only circumstantial evidence available. Life moved on, but significant changes occurred within the Parker family household. Judy was hardly ever home, apparently busy with her new partner, Jeff, John's trusted manager. In her absence, the older siblings took care of their younger half-sisters, Tiffany and Erica. Months later, Judy and Jeff decided to move out of state with John's younger daughters, while Daniel went to live with his biological father. Christina remained in the house, now pregnant and with a boyfriend. Though the investigation had hit a dead end, authorities kept the case open, regularly revisiting the files in hopes of finding something substantial. Their persistence paid off when, following a new lead, they interrogated some schoolmates of Christina and Daniel, who admitted to selling them a firearm. This information led detectives to investigate a piece of family-owned land used by Christina for shooting practice. Upon inspecting the area, investigators indeed found several bullet casings. These findings were analyzed in laboratories and a significant clue was discovered. The bullet casings matched those from John's crime scene. In 2007, additional information emerged through a colleague, a narcotics officer who had been tracking Christina's ex-boyfriend, involved in a drug case and arrested. Seeking leniency in his case, the ex-boyfriend disclosed a conversation with Judy in which she mentioned that it was her son Daniel who had fired the shot that ended John's life. Confronted with this information, 21-year-old Christina, linked to the weapon used in the crime, quickly began to talk. She admitted to purchasing the weapon and calling her parents on the night of the incident, asking them to stop by the office under the pretense of picking up forgotten homework. She confessed to being part of a plan to kill John, with her brother Daniel designated as the shooter. When 19-year-old Daniel was located and detained in Arizona, he was presented with the new ballistics evidence and his sister's account. He readily admitted to being the one who shot John, but claimed that Judy, their mother, was the mastermind behind the plot. Daniel disclosed that Judy had forged company checks to gather the necessary funds to hire hitmen to kill John. The amount stolen was reportedly $7,500. However, when the initial plan fell through because the hired individuals took the money without completing the job, Judy allegedly instructed them to purchase the weapon for her son to use instead. Furthermore, Daniel revealed it was Judy's idea to create the pretext for leaving the house that night by making the call about the homework. He stated he shot John once in the head, and the second shot was an accidental discharge while he was rifling through John's pocket for his wallet, following his mother's instructions. He was also told to return home without alerting his younger sisters, a task facilitated by Christina, who kept the girls occupied with television. The siblings claimed their mother had convinced them to commit the crime by alleging they were victims of abuse by John and promising them a better life with more money and freedom. It was also revealed that this was not Judy's first attempt to kill her husband. She had previously tried to poison his food, leading only to a brief hospitalization for John under the guise of food poisoning. By the end of 2007, Christina and Daniel were formally charged with murder and conspiracy. Christina pleaded not guilty to the conspiracy charge and was released on bail several months later in March 2008. Daniel, then 20 years old, pleaded guilty to a conspiracy charge to kill his stepfather and made a deal to admit his guilt and implicate his mother in the crime. In exchange for his cooperation, the prosecution agreed not to charge him with the more serious offense of murder, although he would still face a sentence of 20 to 25 years in prison. Daniel claimed that nearly a year before the incident, when he was 14, his mother and sister first asked him to help kill John. He detailed that his mother gave him and his sister money to buy a pistol, as well as providing him with black clothing, gloves, and a mask to wear on the day of the crime. She also instructed him on what to do to carry out the grim task, including taking a thorough shower upon returning home to eliminate any traces of gunpowder. Ultimately, Judy took responsibility for disposing of the weapon, the clothes worn during the crime, and her husband's wallet. Facing the inevitable in July 2009, 6 years after her husband's death, Judy surrendered to the authorities and agreed to plead guilty to conspiracy to commit murder, acknowledging her role in planning, executing, and covering up the crime. The prosecution requested that she be sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum of 28 years and a maximum of 35 years. Judy, nearing 40, was sentenced to 33 years in prison in late August 2009. The following month, Daniel was sentenced to 23 years. And in early October, Christina, who eventually pleaded guilty to aiding a criminal, received a 5-year sentence. Press reports indicate that Daniel was released in 2017 after participating in a community transition court program and chose to live a low-profile life thereafter. Christina served 4 years of her sentence and was released in 2013, but tragically, she died from a drug overdose shortly after her release. This case is marked by greed. Despite Judy's difficult early life and later success, her insatiable desire for more led her to commit heinous crimes. Sadly, her actions not only destroyed a successful entrepreneur, but also profoundly impacted her 4 children, leading 2 to prison and leaving the younger ones without their father and mother. Emily Longley was born in England in 1994 to Mark and Caroline Longley. 2 years later, her parents had another child, Emily's younger sister, Hannah. From early childhood, the girls were very close to each other. They lived in a loving and caring family. When Emily was 9 and Hannah was 7, the family moved to New Zealand. Auckland became their new home. When Emily fell in with the wrong crowd after emigrating to New Zealand, her middle-class parents sent her back to the UK to start a new life with her grandparents. In 2010, Emily flew to England to study at Brock and Hurst College. She wanted to get a business degree and dreamed of becoming a model. In England, she lived at her grandparents' house in Bournemouth. Bournemouth, adjacent to Poole in the west, is a town in the county of Dorset, a popular resort on the English Channel coast. When Emily moved to England, her sister Hannah was still at school, and her parents, Mark and Caroline, divorced but maintained a friendly relationship. Emily was a beautiful young woman who attracted much attention. One day, she met 20-year-old Elliot Turner. He made quite an impression on her. Gradually, their communication grew into a romantic relationship. In April 2011, Emily returned to New Zealand to visit her family, whom she had not seen for about 6 months. Her father met her at the airport. She ran up to him and hugged him tightly, saying she missed him very much. Emily had a very close relationship with her father, who loved her madly and missed her smile, laughter, and dirty jokes. The following day, the whole family went to Emily's favorite pizzeria. She told her parents that, apart from studying in college, she was engaged in modeling and made some incredible friends. She also mentioned the man she was dating, 20-year-old Elliot Turner. They had only been dating for a few months, and it seemed to her that she was too young for something serious. "I think I'm going to end it when I go back," she said. Emily spent the next few weeks hanging out with friends and family. She had a wonderful time. No one suspected they would soon lose her. When Emily's flight started boarding, it was hard for her to say goodbye to her family. However, Emily promised she would be back in 5 months. She wanted to see the matches of the Rugby World Cup, which was to begin on September 9th. While texting with her father a few days later, Emily informed him about breaking up with Elliot. But she did not go into details. Elliot behaved strangely after seeing the photos of Emily that she posted on social networks while in New Zealand. There were guys in these photos, and Elliot was very jealous. The son of a wealthy jeweler, Elliot Turner, was 20 years old, and his life seemed carefree. Turner was well known in the local bar and club scene in the Bournemouth and Poole areas, and was part of a gang of wealthy young men called the Firm. Called by his friends All Talk Turner because of his boasting, he met Emily in December 2010. The couple enjoyed the high life at the resort and often had fun until late at night. But Turner, who had a history of obsession with women, soon showed signs of jealousy. As a result, their relationship quickly escalated into violent arguments. Some people described him as a person displaying a threatening, aggressive, violent, controlling, and possessive nature. In January 2008, when he was 16, he received a harassment warning letter from the police telling him not to contact his ex-girlfriend after he bombarded her with text messages and emails because she broke up with him. Turner loved being at the center of attention. He didn't need to work for a living. His parents gave him everything he needed. He skillfully manipulated people, including his parents. His life was all about parties, women, alcohol, and illegal substances. He considered himself a man who can do anything he wants. Elliot carried a hammer with him in case anyone tried to contradict him. His friends believed that Turner fancied himself a gangster and wanted to become the one everyone turned to for help. He could come to the bar and buy everyone a drink. Elliot bragged about driving a new Mini Cooper, but it was a gift from his grandmother. He tried to maintain his bad boy image with a series of supposedly streetwise messages on social networking sites, where he often referred to himself as Scarface or God. He didn't lack female attention, but when he met Emily, he became very attached to her. She complimented his image of a successful person, which he worked hard to create. As their relationship developed, Turner started showing his controlling behavior more and more often. He even threatened Emily that he would take her life. In an emotional plea to Turner, Emily wrote a note to him a few months before her death saying, 1. I love you. 2. Don't say you'll kill me. 3. Stop talking about your ex-girlfriends. 4. Stop being so constantly aggressive. Be more cool. because that is so much more hot and you make me scared because you're so intimidating. When Turner began to show his true face and when his controlling behavior started to go beyond all reasonable limits, Emily realized that he was not the person she wanted to be with. However, people like Turner don't understand rejection. On the evening of May 6, 2011, Emily was with friends in one of the entertainment venues. Surveillance cameras captured how she came to a nightclub with her friends. That evening, Turner read her Facebook messages and discovered that Emily was dating another man. Pissed him off. He came to the club and started arguing with Emily. This whole story ended with the girl throwing her drink in his face. Turner verbally abused her and threatened her with violence. He didn't like Emily's outfit. He thought it was too revealing. He dismissed the fact that Emily had broken up with him. The man wasn't going to let her go. Elliot ruined her evening, so she decided to leave. Yet her ex-boyfriend followed her. His friends heard him say, "I will kill her. I will go to prison for it and still be a millionaire. I would do 10 years. It wouldn't bother me." Turner caught up with Emily, somehow persuading her to go to his house. He said he wanted to talk in a more relaxed atmosphere. Elliot Turner lived with his parents. Perhaps that's why Emily went with him. Maybe she thought he would behave more calmly in the presence of his parents. Neighbors saw them go inside the house. The following morning, Anita Turner, Elliot's mother, called the emergency service, saying Emily was not waking up. It was about 9 a.m. Before the arrival of the ambulance, Anita listened to the operator's instructions on how to help Emily. Unfortunately, when the ambulance arrived, the only thing they could do was to state the death of Emily Longley. Anita was an Indonesian citizen who came to the UK to marry Lee Turner. When the couple had a son, they did not deny him anything, which was a big mistake. During her conversation with the emergency service operator, Anita's voice did not sound like the voice of a mother who had just found her son's girlfriend dead. She was too calm, as if nothing unusual had happened. Thousands of miles from England, in New Zealand, Emily's father, Mark, woke up at 2 in the morning and saw a bunch of missed calls from his ex-wife, Caroline, and younger daughter, Hannah. There was also a voice message from Hannah, but Mark could barely make out what she was saying. Then he heard Caroline scream in the background and her words, "Emily is dead." Mark refused to believe it. He called his mother in England. When she answered, his whole world fell apart. His mother was crying hysterically. Moments later, one of the police officers took her phone. "I'm sorry to tell you that your daughter Emily is dead," he said. Mark couldn't believe it. After all, Emily was sitting on his couch and smiling just a week ago, flying to the UK. The grief-stricken father still refused to believe that his daughter was dead. But unfortunately, it wasn't a dream. The loss of the eldest daughter was a heartbreaking challenge for Emily's parents. The police told them that Emily had died in her sleep. It didn't make any sense. She was young and healthy. The police collected some evidence, but it was unclear what happened to Emily. They had to wait for the autopsy results. Elliot Turner's parents, Anita and Lee, told investigators they had been home all night and had not heard anything suspicious. Elliot publicly mourned Emily by posting photos of them together on his Facebook page. The police had nothing bulletproof to refute the story of Turner and his parents that Emily mysteriously died in her sleep. During the investigation of any death, the main factor is to determine the cause of it. When investigators discover the cause of the victim's death, they understand what they are dealing with and how to conduct an investigation. While waiting for the autopsy results, the investigators found out that a few days before her death, Emily had posted something strange on her Facebook page. "I have a stalker," she added. "Someone just called me and I was like, 'Who's this?' And they were like, 'You don't know me, but I know everything about you.' And I was like, 'How did you get my number?' And he was like, 'I'll tell you when I see you,' and kept asking me out. So I hung up and they won't stop calling." Emily wrote on Thursday, May 5th. At the same time, the police managed to find out that before her death, Emily quarreled with Elliot Turner in front of other nightclub guests. After interviewing Turner's friends, investigators learned that he tried to control Emily's every move, that he found out about her meeting with another man, and most importantly, that Elliot threatened to take her life many times. But his friends did not attach any importance to this. believing that these were just words with which Turner strengthened his image of a gangster. The autopsy did not give an exact cause of Emily's death. However, experts mentioned it could be strangulation. And one of them said, the physical findings are entirely consistent with pressure being applied to the neck. Investigators believed that one of the Turner family members could be involved in Emily's death, so they decided to install listening devices in their house. The police were hoping to find out if they were hiding anything, and they were right to do that. They heard Elliot instructing his mother on how to behave with the police and what she needed to say. His father, Lee Turner, seemed to be the only person who understood what he was doing was wrong. But eventually, he submitted to the will of his son and wife. While listening to the recordings, investigators also heard what happened to Emily Longley. Elliot Turner admitted that he caused her death. They arrested Elliot Turner a week after Emily's death. He, of course, denied his guilt. His lawyers tried to challenge the authenticity of those audio recordings. However, having studied all aspects of this case, the judge allowed the prosecution to use the recordings as evidence. Not knowing the police were listening, Elliot admitted that he felt angry every day and that no one had ever pissed him off as much as Emily. During the trial in May 2012, his lawyer stated that their client acted in self-defense. Elliot Turner said that the quarrel in his bedroom turned violent and he had to grab Emily by the neck. He said he didn't strangle her. He just found her dead in his bed the next morning. During the second day of the trial, Turner told the court that he was disgusted by his actions that night. Allegedly, after finding Emily dead, he wrote a letter to his mother saying how ashamed he was and that he was leaving for Spain. One can assume Elliot Turner was going to leave the country on the day of Emily's death, but changed his mind for some reason. When the police arrived at Turner's home after the 999 call, they saw packed bags. Elliot's passport was in his pocket. He admitted in court that he had threatened Emily and felt upset and deceived the night before her death after seeing false emails on her phone saying he had smashed her face into a table. When describing the fight they had before her death, he mentioned Emily started beating him with her hands and feet. He tried to calm her down before giving up and throwing her a 20-pound note for a cab. He said, "She just ignored me at first. Then 5 seconds later, she just went crazy. I had never seen Emily get to that point of rage. I didn't know what to do. She would not stop. I kept repeating myself, 'Stop it. Calm down.' At that point, I grabbed her by the neck using my right hand." Defense counsel Anthony Dunn asked, "Why did you do that?" Turner replied, "To stop her going nuts. I did not know what to do. My right hand made contact with her neck." When the defense counsel asked how hard he grabbed her, Turner replied, "I would not say very hard, but it was quite hard. I grabbed her and pushed her down onto the bed. I pressed down on her neck when she was in the lying down position." He said he held her there for 5 or 6 seconds, then let go and stormed out of the room. When asked if he intended to kill Emily, Turner replied, "No." He said he thought Emily had gone to sleep. Allegedly, he realized Emily was dead only when she did not wake up the following morning. In an interview with the Herald newspaper, Emily's father, Mark, spoke about how hard it was for him to lose his daughter. "Here is the thing about death, it sucks. It doesn't matter if it is your child, your partner, or your 99-year-old grandmother. It sucks that a person is there one day and not the next. Well, it is not something we can deal with easily. All anniversaries are hard. Birthdays are hard. Christmas is hard. Easter is also tough because it was the last time I really spent time with her," Mark Longley said. He said the heaviest part was that he would never see the woman she could have become. "I miss seeing the life she was denied unfold. We had a brief glimpse of the woman she was becoming, and I was so proud of her. I am her father, and of course I'm biased, but the world really was a better place with her in it. It was certainly a lot more fun." At the trial, they portrayed Elliot Turner as a spoiled, wealthy kid whose parents wanted to help him escape punishment. The court heard he was given the run of the family's home in the affluent Queen's Park area of Bournemouth, where he would hold parties for his middle-class friends. Described as wild by his father, Lee, he was given his own living space in the converted garage of his parents' house, so he could come and go without disturbing them. It was in his room, which had its own mini bar, that he strangled Emily on his bed. The police examined the computers seized from Turner and found the following search queries: death by strangulation and how to avoid punishment for a crime. The main motive of the crime was jealousy. The court heard testimony from Luke Ashford, who spent the night with Emily. As already mentioned, Elliot Turner found out about it. Even while in custody, Turner boasted that the jury would believe his twisted story that Emily had attacked him, and he had acted in self-defense when he strangled her in a fit of jealousy. In letters from his prison cell to his friends, he said he would soon drive the new Range Rover and move to Spain. He planned to sell the rights to his story and live a fashionable life. However, the jury quickly shattered his illusions when they found him guilty. On May 22, 2012, the court sentenced Elliot Turner to life in prison with a minimum term of 16 years. Announcing the verdict, Mrs. Justice Dobbs described Turner as a man of striking arrogance. She said, "Emily was a lovely, kind, fun-loving girl who brought a ray of sunshine to those she touched. That light has been extinguished suddenly and needlessly by you. You did not love her. She was just a trophy. The relationship, if it can be called that, was all about you. It was about control you carried out using aggression and threats. You can put away thoughts of champagne, Bentleys, and girls and concentrate on the reason you are serving a life sentence." Mrs. Justice Dobbs also sentenced Turner to 9 months to run concurrently for perverting the course of justice. But Elliot Turner wasn't the only person on trial. His parents, Anita and Lee, whom Turner used for cash to fund his lavish partying, loved their son so much they tried to cover his crime. Lee destroyed Turner's confession letter, and Anita took the jacket from the bedroom where the letter allegedly was. His mother even postponed calling an ambulance so her son could cover his tracks and let the family come up with a convincing story for the police. When asked why she did not call an ambulance, Anita Turner replied that she did not believe Emily was dead. Under cross-examination, they asked her if she thought Emily had ruined her son's life. After a pause of 6 seconds, she replied, "No." In the recording, Lee asked Anita whether they had done the right thing. "We've done the right thing," Anita replied. Both 51-year-old Anita Turner and 54-year-old Lee Turner were found guilty of perverting the course of justice and sentenced to 27 months in prison. Mrs. Justice Linda Dobbs said, "The two of you chose to fight the case showing little remorse. Mr. Turner, you claimed you didn't know the contents of the letter when you destroyed it. But the fact it was burning on your conscience is quite evident from your anguished tone of voice on the tape." Released in 2013 after serving half of their sentence, they still live in the house where Emily Longley died. Emily's dad, Mark, broke down as he spoke about the verdicts after the case. Supported by former wife Caroline and daughter Hannah, he said, "What we have heard over these 5 weeks has shocked us and disgusted us. That a man so evil like Turner could treat a gentle and loving girl like Emily so violently is beyond belief. We are so proud of the fact that she had come halfway around the world to cause a better life for herself. This is a life Turner decided to end." Mark said there was a lot of talk about Turner's boasting and that no one had taken his threats seriously until it was too late. He added, even his mother did not take him seriously when he texted her to tell her he was going to break Emily's neck. Perhaps if someone had taken his threats seriously, Emily might be with us today. I hope Turner suffers every day in prison for what he has done. In October 2020, the press reported that Elliot Turner's cellmates had beaten him in prison. It happened after he hung up photos of Emily in his cell and boasted of receiving letters from female fans. Some of his cellmates attacked him after he said he would soon return to his life full of champagne, Bentleys, and birds. In 5 years, Turner will have the right to apply for early release from prison. One can only hope that common sense will prevail and that the parole board will make the right decision regarding a person who still has no remorse for his actions. Jordan chased Zara for about half a mile with a shadow of persistence and evil. Zara, unaware of the danger, continued on her way without suspecting that evil was already approaching. Suddenly he appeared out of the darkness like a ghost, grabbed her by the neck with one hand and covered her mouth with the other so that the girl would not scream. He blocked her breathing and then dragged her into the thicket of the forest where darkness and inhumanity awaited the victim. There, a forgotten corner of the world, hell descended on Zara. He forcibly invaded her body, her soul, leaving only a scream of pain and horror that was lost in the darkness of the night. Despite her desperate attempts to resist, her cries remained unanswered in the ruthless void. This whole nightmare, this terrible aggression, lasted for 9 whole minutes, which seemed like an eternity for Zara, who felt fear and hopelessness. Then, as if nothing had happened, Jordan walked back to his house, leaving behind only traces of destruction and an absolute nightmare. But what if all this was just the beginning of an even more eerie and mysterious story? What if the hidden truth about what happened that terrible night turned out to be more confusing and dark than it seemed at first glance? Secrets hidden in the shadows of the past can destroy not only lives, but also destroy all that remains of hope and peace in this world. Only by digging deeper one can find the answers, but there are even more questions hiding behind them. In the winter of 1986, Zara Alina was born in the vast landscapes of Great Britain. She was the first of 5 children of a single mother, a young woman who mysteriously moved her life from the Pakistani slums to this corner of the UK back in 1968. Zara embodied the hopes and dreams of her parents, and her birth was an important event. She was the first granddaughter of Radha Parvin, and it brought her a special status in her community. From early childhood, Zara was surrounded by relatives who raised her to a pedestal, showering her with tenderness and care. She grew up surrounded by numerous generations, studying at a unique school of life where the rules were written in blood and betrayal. Despite their lack of finances, Zara's parents invested everything in their daughter's education, believing that she would be able to find everything she needed for a successful life. Their dreams were strong, their hopes were stronger, but in this world of dark streets and hidden ambitions, Zara's life was in danger, hanging over her like a dark cloud. From early childhood, the fire of passion and hunger for life burned in Zara's heart. She dived into the world of tap dancing, where every movement, like a note in a symphony of passion, gave birth to beauty and harmony. Swimming was another passion of her soul, allowing her to escape from the gray everyday life and feel the wave of freedom. She always dressed exquisitely, as if creating a work of art from herself, embodying her dreams in every outfit. But that was just the beginning. When she skated for the first time, she felt new breath of freedom in her soul. Skating became not just a hobby for her, but a way of breathing, a way of expressing the deepest essence of her soul. Among those who knew Zara, no one was surprised to hear that she dreamed of becoming a lawyer. Her heart was full of desire to protect and help others because she was that bright ray of hope in a world full of evil. Her friendly nature sparkled with joy, which was contagious, like a fire in the dark. Her gaze and sparkling eyes promised miracles, and her black curly hair seemed to have been created to tempt fate. Her image was full of charm, like a magic potion mixing passion, kindness, and courage in an extraordinary cocktail of attractiveness. Already in her teens, she had the opportunity to travel around England and visit museums and galleries. She showed big interest in art and culture. These trips became an indicator of how independent she was. Later, trips to the rest of Europe followed. This was a clear confirmation that she inherited the desire for adventure from her relatives. It seems she was following in the footsteps of her Aunt Farah, who, unlike the rest of the family, chose Portugal over the UK. It was fascinating for a young woman to see the work of her aunt, who worked as a psychotherapist in women's organizations. Zara visited her several times. After graduating from high school, her aspirations began to be realized when she got in the University of Westminster. Since then, she worked hard to achieve her goals while taking care of her mother and grandmother at the same time. Her tiny figure was full of a passionate soul and unstoppable energy. Her sense of justice and equality was not limited to the walls of the lecture hall. On the contrary, the generous and caring Zara supported refugees fleeing violence and sought to give a voice to those who had less power. She also participated in volunteer work in community canteens to help the homeless. In general, she had a special habit of noticing the needs of others and always including them in her schedule. Zara was an easygoing girl. Her Aunt Smira Naz lived nearby, and she often visited her several times a week. While preparing for the exams, she asked her aunt to help her to study, but they always ended up laughing. Zara left a trail of joy behind her everywhere she went, as those who knew her at that time claimed. In addition, she was hardworking, covered all her expenses, and helped her family. She worked at a local clothing store and knew everyone in the area, from teenagers to the elderly. She always greeted everyone with kindness and was willing to help if necessary. The young girl could talk for hours, but it did not affect her ability to listen carefully to others. Her generosity extended to all living creatures, and she especially loved cats. Sometimes she spent her own money to take stray cats to the vet, take care of them at home, or persuade neighbors to take them in. Her friend Sanji Naira described her as radiant and believed that her main gift was the ability to share optimism. When Sanji was in a bad mood, he turned to her for help. In Zara's life, there was a bright star whose name was engraved in the very depths of her heart: Carissa Peters. They were not just friends, but companions in the struggle for justice, for protection of women from violence and abuse. Their shared hobbies, especially in the field of women's rights, and it was the connecting thread that carried their friendship through difficulties and trials. Zara and Carissa were so close that they seemed to share the same soul. They easily entered each other's house as if they were their own shelters from the storms of the world, or talked on the phone almost every day, discussing the news, their thoughts and plans for the future. In 2002, after successfully passing the exams and completing her internship in law field, Zara had the opportunity to work in the Crown Prosecution Service. It was an important step and an integral part of her dream to become a full-fledged lawyer. To do this, she worked tirelessly, even when her studies were interrupted by worries about her mother and grandmother, as well as financial difficulties. This step was important not only for her, but also for Carissa, and for those who believed in her, who support her on this stormy journey to a bright future. On her first day at her new job, Zara couldn't help but be happy. She sent a smiley selfie to her friends and family, as if announcing to the whole world her new era of life. It wasn't just a new job. It was the last piece in the mosaic of her dreams. She had been coming to this for so long that she could hardly believe in her own happiness. Working as an administrator might seem a secondary post, but for Zara, it was a giant step towards her goal. At the age of 35, she realized that a new stage in her life was beginning, and this made her heart beat with extraordinary force. It wasn't just a working day. It was the beginning of a new era, an era when she felt fulfilled and happy. The new job strengthened her confidence in the fact that it was time to create her own family. She dreamed of her children, how they would be happy and protected, how they would live in a world filled with love and harmony. At that moment, Zara realized that every new day was a step towards her happiness, a step towards her dream of having her own family. With such an active life between work, volunteering, friends, and the attentive care of her mother and grandmother, with whom she lived in a separate room when necessary, Zara loved to walk. She liked to move freely. She didn't bother with small things. She could easily put a pair of shoes in her bag to change them for sneakers when needed. Zara believed that a woman should be able to move freely without any obstacles, and even more so that no one should have deprived them of this right. But near her house, there was a man whose existence completely took away this woman's right. His name was Jordan McSweeney. He was a few years younger than Zara, and it was unknown where he was from. One Saturday evening, when the sun had already set below the horizon, Zara was going to meet a friend. Even though she was not in the mood, she decided not to cancel the meeting. Zara's word was as strong as steel, and she always stuck to her promises, not allowing her mood to dictate her actions. Her devotion was as steady as a rock, and she was ready to walk through thick and thin for the sake of her friends. Before leaving, Zara picked up the phone to talk to Aunt Farah, but this time, there was a certain anxiety in her voice that did not go unnoticed. Her aunt asked her to be careful, and Zara realized that even if she wasn't going to go far from home, the world around her seemed strange and unpredictable that evening. But she stubbornly told herself that she knew every dark corner of the city, and her name was known to everyone who had ever looked at her. But something about this evening made her heart beat faster, and Zara decided to be more careful. At the appointed time, she met her friend at a local bar called the Ilford Big Spoon, located on the West End of London. Ilford is a lively and diverse London area, an ideal place for dinner and gatherings. So the girls visited this place that Saturday evening. Then they went to another bar, and there Zara drank a couple glasses of water. At the same time, Jordan was having one drink after another at another nearby nightclub. An idea was forming in his mind, and he refused to resist it. He intended to find a woman to attack that evening. Surveillance cameras recorded how Jordan met women at the entrance to the club, hugged them without their consent, and tried to kiss them. He was particularly persistent with one of the employees, despite her obvious reluctance. He was kicked out of the club a little after 23 o'clock, and his inappropriate behavior remained recorded on cameras. When he came out, his actions were recorded by cameras as he walked along Romford Street towards the park. Seeing the woman walking, Jordan followed her and approached her closely, although she tried to avoid him by entering the store. He was waiting for her outside. When the woman cautiously left, Jordan followed her again. Then he walked down the other side of the street, leaving her in sight. However, when the woman entered her house, Jordan had no choice but to continue on his way. According to the surveillance camera's data, at about 2 a.m. on Cranbrook Street, Jordan noticed a woman approaching him. Suddenly, he quickened his pace, approaching her. But on the video, you can see that two passing witnesses noticed Jordan's strange actions. Despite the man's suspicious behavior, the woman returned home safely, leaving Jordan surprised and annoyed. He returned to Cranbrook Street without success. At this time, Zara and her friend deciding to return home left the bar. When it was 2 a.m. a friend took a taxi, preferring convenience, while Zara, given the short distance and good weather, decided to walk. They parted, and Zara headed down the residential street of Cranbrook, which is a 10-minute walk from her house. That's when Jordan noticed her. According to the chief inspector, Dave Williams, Jordan had a clear intention. He was going to attack a woman that night regardless of the location. Cranbrook Street remained busy even in the early morning hours. There was a constant flow of traffic. At the age of 13, Jordan had already been sentenced in Kent Juvenile Court for various offenses committed between 2006 and 2009. In August 2010, when he was 17 years old, he was found guilty of assaulting a girl, leaving her with a swollen eye, and he was given a 4-month detention and correction period. 11 years later, he attacked another woman, and he was again banned from approaching a woman, this time for 3 years. During this time, he had no right to contact her directly or indirectly. By 2010, Jordan had 28 convictions for 69 crimes, including theft, assaults on police and the public, criminal cases, theft of motor vehicles, traffic violations, committing crimes with bail, and shoplifting. On his page on a well-known social network, he bragged about having a huge collection of weapons, and in general extolled a criminal lifestyle to the sky, posting different photos and quotes. He also posted fake pictures saying that the FBI was looking for him. On June 17, 2022, he was released on parole after being sentenced to prison for criminal damage, racially aggravated harassment, and illegal carrying of a bladed weapon. One of the conditions was meetings with a parole officer. Jordan settled into a van on St. Valentine Street in a 130 acres park in the south of Gun Hill, the largest green space in London's Red Bridge district. He again violated all agreements and, true to his criminal background, missed not one, but 2 meetings with a parole officer. As a result, the authorities refused to give him the advantage. The parole service began the procedure for returning him to prison on June 22, 2022. But they did not immediately inform the police, but only 2 days later. Early on Saturday morning, June 25th, police visited Jordan's mother's house to arrest him and found an unpleasant surprise. He was not there. Around 2:30 a.m. on June 26, 2022, the streets of Ilford witnessed a terrible crime. Zara was found on the sidewalk with signs of abuse on her body. Her belongings were scattered, as if the mess in her life was embodied in the streets. Her body was bruised, her clothes were torn, and her eyes showed struggle for survival. A woman passing by immediately realized that the situation was extremely serious. Without hesitation, she began to give Zara a closed chest massage and do CPR, trying to give her the last hope of survival. But the injuries inflicted on her body turned out to be too serious. Even with all the help of passers-by and emergency medical help, it was too late. Zara fought for her life, but the severe wounds and brutality of the crime were too strong. At 9:58 a.m. on Sunday, she passed away, leaving only the painful traces of a struggle behind. At that time, at about 11 a.m. in the park, Jordan, recorded by security cameras, was getting rid of evidence, throwing out his clothes. With his indifferent and cold-blooded demeanor, it became clear that this was not a random act of violence. The police responded quickly and knocked on Zara's grandmother's door, asking her to identify her granddaughter from the bar's video footage. When she confirmed that it was her, the police finally explained to her what had happened. Zara's uncle, Kazim Alina, called the rest of the family, including Aunt Farah, to tell them what had happened. In Portugal, her aunt, crying, remembered the call on Saturday night. After she broke the news to her children, Farah immediately flew to London. The family was in shock, trembling with horror. It was difficult for all of them to eat, sleep, or talk. Although they hardly dared to mention Zara's death, they also could not think of anything else. Meanwhile, detectives immediately began investigating the area where Zara was found. One of the first steps was to collect video footage from surveillance cameras to track the attacker's movements. This, along with the bloody fingerprints left near the scene, allowed them to identify Jordan. They then tracked his location using a video surveillance system. After receiving images of the main suspect, Inspector Dave sent an officer to Gun Hill to check if anyone else recognized Jordan. The operation was successful, and almost immediately they found Jordan sleeping in his van. The authorities immediately arrested him. Confused and stunned, Jordan had no resistance during the arrest. Clothes and shoes stained with blood were found in his trailer, which Jordan was trying to get rid of. Despite many hours of interrogation, Jordan remained silent, refusing to reveal his name or give details of his life. At the same time, new video footage continued to appear, allowing police to reconstruct the chronology of events. The crime led parole officer Justin Russell to highlight a number of errors in the treatment of Jordan. It was noted that Jordan had been a criminal since the age of 16, both in and out of prison, which made him a high-risk criminal. He had been a high-risk criminal since the age of 16, but it turned out that he had not been treated appropriately. They should have taken more urgent measures to return him to prison after he missed scheduled supervision appointments upon release from detention. They didn't do it. On Wednesday, June 29th, through a press release read by the police, Zara's family expressed how shocking the last few days have been. Logically, for them, it was an irreparable loss. Nevertheless, they stressed that the warmth and kindness shown by people were valuable to them and served as evidence of the strength of their beloved Zara's spirit. The family had a lot to do, and they needed to find strength. Aunt Farah communicated with the media and met with the police. Despite the shock and grief, her family, especially her aunt, taking into account her own experience in this field, knew that it was necessary to control the situation and protect Zara from accusations from certain media. On July 1st, 2022, a preliminary hearing was held in the Jordan case. And on September 30th of the same year, a date was set for a hearing to prepare testimony in the trial. However, on the day of the scheduled trial, Jordan did not show up due to a positive test for COVID-19, and the hearing had to be postponed. On Saturday, July 2nd, a memorial service was held in memory of Zara, organized by her family, which took place on the way to her home, symbolizing the last journey that never ended. At this service, many of those present were dressed in white, symbolizing a silent walk. The event was attended by a coalition of more than 120 organizations specializing in supporting women, expressing solidarity in the fight against violence. It was one of the many groups that worked with Zara Alina's family. As they stated in the media, they demanded justice and taking responsibility. Additionally, they asked to focus on what they considered a priority and key issue: to resist violence from men, and to stop the acts of violators. At a preliminary hearing before the investigation at the East London court in Walthamstow, crime scene investigator Nadia Persett said she believes there is reason that local police officers could and should have taken more action to find Jordan before his attack on Zara. Consequently, she expressed the opinion that jury should resolve this issue. In addition, this investigation should have included the actions of the staff of corrections facilities for probationers. According to Nadia, This process was supposed to last a month. On November 16, 2022, Jordan also did not appear at the hearing despite being told that this was mandatory. Thus, the meeting was organized via video call. This time, he pleaded guilty. Prosecutor Oliver Glasgow then described him as extremely unfit candidate for bail. This opinion was also supported by Judge Chima Grove. As for the verdict, the judge postponed it until December 14th of the same year. Approaching this date, Jordan again refused to appear in court. But even this did not prevent Jordan from being sentenced to life in prison with a minimum sentence of 33 years in prison for the murder of Zara Alina. The accused and his representatives filed an appeal, and the sentence was reduced to 33 years in prison. The judge stated that the fact that Zara was unconscious, did not feel anything, and did not suffer reduced his sentence. Just 4 months later, it became known that Jordan had an intimate relationship with a woman who worked at the Belmar Correctional Service in South London, but was not a direct employee of the prison services. The Metropolitan Police later announced that a 32-year-old woman whose identity was not disclosed had been arrested, and was under investigation on suspicion of misconduct in a public office. As for Zara Alina's family, everyone remembers Zara with love and pride. They still miss her. For her part, Aunt Farah continues to speak out against violence against women and girls. In March 2023, she joined a march organized by various groups seeking to draw attention to the issue and raise awareness. The protesters marched through the commercial district of West London to Trafalgar Square. Among various slogans, they stated that the lack of action against male violence is equal to abuse by the state. The tragic loss of Zara Alina has only added dark shades to this bloody picture of violence that consumes the hearts and minds of those who seek to change the world. Vilma Gabriela Nino de Guzman de la Rosa was born in Peru in the late 1940s. She married José Tejada Ramirez, a man 21 years her senior. José had an older son from his first marriage. After they started living, he increasingly started distancing from his previous family, including his son. Vilma had a strong and reserved character. In contrast, she was a woman who reserved all her tenderness and dedication for the plants in her garden, caring for them meticulously, talking to them, and observing them daily was an activity that offered her unparalleled peace. When she finally felt the call of motherhood, it was not easy for her to fulfill her dream. José was over 70 years old while she had already passed her most fertile age. However, she was not one to give up easily. Thus, the couple decided to undergo fertility treatment. Finally, after a long struggle at 49, Vilma received what she considered the best news of her life. She was pregnant. Later, when the couple learned they were expecting a girl, José felt tremendous joy. It seemed like a miracle, one he could never have imagined at his age. For her part, Vilma promised to be the best mother possible for the child. The little girl came into the world at the start of the new millennium, and they named her Stephanie. Healthy, rosy-cheeked, and cheerful as the girl grew, she confirmed to her parents that the decision to have her had been the best. With her smile and vivacity, awakened in both a new energy and tenderness they had not known before. Over time, the girl proved to be very coquettish, feminine, and a fashion lover. Although the exact date is unknown, José suffered a stroke. While he survived, the aftermath was significant, as José was left disabled and was later diagnosed with senile dementia. Meanwhile, Vilma had to face raising her daughter alone. Her ambition was for Stephanie to become a righteous woman and, hopefully, a future doctor in medicine. However, as often happens, Stephanie's entry into puberty brought changes in her behavior. It was 2012, and suddenly the once sweet and warm girl began showing signs of rebellion. As expected, this transformation also disrupted the mother-daughter relationship. Suddenly, that residence became the scene of constant confrontations that grew more frequent over time. Most of these fights occurred when Vilma forbade her daughter from going out with friends. For Stephanie, being locked up at home was tormenting, even perceiving it as a prison. In April of that same year, the young girl took an interest in another student from her high school named Fernando. He was a fairly calm boy with many friends and no history of violence or rebellious behavior. When they met, it was love at first sight for him. Stephanie was not only a beautiful girl, but also confident and decisive. Thus, they quickly became a couple. At 15, Fernando felt on top of the world, capable of anything. But sometime later, everything changed. By the end of 2012, the relationship between the teenagers was tumultuous, as evidenced by a letter that Stephanie wrote to him. In her own handwriting, the young girl boasted of knowing her own charms perfectly, making it clear that if he didn't measure up, she could easily replace him with another boy. Although Vilma learned of her daughter's relationship, she initially tried not to interfere. After all, she believed it was likely just a fleeting, insignificant romance typical of Stephanie's age. But months passed with no sign of the affair ending. Meanwhile, Stephanie took control of the relationship, knowing how to dominate Fernando. She liked to give orders and, of course, to be obeyed. When this did not happen, she punished him, scratching him, justifying it by saying he well deserved it. Far from leaving her or at least reacting, Fernando endured the situation, hopelessly in love, to the point of even setting aside his preferences, dignity, or social life. Because by then, the relationship also distanced him from his friends. Judging by some leaked text messages, the young man felt lost and, in essence, suffered greatly after each fight with his girlfriend. An example of this is an audio message Fernando sent to Stephanie at 2 a.m. on January 6, 2013. Besides showing how insecure he was regarding her feelings, Fernando said some quite worrying things, talking about ending someone's life and seeking his girlfriend's support for these ideas. Although it was not clear to whom Fernando was referring, it was true that around that time Stephanie had started flirting with other young men. And of course, in the school environment, the news quickly spread. Upon hearing the rumors, Vilma opposed the relationship between her daughter and Fernando. This became the cause of countless fights. Refusing to obey her mother, Stephanie continued to see Fernando in secret. On Saturday, January 11, 2014, just before noon, the girl snuck her boyfriend into her house. They then went up to the second floor to her room, where they locked themselves in to watch TV and later had an intimate encounter. When Fernando's father noticed his son's absence, suspecting he had returned to Stephanie, he began calling him on the phone. Distracted or perhaps anticipating his father's reproaches, Fernando did not answer. However, his father was not willing to give up, so he went to Stephanie's house to look for him. Once there, the man's shouts made Vilma come out of her room on the first floor. Although she ignored him and did not open the door, she immediately understood what was happening. Filled with anger, Vilma went upstairs and, without a word, broke into the room where her teenage daughter was with her boyfriend. It was at that moment that a fight broke out between the three, but it was an unequal struggle as Fernando soon managed to immobilize the woman. At that moment, Stephanie delivered a strong blow to her mother's head. The force was such that Vilma fell to the floor, dying. Immediately after, the teenager placed the body under her bed. Then Fernando and she went to the bathroom to clean themselves. At 90 years old and with senile dementia, Jose heard nothing and was unaware of anything. After that, Fernando went home. Later that same day, Stephanie kept in touch with dozens of people through her social media accounts. She confessed she felt that her heart was at peace and that her problems had finally ended, expressing the pleasurable feelings she was experiencing without specifying the reason. From that moment, Stephanie moved into her mother's room, which was about 10 meters away from hers. Additionally, she took the savings Vilma had, just over $10,000, and went on a shopping spree, spending as she pleased. 48 hours later, she posted a photo taken with her cell phone camera, in which she appeared wearing short floral pants and a pink blouse, holding a small puppy she had just bought in her right hand. She also paid for a change of style. As days passed, the teenager remained calm, even with her mother's decomposing body in the house. She continued to party with friends on several occasions. Jose, due to his health condition and advanced age, did not receive the care he needed from his daughter. When the smell from the second floor became unbearable, she and Fernando sprayed the room with various cleaning products and insecticides. They also partially covered the stained wall with black paint. Meanwhile, despite not being particularly friendly with them, The neighbors noticed that Vilma had not been seen watering the plants in her garden for a while. On January 16th, Stephanie called Fernando to tell him that 3 people were going to help her take out her mother's remains. According to his later testimony, Fernando suddenly felt a great repulsion towards his girlfriend, almost as if for the first time he fully understood what kind of person she was. He then decided to end their relationship. Although he no longer communicated with her or saw her, Stephanie tried to contact him in any way possible. Realizing that her text messages and calls were not being answered, the minor spoke with Marco, a cousin of Fernando's, and through him, she sent messages via one of her social media accounts. There, with encrypted messages, she asked him not to do anything foolish and not to say anything about what had happened. By that time, Vilma's loved ones had tried to contact her without success. Every time they asked Stephanie, she gave some excuse. After some time, they stopped believing her explanations and began to suspect that something had happened to her. In early March 2014, Vilma's relatives reported her strange disappearance to the authorities. Consequently, on the night of Sunday, March 9th of that year, the police arrived at the house with them. When they did not receive a satisfactory response from Stephanie about her mother's prolonged absence, the officers broke into the property with the family's authorization. Once inside, they found Stephanie nervously giving them the runaround in an attempt to hinder the authorities' progress. But the young woman's efforts were in vain, as the strong smell and the flies buzzing all over the place only heightened the police's worst fears. Upon turning the key to the room, the macabre scene was revealed in a matter of seconds. For 57 days, Vilma's body had been there, in the room of the daughter. Forensic experts at the scene found a knife, which was taken for analysis to determine if it had been used to kill Vilma. The authorities immediately considered Stephanie the main suspect in the crime. However, in her version of events, she tried to absolve herself of any responsibility and accused Fernando. Within minutes, reporters swarmed the surroundings of the house. The head of the Criminal Investigation Division informed the press of what was known so far based on the minor statements. Thus, both the motive and the cause of Vilma's death were still under investigation. The 65-year-old woman's body was transferred for forensic examinations. Meanwhile, news cameras managed to enter the house and obtained images of the teenager's room. There, marks on the floor were still visible, despite the presence of several bottles of different elements, presumably used to erase them. It wasn't until the following day, Monday, March 10, 2014, that the police formalized the request to initiate a process for violation of criminal law for the crimes committed by the 14-year-old minor. Consequently, Stephanie was forced to remain in a juvenile center for the duration of the process. In the early hours of Tuesday, amidst the tumult of reporters and neighbors, agents transferred Stephanie as some of those present shouted accusations at her. Due to her status as a minor, she wore her face semi-hidden with a cap. Nevertheless, she took advantage of the cameras and microphones to defend herself. During the police interrogation, Stephanie added more details to her version of events. This time, she said that her mother became enraged upon discovering her with her boyfriend and then hit her with an iron bar. At that moment, Fernando came to her defense and attacked Vilma, injuring her in the left eye. They struggled and then he pulled out a knife. She took the blade from him and tried to attack him, but he crawled away and with another blunt object hit Vilma 3 more times in the head. The story continued with Stephanie going to the bathroom to clean the wound her own mother had inflicted on her. By that time, Vilma was already showing no signs of life, and Fernando also approached the sink to wash off the traces of the crime they had just committed. In conclusion, Stephanie only admitted to hiding the body. A few hours later, after being summoned by the authorities, Fernando appeared at the police station to give his testimony. He arrived accompanied by his father and his lawyer. The detectives heard from the young man that all responsibility for the crime lay exclusively with Stephanie. Furthermore, Fernando claimed that the girl was tired of the constant physical abuse she suffered at the hands of her mother. The boy recounted that the teenager used the same bar with which her mom had hit her several times. However, Fernando's version did not convince the police either, as he made serious contradictions during the interrogation. Consequently, the the police decided that the young man should be held as the suspected co-author and accomplice of the homicide. It was up to the prosecution to decide whether to charge him. On the afternoon of March 12th, 60 days after the crime, Vilma's body was removed from the morgue and was taken directly to the cemetery where she was buried in the presence of family and friends. One of the victim's nieces called for the maximum penalty for the two minors involved, adding that for teenagers, it seemed all too easy to kill without facing responsibilities. She also mentioned that Stephanie was very much loved by her mother and denied there was a bad relationship between them. Meanwhile, the prosecution's decision led to Fernando's arrest. The teenager was placed in a juvenile center. Experts concluded that he was a young man with a tendency towards introversion, easily influenced by a figure that generated emotional attachment. They also indicated that Fernando submitted to his partner's wishes, allowing himself to be manipulated to satisfy her desires, showing himself submissive and compliant out of fear of emotional abandonment. Regarding Stephanie, forensic psychologists saw that the young woman had psychopathological traits in her personality. Amidst the twists and turns of the case, a television report revealed that Stephanie had been influenced by another girl who was in prison for killing her mother after a heated argument on March 5, 2005. It was also stated that Stephanie stored poems of her on a tablet or personal computer. At the end of March that same year, Stephanie insisted on her innocence through a letter. There, she explained that when she misbehaved and did not obey her mother, she was hit with a towel or a notebook, but not with an iron bar. An unexpected twist was her portrayal of Fernando, whom she accused of mistreatment and threats, even against his father. The reason was simple. He was obsessed with her and aimed to socially isolate her. Lastly, she assured that she loved and respected her mother and was overwhelmed with sadness from missing her father so much. In this story, Jose too was a victim of circumstances, even though he was unaware of what was happening around him. The elderly man was left at the mercy of Vilma's family when the firstborn finally learned of the crime and traveled from Brazil. He found that Vilma's family refused to let him see his own father. After turning to the authorities, Jose's son was finally able to rescue him. He found his father in a state of neglect and uncleanliness, and they were unable to find his documents anywhere in the house. Consequently, his lawyer reiterated his request for the relevant agency to expedite the delivery of this documentation. Without it, neither Jose nor his son could claim his pension. The entire country remained attentive to any new detail, even those concerning the daily life of the main suspect. Once transferred to a new center, Stephanie made headlines again when it was revealed that she shared a third-year classroom with another minor accused of a similar crime, Rosalinda. Her case was also highly publicized in Peru. The young girl, who had suffered excessive abuse at the hands of her mother, retaliated against her and took her life. The director of the juvenile center told a Peruvian TV program that the two girls had no problems adapting to the group and also showed acceptable performance. According to her, as part of her job, it was not her place to judge them. Instead, it was necessary to do everything possible as a system to reintegrate them into society. The young women could be confined there until they turned 20. As Peruvian law only imposes a maximum of 6 years of readaptation in juvenile centers for crimes committed by minors. For adults, the country's legislation imposes up to 35 years of effective imprisonment for those responsible for these crimes. On the night of Thursday, April 10, 2014, the crime reconstruction took place. During this, the young woman smiled, made victory gestures, and showed no remorse. Fernando also participated, unlike Stephanie, chose not to speak to the press and preferred to hide his face, wearing a bulletproof vest at all times. Both arrived from their respective juvenile centers and had no contact with each other during the procedure. However, coldly and without showing regret, they attacked and accused each other. Upon leaving the scene, Stephanie began to play with her hair as the cameras from photographers and television stations focused on her. Meanwhile, Fernando's defense argued that the accusation against their client was full of contradictions. The psychological assessment of the crime scene conducted by experts found evidence of cruelty, planning, and simulation of the events, including the use of air fresheners and wall paint to hide blood traces. Days later, Jose visited his daughter for the first time. Still coming to terms with the events and remembering little, he hoped Stephanie would tell him everything. After leaving, following a 2-hour visit, he mentioned that his daughter blamed her former boyfriend for the crime, insisting to him that she was incapable of such evil. Jose carried with him a gift from his daughter, a pink heart saying she loved him. In the second half of April 2014, Stephanie's situation worsened when investigations into her cell phone uncovered threatening messages she had sent Fernando. These texts were retrieved by the young man's family for use in court, aiming to prove that Stephanie had planned the crime. By the end of July 2014, the prosecution formally charged Stephanie as the perpetrator of her mother's murder, with Fernando deemed an accomplice to the crime. In both cases, the public ministry requested 6 years of detention in a juvenile center and a compensation payment of $1,300. The prosecution's conclusions were based on the autopsy report, psychological assessments, and the crime scene's psychological appraisal. Exclusive footage of Fernando in court was captured by a television camera. Walter, Fernando's father, was outraged by the verdict, insisting that there was no evidence incriminating his son. He believed that the inability to absolve Stephanie led to Fernando being charged as an accomplice. Contrary to the father's hopes, in October 2014, Fernando was sentenced to 4 years and 6 months in prison, while Stephanie received a 6-year sentence. After serving their sentences, Stephanie and Fernando were released with no further updates on their lives made public. Yet in Peru, the memory of this shocking story lingers. A story of a daughter whose miraculous birth filled her parents with joy, only to later become a figure far from the angel they had dreamt of spending their final years with. It was in May 2002 in Australia, specifically in New South Wales, that Jamie and his wife Peta welcomed their firstborn. The arrival of their daughter was a source of immense joy, not only for her parents, but also for her maternal grandmother, who was immediately captivated by the little girl's beautiful blue eyes. Her warm smile radiated happiness, enchanting everyone around her. The kids had a privileged childhood setting along those idyllic coasts with their mild temperatures, where the locals knew each other well. Indeed, Jamie and Peta had earned the esteem of their community, and by extension, Lily also became very beloved. Later, the family welcomed their second and final child, whom they named Max. Jamie worked as the water polo coach at a girls' school in the economic and business heart of Sydney. It was there that Lily pursued her studies. Throughout her time at school, she proved to be an outgoing girl with lots of friends. Lily was an exceptional student who enjoyed helping her peers with less academic dedication. This virtue, coupled with her good nature, won her the affection of many. As her younger brother grew up, the young girl also dedicated herself with patience and care to helping him overcome difficulties. Always brimming with energy, she was keen to learn swimming and later, following in her father's footsteps, took up water polo, becoming an accomplished player. By the time she reached high school, she was recognized by all as one of the school's top students. Between her academic commitments and her numerous extracurricular activities, her teachers always saw her versatility and high level of achievement. These values were evident when the young girl not only joined the school's theater group, but also enrolled in dance classes. In reality, her dream was to excel in both disciplines, and she soon achieved this goal. It quickly became apparent that her performances blended dramatic expressiveness with the physical grace of dance. Knowing she possessed this talent, Lily prepared to participate in a festival. At this event, contestants had the opportunity to showcase their skills to the public and compete in various categories ranging from theater and dance to other artistic representations. Moreover, constructive feedback from qualified judges could help them improve their standards and also promote musical sponsorship within the community. Lily decided to perform a monologue from Macbeth, William Shakespeare's famous play, infusing it with her unique style. Instead of relying solely on dialogue and facial expression, she sought to convey the emotional journey of the main character through movement. The result was a harmonious combination that captivated the jury and earned her second place in the theatrical category. In the sporting arena, the talented young woman also earned amazing rewards. becoming the swimming champion in the under-17 category. As expected, Jamie and Peta were bursting with pride. For them, every achievement of their daughter was a cause for celebration. Like in 2018, when at just 16 years old, Lily passed her learner's driving test. Immediately, Peta and Jamie proudly shared the news on their social media. In 2020, during the high school graduation ceremony, Lily radiated light and happiness. Intelligent, beautiful, and possessing an independent spirit, the world opened up before her. By then, she had already decided to pursue a career in the sports world and enrolled at the University of Technology, Sydney, to study for a bachelor's degree in sports business management. In early 2021, with the start of classes, she took a part-time job as a water polo coach at St. Andrew's Cathedral School. From the beginning, the work experience turned out to be much more fascinating than the young woman had anticipated. With her vibrant personality, she managed to transform the classes into a unique, fun space, winning over her students' affection. Her age also played in her favor, making her closer to the group, and everyone felt as if they had known her forever. Part of Lily's charm as a teacher was taking the time for details. For example, she wrote cards for each student, focusing on their personalities, beauty, and individual talents. It was there that Lily met Paul, the coach and sports assistant at the school. Born in 1999 in the Netherlands, Paul was the only child of a couple with a privileged economic position. The family moved to Australia in 2015 when the father was transferred to Sydney for work reasons. Once there, Paul enrolled in St. Andrew's Cathedral School, where he joined the cricket team. Over time, after earning the respect and admiration of his peers, he was appointed captain. He also actively participated in the school community by being part of the leadership team, contributing to the planning and execution of various events. However, not all his peers had a good opinion of him. Some considered him quite arrogant, and they were bothered by the way he approached girls, as if all were willing to fall in love with him. As it later emerged in 2017, once Paul graduated from high school, the institution offered him the opportunity to become an assistant coach for the cricket and hockey teams. He accepted the offer, and at the beginning of 2018, fully took over the role. In his new role, he was attentive and enthusiastic about motivating the students. However, under circumstances that have not been clarified, Paul returned with his parents to the Netherlands. During that time, he enrolled in a master's program to complement his sports knowledge. At the end of it, he gladly accepted an invitation to rejoin the sports department at St. Andrew's School. At the start of 2020, returning to the Australian dream, Paul reconnected with a former school and hockey mate. The two young men decided to share expenses and moved into an apartment in Kensington, a suburb located in the eastern area. As part of his duties at St. Andrew American Samoa, he was tasked with welcoming the sports teams of other coaches after their respective classes, which included being aware of their schedules. This responsibility facilitated his interaction with Lily. In addition to his primary job, Paul joined the field hockey team at the University of New South Wales and also taught at a second institution. Despite these activities, he was quite a solitary person. Then, on March 18, 2020, due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Australian Prime Minister declared a health emergency and imposed a strict quarantine. The restrictions affected all sectors, leaving Paul not only without anything to do, but also isolated from all human contact. He spent a total of 18 months in solitude in a city that, although familiar, felt somewhat foreign to him. Like many people around the world, this isolation affected his way of relating to others to some extent. By mid-September 2021, as the restrictions were lifted and things began to return to normal, Paul resumed his activities. He rapidly became an essential part of the hockey team, to the point where his image was used in promoting the games. Amid this period of openness, he had already shown a particular interest in Lily, with intentions that clearly went beyond mere friendship. However, according to the students, she was not the only one to whom the young coach dedicated his charming efforts. In fact, some of his students viewed him as someone who inappropriately flirted with the school's teenage girls. However, these concerns were not widely known. In fact, many considered him an essential part of the team. His exceptional performance was crucial in leading them to the final of the Sydney Hockey League, even though they were defeated in that match on September 9, 2023. A few days later, Paul finally gathered the courage to ask Lily out, and she accepted happily, unaware of any rumors about him. Their first date turned out much better than either had imagined, leading them into a passionate and swift romance. However, the intensity of their feelings did not make them overlook the importance of discretion, especially considering their work environment. Thus, they opted to keep their relationship private. Initially, Lily kept her part of the agreement, but Paul, on the other hand, couldn't resist boasting to his students and began to hint that he was dating her. As expected, the rumor gradually spread throughout the educational center until in the first days of October 2023, Lily learned of his indiscretions and felt betrayed. For her, it was not a minor issue, as the way he bragged about their relationship left her exposed to criticism, leading to disappointment. The romance was just 5 weeks old, and if she couldn't trust him, she was determined to end it. She couldn't continue with someone like Paul. Despite his insistence and attempts at excuses and justifications, Lily made it clear there was nothing more to consider. It was definitively the end of any interaction between them. In a matter of hours, Paul's hurt from the breakup turned into anger, not at himself for breaking a promise, but at her for not forgiving him. Such anger led him to imagine various scenarios, all aimed at harming the young woman. He then decided to go to a hardware store and there chose what he considered the ideal weapon, a hammer. On October 25, 2023, Lily left her house and attended her university classes as usual. In the afternoon, she went to the school for another work day with her students. Meanwhile, Paul rented a silver car and arrived at the school in this vehicle. He didn't get out. He just stayed there, waiting patiently until the activities ended. Around 7 p.m., when the water polo students left, Paul finally made his way towards the institution's gym. In his hands, he carried the hammer. Once there, he saw Lily enter the bathroom and followed her. All his movements were recorded by the security cameras at the location. Inside the bathroom, with no witnesses, they argued. Everything happened very quickly, almost as swiftly as their brief love story had begun. Then, amidst the shouting, Paul managed to gain the upper hand and overpower Lily. The newly purchased tool was used to end her life. He then took the girl's backpack and cell phone, and about an hour later, he left the bathroom. This sequence was captured again by the surveillance cameras. Afterward, he drove to the area known as the Gap, known for its cliffs. As he walked around for the third time, Paul was recorded by security cameras. Meanwhile, Peta and Jamie tried repeatedly to contact their daughter to no avail. Desperate, they decided to alert the police. The authorities immediately took notice of the situation and began searching for Lily. Around 10 at night, Paul sent a text message from the young woman's phone, asking Jamie to pick her up at the school without giving further explanations. An hour later, the 24-year-old perpetrator made an anonymous call to emergency services, reporting a body in the St. Andrew's School gym and stating that the case needed investigation. After hanging up, he disposed of the hammer and Lily's backpack in a garbage bin. He then abandoned the rented vehicle and walked to the edge of one of the cliffs, jumping and ending his own life. When the police arrived at the school, following the anonymous call just before midnight, the institution was in complete and utter silence, the opposite of its usual bustling energy. In the gym, as soon as the officers saw the silhouette on the floor, they realized their worst fears had come true. Lily's body lay lifeless. However, due to the severe injuries she suffered, investigators were initially unable to identify her. In the course of the investigation, the officers' first task was to seize the gym's security camera footage. Next, the team traced the anonymous call. It became quite clear that whoever had made it was likely to provide more information. Some reports state that the first thing they determined was that the number belonged to Paul, and they began to call him insistently. They didn't suspect him at the moment, but wanted him to share everything he knew. Unfortunately, the young man did not respond to the calls. Shortly after, the investigators were able to locate where the call had been made from. Thus, in the early hours of the morning on Thursday, October 26, 2023, the police arrived at the Gap area and cordoned off the surroundings. After patrolling and conducting thorough searches, they discovered the hammer, which was immediately considered the fatal weapon. Finally, the agents found Paul's belongings. Around 4 in the morning, the police officers requested the school authorities to suspend classes until the investigation was concluded. This measure was communicated to all parents and guardians through a text message mentioning a critical incident, naturally causing panic to set in every home in the community. 2 hours later, a second considerably more reassuring message arrived because by then, the school's management had decided to assure that no student was involved in the incident. However, after a sleepless night, Lily's parents received the devastating news of their daughter's cruel fate. Within minutes, the family's home was filled with neighbors and friends, all ready to offer as much support as possible in a situation no one could have ever imagined. Thanks to the gym's camera footage, the police identified Paul as the young man who had followed Lily. From there, authorities were able to outline the nature of the relationship between the main suspect and the victim, thus identifying a motive behind the crime. However, due to the lack of clues about his whereabouts, investigators began to consider the possibility that he might have taken his own life. Regardless, boats and even a helicopter were deployed along the coastline to find him. Through a statement, the police made the main suspect's name public, indicating that the nature of the injuries made it evident that Lily had been a victim of homicide. Although it was confirmed there were no previous domestic violence incidents between her and Paul. In the early hours of the next morning, Friday, October 27, 2023, a group of workers was preparing to start their day at a construction site near the top of one of the cliffs. However, they had to interrupt their work almost before it had begun when they were startled by the macabre sight of a body floating near the rocks. They immediately informed the police, who then established a new crime scene there and also organized a rescue team to recover the body. The unfavorable weather conditions made the already complicated operation even more difficult. Finally, by noon, the Marine unit achieved its goal with the assistance of a helicopter. The media was informed that the body was of an unidentified male victim, although officers had strong suspicions about his identity. Meanwhile, the remains were transported to the Forensic Medicine Service for a mandatory autopsy. The fingerprints collected were sent to the Embassy of the Netherlands for comparison with their records, leading to the identification of the man as Paul. That same afternoon, in their first public statement, Lily's family expressed the profound grief they were experiencing. Despite everything, they said, they were overwhelmed with immense gratitude for the community's support. Concurrently, given that the police investigation was ongoing, they opted to refrain from further comments. The director of the school also shared warm words of thanks to everyone for the love and support provided during these difficult times. She mentioned that Lily had always displayed qualities that made her unforgettable. Beyond the pain of loss, it was hard to overlook the fact that the tragedy occurred in a space where minors should feel protected. Aware of this, the school sent a letter to parents assuring them that, in the words of the police, the crime was unforeseeable. In response to the events, access to the gym was restricted for students, while the library was transformed into a walk-in psychological counseling center for students needing specialist help to cope with the impact. Amid the case's impact, a renowned local media outlet contacted a criminal psychologist and expert in criminal cases for an interview to help the public understand the dimensions of the occurred events. When asked about his impression of the facts, he stated that the victim's actions were typical of men with fragile egos, incapable of accepting rejection. However, he viewed the young man's relationship not merely as one of anger or hurt, but as malicious. He highlighted that there was no spontaneity, but a clear intention to harm, something that, in his opinion, was evident from the cruelty with which Paul sent messages pretending to be Lily, asking to be picked up when the young woman was already deceased. Overall, for the expert, Paul's was a narcissistic profile with psychopathic tendencies. Paul's parents decided not to repatriate their son's remains to their home country. Instead, they opted to cremate him and scatter his ashes on a Sydney beach. Lily's funeral took place on November 17, 2023. The more than 500 attendees were asked to wear bright colors and bring flowers, as Lily would have liked. Perhaps the most emotional moment of the day was when Jamie spoke heartfelt words for his beloved daughter and to all those who had gathered in her name. Although it took Lily's grandmother some time to express her feelings, she eventually encapsulated her thoughts about her granddaughter magnificently. She said Lily's brief life was enough to make a difference in many lives. Case of Alicia Navarro. Alicia Navarro was born on September 20th, 2004, in Glendale, Arizona, USA. She is the eldest of 3 children. Her parents are Jessica Nunez and Rojan. Jessica immigrated to the United States in search of a better future for herself and later for her children. After settling in the U.S., Alicia was born. By that time, Jessica had already separated from Alicia's father, Rojan. Later, she began a relationship with a man named Ivan Nunez. According to Jessica, Alicia is a shy, kind, intelligent, and very thoughtful girl. She loves reading, playing video games, and spending time with her loved ones. She had very few friends and had little contact with her peers, preferring to stay at home rather than go outside. Gradually, the differences between her and other teenagers became clear. She had difficulty connecting with the world around her and was unable to recognize other people's emotions. In addition, she often experiences anxiety attacks. Physically, her height and weight are significantly lower than her friends of the same age. Add to that, Alicia has a very special habit. For example, she always wears the same clothes and shoes every day, regardless of whether they are clean or dirty or whether the weather changes. Even in the sweltering heat, she always wears her favorite sweatshirt. Jessica, Alicia's mother, mentioned that her daughter did not enjoy being around unfamiliar people. She felt most comfortable and safe in her room, which was her favorite place. Despite this, she loved visiting fast food restaurants, and for a long time, her favorite meal was chicken nuggets. After consulting specialists at the local psychological diagnostic center, Jessica learned that she had high-functioning autism. People with this disorder often have difficulty communicating with others. They also often appear clumsy and sloppy. Following her diagnosis, Alicia began therapy, which helped her lead a relatively normal life. As Alicia grew older, she spent more of her free time in her room playing Minecraft on her computer. She also used Discord, a popular messaging app among gamers, to chat with people she had never met in person. She also had accounts on popular social media sites, where she could freely communicate with friends and acquaintances without any inconvenience, unlike in real life. Initially, Jessica was not concerned about this behavior. She believed her daughter was cautious when talking to strangers and understood the risks that could occur. Soon, the changes in Alicia's behavior caught her mother's attention, Jessica. She began saving her allowance to buy cosmetics, perfumes, and revealing clothes, behavior that was unlike the Alicia they had known before. Jessica thought it was due to the natural changes that teenagers go through at this age and believed that the problem should be approached calmly. By September 2019, 14-year-old Alicia transferred to a new Catholic school in Phoenix to start the new academic year. It seemed that her anxiety had become more severe than ever, perhaps because of having to get to know and interact with new classmates and teachers. According to Jessica, Alicia never said that she was unhappy or had any problems at school. However, she began to ask her mother for permission to stay home. This mainly happened on Thursdays and Fridays. On Saturday, September 14th, 2019, Jessica and her children had gone on a family trip to a local chocolate factory. According to Jessica, she appeared relaxed and even happy throughout the outing. Jessica could never have imagined that she was about to make a decision that would upend their lives. At around 1 a.m. on September 15th, Alicia left her room and ran to her mother, who was still awake waiting for her husband to return from work. She asked her mother what time she should go to bed, then went to the kitchen to get something to eat. Jessica was surprised by her daughter's strange behavior, but she thought it was just normal anxiety, so she didn't pay much attention. A while later, Jessica's husband returned, and they both went to bed, unaware that something bad might be about to happen. Alicia's mother, Jessica, woke up around 7 a.m. and went straight to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the family. When she entered the kitchen, she noticed that the door leading to the yard was open, which caught her attention. She looked outside but didn't see anyone. She then went to Alicia's room and found her daughter gone. After collecting herself, Jessica checked Alicia's belongings and found a note on the desk. It was left by Alicia, saying that she had run away. She was sorry, and that she didn't know when she would be back or if she would ever be back. Alarmed, Jessica immediately called the police to report her daughter's disappearance. When the police arrived, they inspected Alicia's room. During the investigation, they found that she had taken her laptop and phone but had left all of her chargers at home. She also packed nearly all her cosmetics and one of her favorite comics. Jessica explained that a few weeks earlier, Alicia had pleaded with her to buy that particular comic, as it was a limited edition and highly valuable to fans. Wanting to make her daughter happy, Jessica had decided to grant her request, understanding how much it meant to Alicia. Additionally, they discovered that Alicia did not have her daily medications with her, which made her mother even more worried. Alicia's refusal to take her medication put her mental health at risk. However, signs such as the fact that she did not have chargers, medications, or money with her made people think that she would be returning home soon. The police launched an investigation and analyzed Alicia's social media activity but found no clues about her whereabouts. There were no messages or signs that she had planned to meet any acquaintances. Still, Jessica is convinced that someone on the internet influenced her daughter to leave home. In a later interview, Jessica shared that several months before Alicia's disappearance, she had accompanied her to meet some friends at a shopping center. Jessica noticed that the people Alicia was meeting seemed slightly older than her, and she appeared particularly interested in one of the young men. However, the authorities did not consider this detail significant. Several witnesses reported seeing a teenage girl resembling Alicia at a park about 20 kilometers from her home. According to the story, the girl seemed to be with an adult man. However, this lead did not yield any clear results. At the same time, Alicia's mother, Jessica, posted a video on social media. In the video, she wished Alicia a happy birthday and expressed her deep love for her daughter at the same time. She also called on everyone to help find her daughter. She also took other actions, such as posting posters and organizing a fundraising campaign to increase her chances of finding Alicia. At this time, the police discovered that on Thursday, September 12th, Alicia had been messaging a 20-year-old man named Clark, who lived in Oregon. Even though there was an age difference, they became friends. Their conversations revolved around video games. However, Clark said that Alicia had told him about a man she met on social media. She also talked about plans to meet this person. Clark admitted that he knew Alicia was very young, and that was why he had never taken her words seriously, thinking they were just fabrications. But this time, things seemed completely different. Jessica firmly maintained her account of her daughter's kidnapping, while Arizona state authorities concluded that the girl had left home voluntarily. Alicia's disappearance became one of the most perplexing cases for law enforcement, her mother, and the public, who closely followed the investigation. After 11 months, the Arizona police announced that Alicia's case remained unresolved, but was no longer a priority. They assumed she didn't want to go home, though it was unclear what evidence supported this claim. Perhaps they were correct, but Jessica refused to accept this explanation. When she no longer received help from the police, she turned to the national media for support. She was determined not to give up and wanted to find her daughter's whereabouts. Jessica also continues fundraising activities to sustain the search for Alicia. She worked with private investigators and raised over $120,000. The money was used as a reward for anyone who could provide vital information about Alicia's whereabouts. Reports of sightings of Alicia or a girl resembling her began to appear from many places across the country. In 2021, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children posted a new portrait of Alicia on its website. The image was created through a special program that simulated her adult appearance. When Jessica saw the portrait, she felt confused and surprised because she thought the image did not completely resemble her daughter's real appearance. Despite the time that had passed since Alicia disappeared, Jessica refused to lose hope. She feared for her daughter's safety but remained steadfast in her belief that Alicia could be found. Jessica emphasized that she missed her daughter very much and looked forward to her return. On July 26, 2023, nearly 4 years after Alicia mysteriously disappeared, she unexpectedly resurfaced. She arrived at a police station in a small town in Montana near the Canadian border. A young girl who appeared to be a teenager walked into the station and identified herself as Alicia Navarro. She claimed to be the same girl who had vanished 4 years earlier in Arizona and requested to be removed from the missing persons list. Initially, the exact name of the town where Alicia appeared was not revealed. Local law enforcement began verifying the information she provided, and it soon became clear that the girl was indeed Alicia Navarro. Following this, news of her return was announced. In Arizona, the police confirmed that Alicia was safe, unharmed, and in a secure location. That same day, Jessica shared the news of her daughter's return. She posted a message expressing gratitude to everyone who had supported and helped in the search. Jessica likened her daughter's return to a beacon of light, bringing hope to parents whose children have gone missing or been kidnapped. She emphasized the importance of not losing hope, continuing the search, and believing in the possibility of a reunion. According to reports from Arizona police and the FBI, Alicia's case is still under investigation. Authorities are trying to clarify the circumstances that led to her leaving home. Glendale police said Alicia will not be charged because she has been fully cooperative in the investigation. Regarding her health, she showed signs of mental stress, but her physical health is stable. She also shared that she is ready to return home and reunite with her family. The following day, several videos featuring Alicia were shared publicly. In these videos, she explains that during the time she left the house, no one harmed her. She also expressed gratitude to law enforcement for their efforts in locating her and helping her return home. Montana authorities revealed that Alicia was found in Havre, a small town with a population of less than 10,000. During the investigation into her disappearance, a man named Edmund Davis was arrested. Edmund, who was 36 years old at the time, had been living with Alicia. Little is known about him, but neighbors reported that he had spent most of his life in Montana. His social media activities show that he is suffering from depression, lack of confidence, and weight issues. Regarding his employment, it was confirmed that he had been working the night shift at a local supermarket in recent months. In the photos shared on Edmund's social media, Alicia appeared calm and even happy, suggesting they seemed to enjoy their time together. However, it's important to note that when Alicia left home, she was only 14 years old while Edmund was 32. Given her existing mental health issues, she was likely easy to manipulate. Whether Edmund exploited this situation remains unclear, but the nature of their relationship initially appeared deeply troubling. FBI agents and experts working on the case believe that Alicia was the victim of a crime committed by Edmund without her even knowing it. They believe she may be experiencing a phenomenon similar to Stockholm Syndrome, also known as trauma-induced attachment. This is a special state of mind in which the victim develops a close relationship with her captor. This phenomenon can occur for a variety of reasons, such as her mental health issues. Experts believe that Alicia's refusal to take her prescribed medication may have been the reason she did not realize she had been kidnapped. Most importantly, Alicia's mysterious disappearance was closed when she was reunited with her family. After her return, it appeared that her life was no longer in danger. The main efforts in the case came not from the police, but from Alicia's mother, Jessica. She never gave up hope, even when local law enforcement stopped searching. She was always persistent, utilizing every resource she could, from media to social networks, in the hope that one day she would see her daughter return safely. Karen Slattery was born on September 18, 1969, in New York. She had an older brother and loving parents who were devout Catholics. When Karen was just a year old, the family decided to move to Florida, eventually settling in a suburban town called Boynton Beach. As she grew older, Karen started attending the local Catholic school and got involved in various activities like softball, swimming, and gymnastics. Living in a coastal town, she and her friends often spent time at the beach, soaking up the sun and enjoying the warm ocean waters. A few years after their move, Karen's younger sister was born and the two became very close. Her little sister looked up to her, mimicked all of her interests, and basically saw Karen as a role model. At 14, Karen started high school, which had a special babysitting program. The idea was simple: Parents who needed a babysitter for their kids would contact the school, and they would assign a student from the program who had attended the necessary training. For Karen, this was a great opportunity to earn her first bit of money. She loved kids and had plenty of experience looking after her younger sister, so she signed up right away. Karen quickly gained respect and trust from the local families. They loved her as well as their kids, so she always had plenty of babysitting jobs lined up. At the same time, she excelled in swimming and planned to use her athletic skills to secure a college scholarship after high school. On March 24, 1984, Karen was scheduled to babysit two girls whose parents had hired her many times before. Although Karen initially wanted to spend that weekend with her friends and even considered turning down the job, she decided against it. One of her close friends had recently moved to another state, and Karen was eager to visit her during the upcoming break. To afford the trip, she needed to save up for the plane tickets. That evening, Karen's mom drove her to the family's house where she'd be babysitting. The parents welcomed Karen, reminded her to lock all the doors, and left for the night. For the next few hours, Karen and the girls had a great time. They played games, watched cartoons, had dinner, and around 9:30 p.m., Karen tucked them into bed. She then went back to the living room and called her best friend. The two chatted about their plans for the next day. Her friend's dad had gotten them tickets to a baseball game, and they were both really excited. After that call, Karen rang up another friend who was also babysitting that night. They exchanged stories about how their evenings were going, and Karen mentioned she was heading to the kitchen to grab something to eat. She promised to call back in a few minutes, but that call never came. Since it was already late, her friend just assumed Karen had fallen asleep. Around midnight, the girls' parents arrived home and immediately noticed something odd. The porch light was off, even though they always left it on at night. Inside, the house was completely dark, and even the TV was turned off. As they approached the front door, they realized it wasn't locked. Assuming Karen might have forgotten to lock it, they entered the house and started calling her name, but there was no response. They began turning on the lights, and when they reached the kitchen, they were met with a horrifying sight. A massive pool of blood covered the kitchen floor. The phone, which hung on the wall nearby, was dangling from its cord, and a long trail of blood led from the kitchen down the hallway toward the bedrooms where the children were sleeping. Both bedroom doors were closed, but they noticed light coming from under one of them. Fearing someone might still be inside, the father told his wife to run to the neighbors and call the police. He stayed behind, torn between wanting to check on his daughters and dreading the possibility that they might already be dead, so he couldn't bring himself to open the door. A few minutes later, a patrol officer arrived on the scene. He instructed the father to wait outside and began searching the house. Opening the door to the girls' bedroom, he found them both lying in bed, both sound asleep and unharmed. The officer carefully picked them up and carried the girls outside to their parents, who were overwhelmed with relief that their children were safe. But their relief quickly turned to dread as they remembered about Karen and informed the officer that there was another girl inside the house. The officers went back and followed the trail of blood, which led to the master bedroom door. When he opened it, he discovered a body on the floor. He checked for a pulse, but there was none. While he was in the room, more police officers and an ambulance arrived at the scene. Investigators quickly identified the victim as Karen Slattery. Her clothes were partially missing, suggesting a possible assault, and a towel had been placed over her face. Her body showed multiple injuries consistent with stab wounds. After Karen's body was taken away for further examination, detectives began searching the house for clues. They noticed that a window in the living room was open and the screen had been cut. They also found boot prints and trampled vegetation outside several windows, indicating that the perpetrator might have been watching Karen from outside before cutting the screen and breaking into the house. The investigators found a few more unusual clues. In addition to the boot prints, there were also barefoot tracks on the ground, as well as inside the house. This suggested that the perpetrator had removed their boots before entering. During their conversation with the homeowners, police learned that Karen always locked the front door when she was babysitting. Given that the door was unlocked when they returned, the detectives realized the killer might have exited through it after the attack. As for the open window, The homeowners explained that they had left it open before leaving because the weather was cool and fresh that day. Realizing that their action might have allowed the killer into the house, they were both shocked and began blaming themselves for Karen's death. The police also discovered bicycle tracks in the yard, indicating that the killer had likely arrived on a bike and used it to flee the scene. They managed to follow the tire tracks to the main road along the coast, but the trail ended there. Forensic experts attempted to take casts of the barefoot prints, but they were all smeared. They also couldn't find any foreign fingerprints anywhere in the house, which was highly unusual. From the evidence in the bathroom, it appeared that the perpetrator had taken a shower, yet even there, no fingerprints were found. Investigators believe the attacker struck Karen while she was standing by the phone in the kitchen. Nearby, they found a bloodied hammer, which might have been the initial weapon. No knife matching the wounds on the victim was found in the house, indicating that the killer had likely taken it with him. The hammer, it turned out, was taken from a cabinet inside the house, suggesting that the killer had searched for it before attacking Karen. He had also taken a pair of women's gloves from the same cabinet, which he probably took with him when he left. No other items, including valuables, were missing from the home, which cast doubt on the idea that it was a robbery gone wrong. The medical examiners found 18 stab wounds on Karen's body, which were determined to be the cause of death. They also confirmed that she had been assaulted and found biological material on her body, but DNA analysis was still in its infancy at the time and wasn't widely used. Interestingly, a piece of chewing gum was found stuck to her shorts. Karen had recently had her braces removed and was excited to finally be able to chew gum again. But the experts were puzzled about how it ended up on her shorts, speculating that the killer might have placed it there. With no other substantial leads, the police turned to the public for help, asking for any information about suspicious men who might be riding bicycles and behaving oddly around town. Investigators also began looking into individuals with prior records for breaking and entering, hoping to find a connection to the crime. The news of Karen's murder sent shockwaves through the entire town. Parents became fearful, convinced that a dangerous criminal was on the loose, and stopped letting their children go anywhere alone. The school's babysitting program also underwent a major overhaul. What used to be a common practice of having students babysit in the children's homes was now deemed too risky. From then on, the girls were instructed to be vigilant at all times, double-check all windows and doors, and if possible, work in pairs. It was even suggested that parents drop off their children at the babysitter's house instead and pick them up afterwards. The local police department dedicated nearly all of its resources to the case, as the community demanded to catch the killer as quickly as possible. They tried to speak with the girls Karen had been babysitting, hoping they might have seen something. One of the girls mentioned being woken up by a man with blood on his face, but she couldn't remember any details. As for the parents, a theory quickly emerged that they might somehow be involved in the murder. The suspicion was largely driven by the fact that they had the opportunity to commit the crime, even though no clear motive was apparent. The suspicions only grew when the family moved to another state just 2 days after the incident. Soon, the police had another suspect. One of the officers was investigating a completely unrelated case involving the burglary of a mobile home. When the detective tracked down the culprit, he discovered that the suspect had been getting around on a bicycle. But that wasn't all. Traces that looked like blood were found on one of the bike's handlebars, and a piece of gum was lodged in the spokes. The gum was the same color as the one found on Karen's shorts. The investigator sent the bike to the lab and began considering the possibility that Karen's murder might have been the result of a botched burglary. However, the lab results showed that the gum was a different flavor, and what they thought was blood on the handlebar turned out to be just paint. As the police continued their search for the killer, Karen's friends and family organized a fund to offer a reward for information leading to an arrest, starting with $10,000. The amount quickly grew to $30,000 and eventually to $50,000. The community was eager to bring the perpetrator to justice, not only to find closure for Karen's family, but also for their own safety. This significant amount of money led to thousands of calls flooding into the police department, and officers tried to follow up on every lead. A large number of people urged them to investigate the parents of the girls Karen had been babysitting, believing they might be involved in the murder. Eventually, the detectives had to make a public statement, clarifying that the parents were not considered suspects and that their alibi had been thoroughly verified. Not long after, a woman living just a few streets away from the crime scene contacted the police with a rather strange story. She said that she had returned home to find drops of blood on the floor and a note addressed to her nephew. Investigators reached out to the nephew, who confirmed the woman's account. According to him, the note was from his 22-year-old friend, who had a criminal record and had left the state the day after Karen's murder. Detectives tracked down the man in Ohio, where he admitted that he had indeed written the note and slipped it through the mail slot at the woman's house. But he claimed he didn't see any blood and insisted that he had nothing to do with the murder. He agreed to provide a DNA sample and undergo a polygraph test. During that test, the operator flagged several of his answers as deceptive, but the man continued to deny any involvement in the crime. In the end, with insufficient evidence to make an arrest, the police had no choice but to continue their investigation. Around this time, the county police department received a new, expensive device that could detect fingerprints with 10 times the efficiency of older technology. The investigators working on Karen's case requested to borrow the device and decided to re-examine the crime scene. This time, they managed to uncover dozens of new fingerprints. However, after running them through their database, the experts concluded that all these prints belonged to the family members and their friends. In the next few weeks, the police followed up on thousands of leads and investigated numerous suspects, but nothing led to a breakthrough. The situation was further complicated by the fact that crime rates in the city had nearly reached record highs that year. The number of murders, assaults, and other crimes had significantly increased, putting additional strain on the police force. At one point, the police even recommended that parents submit their children's fingerprints to make it easier to locate them in case of a kidnapping, and many people responded to this request. For a while, there were no significant developments in Karen's case, but 2 months after the murder, everything changed. On May 29th, police discovered the body of 38-year-old Georgiana Warren in her home, just a few miles from Karen's town. Georgiana was found on her bed with a pillow covering her face and a hammer was lying nearby. The house showed numerous signs of a struggle, including traces of blood on the bed and in the bathroom, as well as indications that the perpetrator had taken a shower. Investigators determined that the killer likely entered the house through a window. Medical experts found that Georgiana had been assaulted and recovered biological material from the body. The detectives couldn't help but notice the striking similarities between this murder and Karen's. It was almost a replica. Georgiana's 2 daughters were in the house that night, but the attacker left them unharmed and they heard nothing. Everyone suspected that the same person was responsible for both crimes, but once again, no fingerprints were found at the scene. At the end, experts decided to examine a book found next to the bed, checking all of its pages for fingerprints. They hoped the killer might have touched it during the murder, so they used the expensive new device to analyze every page. And this effort paid off. They discovered a foreign fingerprint on page 43, which could potentially belong to the murderer. In 1984, there were no digital fingerprint databases, but the detectives were able to compare this print with those of all suspects, hoping for a match. They also uncovered another possible link between the murders of Karen and Georgiana. It turned out that one of Karen's friends had been babysitting her children just days before the murder. Detective Kevin McCoy began to consider that the elusive killer might be connected to other cases that weren't immediately obvious. The perpetrator's ability to avoid leaving fingerprints and evade witnesses suggested significant experience with such crimes. McCoy then recalled an unusual case he had been assigned a month before Karen's murder in Boca Raton. An unknown man had broken into a woman's bedroom, struck her several times with a heavy object, removed her clothing and ring, and then simply left. The woman survived, but the injuries resulted in severe brain damage. Detective McCoy suspected that the same perpetrator might be responsible, but unfortunately, the victim was unable to recall any details about the attacker. As McCoy continued to search for connections to other cases, he came across another intriguing incident. On May 22nd, 2 months after Karen's murder, a woman was returning home with her son around 2 a.m. To their surprise, they saw a man removing the security screen from their window and attempting to break into the house. The woman's son chased the man, who tried to escape on his bicycle. Although the cyclist managed to briefly evade capture, the son eventually tackled him. The struggle was short, but the man managed to break free and escape by jumping into a canal, disappearing from view. In his haste, the man left behind not only his bicycle, but also his sneakers, which were found under the window. It appeared he had removed them before the homeowners returned. 2 days later, a woman in the same town woke up to a heavy blow to her head and screamed. When she opened her eyes, she saw a man running out of her bedroom. That same evening, a man burst into another woman's bedroom and began threatening her. The woman screamed loudly, which apparently scared off the intruder. He simply turned and left. For days later, a similar incident occurred. An unknown man broke into another woman's home and frightened her, causing her to scream. The attacker left the house, stumbled, and fell into her pool before fleeing. Detective McCoy believed all these incidents were connected and soon focused on a new series of crimes. Over the past few months, several female students from a local university reported a man exposing himself on campus and breaking into their dorms. They all described him as a white male of average height with short dark hair, and the police created a composite sketch of the suspect. McCoy took this sketch and began examining a large book of mugshots of individuals who had been charged with sex offenses. As he carefully studied each face, one of them caught his eye. It looked just like the sketch. He pulled that photo out, mixed it with a few others, and then showed them to one of the students who had seen the suspect. Without hesitation, she pointed to the man she recognized. The man was 23-year-old Dwayne Owen, who had a lengthy criminal history, ranging from theft to public indecency and other offenses. This was enough to get a warrant, but there was a catch. The detective had no clue where Owen was. McCoy put out a citywide alert, sending his photo to every cop in the area. A few days later, an officer was patrolling the streets when she noticed a man who looked strikingly similar to Owen. She asked for his identification, and he presented a military ID under the name Dan Brown. The officer suspected that the ID might be fake, because the man looked so much like Owen's mugshot. So, she decided to arrest him and take him in for questioning. After running his fingerprints against those on file, it was clear this was Dwayne Owen. This allowed authorities to charge him with using a false ID, which led to his imprisonment while they focused on linking him to the murders and assaults. During interrogation, Owen admitted that the sneakers and bicycle found at the crime scene, where he had tried to enter a house through a window, belonged to him. He also confessed to several burglaries, but continued to deny any involvement in the murders. At the time, it was still not possible to match his DNA with the biological material from the crime scenes, because the technology wasn't there yet. Detectives questioned Owen for hours. He clearly enjoyed the process, often speaking in riddles and sometimes answering their questions in poems. When asked directly if he had killed anyone, he simply said yes, but didn't provide any details. Interestingly, when they asked him how many people he had killed, he remained silent. Instead, he drew the number 2 on the table with his finger. The man also bragged to the detectives that he knew criminology inside out and could commit crimes without getting caught. But he overlooked one crucial detail. Authorities had requested a comparison of his fingerprints with those found on one of the pages in Georgiana's book. And they finally made a breakthrough. The fingerprints matched. When detectives returned to the interrogation room and informed Owen that his fingerprints had been found at one of the crime scenes, Owen responded with a smile, saying, "I must have touched that stupid book lying on the bed." Soon after, Owen began to talk, confessing to all the details of this crime. He described how he wandered the streets looking for a house with a potential victim, broke in, and carried out the murder, giving detailed accounts of Georgiana's killing. One of the most chilling details was that Owen had brought a clean set of clothes and left them on his bike, planning to change after the crime. But despite this confession, Owen continued to deny involvement in Karen's murder, and the police still didn't have any evidence to link him. So one of the detectives decided to bluff. He took Owen's footprints, but none of the footprints at Karen's crime scene matched because they were all smudged. The detective then decided to try a little trick. He took some random photo of a bloody footprint and placed it next to Owen's footprint. Then he told Owen they had a match and now had proof he was in the house. To the detective's surprise, the bluff worked. Owen looked at the photos and admitted they did look alike. Not long after, he started confessing. According to Owen, he had been riding his bicycle around the area when, around 8 p.m., he saw Karen through a window and decided to kill her. First, he went to a bar, had a drink, stayed for a while, and returned to the house after dark. There, he watched the victim through the window for some time, before removing his socks and putting them on his hands to avoid leaving fingerprints on the window frame. Once inside, he hid in a closet, where he found a pair of women's gloves and a hammer. After a while, he saw Karen go to the kitchen and pick up the phone. Owen panicked, thinking she might have spotted him and was calling the police. He jumped out of his hiding place, attacked her, and dragged her into the master bedroom to assault her. Owen then took a shower, gathered his bloody clothes, and went outside to hide them in nearby bushes. He mocked the detectives, saying they had done a poor job because they hadn't checked all the bushes in the area. As for the knife, he rode his bicycle to the ocean and threw it into the water. After disposing of the evidence, he went home, where he lived with his brother and another roommate. He set the kitchen wall clock back by 2 hours and made a lot of noise until both roommates woke up. When they came out and asked him to be quiet, he apologized and said, "What time is it now?" Both men looked at the clock and saw the wrong time. Owen hoped this would give him an alibi if the police questioned his roommates. After his confession, Owen was charged with the 2 murders and went to prison awaiting his trial. As investigators dug into Dwayne Owen's background, they uncovered a troubling history. He grew up in extremely troubled circumstances. His parents, who struggled with alcohol and drug abuse, died when he was a child. As a result, he and his brother were shuffled between several foster homes. When Owen grew up, he briefly served in the military and then took criminal justice classes in college. He later confessed that he had hoped to become a police officer, but a minor criminal record dashed those dreams. Frustrated by his thwarted ambitions, he chose to take a different path. After being charged with the murders, he also admitted to numerous other crimes, including assaults, indecent exposure, voyeurism, as well as breaking and entering. At the same time, he insisted that Karen and Georgiana were the only victims he had killed. While he was awaiting trial, Owen almost managed to escape from prison. He got inside a trash bin, hoping it would be loaded into a truck and taken out of the facility. Fortunately, prison guards discovered him before he could make his escape. The trial for Karen's murder began a year later. He refused to admit guilt, and his lawyers claimed that his confessions had been coerced and that his rights had been violated. But when the full confession tapes were played in court, there was no doubt about his guilt. In the end, Owen received 2 death sentences, one for Karen's murder and one for Georgiana's. In addition to the murder charges, he was also given 6 life sentences for his other crimes. Since then, Owen has been awaiting the execution of his death sentence. But his story didn't end there. Owen soon filed an appeal in Karen's case, arguing that his right to remain silent had been violated. He pointed to the fact that during interrogations, he repeatedly said, "I don't want to talk about this." But the police continued to question him. To everyone's surprise, the court accepted his appeal, and all charges in that case were dropped. The prosecution appealed this decision, and after 7 years was granted a new trial, which again resulted in a death sentence. Since then, Owen has been in prison awaiting execution. As is often the case, there was a long delay between the sentencing and the actual execution, and this case was no exception. Owen's execution was scheduled for June 15, 2023, nearly 39 years after the murders. Karen's younger sister came to witness the death of her sister's killer. She wanted to look Owen in the eyes, but he kept them closed until the very end. It's worth noting that Karen's sister chose a career in law enforcement and became a sheriff. She has said that after Karen's murder, she suffered from insomnia and decided that if she couldn't sleep, she might as well be doing something useful. The case of Estebales Carranza. Estebales was born in September 1978 in Guadalajara, Mexico. Her father is Armando, a psychologist, journalist, and author of books on esotericism. Her mother is Angela, Spanish. In 1983, at the age of 5, Estebales left Mexico with his parents and younger brother, settled in Barcelona, Spain. Estebales had a fairly normal childhood, although her father, Armando, was very strict and not easygoing. Her father's anger made her think of ways to get rid of him. Despite this, he let her study at prestigious schools and later supported her studies at the Autonomous University of Barcelona. As she grew up, she became sociable and had many friends. However, she also suffered from frequent mood swings and anger, during which she could become quite aggressive. As an adult, Estebales moved to Germany and lived in Munich for a while. She used her connections to find work, and she landed a job at an ice cream parlor in the nearby city of Nuremberg. She spoke German fluently, which helped her settle in easily, and her friendly demeanor made it easy for her to connect with the locals. While working at the ice cream parlor, she met her first husband, Holger Holtz, who sold refrigerators and was part of the Krishna religious community. He was 14 years older than she, and a few weeks after they met, he proposed to her because he was passionately in love with her. They soon married and moved to Berlin. Estebales found various jobs, but her life was not fulfilling. Right after the wedding, she and her husband Holger had a conflict. Despite his successful career, but he began to insult and physically abuse her. Nevertheless, they continued their married life, and in 2000, they relocated to Vienna, Austria. In Vienna, they had the opportunity to start their own business, opening the ice cream parlor Schlickscherie on the busy Oswald Gas Street. The ice cream shop quickly became famous with the locals. Nearby was the Iman hairdressing salon, and at the end of the building's lobby, a staircase led to apartments on the upper floors. There was also a basement entrance located under the stairs. Estebales and Holger made a large sum of money. However, he asked her to reimburse him for all the expenses they had spent in the first year of opening the ice cream shop. Estebales, ice cream shop owner, dedicated herself to her work and grow her store successfully. Meanwhile, her husband Holger has an interest in weapons technology, which causes more conflicts between the two. He asked her to join his Krishna religion, but she felt it was quite strange. In the end, she decided to follow this religion. Estebales' business has allowed her to get to know many people, including several men. Over the years, she had several lovers, some with her clients, others with suppliers, tourists, or neighbors. One of them was Manfred Hinterberger, 48, a representative of a company that manufactures industrial equipment, such as freezers, refrigerators, and ice cream machines. After many years of knowing each other, she started dating Manfred in 2008. She decides to divorce her husband, Holger, but he will only accept if she pays him the debt she owes. Since she did not want to pay the debts, they decided to live together in a small apartment. On April 27, 2008, after finishing the shift at the ice cream shop, Estebales returned home. Then she had a heated argument with Holger, during which he hurled insults at her and accused her of cheating throughout their marriage. In a moment of anger, he threatened to take drastic action. While he was seated at the computer, facing away from her, she took the weapon and attacked him. After ensuring he was dead, she moved his body to the bathroom and left it there. She was sure the gunshots would be heard by the neighbors, which meant the police would soon arrive at her house. However, nothing happened. After waiting until nightfall, Estebales moved the body to the living room sofa and went to bed. 2 days later, she attempted to dispose of the body by setting it on fire. However, the smoke escaping from her apartment attracted attention, and a neighbor called the fire department. When they tried to enter her apartment, she stopped them, claiming everything was fine and that she had simply burned her lunch. A few days later, Estebales considered buying an electric saw. Although she didn't know how to use one, the store staff helped her learn. Upon returning home, she began dismembering the body, placing all the parts, including the head, into a bag and storing them in the freezer. Later, she transferred the remains into empty ice cream containers and covered them with cement. Next, she moved these containers to her ice cream shop and stored them in the basement freezer, where they were eventually discovered. Estebales' main motive for the crime was her frustration with her husband, Holger, refusing to move out of their apartment, and he refused divorce. Additionally, she had financial debts to him that she wanted to avoid repaying. As time passed, she continued to live her life normally, and no one seemed to notice Holger's disappearance. They had only been living in Austria for a short time, so they had very few friends here, so no one asked about him. If anyone asked about she will mention that he went to India. The regular customers at her ice cream shop didn't notice any change in her behavior, and no one suspected anything. Estabelis's relationship with Manfred grew closer, and eventually they moved in together. She asked Manfred for money to help her business, and he gave her over $100,000, allowed her access to his bank accounts. However, he also wanted she to spend more time with him and to enhance her appearance. To achieve this, he pressured her to get plastic surgery, which she did not want. She had dreams of becoming a mother, but since he already had children, he couldn't help her fulfill that desire. Their relationship took a turn for the worse when Estabelis discovered that Manfred had been having affairs with several other women. Feeling betrayed, she plotted her revenge. In preparation, she took shooting courses to improve the necessary skills. After completing the lessons, she felt ready to take action. To avoid leaving any evidence, she covered the floors and walls of their apartment with cling film. On the night of November 21, 2010, Estabelis and Manfred returned from a joint trip and had sex. Afterward, she confronted he about his infidelity, but he denied it and fell asleep. In a moment of anger, she grabbed a gun and attacked him on the neck while he was sleeping. She left his body on the bed for the entire day before moving it to the bathroom. Using an electric saw, she cut the body into pieces, this time doing so with more care and skill. Estabelis couldn't find any cement, so she decided to store the body parts in a refrigeration unit in the basement. However, the unit couldn't fit the entire body, leaving her to hide most of the remains in her apartment, where she covered them with cat litter to minimize the smell of decomposition. After taking care of this, she continued with her daily routine. Meanwhile, Manfred's relatives began to ask about his whereabouts. Estabelis told them that he had left for Thailand. They believed her story and stopped asking further questions. Shortly after Estabelis met Ronald, an Austrian man, he became her lover and the father of her unborn child. It seemed like her life was getting better. After all, she had managed to evade the consequences of her previous actions. Who would suspect that this charming and friendly woman, known by everyone as kind-hearted, was capable of such deeds? One day, workers repairing the building next to the Estabelis ice cream shop entered its basement to access the sewer and discovered a damaged pipe. The building's common drainage system is located in the storage rooms, which are separate small basements used for storage. As they entered the basement, they smelled rottenness mixed with cat litter deodorant, which piqued their curiosity. They traced the odor to two large freezers that appeared to have been abandoned for a long time. When they opened the freezers, they were shocked to find containers filled with cement. Inside one freezer, they saw a hand and a leg. In the other, a head. They also discovered two rifles with optical sights, a woman's handbag containing a pistol, a beret, and a notebook with notes in Spanish. Terrified, they quickly left the basement. They informed the hairdresser next door about the discovery, urging her to call the police. When the police arrived, they searched the basement and found the remains of two dismembered bodies. One was in several pieces, while the other was just a severed head, all encased in cement-filled containers. The remains were sent to the forensic medical examination in Vienna. During the initial investigation, authorities were unable to determine who owned the basement. This was because the basement had not been used for a long time and no other suspicious items were discovered. Investigators began to analyze the evidence they had collected. The next day, after the police arrived at the crime scene, Estabelis came to work. A neighbor informed her about the discovery in the building's basement and mentioned that the police had started an investigation. This news made her extremely worried, forcing her to quickly return home. She locked the ice cream shop and put up a temporarily closed sign. As she left, her face betrayed her nervousness, looking very different from her usual demeanor. Naturally, her worried expression caught the attention of nearby residents, who began to mock her as she crossed the street towards the bus stop. They saw her take out her phone to make a call before getting into a taxi. Then she went to the bank, withdrew all her money, and then purchased a plane ticket to Paris. However, she was never able to use this ticket. Austrian police were waiting for her at the airport. They were aware of the ticket she had purchased, but realized she had not checked in for her flight. Police issued a warrant for her arrest on Wednesday, June 8, 2011, after a search warrant was issued. Investigators believe the containers found in the basement belonged to her ice cream shop, but locating her became difficult since she had stopped using her mobile phone. Meanwhile, she remained in Vienna, took another taxi, and asked the driver to take her to northern Italy. She then traveled to the mountains and reached Basu, from where she continued on for another 6 kilometers to Talamadzu, where she decided to stay in a hotel for a few days. Before arriving, she asked the taxi driver to book a room for her because she couldn't do it herself. Later, the taxi driver saw her picture in the news and informed the police that he had driven her there. Unfortunately, by that time, it was already too late. In this city, Estebali stayed for one night before taking a train to Udine, which is 50 kilometers from Almaty. There, she met Ivan, a street artist who noticed her crying at a cafe and offered his help. When he approached her to ask if she needed help, she told him about her problems, especially her husband's cruelty that forced her to leave home. Ivan invited her to stay in his apartment for a few days. She agreed, and he offered her the couch while he slept in his bed. During her stay, Estabelas helped Ivan with cleaning, shopping, and cooking, and everything seemed fine until he discovered her identity through a newspaper article. This revelation shocked and frightened he. He asked her to leave immediately, admitting that he knew she was evading the law. She denied his accusations. He then went to the nearest police station to inform them that Estebales, a woman wanted by the authorities, was in his home. Ivan was surprised to find Estebales waiting for the police at his house. She did not resist arrest. She was taken into custody as the primary suspect in several murders. She was arrested on June 10, 2011 at 7:30 a.m. in Udine, Italy. After her arrest, Estabelas was taken to the police station for questioning, where she confessed to 2 murders, one in 2008 and another in 2010. She used the same methods for both crimes, but claimed that the second murder was executed more skillfully. Meanwhile, Austrian authorities quickly requested her extradition while in Italy. Forensic experts identified the second victim as Manfred Hinterberger. During her interrogation, she attempted to justify her actions, saying that both men, Holger and Manfred, had subjected her to violence and cruelty. She felt very angry about the way they treated her. She described the murders as a response to the physical and psychological abuse she had suffered. Estebelas admitted that she had attacked Holger and Manfred on the head, then used an electric saw. She told investigators that she killed the first man, Holger, to improve her skills. She took shooting lessons and take a course on how to work with cement to prepare for the second murder, Manfred. At the time of her arrest in Italy, she was pregnant with Ronald's child, and during a medical examination, it was revealed that she was 2 months along. 14 days after her arrest, on June 24, 2011, Estebelas was extradited by an Austrian court and detained on suspicion of involvement in 2 murders. Her lawyer argued that although police testimony is considered legal evidence under Italian law, Austrian law is very different. He asked that it not be admitted as evidence in her case. He said he planned to sue several Austrian tabloids for making the accusations against her. Estebelas was arrested and held in a prison in Vienna until January 11, 2012, when she was taken to the hospital to give birth. After her son was born, he was immediately given to his father. From the start of the trial, Estebelas admitted her guilt, while the prosecution and psychiatrists portrayed her as a ruthless, manipulative, and selfish individual. Despite being educated and fluent in 3 languages, she committed extreme acts for her own benefit. The defense argued that Estebelas was a victim of her own emotions. They claimed she was under the influence of illegal drugs and prescribed medications, stating she took 5 different drugs 3 times a day, including antidepressants and treatments for schizophrenia. However, evidence showed that her actions were intentional. She testified that Manfred pressured her to undergo numerous cosmetic surgeries, including nose jobs and Botox, and forced her to exercise constantly to maintain her figure, despite her long 12-hour shifts at the ice cream parlor. Estebal is alleged that people mocked her, which became unbearable for her and ultimately led to her decision to kill Manfred. The psychiatrist explained that she simply didn't know how to reject men who made her unhappy. She resorted to an extreme solution. She believed the easiest way to deal with men who were no longer needed was to kill them. Whenever men brought her trouble or ridiculed her, she concluded that killing them was the best option. On November 22, 2012, Estebalis Carranza was found guilty of murdering Holger Holtz in 2008 and Manfred Hinterberger in 2010. She was sentenced to life imprisonment in a facility for the criminally insane. Along with her attorneys, she appealed the decision, but the sentence was upheld by the Higher Regional Court of Vienna on March 20, 2013. In November 2017, it was announced that Estebalis would be transferred from a women's prison in Lower Austria to a prison in the market town of Upper Austria. She was diagnosed with a serious personality disorder. She exhibited abnormal behavior and had a mindset akin to a princess seeking rescue from a prince, longing for a fictional world where she was the center of attention. At the time of her crime, Estebalis was mentally stable, as she was not under the influence of drugs and was fully aware of her actions. Psychiatrists expressed concern that she might commit serious crimes again after her release. During a psychiatric evaluation, she stated, "Some part of her brain is red, and when it activates, she can't control myself." Michelle Bright was born on June 2, 1981 in a small Australian town called Goolgong. With a population of around 2,500 people, this quiet, close-knit community was far removed from big cities. Everyone knew each other, and because of its remote location, outsiders rarely passed through. Michelle lived there with her parents and two older brothers. She attended the local school where she had many friends, played basketball, and dreamed of becoming a veterinarian. Her love for animals was so strong that she even had her own horse. On top of that, wanted to have a big family of her own one day with 6 kids. By 1999, when she was 17, Michelle was focused on her studies. She aimed for top grades, hoping that it would make it easier for her to get into vet school. On February 26th, Michelle was planning to attend her friend's birthday party. The plan was to gather at her friend's house, and afterwards, intended to spend the night at another friend's place since her home was quite a distance away. That evening, Michelle's mom drove her to the party because Michelle didn't have a car of her own. Before getting out of the car, Michelle said she'd see her mom the next morning, and they said their goodbyes. The next day, when Michelle's mom woke up, she noticed that her daughter still wasn't home. At first, she assumed Michelle was sleeping in late at her friend's place, but as the hours passed, her worry began to grow. Michelle didn't have a cell phone, so around noon, her mom started calling her friends to check on her. Eventually, she learned that Michelle had left the party around 12:30 a.m. with a couple who offered to drop her off in the town center. From there, Michelle only had a short walk to her other friend's house. But to her mom's surprise, she found out that Michelle never made it there. The realization deepened her concern. Hoping that maybe Michelle had decided to stay with someone else, she continued calling her friends, but all of them said they hadn't seen Michelle that night. By the time Michelle's mom had contacted all of her daughter's friends, several hours had passed, and she still hadn't found any trace of her. With no other options left, she decided to go to the police, but she quickly ran into a problem. The local officers assumed Michelle was either out with friends or had run away from home, so they refused to start a search. Despite her best efforts to convince them that Michelle would never just run away from home like that, the officers wouldn't budge. Left with no choice, Michelle's mom, along with other family members, started searching on their own. They spoke with townspeople and walked the streets, but there were no signs of Michelle anywhere. This went on for several days, until March 2nd. That evening, a man was out walking his dog along a road leading out of town. As he passed by an old railway near a field, something odd caught his eye in the tall grass. When he got closer, he realized it was a human body and called the police. The officers immediately recognized the victim as Michelle Bright. Her clothing was partially missing and her bra had been torn off. Michelle's bag was found near her body, but there were no other clues at the scene. What stood out was how close the body was to Michelle's home, only about half a mile away. But because of the tall grass, it was nearly impossible to spot from a distance. The medical examiner found several bruises on Michelle's body and determined that she had been strangled. They also concluded that she had been assaulted, but no biological evidence from the attacker was discovered. In her hand, they found a few strands of hair, but unfortunately, they couldn't extract a DNA sample from them either. Now that the police were dealing with a murder, they finally began their investigation. Their first step was to interview everyone who had attended the party. According to experts, the time of death was likely the same night she disappeared, meaning someone at the party might have been involved or at least knew something. Everyone claimed that the party was peaceful and without any conflicts. No one saw Michelle arguing or fighting with anyone. She was in good spirits and left with a couple who had offered her a ride. The police spoke with this couple and they confirmed that they dropped Michelle off on the main street in town where she planned to walk to her friend's house. After that, they drove off and didn't see which direction she went. Her friend told investigators that Michelle never made it to her place that night. The investigators suspected that either she was attacked before she could reach her friend's house or for some reason, Michelle changed her mind and decided to head home instead. The investigators doubted that the victim could have been attacked in the middle of the street. They interviewed everyone who lived nearby, and no one heard any screams or unusual noises. Because of this, the police believe that Michelle might have known her attacker. It's possible he offered her a ride home and instead drove her to the location where her body would later be found. Michelle's family also insisted that she would never have gotten into a car with a stranger. Besides, in their small town, outsiders were rare, so she would have recognized anyone local. Over the next few weeks, the police continued questioning various people, trying to find witnesses or any leads. They also started looking at potential suspects, asking for their DNA samples. Even though the experts couldn't obtain a DNA sample from the killer, this information wasn't made public. The investigators hoped that as DNA analysis technology advanced, they might be able to extract a genetic profile of the perpetrator from the victim's belongings or another evidence. One of the first suspects was Michelle's ex-boyfriend. The police found out that she had broken up with him shortly before her death, and according to their friends, he wasn't happy about it. But there was no evidence against him, and investigators couldn't determine whether he had the opportunity to be on the street where Michelle was walking the night she was killed. Another local resident raised suspicion because he seemed overly distraught about Michelle's death, even though they barely knew each other. But like with her ex-boyfriend, there was no way to connect this man to the murderer. Interestingly, a few days after the body was found, one of Michelle's relatives visited the site. He noticed one of her earrings on the ground, which was strange because the police had already searched the entire area. Either they missed the shiny piece of jewelry or the killer had taken it with them initially, and later decided to return it to the scene to dispose of the evidence. Over the next few months, investigators compiled a list of 14 suspects, but they struggled to connect any of them to the crime. Without a DNA sample from the killer or other significant evidence, finding the culprit seemed like an almost impossible task. All the suspects voluntarily provided their DNA samples except for one. A 23-year-old man named Mark refused to give a sample, which made the investigators take a closer look at him. Shortly after Michelle's death, it came to light that Mark had been stalking a local woman for 8 months, even breaking into her home. Later, he was accused of harassing another woman in a nearby town. He followed her down the street, then caught up to her and started touching her. Although there wasn't enough evidence to charge him in that case, it gave the investigators in Michelle's case even more reason to be suspicious. They also discovered that Mark had been in the same class as Michelle's older brother, which meant he could have known her family well. Mark claimed that he was indeed in the town center that evening, but got home around 1:15 a.m., meaning he wouldn't have had enough time to kidnap Michelle, drive her to that field, and kill her. However, when investigators spoke with his wife, they found out something interesting. She said she wasn't sure about the time and suggested that he might have come home much later. This prompted the police to install a wiretap in Mark's house, which led to another alarming discovery. It turned out that his wife also had doubts about his honesty and had repeatedly questioned him about whether he was involved in the murder. Eventually, she convinced Mark to provide a DNA sample, but just a day before his meeting with the police, he crashed his car into a tree. Investigators suspected it might have been intentional, but a few days later, Mark did hand over his DNA sample after all. Despite his suspicious behavior, the investigators still lacked the killer's DNA, and without it or any other solid evidence, they couldn't arrest Mark. Since then, the case saw almost no progress. The police continued to investigate various suspects, but nothing led to any breakthroughs. About a year after the murder, Michelle's family decided to move to another city. They were convinced that the killer was someone local, and it became too difficult for them to stay among people they suspected. In 2000, a substantial reward of $100,000 was offered for any information leading to the capture of the culprit. This brought in several new leads, but all of them ended up going nowhere. In 2002, investigators traveled to the UK to analyze the victim's belongings and other evidence for any foreign DNA, but this too yielded no results. The case was reopened several times over the years. In 2009, the reward was increased to $500,000, setting a record for the state. This huge amount of money generated a flood of new tips and calls, but none of them brought investigators any closer to catching the killer. In 2019, 20 years after the murder, the case was reopened once again. The police still didn't have the killer's DNA, as even with modern tools, they couldn't find any foreign DNA on the victim's belongings. Given this, detectives turned their attention back to the list of suspects, which at that point had 5 names. After thoroughly re-examining each of these men, they narrowed the list down to just 2 suspects and focused their efforts on them. One of them was a 56-year-old man named Craig. He became a suspect for several reasons. At the time of Michelle's murder, he lived just 2 houses away from her. What's more, Craig moved to Sydney just 2 weeks after the crime. Craig also had a significant criminal record. He had been arrested multiple times for harassment, indecent exposure, and other similar offenses. On top of that, he was involved in various illegal activities like thefts. Moreover, Craig had been a suspect in another assault case involving a woman from Galgong just a year before Michelle's death. In that incident, the woman had returned home after a party and was sitting on her porch, waiting for her boyfriend to arrive. At some point, a man, later identified as Craig, approached her, struck her, and attempted to assault her. Fortunately, her boyfriend arrived just in time, scaring off the attacker. Although the woman initially reported the assault to the police, she ultimately decided not to press charges. The problem was that the chances of securing a conviction against Craig were low, as her testimony alone wouldn't have been enough. As a result, no charges were filed and Craig remained free. For the investigators working on Michelle's case, Craig was their prime suspect, but they needed a confession from him. So the detectives decided to take a bold and risky step. They planned a large-scale undercover operation. Given Craig's criminal history, the investigators decided to set up a sting operation. They created a fake criminal group and approached Craig, presenting themselves as an organization with serious connections, including ties to the police. They also claimed that they were looking to make a lot of money and needed one more member. Craig was intrigued by the offer and joined the gang. Over the next few months, the undercover operatives focused on gaining his trust. They kept telling him that their group was like family, and if he couldn't be fully trusted, he wouldn't be involved in the major operations. During this period, the group committed a series of crimes, but the police didn't reveal any specific details. It's possible that these crimes were staged or involved minor thefts, with the detectives willing to go to such lengths to solve the murder case. This continued for almost a year, and the investigators decided it was time to move to the next phase. The gang members told Craig that the police were interested in him because of some old murder, which threatened their entire operation. They didn't provide any details, but implied that investigators were getting closer. During one of these conversations, said, "I hope they won't question me about the murder of Michelle Bright." He then added that she was like a sister to him and that he had known her since she was a baby. Sometime later, Another undercover officer posing as a corrupt detective working for the gang met with Craig. He told him that investigators from a small town were actively digging into him regarding the old murder and that they were closing in. Eventually, the detectives moved to the third step. They held a press conference announcing a record-breaking reward of $1 million for information about Michelle's murder. This was done to ensure the case made headlines across Australia and to increase Craig's anxiety. Interestingly, on the same day, Craig left a comment on the police department's social media post saying, "It's so sad that they haven't caught our killer. Michelle was like a sister to me. I feel sorry for the family." The next day was set up to meet with the gang leader, whom he had never seen in person. The role of the gang leader was played by one of the investigators. The fake boss told Craig that the police were interested in him for 2 separate cases, putting the entire gang at risk. He asked Craig to be completely honest and confess if he was involved. In return, he promised to help Craig resolve the situation. But despite this, Craig continued to deny any involvement in the murder. During the conversation, the fake boss showed him a folder with police materials on Michelle's case, including a photo of Craig's old car. In 1999, shortly after Craig's move to Sydney, the police had contacted him by phone regarding the investigation, and the next day, his car was found burned. The boss claimed they had some evidence and that Craig could be arrested very soon. The police materials seemed to have had their effect, and Craig finally began to confess. He recounted that on the night of the murder, he had arrived in Galgong, visited a friend, and then headed to the town center, where he stopped by a bar and talked to its owner. He said he thought he left his car there and walked away, but he couldn't remember much beyond that because he had drunk a lot of alcohol. However, Craig admitted that he did indeed kill Michelle. He recalled taking her life. Realizing that such a vague confession wouldn't be enough, the fake boss proposed that Craig go to the crime scene with other gang members to refresh his memory. After that, his accomplices would take him to the airport and help him leave the country. Craig agreed, and once at the crime scene, he told how he dragged Michelle away from the road into some grass to hide her body. He added that he couldn't remember if he had assaulted her, but he detailed how he removed part of her clothing. He noted that the clasp on her bra was broken, an undisclosed detail that only the killer would have known. After that, Craig also confessed to attempting to assault another woman a year before Michelle's murder, but was interrupted by the victim's boyfriend. He described the incident in detail, providing information that confirmed the truthfulness of his account. After receiving the confession, the gang members did take Craig to the airport, but reinforcements were already waiting for him there. 20 years after the murder, Craig was arrested for Michelle's killing and was placed in jail awaiting trial. The trial began in 2023, with Craig facing charges for both Michelle's murder and the attempted assault on the other woman. He pleaded not guilty, and his lawyer argued that the confession had been obtained under pressure. The defense highlighted that Craig initially claimed his innocence to the undercover officers, and only made a false confession out of fear for his safety. The prosecution, however, argued that Craig had always had a choice. He could have left the gang and remained silent about his involvement in the murder. Additionally, Craig had provided specific details, such as the manner of the killing and the broken clasp on Michelle's bra, which an innocent person would not have known. The prosecution's theory was that Craig had spotted Michelle on one of the central streets and either offered her a ride or walked her home. Given that she lived just yards away from Craig and knew him well, she might have agreed. Once they reached the outskirts of town, Craig could have attacked her and dragged her away from the road towards the railroad tracks, where her body was eventually discovered. The trial lasted for 7 weeks, and Craig was ultimately found guilty of Michelle's murder and the assault on the other woman. The victim testified in court and once again identified him, but this time she didn't have to worry about him evading justice. The judge sentenced Craig to 32 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 24 years. This means he could be released when he is 77 or older. Michelle's relatives, who had long lost hope for justice, thanked the detectives for their tireless efforts in uncovering the truth. The tragedy had forever changed their family. 6 years after Michelle's death, her parents divorced, and her mother struggled to live without her daughter. Her father and brothers could not stop blaming themselves, believing it was their duty to protect her. Now, they can find some solace in knowing that the murderer will likely spend the rest of his life behind bars. The case of Daniela Tabares. Daniela Tabares was born on May 8, 1998, in Cali, Colombia. She is the only child of Isabel Tabares, a single mother. Daniela did not know her father and had never met him. Their life was not easy. Her mother raised her alone. She lived with her mother, her grandfather, and her maternal uncle, who supported the family during difficult times. For many years, Isabel worked at a bank and saved some money. However, in 2010, when Daniela was 12 years old, Isabel was laid off from the bank and had difficulty finding a new job. To solve her financial problems, Isabel decides to use her savings for a trip to Florida, USA, where she believes there are more opportunities. However, she realized her savings were insufficient for the journey, so she borrowed money from several neighbors, promising to repay them once she secured a job in the United States. Isabel received support from her two older sisters, who had settled in the United States. They invited her to live with them and share the rent, helping her not to worry about housing. While Daniela attended school, Isabel began working as a cleaner. She was very determined and hardworking, with the desire to create a better life for herself and her daughter. Her sisters also helped her by sharing advice on how to succeed in America. Isabel realized that in order to become independent, she needed to be self-sufficient and start her own business. Within a year, she saved enough money to obtain a license and start her own business. Although she had to work hard, she always prioritized her daughter, Daniela, whom she loved the most. At the same time, Daniela attended Coral Springs High School in Florida. As a sociable girl, she easily made friends with many people. Initially, she was close to fellow students who were also immigrants, as they had much in common. After that, she made friends with many others. It seemed that everything was going well. Isabel quickly paid off her debt to her neighbors. She even started considering renting her own apartment to avoid burdening her sisters. She took her time to save more money and regain her stability. She successfully carried out her plans. Her small business grew and began generating income. She worked hard and her efforts paid off. During this time, she met Shu, a Colombian with 2 children. They quickly understood each other because they had both gone through hardships after moving to the United States. Besides, Isabel also learned about the culture of a new country, expanded her business, and increased her knowledge. Isabel and Daniela often did everything together and supported each other. Isabel credits their close relationship as one of the key factors in her success. Daniela is a sociable, kind girl and makes friends easily, which helps her have no trouble living in the United States. However, she was concerned about gaining weight during her teenage years. Instead of giving up, she was determined to overcome her problems. She started exercising and living a healthy lifestyle, avoiding fast food. These daily habits helped her achieve her ideal figure. Daniela's achievements inspired Isabel, and she decided to join a sports club near their home in Coral Springs. By that time, Daniela had been attending the club for a while. Seeing her daughter's perfect figure, Isabel also wanted to take better care of herself. However, she was very busy with her business, which took a lot of energy. After a few months, she was so tired that she refused to go to the gym. She plans to return to the gym later, but for now, she decided to prioritize her business. Daniela, on the other hand, decided to continue training. She was very happy with the changes in her body and figure that she had achieved. Even though her mother didn't go to practice with her, she had enough friends in the club to train with during most sessions. One of them was Carolina Miller, a 40-years-old woman whom Daniela met during training. They quickly found harmony and started training together in 2017. Despite facing challenges like migration and a language barrier, Daniela graduated from high school, proving that she could overcome difficulties and was ready to fight for her future. Furthermore, she wants to pursue higher education, but she needs financial support. Her mother's business wasn't enough to cover her college expenses, so she took a job as a switchboard operator at a gym where she trained for many years. At the same time, she also learned about criminology, a field she was very passionate about and dreamed of building a career in. By 2019, at the age of 21, she was able to become independent. She was in her prime and busy planning for the future. Daniela enrolled at a local university to pursue her education and achieve her dreams. She transformed from a shy schoolgirl into a confident young woman. She was not only attractive and charming, but also passionate about her job at the fitness club. Her enthusiasm caught the attention of the owners of the sports complex, and they offered her a position in the gym. She became a coach, encouraging people to participate in sports and supporting beginners. Her main goal was to inspire others, and she worked with many different groups, sharing her passion. She also organized weekly group activities to promote teamwork and camaraderie within the sports organization. Daniela then met Yvonne Serrano, a woman of Panamanian descent. An active individual, Yvonne enjoyed sports and had never experienced any legal or substance abuse problems. She was generally considered a respectable person and avoided dangerous relationships. However, she lived in a troubled neighborhood, so she purchased several registered firearms for self-defense. By 2019, Yvonne decided to invest more in sports and joined inspirational classes taught by Daniela. However, due to frequent travel and the difficulty of making friends, she felt different from the other participants. Although she seemed unapproachable and a bit withdrawn, she always attended all the classes and was determined to change her life. On the evening of November 22, 2019, Daniela and her group planned to go to the movies and then return home. However, they decided to change their plans and go to a local bar called World of Bear in Coconut Creek after the screening. Since Daniela had worked to finish the next day, she did not want to stay at the bar for long. During the night, she called her mother, Isabel, several times. Isabel was worried about her daughter going to the bar because she thought it was unsafe. Daniela reassured her mother that she would not be drinking and would only stay for a short time, planning to return home around 1 a.m. The group eventually met at the bar in hopes of having a fun evening. After some time, Daniela's friend Carolina approached Yvonne and advised her that she had had too much to drink. Yvonne was sitting outside, holding hands with some strange young men. Carolina suggested that Yvonne join the group inside the bar, but this made her uncomfortable, and she became angry and shouted. When she returned inside, her behavior became more aggressive, and it was obvious she was intoxicated. Despite this, the evening was still going well, and Daniela lost track of time. Later that night, Daniela's mother, Isabel, sent her daughter a text message, expressing her concerns about potential dangers. Daniela replied that she would be home early. As the team leader, Daniela needs to oversee everything and make sure everyone gets home safely. Sensing that something was off, Isabel decided to wait for her daughter. She lay in bed, unable to sleep, waiting for Daniela to return. By 2 a.m., Daniela still had not come back from the bar, and Isabel's worry grew. Each time she saw car headlights outside, she got up to check, hoping to see Daniela in the driveway, but the cars just drove by. She texted her daughter again, but received no reply. Realizing it was too late to call Daniela's friends, she tried to reassure herself that her daughter was likely with a friend. She thought about the possible reasons why the girl was quiet. The phone was out of battery or the signal was bad, and finally convinced herself that everything was fine, then went to sleep. At 5:55 a.m., County Emergency Services received a distressing call. A woman reported seeing a lifeless girl in a parked car near her home. Several police officers quickly arrived at the scene and cordoned off the area. They spoke with the witness, a 51-year-old named Yvonne Serrano. Meanwhile, at 6 a.m., Isabel woke up and noticed that Daniela had not yet returned home. She felt exhausted, having only slept for 3 to 4 hours, but she needed to prepare for work and clean the offices. Unable to reach Daniela, she called Carolina, hoping that her daughter had arrived at Carolina's house and was still asleep. However, Carolina replied that she did not know where Daniela was. She felt confident that Daniela would make it home safely, even if she had been drinking, because there were plenty of people nearby with cars who could help. However, Carolina can't stop thinking about the incident with Yvonne at the bar and wonders if it has anything to do with the current situation. To find out more about what happened after she left, she called her friends from the gym. She was shocked to learn that her group of friends had returned home and that no one knew anything about Daniela. Feeling guilty for leaving Daniela, Carolina decided to go to the police to report her missing. The officer on duty informed her that Daniela had already been found. At that moment, several police officers were at Isabel's house delivering the devastating news of her daughter's death. They spoke with Isabel to gather important details for the investigation. It was difficult to calm Isabel when she heard the news. She began to cry loudly and asked what had happened. Daniela was her only daughter, and in that moment, her world fell apart. Police then carefully inspected the girl's car that Yvonne reported, which was found near Isabel's house. Inside the vehicle, they discovered an ID card and a bag containing personal items. By checking the license plates, they identified the car's owner as 20-year-old Daniela Tabarez, who was found deceased inside the car. During her initial meeting with the police, Yvonne claimed she was on her way to the gym early that morning when she stumbled upon the car. She stated that she did not know Daniela. The officers then inquired about Yvonne's whereabouts the previous evening. She admitted that she had attended a party and had drunk excessively, even losing consciousness at the bar. She said that she had only woken up in the morning, lying in bed with no memory of the night, including how she had gotten home. Afterward, the police continued to analyze the evidence found in the car, but soon realized they needed more details. It was clear that Yvonne knew Daniela, prompting detectives to return to her for additional information. Unexpectedly, Yvonne's story changed. She now claimed that at 5:50 a.m., she woke up in the passenger seat of the car next to Daniela and saw her lifeless body in the driver's seat. Shocked by the discovery, Yvonne immediately called the police, admitting that she had previously lied for fear of being considered a suspect. The situation was devastating for everyone who knew Daniela, particularly her mother, Isabel. The Latin American community rallied together to raise funds for Isabel, and many local residents joined in to support her. Meanwhile, the police were conducting an investigation, which quickly indicated that Daniela had been murdered. Forensic experts discovered shell casings inside her car and collected several fingerprints from both the inside and outside of the vehicle for analysis. They were also awaiting the results of Daniela's autopsy, which would provide further insights. Police then began interviewing individuals who had been with Daniela that evening and collected CCTV footage from the bar where they had gathered. It was confirmed that Daniela had not had any conflicts. The night had gone smoothly. However, multiple witnesses reported that Yvonne had been drinking heavily and was very attached to the group at the bar. In contrast, Daniela chose not to drink that night to avoid any issues. A girl offered to drive her home, and Daniela accepted. Their movements were tracked to the parking lot exit at 1:30 a.m., where they left the nightclub calmly, as confirmed by the last person to see Daniela alive. The preliminary report from the medical examiner indicated that the death occurred around 2 a.m., which was the exact time when Yvonne left the bar to go home. By then, Yvonne had already become the main suspect in the murder. The police wanted to find out what she had been doing for the 4 hours before she reported the incident to them. They then found that she had been busy. She had deleted messages from her phone with Daniela, deleted the video from the front door camera, and changed clothes. She had also washed the outfit she had worn that night at the bar. It was clear that she was trying to cover up evidence of the crime. The police decided to arrest Yvonne Serrano and hold her in jail while they investigated further. Once the final results of the forensic examination were in, she was charged with first-degree murder and tampering with evidence. Despite the accusations, Yvonne has maintained her innocence and stood her ground. On November 27, 2019, Daniela Tabarez's funeral took place, attended by many people, including club members, friends, and family. All were deeply saddened by this tragedy. She was cremated in December. A few weeks after the crime, the district attorney's office decided to pursue lesser charges against Yvonne. It was believed that proving premeditation would be challenging, so the charge was classified as unintentional murder, which could result in a maximum of 30 years in prison. She could potentially receive bail before the hearing and be released by the Supreme Court, which upset Daniela's mother. Following these developments, progress on the case stalled for unclear reasons. By March 2020, Daniela's family became aware that the case was not receiving adequate investigation. There was limited evidence, and Yvonne might avoid punishment altogether. Friends and family organized social media campaigns and protests to raise public and media awareness of Daniela's death. They want Yvonne to be held accountable for her actions. One such protest occurred on March 4th, when Daniela's colleagues left the gym and marched to the court where the preliminary hearing was being held. They argued that Yvonne should not be granted bail during these proceedings. The prosecutor's office believes that she has a high possibility of absconding, so she is not allowed to go free while waiting for the next hearing. The lawyer requested that the judge set a low bail amount, no more than $1.40000, arguing that if Yvonne wore an ankle monitor, she would not be able to flee, and claimed that the prosecution had exaggerated the situation. Additionally, Yvonne would participate in a rehabilitation program and undergo a mental health assessment. Ultimately, the judge decided on a bail amount of $100,000, which was higher than the initial request before the trial took place. Yvonne must remain at a specialized rehabilitation center and is only allowed to leave to meet with her legal team. Yvonne later underwent a ballistics test, which confirmed that the bullet came from her weapon. Additionally, authorities gathered credible evidence showing attempts to destroy evidence after the crime, and she was captured on CCTV by neighbors. This information prompted the prosecutor's office to pursue charges of premeditated assault and murder. It was believed that an argument broke out between Yvonne and Daniela while they were in the car, leading to Yvonne's aggressive behavior. The prosecution successfully persuaded the jury, and on August 12, 2024, 56-year-old Yvonne Serrano was found guilty of premeditated murder. She received a life sentence with the possibility of parole in 25 years. Isabel had a tattoo inked on her shoulder in memory of her daughter, Daniela, as a reminder of her fight for justice. Unfortunately, the exact incident between Yvonne and Daniela in the car that night remain unclear. She has not admitted to the crime and has not explained her reasons for her actions. Lauren Astley was born on April 1, 1993 in the small town of Wayland, Massachusetts. She grew up in a loving family and was an only child. When she was 6, her parents decided to get a divorce, but her father stayed in the same town and remained very involved in her life. Once, Lauren and her dad traveled to New Orleans to help those affected by Hurricane Katrina. Even though she was quite young, Lauren pitched in alongside her father, working to clean up the mess left by the disaster. Since elementary school, Lauren was very active in sports. She started with soccer, but later discovered a passion for tennis, where she achieved some notable results. But her true love was singing. She joined the school's music group and began performing at various events with them. During high school, Lauren got a part-time job at a clothing store in a local mall. After graduation, she planned to attend college in North Carolina and wanted to save up some money before heading off. Lauren graduated from high school in the summer of 2011 at 18 years old. After finishing school, she spent most of her free time with her parents and friends. Knowing she'd soon be moving across the country, she wanted to make the most of her last few months at home. On the morning of July 3rd, Lauren headed to her shift at the mall, just like any other day. Beforehand, she had made plans to meet up with her friends right after work. They were expecting her to call. Around 6:30 p.m., finished her shift, said goodbye to her coworkers and left the mall. Her friends waited for her call, but for some reason, Lauren didn't reach out. They started sending her messages and trying to call her, but there was no response. This was unusual since they were always in touch with each other. At first, they thought Lauren was just busy and would call them back soon. Meanwhile, her father also began to worry. Lauren was supposed to stop by his place after work, but she never showed up. His calls went unanswered as well. A little later, he contacted Lauren's friends. When he learned that they hadn't seen or heard from her all evening, he decided to go to the police immediately. Their town was quite small, and Lauren's parents couldn't think of any place where she might have gone. The fact that she didn't meet up with her friends and wasn't answering any calls made them fear that something bad might have happened to her. The local police department quickly launched a search, and around the same time, Lauren's friends reported that one of them had spotted her car near a beach by a lake. Officers rushed to the scene and found Lauren's red Jeep. She wasn't inside, but her purse, phone, and laptop were, with the windows rolled down. This raised immediate concern for the police. Lauren's friends and family were adamant she would never leave her car like that with her belongings inside. Her father was frantic. He ran to the beach and waded into the water, thinking that his daughter might be there. The police searched the car but found no sign of a struggle, no blood, or any other clues. After that, they began combing the area around the beach, but there was no sign of Lauren. The only thing they discovered was her car keys, which were found in a nearby storm drain, as if someone had deliberately thrown them there. By this time, Lauren's friends had gathered near the beach, and detectives began questioning them. They mentioned that Lauren had an ex-boyfriend, Nathaniel, whom she had broken up with just a few months earlier. The friends also said that he had taken the breakup pretty hard, so the police decided to check on him. When asked if they thought Nathaniel could have harmed Lauren, her friends unanimously denied it. They insisted that Nathaniel loved Lauren and would never hurt her. Later that night, detectives went to talk to Nathaniel. He told them he had been home all evening. His mother backed up his story, adding that they had been watching movies together. With that, the police ruled him out as a suspect and shifted their focus to searching the area around the beach. Lauren's relatives, along with dozens of other town residents, joined in the search. Her friends stayed by her car all night, hoping for a miracle that she would eventually appear. That night, the police also examined Lauren's phone and they found something interesting. At 7:05 p.m., she had sent Nathaniel a message with just one word, "Here." 14 minutes before that, she had called him and they had talked for a few minutes. This was pretty suspicious, so detectives decided to visit Nathaniel once again. He admitted that Lauren had indeed stopped by around 7 p.m., but she hadn't come inside or even gotten out of her car. They talked for about 5 minutes, mostly about their relationship, and then she just left. He explained that this seemed unimportant at the time, which is why he didn't mention it earlier. Nathaniel appeared completely calm, and nothing about his behavior raised any red flags, so the police continued to investigate other potential leads. The search continued throughout the night until an early morning call came in to the police. A woman had gone for a bike ride along the road by the river. As she passed a small marsh, something strange caught her eye, and she stopped. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a human body in the water and immediately called the police. When officers retrieved the body, they saw that it was Lauren Astley. It was also immediately clear that they were dealing with a murderer. A bungee cord was wrapped around her neck and there was a noticeable cut. The body was sent to medical examiners who confirmed that the cut, along with strangulation, was the cause of death. They also found numerous defensive wounds on her body, indicating that Lauren had fought back against her attacker. Meanwhile, the police searched the area around the marsh and discovered a blood-stained towel nearby, which was sent to the lab for DNA analysis. Now that the police were dealing with the murder, they turned their attention to finding the killer, and the only viable suspect at that point was Nathaniel. After speaking with Lauren's friends and family, they learned more details about their relationship and breakup. Lauren and Nathaniel had started dating 3 years earlier, and for most of that time, their relationship seemed perfect. Nathaniel came from a respectable family, played on the school football team, and was generally one of the most popular guys at their school. However, about 2 years into the relationship, things began to deteriorate. Nathaniel grew increasingly jealous, tried to control who Lauren spent time with, and even started drinking heavily. Lauren's friends noticed these issues and saw how they were taking a toll on her. They repeatedly advised her to consider ending the relationship. The couple would break up frequently, only to get back together again, but 3 months before Lauren's death, she decided to end things with Nathaniel for good. According to her friends, Nathaniel took the breakup very hard. He tried to persuade Lauren not to leave him, showing up to talk with her and calling frequently, but she was firm in her decision not to get back together. After the breakup, Nathaniel fell into a deep depression. He stopped leaving the house, cut off contact with his friends, and lost interest in football, which had always been his passion. Even though he had received a sports scholarship for college, he no longer cared about it. While sitting at home, Nathaniel began drinking and smoking. His mother eventually decided to take him to a therapist, and after a few sessions, the therapist suggested that Nathaniel might indeed be suffering from depression. Even though he had withdrawn from his social circle, Nathaniel continued trying to rekindle his relationship with Lauren. Once, Lauren and her friends organized a graduation party, which was attended by dozens of their classmates and their parents. Nathaniel showed up drunk and saw Lauren talking to other guys. He approached her and tried to discuss their relationship, but Lauren made it clear that she wasn't interested. Nathaniel became angry. There was a large tent set up in the yard where the party was held, and in his frustration, Nathaniel punched one of the tent's supports, causing the whole structure to start collapsing on the people inside. They had to hold it up, and Nathaniel was immediately asked to leave. After that, came to her mother in tears and told her that Nathaniel wouldn't leave her alone. In another incident, Nathaniel approached a guy Lauren was talking to and threatened to kill him. All these details led investigators to seriously consider that Nathaniel might be involved in Lauren's murder. He was the last person to speak with her and see her alive. However, the police still faced one major obstacle: his alibi provided by his mother. As the investigators dug deeper, they uncovered another interesting detail. Reviewing security footage from the mall where Lauren worked, they saw that Nathaniel had been there about an hour before her shift ended. Although he didn't approach Lauren, he did visit a sports nutrition store on the same floor. The police decided to visit Nathaniel again and talk about what they discovered, but this time, he wasn't at home. His parents told the officers that Nathaniel had left several hours earlier and they had no idea where he was. When investigators questioned his mother again about whether she was home the entire evening, this time she remembered that she had actually gone out briefly to run some errands. This just so happened to be around the time Lauren had visited Nathaniel after work. For the police, this meant that Nathaniel didn't have an alibi, making him the prime suspect. With all these facts coming together, the police obtained a warrant to search Nathaniel's home. Their first stop was the garage, where they immediately noticed several bungee cords, exactly like the one found around Lauren's neck. Using luminol, forensic experts discovered a large blood stain on the garage floor that had been cleaned and was invisible to the naked eye. Blood traces were also found on the door handle, the kitchen floor, and in 2 sinks. Soon after, investigators found a sports bag containing sneakers covered in blood and dirt. In Nathaniel's room, there was a small door leading to the attic where the police discovered another pair of blood-stained shoes along with wet, dirty clothes. The detective sent all these items to the lab, and the results quickly confirmed that the blood belonged to Lauren. The police immediately began searching for Nathaniel, and just a few hours later, they found him at his aunt's house. During the arrest, Nathaniel did not resist and remained calm. He was brought in for interrogation, but his parents quickly hired a lawyer, so the detectives were unable to get a confession. Nathaniel was charged with murder, and the case was handed over to the court. While preparing for the trial, investigators uncovered even more troubling details. Nathaniel's cousin, with whom he was staying at the time of his arrest, revealed that on the night of Lauren's murder, Nathaniel had called her, asking to hang out to clear his head. Although she was busy, they met the next day, around the same time news of the body being found had spread through the town. When his cousin asked if he had any connection to the murder, Nathaniel's response was chilling. He said, "They'll never find the murder weapon if that's what you mean." He then admitted to driving Lauren's car to the beach. Another disturbing discovery was that Lauren had agreed to meet with Nathaniel that evening, only because his mother had come to her workplace asking her to talk to him. She was worried about her son and hoped that a conversation with Lauren might help him deal with the breakup, never imagining the tragic outcome that would follow. While Nathaniel was in jail without bail, his lawyer announced plans to seek a not guilty verdict. Although he did not deny that his client committed the murder, he argued that Nathaniel was in a state of mental breakdown at the time and should not be held accountable for his actions. If the court accepted the lawyer's argument, Nathaniel could face several years of mandatory treatment, after which he might be released. The trial began on February 13, 2013, a year and a half after the murder. The prosecution presented their case, arguing that Nathaniel not only understood the severity of his actions but had premeditated the murder. According to their version, Nathaniel had arranged to meet Lauren after her shift when his parents would be away. Detectives also found that he instructed Lauren not to park at his house, but to leave her car on a nearby street. Once Lauren arrived at his home, he led her to the garage, where he stabbed her multiple times and strangled her. He then drove her Jeep to the beach, discarded the keys in a storm drain, and returned home on foot. Nathaniel then loaded Lauren's body into the trunk of his car and drove it to the swamp, where he dumped the body in the water. Afterward, he went home to clean up the bloodstains. Notably, police found a witness who had seen Nathaniel that evening. Based on the timing, the witness saw him returning home from the swamp. He was shirtless and loud music was playing from his car. Nathaniel's lawyer did not deny that he had killed Lauren. However, the defense argued that the murder resulted from a temporary psychotic episode, claiming that Nathaniel was unable to control his actions. Several experts testified that Nathaniel had a family history of schizophrenia, which might have contributed to his condition. They also noted his involvement in football, where he had regularly received strikes to the head. They also argued that Nathaniel suffered from depression, which impaired his ability to understand his actions. Nathaniel himself told psychologists that during the murder, it felt as though he was not in his own body and couldn't control anything. The prosecution, however, insisted that these theories did not align with the evidence. They argued that Nathaniel lured Lauren to his home, killed her over a period of several minutes, then disposed of her car, transported her body, cleaned up the blood, and hid his clothing. The sequence of actions suggested a well-planned crime rather than a sudden, short-lived episode. Ultimately, the jury found Nathaniel guilty of the murder, and the judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. After the verdict was announced, Lauren's father did something unexpected. He approached Nathaniel's parents and hugged them. He later explained that, on that day, they too had lost their child. Following the trial, Lauren's father established a foundation in her memory aimed at preventing similar tragedies. The foundation focuses on promoting educational initiatives to raise awareness among teenagers about the dangers of unhealthy relationships and the unacceptable nature of violence in any form. One more thing worth mentioning is that in 2021, the Supreme Court ruled that individuals under 20 cannot be sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Since Nathaniel was exactly 20 at the time of his sentencing, he might theoretically be able to apply for parole in the future, though there have been no developments in that direction yet. Lauren's parents took this decision very badly. Her mother stated that since Nathaniel took their daughter's life, he should not have the right to live his own and should remain behind bars for the rest of his life. The case of Maria Kidabe. In 2003, Dr. Paul Jarrett was 82 years old. Despite his age, he remained strong and healthy. He was a respected psychiatry professor well known in the area. From a young age, he aspired to succeed in this field. He pursued education, secured a job at a clinic, and eventually, after gaining experience, opened his own practice. His successful career allowed him to buy his dream house and enjoy a comfortable life for many years. Paul lived there with his wife and their 4 children, Paul Jr., Greg, Aletta, and Mark. Together, they built a happy life into their later years. In 2002, the family faced a tragedy when his beloved wife passed away. It was a significant loss for Paul, but he persevered. He planned to continue working at his clinic as long as he was able. His calm and balanced personality drew people to him. By 2003, Paul was still running his private practice and had a close relationship with his youngest son, Greg. Greg visits and takes care of him often. They go fishing and run marathons together. Greg followed in his father's footsteps and became a doctor. He was working at a hospital in Miami while also pursuing further medical education. Before he moved to live with his father, Greg married his assistant at the clinic and they had a child together. However, his marriage did not last. A few years after their child's birth, he divorced his wife and returned to care for his father, who required support and attention. Although Greg's father was cheerful and desired an active life, he needed assistance in his old age, and Greg was willing to help him. On July 16, 2003, Greg did not show up for work. He was expected at the hospital by 7 a.m. to work until 3:30 p.m. But even by 7:30 a.m., he still hadn't arrived. This concerned his colleagues since he was known for his punctuality and responsibility. They attempted to contact him by phone, but he did not answer. At that time, Greg was dating a nurse named Monica. His colleagues reached out to her to find out about Greg's whereabouts, but she informed them that she had not seen him since the previous evening when he left to go home and take care of his father. They attempted to call Paul, the father of the missing doctor, but he didn't answer his phone. Next, they contacted the Paul workplace, where his assistant informed them that Paul hadn't shown up there either. She didn't know his whereabouts and mentioned that her calls to him were also unanswered. This situation was increasingly worrying. Concerned, Monica decided to visit Paul's home to investigate further, fearing that, given his age, he might have had an accident and could require assistance. When she got to the house, she immediately saw that Paul's car was gone from the driveway. There were no other signs of alarm. She knocked on the door, but it was locked. Monica walked inside. The house was messy and quiet. Feeling uneasy and afraid that there might be a robber inside, she did not dare to go any further. She called 911 to report Paul missing. The dispatcher found the situation suspicious, suspecting that a crime might be committed. Monica agreed and decided to wait for the police to arrive. When the officers arrived, they made a horrifying discovery. Inside, they found Paul Jarrett lying lifeless on the floor, having been shot in the head. There were no signs of a struggle, suggesting he was likely shot while asleep and died instantly. During their initial inspection, officers noticed black spots around the gunshot wounds and on the bed linen, indicating traces of gunpowder gases that had burned his skin. It was clear that the attacker was very close to Paul when he was shot. In the next room, Greg was found, and his death was far from peaceful. The noise of the shooting likely woke him up. He got up to investigate and encountered the attacker. There were probably 2 criminals involved. Greg was shot 4 times. He attempted to defend himself, first attacking the shooter, but was immediately wounded in the arms. Realizing he was outmatched, he tried to escape, prompting the criminal to shoot wildly. The police found several bullet holes in the walls. Furniture in the rooms was overturned, and items from shelves were scattered on the floor. At first glance, it appeared to be a robbery gone wrong. Typically, thieves target houses when the owners are absent, but sometimes they encounter them. If the criminals have a weapon, they might use it to eliminate unwanted witnesses. However, in this case, the victims were intentionally targeted. Paul was clearly killed in his sleep and never saw the criminals' faces, posing no threat to them. Greg was also asleep during the invasion, and if the intruders hadn't made noise with gunfire, he wouldn't have been a problem for them. Robbers do not usually act this way. They only open fire if the homeowner spots them during the robbery and recognizes them. The police soon realized that the attackers had come with the intention of killing, and that the rearrangement of the furniture was just a setup to throw the investigation off track. Furthermore, the locks showed no signs of damage, suggesting that the perpetrator knew the victims, either breaking into the house or being let involuntarily. The presence of numerous visible valuables and cash left untouched in the house suggested it wasn't a typical robbery, as a real thief would have likely taken them. It's possible the criminal was targeting specific valuables, but that's just speculation. Many neighbors later described the area as peaceful, safe, and where incidents were rare. The deceased had good relationships with neighbors and apparently had no enemies. Typically, Paul, like many residents, didn't lock his doors, trusting those around him as friends, not foes. Paul was well liked by his neighbors and was a respected physician. Police could not determine a specific motive for the crime. Strangely, Paul's car was missing, as was a gun in Greg's safe. Greg had a weapon for self-defense, but ballistics tests showed that the men had been shot with different guns. None of the neighbors heard the gunshots, which was highly unusual, suggesting the use of a silencer. Although there were several small houses near the Paul house, no one saw anything unusual. Forensic experts had not found any useful evidence in the house. Paul's car was found about 20 kilometers from the crime scene. The car was reported missing. The doctor's car was left in a parking lot near a dry cleaner's, with the doors unlocked and the keys still in the ignition as if the criminal had expected it to be stolen. Fortunately, police found the car. After a thorough examination, forensic scientists could not find any DNA or fingerprints inside. The criminal wore gloves or wiped away any traces. There was nothing in the surveillance footage. The killer acted professionally and avoided being caught on camera. With no leads, the police were left with limited resources. The police had nothing left but to start checking the immediate surroundings of the doctors in search of suspects. The first person they focused on was Monica, who had called 911. Although she had done the right thing by notifying the police and not entering the house herself, police questioned whether she knew what she would find inside and deliberately avoided going inside. After reviewing the evidence, they determined that Monica had no motive for Greg and Paul's deaths and had actually suffered a loss because she and Greg are dating and are getting ready to get married. And Monica had a verified alibi and were eliminated as suspects. Likewise, Greg's ex-wife also had an alibi and was not considered a suspect. The investigation then focused on his father, Paul Jarrett, a renowned psychiatrist. Although he could have difficult clients and everyone was in a bad mood from time to time, people with problems could easily be hurt, leading to resentment. However, Dr. Paul's practice was impeccable. He was highly regarded by his colleagues and patients, and no dissatisfied clients were found. While police were investigating various leads, searches continued at the victims' homes. A forensic scientist found the letter from a credit union addressed to Paul, sent shortly before his death. The letter alerted him to some suspicious transactions on his bank account, which caught the attention of the police. They discovered that access to Paul's account had been granted to his trusted assistant Maria Katabi. This raised suspicions about her potential involvement in the tragedy. Police learned that Maria had repeatedly attempted to cash counterfeit checks at banks involving the embezzlement of tens of thousands of dollars. However, despite her persistence, the credit union did not approve the fraudulent transactions. Maria had no problem with her salary. She earned a lot of money and Paul appreciated her work. However, it appeared that she had been stealing money from him, which was discovered by a strange coincidence. Just a few days later, Paul was found dead in his home, making it seem as if Maria had a strong motive for the crime. Maria, therefore, became the prime suspect. She was summoned to the police station to discuss the use of her boss's money. Maria denied any involvement in the murder, claiming that there was no reason to kill Paul, as they had long since settled all their financial issues. A reliable employee reported that Paul caught Maria writing several counterfeit checks. She was struggling financially and had informed her boss about these issues. The assistant felt that resorting to illegal actions was her only option. Paul and Maria had worked together for many years and he had grown very fond of her, trusting her completely. As a result, according to Maria, he forgave her financial fraud and they continued to work together. Maria indeed had confirmed financial troubles, including tax issues, and to her property. She was going through a divorce. Given these problems, Paul felt sympathetic towards her and did not plan to terminate her employment. During the investigation, it was found that Maria had stolen $100,000 from Paul. He trusted her so much that he didn't scrutinize her financial dealings. The last transaction she made was for $9,000. It was not possible to prove any involvement of the Maria in what happened. Maria had no other motive for any criminal acts and had a confirmed alibi for the incident, as did other possible suspects. Ultimately, the police reached a dead end and had to remove Maria from the suspect list. For many months, the case made no progress. Police repeatedly reviewed all the evidence but found no clues. Maria was the only possible motive, but her alibi excluded her as a suspect. Ultimately, police was waiting for the attacker to slip up in some way. They needed something concrete like a murder weapon. The only forensic evidence was a few shell casings. Police hoped the killer would use their weapon again, making it possible to catch them. However, if the criminal was clever, they likely disposed of the gun used in the double murder. In such a case, police needed to wait for them to use a stolen gun. They constantly monitored news reports, focusing on gun-related crimes. The strategy was clear. All they could do was wait. The toughest time was for Alette Jarrett, the daughter of the Paul. For months after her father and brother were shot, she returned to their home. In the Paul family, she was left alone. Paul and Greg were gone. Alette, grieving and alone, came to a house where she had lost her loved ones, an older brother who was killed, another family member who died after stopping NMI substances, and a third who died in a car accident. She didn't intend to stay long in the house, as its gloomy atmosphere was overwhelming. Her goal was to create a memorial video and gather the belongings of her relatives, because the house was scheduled for demolition. Alette began recording, wanting to walk through the rooms one last time to remember the happy years when her loved ones were still alive. It reminded her of the day Paul died. She walked through the rooms, collecting items that were precious to her and had been left untouched for months. Among these was her father's jacket. While checking the pockets, she discovered a letter from her father's assistant, Maria Katabi. In the letter, Maria apologized profusely to her boss and elaborated on her family issues, struggles with redeeming the house, and tax debts. She confessed to embezzlement and promised to return the money once her problems were resolved. Alette turned to the police for help. They had several questions about the letter. They wondered why Maria wrote an apology letter if she claimed she and Paul were involved. It was clear she was lying about the boss knowing about her financial fraud. During the first interrogation, Maria didn't mention the letter, so the police asked her to come to the station again to explain. Maria, a trusted employee, admitted she had forgotten about the note. She explained that she was initially afraid to admit the embezzlement, fearing the boss would fire her. So she decided to write a confession letter first and then speak to him in person. Maria left the note on her boss's desk at the end of the workday when he was gone, but planned to retrieve it the next morning as she had changed her mind and wanted to discuss the matter face to face. Unfortunately, the note was no longer on the desk the following morning, indicating that Paul had already taken it. In any case, she spoke with her boss, and they came to an agreement on repaying the debt. Maria's story seemed unconvincing, especially since the police had already caught her lying, which made them suspect her involvement in the case once more. However, there was no concrete evidence proving her guilt. 8 months after the murder, there was a real breakthrough in the investigation. A man was arrested for an unrelated crime. The most interesting thing is that he used similar firearms, a .22 caliber pistol. After checking, it turned out that his shells were identical to those found in the house of the Paul Jarrett. Meanwhile, a confidential informant tipped off the police about a planned armored car robbery. The criminals intended to recruit someone among the security guards to carry out their plan, which involved killing the other guards and stealing the cash transport. However, the security guard approached by the criminals decided to outsmart them. He informed the police of their plan, which led to the successful capture of the suspects. The individuals were identified as Jose Barca and Ruben Fernandez. Notably, one of them possessed the same pistol used in the shootings of Paul and Greg. Furthermore, a pistol stolen from the Paul residence was also found in their possession, eliminating any possibility of coincidence. This evidence confirmed their involvement in the double murder. The reason why no neighbors heard gunshots during the attack became apparent. The perpetrators had used silencers on their guns. During the interrogation, the police discovered that they had another accomplice, Juan Carlos Fernandez. He admitted to knowing Maria Katabi, with whom he had a romantic relationship that Maria had hidden from the police. Juan confessed that Maria had asked him to break into her boss Paul's house to retrieve a letter. Maria had previously stolen money from Paul and had written a confession of embezzlement, which she left on Paul's desk. She later regretted this but was too scared to ask the doctor to return the letter. Maria wanted to destroy the letter but had no chance, so she begged Juan to help her get it back. The consequences could have been serious, potentially costing her both her job and her freedom if her boss contacted the police. Not wanting to go to jail, Maria asked her boyfriend to help her steal the Juan agreed and asked his brother Ruben and his friend Jose to do the job. Maria gave them information about the house. All she asked for was a letter admitting her embezzlement. She did not kill them. She also said that Paul's house rarely locked its front door, so gaining access to the house was not a problem, allowing the criminals to easily break in. However, they did not know where to find a small note in such a large house. Realizing that this might wake the homeowner, they decided that they would kill them first and then search the house without getting caught. So that is what they did. They shot Paul first, then his son Greg. Surprisingly, even after searching the entire house, they could not find the note they were looking for. The robbers then left, taking the gun with them. Despite a thorough police search, the note was never found. Paul's attentive daughter accidentally discovered this crucial piece of evidence. All 3 accomplices involved in Greg's shooting were arrested. They attempted to prove their innocence in the murders of the doctors. Jose Barca was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder and was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Juan Carlos' trial took much longer than those of the other defendants. He underwent mental evaluations and claimed he was not aware of the true nature of events. He had been struggling with significant mental health issues for many years, casting doubt on his ability to perceive reality accurately. It was known that he had suffered a serious head injury, which was exacerbated by a fall from a great height, worsening his mental problems. This was the main cause of the incident. Questions quickly arose as to whether one knew renowned psychiatrist Paul Jarrett and had a grudge against him, which could have been the real motive for the crime. However, these speculations could not be confirmed. In the end, one still had to stand trial. In 2016, nearly 13 years after the crime, he confessed to the murders of Paul Jarrett and Greg. He apologized to the victims' families and asked them to pray for him in the name of Christ. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison. His brother, Ruben Fernandez, also admitted to being an accomplice in the robbery because he was the driver. Ruben said he did not know about Juan and Jose's murderous intentions. They had originally come to the house to retrieve a letter. When the shooting began, Ruben feared that the homeowner was shooting at the robbers, so he fled the scene. As a result, he was sentenced to 7 years of probation. This light sentence was due to a lack of evidence linking him to the murders. Maria Kataib was arrested and had to stand trial. She had a troubled past, but things seemed to improve when she got a job at Floor Drop. She was desperate to find the letter, as losing it could endanger her life and job security. Maria had no previous convictions, so her lawyer was optimistic about securing a suspended sentence. Maria Kataib went to trial. The prosecution insisted on a harsh sentence for the double murder, arguing that she had orchestrated the crime by directing the perpetrators to Paul's home. If Maria had not tried to find the letter she had written and given to Paul, it is possible that both victims would still be alive. The prosecutor's office needed evidence. In the meantime, Maria was in jail and talking to another inmate. During one conversation, Maria made a surprising confession to the inmate. She revealed that the doctor had no intention of firing her or contacting the police. He just wanted his money back. However, Maria was broke and in danger of losing her home due to mounting debt. She had no intention of returning the stolen money. As a trusted employee, she knew the doctor well and knew about the valuables in his home, which she saw as an opportunity to make more money. Maria staged the robbery and implicated her boyfriend to avoid incriminating herself and reduce her sentence. The lawyer insisted that Maria could not be charged with double murder. She didn't shoot the victims, didn't plan the murders, and never even entered their house. The defense argued that Maria's primary target was the note, which could be crucial to serious legal charges, not murder. It was reasonable for her to get rid of such potentially damaging evidence. In her statement, Maria repeated her testimony. She gave the doctor the note with the plan to retrieve it the next day and discuss it directly with her boss. However, when she returned, the note was gone from the table. The woman admitted that she had lured her boyfriend and his friends into the robbery, not knowing that they were dangerous and potentially violent. During the trial, tearfully shared tragic episodes in her life. She testified that she had been raped when she was 18 and had suffered abuse from her abusive father. She was regularly beaten by her husband after that. She hoped to escape this vicious cycle of abuse with her boss's money, but that plan failed. The jury found Maria Kataib not guilty of double murder, but guilty of armed robbery and sentenced her to 30 years in prison. During the trial, Alette stated that she had let go of her anger and hostility toward the defendants. Instead, she chose to focus on the good memories of her loved ones and seek justice. Alette now plans to honor Juan Carlos' request by praying for him. The case of Peyton Lutner Morgan Geyser is seen as different at school because of her passion for horror stories. She spent her time on special websites and wrote creepy tales in her diary, which left her without friends. Other kids didn't want to befriend her, and she didn't make an effort to connect with them. In 4th grade, she befriended a kind girl named Anissa, and that was her first best friend. Initially, Anissa wasn't interested in being friends with Morgan. However, Morgan was thrilled to finally have a friend, and they started spending a lot of time together. In October 2013, they met another girl named Peyton, and the three of them became friends at school. Anissa was a typical student who did well academically and was favored by teachers, leading many classmates to seek her help with homework. Despite their friendship, Peyton and Morgan often clashed. Morgan found Peyton aggressive and unpleasant, while Peyton felt similarly about Morgan. Then Morgan and Anissa grew very close due to their shared love of horror stories. However, Peyton didn't like that. She mentioned her concerns to her parents, and they advised her to stay away from friends who were obsessed with horror stories. They believed that Morgan and Anissa were a bad influence on Peyton. Despite her parents' warnings, Peyton chose to stay in touch with Morgan and Anissa, unaware of the danger that was about to unfold. On May 31st, 2014, Morgan, Anissa, and Peyton went to the park for a picnic to celebrate Morgan's 12th birthday. Later, a cyclist found Peyton bleeding and called 911. An ambulance rushed her to the hospital and doctors worked hard to save her life. Peyton had suffered 19 stab wounds to her arms, legs, and torso. The police launched an investigation into the brutal attack and determined that she had been in the park that day with Morgan and Anissa. Morgan and Anissa were all 12 years old, just like Peyton. Because of their age, the police tried to question them gently to avoid causing any trauma. Morgan was sweet and answered the questions calmly and honestly. She inquired about Peyton's condition and whether she was dead. When the investigator asked why Morgan had hurt her best friend, Morgan replied that it was necessary. She shared that the crime had been premeditated. 6 months prior, they had planned it carefully, but they couldn't do it until May 31st. On that day, they played video games, dressed up, and had fun, then prepared to go to the park. Peyton noticed that Morgan had packed a backpack for the trip, which contained clothes and granola bars. When Peyton asked why they needed supplies, Morgan said it was in case they wanted a snack. And in the backpack, there were also pictures of Anissa's parents and Morgan's parents. They took these photos with them because they weren't sure if they would be able to return home. No one witnessed Anissa putting a knife in the bag. The group first played on the playground, then went to the restroom. While there, Anissa and Morgan whispered to each other. Then, Anissa told Peyton to go into a stall, although Peyton was confused about why. Anissa and Morgan had a different motive. They believed it was easier to harm someone in a dream since a person doesn't resist, making the act simpler. They pushed Peyton into a stall and backed her into a corner. Morgan reminded Anissa of their agreement that she would be the one to perform the act. They hit Peyton's head against the wall and then stepped out of the stall to plan their next move. They returned to Peyton and suggested playing hide and seek, with Morgan being the seeker. Anissa instructed Peyton to lie down in the bushes to hide, which was actually their intention all along. They began to push Peyton down, and Anissa gestured to Morgan for her to lie flat. Morgan then signaled that Anissa should stab her. Anissa knocked Peyton down to the ground, and then Morgan rushed over and tried to take charge. Morgan insisted she could handle it alone, claiming she knew the weak points to attack because she had watched the movie Doomsday. However, Anissa would not agree, and they started arguing about who was going to kill Peyton. Morgan believed Peyton was too distracted by the flowers to hear their conversation. In that moment, Anissa stabbed Peyton with a knife and then handed the weapon to Morgan. Morgan then jumped on Peyton and began to stab her repeatedly. Anissa stepped back to watch as Morgan continued, and afterward, Morgan walked away from the scene covered in blood. In distress, Peyton screamed that she had trusted them and that she hated them. Anissa simply told her to lie down quietly. Peyton tried to stand up but was unsuccessful. She fell down and said she couldn't breathe and couldn't see clearly. In distress, she begged Anissa and Morgan for help. Morgan approached her and attempted to clean the blood off her body with leaves, but it was ineffective. Peyton asked Morgan not to touch her. They pretended to go for assistance, but actually ran away, leaving her there to die. They went to a Walmart, where they entered the restroom to wash the blood off their hands and tried to remove the stains from their clothes, but they were unsuccessful. During questioning, Morgan expressed uncertainty about whether she wanted to see her parents, which might indicate issues at home. Morgan revealed that Anissa had convinced her that Peyton needed to be killed to appease the fictional character Slender Man. Otherwise, he would harm their families, and they felt compelled to act. Morgan admitted that she understood what they were doing, but she didn't want to upset Anissa. Slender Man is a fictional character, tall and faceless, known for abducting children. Morgan and Anissa were obsessed with him and wanted to be his assistants, believing they could prove his existence. They fantasized about living in his mansion in the forest, not realizing he was just a made-up character. They were convinced that they had seen him in real life. Anissa was very emotional during the interrogation, struggling to hold back her tears. She explained that both she and Morgan heard voices, which led them to commit their actions. Anissa stated that in December 2013, Morgan suggested they become assistants to Slender Man, and Anissa agreed. Morgan claimed she made a deal with Slender Man, asserting that they needed to kill Peyton to avoid him coming after them and their families. For this reason, they were forced to kill their friend, Peyton. They talked about the case on the bus ride to school, discussing it in whispers so as not to be overheard. They were aware that their plan was dangerous. Anissa mentioned that Morgan brought a knife, which she tucked into her belt under her sweatshirt. This contradicted Morgan's own account, which said the knife was in Anissa's backpack. According to Anissa, all the stabs were performed by Morgan, insisting she did not participate because she considered herself a good person and was too squeamish about blood. However, her clothes had blood stains, making her statement seem unconvincing. They exchanged blame for the incident. After leaving Walmart, they walked to a national park in Wisconsin, believing that Slender Man lived there. Anissa claimed to have seen him. She described him as a tall man in a suit with no face, just a white mask. Anissa said that on the way, they argued because they felt guilty towards Peyton, whom they left behind in the woods. They began arguing about their actions. They realized that returning home would lead to their arrest. Anissa regretted the incident, while Morgan remained calm and unrepentant during the interrogation. When questioned, they revealed that they had initially planned to kill Peyton while she was sleeping to avoid facing her. They considered taping her mouth to prevent her from screaming and then running away, but ultimately decided against it because they didn't want to involve their families. After the police placed Anissa and Morgan on the wanted list, a passing driver spotted them and reported their location. Consequently, they were apprehended just 30 minutes after Peyton was found in the forest. In a backpack belonging to them, authorities discovered bars, a diary, photos of their families, and a knife with blood on it. A search of their computers and phones revealed that Morgan had looked up phrases like how to hide a murder, guilt for murder, what happens if get caught for murder, and can you be arrested for murder in self-defense. This evidence indicated that they had planned the crime and researched how to execute it. During the investigation, it was discovered that a student had informed the school counselor about overhearing Anissa discussing her desire to become Slender Man's assistant, which involved killing someone. The school counselor reportedly did not investigate this incident. The police located the counselor, and she denied these allegations. Several classmates told the police that Anissa had invited them to join her plan and suggested killing a friend. However, at the time, they did not pay attention and did not report this. They now felt guilty for not reporting her to the authorities sooner. On Anissa's phone, a breakup message was saved in the archive, with a dispatch date of May 28th. The message said that her final wish for those who cared about her was not to be saddened by her absence. She expressed that she loved them and would not harm them. She wished for all her belongings to go to her parents and sent her best wishes to everyone who knew her. In school lockers, drawings depicting bloody characters, knives, and Slender Man were discovered. After realizing Anissa and Morgan had abandoned her and no one was coming to help, Peyton didn't give up. She used all her strength to crawl out onto the road to seek help, and eventually, a cyclist discovered her. Due to the intense pain, She could not speak and could only nod. She was nearly unconscious. She suffered life-threatening injuries, including one just a few millimeters from her heart. Then she was taken to intensive care and doctors managed to save her life. Once she regained consciousness, she underwent a long recovery process, both mentally and physically. She often has nightmares about her friends and is always in a state of anxiety. She recalled that before stabbing her, Morgan expressed regret, stating that this was the only way to save her from Slender Man, who was supposedly stalking her. Morgan's parents and Anissa's parents were aware that their daughters were interested in Slender Man and other horror-themed characters, but they did not see any issues with this interest. However, they were unaware of the deep fear their daughters had about Slender Man, so they took no action. Teachers characterized Morgan as a peculiar, quiet girl who preferred to be alone, and her classmates often chose to avoid her. One day, Morgan ran through the school claiming that Snape from Harry Potter was stalking her, but others dismissed it as just a fantasy. On another occasion, students saw her in the bathroom with blood on her fingers, which was alarming. A teacher reported this to Morgan's mother, who responded that her daughter had simply been watching too many scary stories. The teacher then advised Morgan to stop watching horror tales, but she ignored this advice. Later, she brought a hammer to school, which was noticed when it fell out of her locker. When she was called to the principal's office, Morgan claimed she needed the hammer. Morgan's mother was notified by the teacher about her daughter's concerning behavior, but she didn't take the issue seriously. Morgan's classmates noticed that she carried a diary in which she wrote her thoughts, including unsettling content about death, that frightened them. The teacher raised the matter with her mother again, but she dismissed it. 12-year-old Morgan Geyser and her friend Anissa were charged with attempted first-degree murder. During the trial, Anissa said she felt the situation was not serious, thinking that she and Morgan were merely playing a game. She didn't understand the gravity of their actions until Morgan began to stab Peyton. Anissa stated that she didn't intend to hurt anyone. Her goal was to prove the existence of Slender Man and find different ways to do so. They were scared that if they didn't go through with their plan, Slender Man would come after them, which drove their actions. Anissa and Morgan felt deep remorse for their actions. Morgan was diagnosed with early-stage schizophrenia, a condition that was later determined to be hereditary, as her father also had the illness. She pleaded guilty, but under a plea agreement, she was found not guilty by reason of mental illness. Consequently, she was sentenced to 40 years of treatment in a psychiatric hospital. Anissa also pleaded guilty to being an accomplice in attempted premeditated murder. However, the jury found her not guilty due to mental illness, concluding that she could not differentiate between reality and her fantasies. She received a sentence of 25 years of treatment in a psychiatric hospital. In the summer of 2021, the court approved Anissa's request for early release after doctors confirmed that she no longer posed a threat to herself or others. On September 13, 2021, 19-year-old Anissa was released from the psychiatric hospital. She now lives with her parents and intends to continue her education and seek a part-time job. Anissa is under constant GPS surveillance and her internet activity is monitored to prevent her from visiting horror story websites. Additionally, she is prohibited from consuming alcohol, using drugs, possessing weapons, and contacting Peyton and her family. Peyton is now 19 years old. She has graduated from school and enrolled in university to study medicine. Although she currently has no friends, she is dating a guy. Janelle Patton was born on June 30th, 1972, in Sydney, Australia. She was an only child, and her parents lavished all their love and attention on her. From a very young age, Janelle developed a passion for music. She played both the piano and clarinet and was active in her school's music group. After finishing high school, Janelle went to university to study medicine. But after just a year, she decided to drop out and focus on her career. She got a job at a bank and spent the next few years working her way up. Over time, though, Janelle started feeling that big city life, with all of its challenges and stresses, was taking a toll on her, and she began thinking about moving somewhere quieter. In October 1999, at 27 years old, Janelle decided to move to a small island called Norfolk. The island was nearly 1,000 miles from Australia. Back then, Norfolk had its own custom regulations and local laws, making it pretty independent from the mainland, but it was still considered part of the country. With a population of around 2,000, everyone in Norfolk knew each other, and because it was so isolated, new faces were rare except for tourists. The island was a popular spot for visitors from both Australia and New Zealand, which was a bit closer. Janelle quickly found a job at a local hotel, got to know the island's residents, and eventually settled into their laid-back way of life. Norfolk felt like a small town, but with the added isolation of being surrounded by nothing but ocean for hundreds of miles. Because of that, locals really tried to get along. After all, they didn't have much choice. In late March 2002, a year and a half after moving, Janelle's parents decided to visit her for the first time, and she was really excited. They arrived on March 30th, and Janelle spent the whole day showing them around, introducing them to the island's main sites and the locals. The next day, Janelle had a morning shift at the hotel, so they planned to meet up as soon as she finished work. She had rented a small cottage on the property of a local woman, but it wasn't big enough to fit her parents, so she booked them a room at a hotel. That morning, Janelle finished her shift around 11 a.m. and set off on her daily walk, something she did regularly. Her route was a short loop from her house to a lookout point at the edge of the island. Her parents expected her to stop by their hotel around noon, but Janelle was running late. At first, they figured she might have gotten caught up with something, so they decided to go for a walk themselves. Before they left, they wrote her a note and stuck it in the door, but when they got back around 2:30 p.m., the note was still there. Realizing that Janelle hadn't come by as planned, her parents started to worry. They tried calling her, but she didn't pick up. It was strange. How could their daughter disappear on such a small island? The thought that something might have happened to her began to creep in. They went to her cottage and found the front door unlocked. But on Norfolk, that wasn't unusual. People rarely locked their doors as crime was practically unheard of on the island. Inside, there was no sign of Janelle and nothing suggested that anything bad had happened. Her car was also parked outside. While they were at the house, one of Janelle's friends showed up. When they told her they hadn't been able to reach Janelle all day, she suggested they check the route Janelle usually took for her daily walk. The three of them drove along the path, but there was no sign of her. After that, her parents returned to the hotel and informed the manager about what was going on. He made a few calls to people around the island, asking if anyone had seen Janelle, but no one had. By then, it was around 8 p.m., and her parents decided it was time to call the police. They explained that their daughter had been missing all day, and the officers asked them to come down to the station. The police informed Janelle's parents that just an hour before their call, a tourist from New Zealand had discovered a body near a waterfall. She had spotted a large black bag and, upon getting closer, saw human hands sticking out from underneath it. When officers arrived at the scene, they found a woman's body showing multiple visible injuries, and her clothes were partly missing. As Janelle's parents were speaking with the police, the officers had just begun processing the crime scene. They immediately suspected that the victim could be Janelle. To spare her parents from the trauma of identifying the body, the investigators asked Janelle's neighbor, the woman she rented the cottage from, to come to the scene. When she arrived, she immediately confirmed that the victim was indeed Janelle. The body was handed over to the medical examiners, but based on the initial assessment, it was clear that they were likely dealing with a murder. The news sent shockwaves through the island community. There hadn't been a murder on Norfolk since 1893, and even minor crimes were rare. The local police were used to handling nothing more serious than fights and domestic disputes, but now they were faced with a homicide investigation. Because of this, they decided to request assistance from Australian investigators, who immediately flew to the island. The medical examiners found 64 injuries on Janelle's body, including bruises and cuts likely caused by a sharp object, possibly broken glass. Supporting this theory, they found glass shards in her hair, which they believed came from a broken bottle. In addition to the cuts, there were bruises on her wrists, suggesting someone had held her down while she was being attacked. This led the investigators to consider that there may have been more than one person involved in the murder. Alongside the cuts from the glass, there were also stab wounds, indicating a knife had been used in the attack as well. Forensic experts found microscopic traces of green and white paint on Janelle's body. These particles were also present on her clothing and in her hair. The experts believed that the paint might have come from the perpetrator or their vehicle, possibly during the disposal of her body. Although part of Janelle's clothing was missing, which initially pointed to a possible sexual motive, the forensic team found no signs of sexual assault. However, they did recover a foreign DNA sample from her body, but it belonged to an unidentified female. The investigation was further complicated by the fact that around 3:30 p.m. on the day of the murder, a brief but intense rainstorm swept across the island. This downpour may have washed away crucial evidence, such as footprints, blood, or other biological samples. However, the rain did help establish a timeline. There were puddles in the black plastic sheet covering Janelle's body, indicating that it had been left there before the rain started. This meant that Janelle had likely been dead and lying there for at least 3 hours before she was discovered. While the forensic experts were busy searching for clues, the police began piecing together the final hours of Janelle's life. They discovered that after finishing her shift, Janelle stopped by a store before heading home. Around the same time, her landlord arrived and saw Janelle leaving for her usual walk. About 10 minutes later, another local resident drove past Janelle on the road. The next person to see her lived near the end of that route and spotted Janelle standing next to a white car talking to the driver. According to the witness, she thought there were 2 men in the car, but admitted it was possible there could have been only one. 5 minutes later, 2 more witnesses who lived close to the road reported hearing what sounded like a child crying in the distance. Another man said he heard a scream, but by the time he went outside to check, the noise had stopped. Based on this information, the police concluded that the attack on Janelle likely took place around 11:45 a.m., just half an hour after she had finished her shift. With no strong leads, the police sent the black plastic sheet that Janelle's body had been wrapped in to the mainland for more advanced testing. Sometime later, the results came back. Forensic experts had found 10 different fingerprints on the sheet, but all of them were partially smeared. Despite this, the detectives decided to try matching the prints. They compiled a list of everyone who had been on the island the day of the murder, which amounted to more than 2,700 names, including both locals and tourists. The police asked all individuals between the ages of 15 and 70 to voluntarily provide fingerprints and DNA samples, but only half complied. Out of 1,300 sets of fingerprints, the experts couldn't find a single match. With no results from the prints, the investigators decided to shift their focus to potential suspects among Janelle's acquaintances. Her diary proved to be a key source of information. It contained detailed entries about life on the island and her relationships with its residents. From the diary, police learned that Janelle had a strained relationship with one of her friends. When Janelle first moved to the island, this woman helped her find a temporary place to live at her friend's house. However, Janelle didn't stay there long, apparently due to some disagreements. But even after Janelle moved out, this man continued to act suspiciously. Several witnesses reported that he had once threatened Janelle in the middle of the street. Police also discovered that after her body was found, he asked a friend to provide him with an alibi and say that they spent the day together, even though it wasn't true. The reason behind his behavior remained unclear, but the police uncovered an interesting detail. It appeared that he was in a secret relationship with Janelle's friend, the one who had helped her with housing, despite the fact that the woman was married with children. Janelle had written about their affair in her diary, and it was possible that the couple wasn't happy she knew about their secret. Despite this, both the man and the woman provided their fingerprints, and neither matched those found on the plastic sheet. The police also searched their homes and cars, but found no incriminating evidence. The next suspect the police looked into was a man Janelle had been dating for 9 months. He was investigated for possible involvement, but once again, the police couldn't find any evidence linking him to the crime. Janelle's diary also mentions several other people with whom she had tense relationships, but all of them agreed to provide their fingerprints and DNA samples, and none of them matched. At one point, the The police even considered Janelle's parents as suspects, since the murder occurred the day after they arrived on the island. But this theory also led nowhere. Eventually, the investigation hit a dead end. For months, the police tried to identify new suspects and re-examine the existing evidence, but every lead turned into a dead end. They even announced a substantial reward of $300,000 for information about the case, but none of the tips brought them any closer to finding the killer. 2 years later, investigators reopened the case and decided to re-examine the fingerprint samples they had collected from locals and tourists. This time, they also included prints from suspects in other recent cases on the island. Since all the prints were stored on paper, experts had to compare them manually. The process took a while, but eventually detectives got a breakthrough call. The fingerprints of a suspect in another case matched 2 prints found on the black tarp used to wrap Janelle's body. That suspect was 26-year-old Glenn McNeil. Shortly after Janelle's murder, police had questioned him in connection with a home invasion, but he wasn't arrested. Despite this, they had taken his fingerprints, which had been stored with the case file ever since. Police also learned that in 2002, McNeil owned a white Honda, matching the description of the car a witness saw near Janelle just minutes before her death. Another curious fact was that McNeil had left the island shortly after the murder. He had moved to Norfolk from New Zealand in 2000 with his wife and worked as a chef, but they later divorced, which also happened around the time of his move from the island. At the time of the investigation, McNeil was living in New Zealand with his new wife and 2 children, which made it difficult for the police to question him. However, they realized that he likely hadn't taken his car off the island, so they decided to search for it, hoping forensic experts could examine it for evidence. Before long, they found it. The white Honda had been abandoned on someone's property, not far from his old house, overgrown with weeds. It was handed over to forensics, and investigators got a warrant to search the house where McNeil had lived during his time on the island. When the experts thoroughly examined the car, they discovered traces of white and green paint that matched the paint particles found on Janelle's body. There were also a few glass shards, and similar fragments were found in his former home. An expert was called in to analyze the samples, and he confirmed that the glass shards from the car, the house, and the ones found on Janelle's clothes and body not only matched but were produced at the same time for a specific type of product. He also discovered parts of an engraving on one of the shards, which turned out to be the name of a wine. This confirmed that all 3 sets of glass shards came from the same wine bottle. In the backyard of McNeil's former house, the police found a black tarp exactly like the one used to wrap Janelle's body. They also discovered several human hairs and some biological traces in the trunk of his car. But unfortunately, both pieces of evidence had deteriorated over time, so the experts couldn't extract any DNA. Not giving up, detectives sent the hairs to a lab in the US, which had the most advanced technology at the time. But the process dragged on for a year. The first lab was overloaded and couldn't get to it right away. In the end, one of the detectives had to fly to the US to hand the samples to a different lab. Finally, in early 2006, the police got the result they were looking for. The hairs were confirmed to belong to Janelle. With all this evidence coming together, detectives secured an arrest warrant and headed to New Zealand to take McNeil into custody. He was then extradited to Australia, where he was officially charged with Janelle's murder. During the first interrogation, McNeil, to the surprise of the detectives, started confessing right away. He claimed that, on the morning of the murder, he smoked some weed and went for a drive around the island. At some point, he bent down to grab a pack of cigarettes, lost sight of the road, and hit something. At first, McNeil thought he'd run over an animal, but when he got out of the car, he saw a person lying underneath it. Panicking, he loaded the body into his trunk and drove home, where he spent hours using drugs. A while later, he started hearing noises coming from the trunk and realized the woman was still alive. That's when he grabbed a kitchen knife, opened the trunk, and stabbed her multiple times. After that, McNeil wrapped the body in a tarp and dumped it near the waterfall. Despite his confession, detectives knew immediately he was lying. Almost everything he said didn't match the facts. Medical examiners were sure the injuries Janelle had didn't line up with being hit by a car. Plus, McNeil's story didn't explain the bruises on her wrist, the cuts from glass shards, and why part of her clothing had been removed. And if he really had stabbed her in the trunk, there would have been blood traces there, something the forensic team would never have missed. But there were none. The police tried to get him to tell the truth, pointing out all the inconsistencies, but McNeil stubbornly stuck to his version. In the end, the case went to trial, which began in the summer of 2006. It was held on the island, and the jury was selected from the local residents. At the first hearing, McNeil claimed he had nothing to do with the murder, and even said he didn't remember giving any confession to the police. He blamed his memory lapse on supposed mental health issues, although there was no medical proof to back up his claims. But by the time the trial began, the detectives had dug up something interesting. They knew McNeil's defense team would focus on the fact that female DNA was found on Janelle's body. It wasn't just on her clothes. It was also under her fingernails, which suggested she might have scratched a woman in a struggle before she died. This raised the possibility that a woman was involved in the murder and could have jeopardized the whole case. After McNeil's arrest, the investigators questioned everyone who knew Janelle, asking if there was any connection between her and McNeil. One of her friends remembered something odd. Just 2 or 3 weeks before Janelle's death, she had asked her friend if she knew a woman named Alicia and her husband, Glenn McNeil. The friend replied that she didn't know them personally but had seen them around. Janelle didn't explain why she asked that and just changed the subject. This same friend also mentioned that on the day of the murder, she was working at a hotel and spotted Alicia outside acting weird. Alicia was covered in something red, and when the friend asked if everything was okay, Alicia, who seemed a bit shaken, simply said it was just paint and walked away. For some reason, the witness didn't think to tell the police about this at the time. She didn't realize it could be connected to Janelle's murder until detectives asked her about McNeil and his wife. Alicia was called to testify in court but insisted she had nothing to do with the murder. We still don't know if the police compared her DNA with the female sample from Janelle's body. Interestingly, later on, Janelle's friend changed her testimony and claimed that a religious cult of 6 people was behind her murder. This revelation shocked investigators, casting doubt on all of her previous statements. As for McNeil, he continued to deny any involvement in the murder, still insisting he didn't remember confessing. But despite his claims, with all the evidence presented, the jury found him guilty. On March 9, 2007, he was sentenced to 24 years in prison. Even though the case seemed closed, many people continued to question whether McNeil was truly the killer. The most popular theory, based on witness statements and the nature of the injuries, suggested that he may not have acted alone. Either he killed Janelle with someone else or helped someone dispose of her body. A few years after the trial, McNeil suddenly claimed he knew who really killed Janelle. According to his new story, it was a man who had been selling him drugs. McNeil said that on the morning of the murder, he was at home when this man and his wife showed up. The man told him there was a body in his trunk and ordered McNeil to get rid of it, threatening to harm him and his wife if he didn't comply. Scared for his life, McNeil did as he was told. He moved the body into his own car, wrapped it in a tarp, and took it to the waterfall. He also claimed he wore medical gloves while doing this, but the detectives quickly pointed out a flaw in his story. There were several of his fingerprints on the tarp, which wouldn't have been there if he had used gloves. Plus, he claimed he buried the gloves in his yard, but when police dug up the area, they didn't find anything. McNeil also named the man he claimed killed Janelle, and this guy was indeed suspected of selling illegal substances. When police checked McNeil's phone records, they found he had been in regular contact with him. However, this only suggested that McNeil was buying drugs from him, not that the man was involved in the murder. In the following years, several more theories about this case emerged, each one more dubious and contradictory than the last. Some media even suggested that Janelle was a secret police informant, claiming that could have been the real motive for her murder. But no solid evidence was ever found to support this theory, or any of the others. On February 1, 2024, McNeil was released from prison early and deported back to New Zealand. He will remain under supervision while on probation, but technically he is now a free man. Throughout all these years, McNeil has stuck to his story that other people were responsible for the murder. Maybe one day he'll change his story again and we will finally learn the truth. But until then, this case remains filled with unanswered questions. The case of Linda Loaiza. Linda Loaiza was born on December 12, 1982, in La Victoria, a city in the state of Mérida, Venezuela. She grew up in a modest family and had 10 siblings. From an early age, she developed a strong interest in animals and often helped her parents with their livestock business. This passion prompted her to enroll in an agricultural engineering school. On February 27, 2001, she moved to Caracas, the capital of Venezuela, to pursue a degree in veterinary medicine. However, no one, including Linda and her family, could have predicted the unexpected turn her life would take. On the morning of March 27, 2001, she was kidnapped by Luis Carrera Almoina. Luis's family was one of the most prominent intellectual and political families in Venezuela. He is the second son of Gustavo Carrera, a renowned researcher, writer, and university professor who was a member of the Venezuelan Language Institute and a former rector of the National Open University. Luis's uncle is a notable intellectual and academic figure in Venezuela. His family is very influential, with many members involved in the Communist Party of Venezuela. Luis's mother, who died in 2000, was also a talented researcher, writer, and professor at the Faculty of Humanities and Education at the Central University of Venezuela. Luis's aunt, along with his sister, had close ties to the government during the Chavez era and were involved in promoting cultural ties linked to socialism. Luis is considered an agricultural engineer and rancher, and he is the son of a school principal from the upper class. However, in reality, he has no stable job or permanent residence. Instead, he relies on his father's financial support and reputation. As a young man, Luis attended a private high school in a wealthy area of eastern Caracas and spent some time living in France. Those who knew him often described him as sociable and self-promoting. On March 27th, Luis, then 36, kidnapped 18-year-old Linda at gunpoint. The next morning, Cecilia Lopez noticed that her sister had not returned home. The sisters lived together and were both planning to move to the capital for college. Concerned, Ana reported Linda's disappearance to the police, but they told her it was too early to start looking for her. Shortly thereafter, a stranger called Anna and said her sister would not be returning. When Anna tried to call back, she reached an answering machine. Turned out that Luis, the kidnapper, had made the call. Anna went to the police at least 6 times, but they did not file a complaint or take any action. Instead, they reassured her that Linda and Luis were likely in a romantic relationship and that it was best not to interfere. Occasionally called Anna to reassure her that Linda was fine and studying to pursue a modeling career. However, 2 months after the kidnapping, on May 26, 2001, Anna reported the incident to the police, who began an investigation. The police attempted to contact the owner of the phone number associated with the case and left several messages urging him to voluntarily turn himself in. One morning in March, just weeks after arriving in Caracas, Linda left the building where she lived. She was carrying a thesis and some documents to submit to the Ministry of Education. The building, located at the end of a dead-end street, also contained a small bookstore, a bakery, and a hardware store. As she stepped outside, Luis approached her from behind, threatened her with a weapon, and dragged her into a burgundy-colored van. After putting Linda in the car, he drove to a hotel near the location where she was kidnapped. Linda was terrified immediately after the incident. He was much taller and stronger than she was, looked well-groomed, but acted aggressively and threatened her with a weapon throughout the trip. He warned her that any attempt to resist would result in her death. He arrived at a hotel. Before parking, he repeated that he would kill her if she screamed. He then put the weapon in his jacket pocket. When he checked in, the room he had booked was not ready, and he was told to wait for about an hour. Since the wait was taking too long, he decided to take Linda back to the car and drive to his father's apartment. Before going out into the street, he threatened Linda again. This time, he put his arm around her and walked with her from the parking lot. They passed 2 houses where everyone knew Luis, and he stopped to say hello and chat for a while. He told the women that Linda was his girlfriend. He made up a story that Linda had decided to move in with him, but she cried because she felt guilty about leaving her family. When they arrived at the apartment, he calmed down a bit and started packing various things into a black bag that he had prepared earlier. When he was done packing, they went back to the hotel to check in. After checking into the hotel, quickly inspected the room, looking at the doors, windows, curtains, and bathroom. Meanwhile, Linda noticed a door leading to the next room and considered using it to escape. However, Luis sensed her intentions and asked the hotel staff to change rooms. They were quickly moved to another room. Luis meticulously planned his actions. Inside the room, he made sure the security chains were fastened. The locks were secure. The TV was blaring loudly to drown out Linda's screams. The curtains were drawn tight, and he kept a weapon ready to intimidate her into submission. Linda later described her first night of captivity as terrifying and hopeless. For 112 days, Linda endured severe psychological, verbal, and physical abuse. The ordeal began in a hotel and continued in an apartment in eastern Caracas. Every day, Luis treated Linda like a slave, subjecting her to relentless abuse. On July 19, 2001, Luis left the apartment and forgot to handcuff Linda. She managed to use her remaining strength to reach the window and scream for help. Firefighters finally arrived and climbed onto the balcony to rescue her. When they entered the apartment, they witnessed a heartbreaking scene. The place was covered in trash, and Linda weighed only 32 kg. Although she was rescued, the memory of that moment still makes her extremely sad. Linda was severely injured, with bruises and broken bones in many places on her body. Her face and mouth were disfigured due to the abuse. Luis forced her to take drugs, gave her very little food, and kept her in poor living conditions. On the day of her rescue, there was a 5-hour delay between the arrival of the fire department and the time she was taken to the doctor. Linda's health was so critical that she could have died at any moment. During her captivity, her life was constantly in danger. After her rescue, she underwent 15 complex surgeries and was hospitalized for more than a year. Shocking photos of her condition appeared on the front pages of newspapers, highlighting the brutality of her situation. The community saw Luis as a monstrous figure and the embodiment of evil. However, Linda's real struggle was only just beginning. After enduring the abuse, she now faced another challenge: Luis's punishment. In an interview, Linda expressed that although her body bore many scars, the deepest pain was in her heart. This trauma is not only hers, but also symbolizes the pain of all women who have suffered abuse from men who have gone unpunished. Linda was probably not Luis's first or last victim. Although she escaped, his life remained unchanged as the police did not take action against him. Determined to seek justice, Linda chose to pursue a career in law. She earned a law degree and a master's degree in human rights. She repeatedly pointed out that Luis's socio-economic status had a significant impact on both the investigation and the court's decisions. While Linda was in custody, Luis repeatedly told her that his father's status and connections would protect him from punishment. Her family noted that in Linda's case, basic procedures such as taking photos of the crime scene, collecting evidence, and conducting a forensic examination were not carried out until 8 days later. These essential steps were initially overlooked. There was also the issue of her numerous health problems not being properly documented, along with other important details being omitted. All of this clearly worked against Linda and in favor of Luis. During a trial, Luis underwent a test to determine if he had any psychological or emotional disorders that could explain his behavior and actions. The test showed that Luis did not exhibit any signs of mental illness. In October 2004, Luis was tried for causing serious injury and false imprisonment, with the possibility of attempted murder still being considered. The defense argued that Linda was promiscuous and had consented to most of Luis's actions. The judge then dismissed all charges against Luis Carrera Almoina. Linda felt she had no choice but to appeal to international judges. As a result, her case was heard by over 90 judges and dozens of prosecutors, but justice was still not served. In 2007, Linda appealed to the United States Commission on Human Rights. In the following years, the commission held approximately 3 hearings related to her case. In 2015, the commission's chairman allowed Linda to speak for 10 minutes. In her testimony, Linda recounted the horrors she endured at the hands of Luis and how she tried to call for help from those nearby. She also described the moment she was rescued and reflected on her long struggle for justice. Linda's representative urged the United States Commission on Human Rights to thoroughly evaluate the case, highlighting the flaws in the investigation. The commission recommended that Venezuela conduct a comprehensive and timely investigation into the violence involving Linda, in accordance with the procedures outlined by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. Furthermore, the commission recommended that the state take appropriate disciplinary and criminal action against public officials whose actions or inactions resulted in a failure to deliver justice. The final recommendation was to examine the systems in Venezuela that could prevent a recurrence of past events, focusing on measures to ensure that women victims have access to justice. A national policy to prevent violence against women began to take shape with effective monitoring and control mechanisms. In 2018, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights condemned the Venezuelan government for numerous human rights violations against Linda and her family. The state has not complied with the U.S. court ruling. Linda has been persistent in her efforts to ensure that regulations protecting women, girls, and adolescents are enforced. She has vowed to continue fighting until the state meets her demands. Linda was kidnapped for 112 days by Luis, a member of a prominent Venezuelan family who remains at large and unidentified. Linda often emphasizes her age at the time of her kidnapping, as if trying to stress that she was too young to have endured such trauma. Even after more than 20 years, she remains committed to her fight. Linda seeks justice not only for herself, but for all women who have suffered violence. Through her activism, she aims to ensure that no one else has to endure the nightmare she experienced. Valerie Tyndall was born on August 29, 2005 in Indianapolis, Indiana. She had a big, loving family, her parents, a brother, and 4 sisters. At some point, they decided to leave the big city and move to a tiny town called Arlington, about an hour's drive from Indianapolis. With only a few hundred residents, Arlington was a quiet, peaceful, and safe place. Valerie enrolled in the local school, made friends, and grew to love the small-town life. As a teenager, she started taking on various part-time jobs to earn her first paycheck. She initially worked at local restaurants before landing a job with a lawn mowing company. This job was perfect for her. It had a flexible schedule that fit well with her school hours, and operating a lawn mower didn't require any special skills or much effort. By 2023, when Valerie was 17, she was working hard to get good grades so she could get into a college to become a veterinarian. She had loved animals since childhood and had long dreams of becoming a vet. That summer, during her school break, she was busy researching colleges and continued mowing lawns to save up as much money as she could before heading off to college. On June 7th, Valerie told her parents she was heading to work, said goodbye, and left. Her mom expected her to be home in a few hours. As the day went on, it became clear that something was wrong. Valerie wasn't answering her phone, and as evening approached, her mom decided to call her boss. Valerie worked for a neighbor and family friend, Patrick. To her surprise, Patrick told her that not only had Valerie not shown up for work, but she didn't even have a shift scheduled that day. This news made Valerie's parents even more worried. They feared something bad might have happened, but held on to hope. Her mom considered the possibility that Valerie might have lied about going to work and instead spent the day with friends, even though she'd never done anything like that before. In the end, they decided to wait, hoping their daughter would come home soon. They also called everyone she knew, but no one had seen her that day. So by the next morning, when Valerie still hadn't returned, they decided it was time to call the police. After speaking with Valerie's parents, the police considered the possibility that she might have gone somewhere secretly or even run away from home. Her mom mentioned that Valerie usually didn't work on Wednesdays, but she assumed her daughter had just picked up an extra shift that day. The officers also talked to her boss, who confirmed that Valerie had no scheduled work that day and had last worked on Tuesday. The police questioned her friends and acquaintances, but none of them had seen Valerie or spent time with her. Given the small size of their town, the officers quickly interviewed everyone Valerie might have been with, but it led nowhere. The only lead they managed to find was a witness who saw Valerie driving by around noon on the day she disappeared. But unfortunately, this didn't bring them any closer to finding out where she was. As days passed without any sign of Valerie, the police became increasingly convinced that she wasn't going to return home on her own. Investigators began focusing on two main theories: that she had either run away or that foul play was involved. Valerie's parents were skeptical about the idea of her running away. There were no issues at home, and she had been working hard in school to achieve her dream of becoming a veterinarian. However, the thought of her running away still gave them a glimmer of hope that she was alive and safe, because the alternative was far worse. For several weeks, the police, along with Valerie's family and volunteers, searched tirelessly around their town. Authorities also asked local residents to help locate Valerie's car. The fact that no one had spotted her vehicle in the small town suggested that Valerie had driven it out of Arlington herself, or someone had hidden it. Nearly 3 weeks later, on June 26th, the police finally found Valerie's car parked at an apartment complex in Shelbyville, about 20 miles from Arlington. The license plates were missing and the doors were locked. There were no signs of a struggle or any useful clues inside the car, but detectives quickly uncovered an interesting detail. The apartment complex where the car was found was a client of the lawn mowing company where Valerie worked. Despite this, Valerie's boss, Patrick, had insisted she wasn't scheduled to work that day. The investigators began to suspect that he might be hiding something and started looking more closely at him. After interviewing residents in the area around the apartment complex, they found another witness who had seen Valerie on the day she disappeared. But she wasn't alone. Her boss, Patrick, was in the car with her. Hearing this, the detectives went to question Patrick. He stuck to his story, claiming he hadn't seen Valerie that day. But when the police informed him that a witness had placed him with Valerie and that her car had been found, his story suddenly changed. Patrick admitted that he had indeed seen Valerie that day. According to his new version of events, they met up in Shelbyville and Valerie asked him to drive her to a small town called Homer a few miles from Arlington. She claimed she was planning to run away from home and that someone would be waiting for her there. Once they arrived, Valerie got out of his car and into another vehicle driven by an unknown man, and they drove off together. Patrick added that the next day, he picked up Valerie's car and left it in the parking lot of the apartment complex where the police later found it. He insisted that he was only trying to help her, but investigators quickly spotted inconsistencies in his story. They had already checked the location data from Valerie's phone, which showed that it had last been active in Arlington, not in any other town. This suggested that something might have happened to her in Arlington, and they confronted Patrick with this information. To their surprise, Patrick changed his story again. This time, he claimed that they met near the apartment complex in Shelbyville, after which Valerie got into his car and they drove to his house. He then left Valerie at his home alone when he went to work, and when he returned, she was gone. Naturally, the detectives found this version even less credible than his previous ones. They asked Patrick to hand over his phone, and he agreed. The detectives found text messages exchanged with Valerie on the day she disappeared. At 11:23 a.m., Valerie had sent him a message saying, "I'll be there soon," and a few hours later had replied, "Where are you?" He sent the same message again a little later, but there was no response. All of this raised serious suspicions, and the detectives were highly doubtful of Patrick's truthfulness. They decided to speak with Valerie's parents to ask if they had noticed anything unusual about Patrick's behavior. Valerie's mom shared that Patrick did sometimes act strangely. He had built a close friendship with Valerie, spending time with her outside of work, giving her gifts, and even taking her shopping. Sometimes, the 59-year-old man seemed to behave more like a jealous boyfriend than a boss. However, Valerie's mom didn't take these concerns too seriously. Patrick was a close family friend, and Valerie was friends with his daughter, so her mother assumed he was just being supportive. Yet, one particular incident stood out to her as especially suspicious. Patrick once invited Valerie to visit an aquarium in another city. Her parents allowed her to go, thinking that Patrick was taking his entire family, but they later found out that he went alone with Valerie, which her parents found quite odd. Valerie's mom also mentioned that on the night of June 7th, Patrick and his wife came over to visit their house, where he suggested that Valerie might have run away and might never come back. She also brought up one curious detail that caught the detective's attention. Patrick had been tracking Valerie's phone location through a special app. He claimed this was for work purposes, but the detectives immediately noticed something strange. If Patrick could simply open the app and see where Valerie was, why did he send her several messages asking, "Where are you?" on the day she disappeared? After piecing together all the information, the detectives were nearly convinced of Patrick's involvement in Valerie's disappearance. However, with only circumstantial evidence and no clear idea of Valerie's current whereabouts, they couldn't yet hold him accountable. Still, the police decided to arrest Patrick for providing false statements, as he had broken the law by lying about not seeing Valerie on the day she vanished. He was formally charged, and the police continued to think what to do next. This move was largely driven by the detectives' hope that after his arrest, Patrick might eventually tell them the truth, but he continued to insist that he had nothing to do with her disappearance. The next step was to obtain a warrant to search Patrick's home, but this process proved difficult. Without any solid evidence, it took several months. Eventually, the police uncovered another suspicious detail. Several of Patrick's neighbors reported that the day after Valerie disappeared, he dismantled and burned his garage in the middle of the night around 2 a.m. Finally, on October 11th, the police secured a warrant and went to search Patrick's property. His house sat on a vast piece of land with a pond in the middle. For search dogs immediately indicated that there was a sense of human remains coming from the water, so investigators focused their search there. However, no remains were found in the water. The expert suggested that a body might have been near the pond at some point, causing the scent to seep into the water. The police then expanded their search across the property. They requested a helicopter equipped with ground-penetrating radar, and from the data collected, they created a map highlighting areas with some signs of digging. Given the size of the property, the search extended for several weeks. This continued until November 28th, when the police focused their attention on a large pile of construction debris mixed with soil. After clearing the debris, they uncovered 2 wooden crates beneath it. The first contained old VHS tapes and documents, though the police have not yet disclosed their contents. In the second crate, they found human remains wrapped in black garbage bags. The level of decomposition made it impossible to visually identify the person. But the detectives noticed the nails of the deceased were painted in the same color as Valerie's on the day she disappeared. The remains were sent to medical examiners, who quickly confirmed that they belonged to Valerie Tyndall. Following this confirmation, was charged with her murder, and the detectives brought him in for questioning. Now that Valerie's body had been found on his property, Patrick did not deny his involvement. However, his account once again raised serious doubts. According to his account, they met that day near the apartment complex in Shelbyville for work, after which they went to his home, where his office was also located. Patrick claimed that Valerie began to blackmail him. He insisted that she had been trying to seduce him for some time and that on that day she demanded a new car. If he didn't comply, she threatened to tell everyone he had seduced her, destroying his life. Patrick said he panicked and a heated argument ensued, escalating into a physical struggle. In the midst of this, he grabbed his belt and strangled Valerie. Afterward, he moved her body to his office and hid it there. The next day, he went to a store, purchased some wooden boards, and made 2 makeshift coffins. In one, he placed Valerie's body, and in the other, he stored documents and old videotapes. He also wrapped the body in garbage bags and duct tape to mask the odor of decomposition. Patrick then decided to hide the crates in a pit that was already on his property. But he needed something to cover them. So he used the construction debris, which was plenty on his land, and buried the coffins under a layer of soil to secure them. As for the burned garage, the purpose of his action remains unclear. Given that he burned it shortly after the murder and in the middle of the night, it likely has some connection to the crime. Perhaps he needed to destroy certain evidence, and the garage demolition was just a cover for the large fire. It's worth noting that the pit where he buried Valerie's body was only 100 yards from her parents' home, who had been searching for their daughter for almost 6 months. When police asked him how he felt after committing the murder, Patrick calmly stated that nothing in his life had really changed. Naturally, the detectives were skeptical of his entire story. It all seemed like Patrick was trying to portray himself as the victim, justifying his actions by claiming he was being blackmailed. A far more likely scenario was that Patrick had been ingratiating himself with Valerie for some time, hoping for a romantic relationship. On the day of the murder, he might have brought her to his home and attempted to initiate an intimate encounter. But when Valerie refused, he panicked at the thought she might tell her parents and decided to kill her. Another detail that cast doubt on Patrick's version of events was the testimony from Valerie's relatives. They mentioned that she loved her car and even said once that she wanted to drive it for the rest of her life. This made Patrick's story about being blackmailed for a new car seem even less believable. After charges were brought against Patrick, detectives uncovered several more intriguing pieces of evidence that further built the case against him. A thorough examination of his smartphone revealed that shortly after arriving home on the day of the murder, Patrick began deleting apps from his device. Although he failed to remove his health app, which recorded a significant spike in his heart rate for several minutes, shortly after his arrival. Investigators believe that this was the moment when he killed Valerie and moved her body. Patrick also admitted to disposing of the license plates from Valerie's car and her keys by throwing them into a river, intending to make it harder for the police to locate the vehicle. He also revealed a chilling detail. After strangling Valerie with his belt, he just put it back on and continued wearing it as if nothing had happened. The victim's parents were devastated to learn that their neighbor and friend was her killer. They admitted that they had never truly believed Patrick was involved, despite his strange behavior. It's important to note that detectives had kept most of the information from the parents to avoid compromising the investigation. So many details only came to light after Patrick's arrest. When Patrick was placed in jail awaiting trial and was appointed a lawyer, he didn't attempt to retract his confession, as is often the case. Instead, he and his lawyer negotiated a plea deal. Patrick would plead guilty to the murder, and in exchange, the charges of giving false information, for which he was originally arrested, would be dropped. Thanks to this deal, Patrick stood before the judge on March 11, 2024, just a few months after his arrest, and was sentenced to 57 years in prison. While the victim's family didn't have to endure years of waiting for the trial and the defense's attempts to justify Patrick's actions, the plea deal came with a significant drawback. Typically, such agreements don't require the guilty party to disclose all the details of their crime. Patrick only needed to admit his guilt in the murder. Because of this, Valerie's parents may never know the real reasons behind the crime, even if the investigator's theory seems closest to the truth. As for Patrick's family, they too were horrified when the police discovered Valerie's body on their property. His wife and children, including his daughter who had been friends with the victim, had lived just yards away from her remains for nearly 6 months, completely unaware. The plea deal also means we may never learn what was on the tapes that Patrick buried in the second coffin alongside Valerie. It's possible their content could have brought additional trouble or even criminal charges, and Patrick may have feared that the police would search his home following Valerie's disappearance. The case of Bonnie Craig. Bonnie Craig was born in Calgary, Canada, on March 30th, 1976. Her biological father played a small role in her upbringing, as Bonnie and her older brother Jason were lovingly raised by their stepfather, Gary Campbell. Gary treated Bonnie and Jason as his own children. When Bonnie was 5 years old, Gary and her mother Karen had a son named Adam. 2 years later, a younger sister named Samantha was born, and she quickly became Bonnie's close companion. Bonnie loved to dress Samantha in fairy tale costumes and teach her everything Bonnie had learned. Gary, the head of the family, worked in the oil industry, which required him to move frequently to different locations. As a result, Bonnie was used to changing schools, having attended 6 elementary schools and 2 high schools, which taught her to adapt to new environments and make friends easily. During her childhood, Bonnie lived in a variety of climates, from sunny California with its outdoor pool to snowy Anchorage, West Texas, and finally back to the beautiful landscapes of Alaska. However, Karen and Gary's sudden divorce marked a significant change for the children. Samantha and Adam began alternating between their parents' homes. Bonnie focused on her studies and various extracurricular activities, including swimming, diving, horseback riding, writing poetry, and playing the violin and viola in the school orchestra. However, life continued to present her with unforeseen challenges. While she was trying to come to terms with her parents' divorce, tragedy struck when her best friend died in a drunk driving accident, a tragedy that profoundly changed Bonnie's outlook on life. She pledged to abstain from drinking and driving, and she was so concerned about the risks of driving that she decided not to get a driver's license for fear of getting into an accident. Instead, she chose to walk or take public transportation to raise awareness about the dangers of drunk driving. After graduating from high school, Bonnie moved to Anchorage to study psychology at the University of Alaska. At the same time, her boyfriend, Cameron Miyazaki, was studying architecture at the University of California at Berkeley. Despite the physical distance, they kept in touch by phone and exchanged emails regularly. Bonnie's home life became crowded as her mother began a new relationship with Jim Foster, who brought her 3 children with him. In search of more independence, Bonnie decided to move in with her stepfather. The move was strategic, as it put her only a 15-minute drive from college. Keeping her vow, she took public transportation to class 3 times a week, enjoying brisk walks to the bus stop under the clear blue Alaskan sky. She also balanced her studies with a part-time job at Sam's Club. Her life was filled with purpose, ideals, and passion. On the morning of September 28, 1994, Bonnie left her stepfather's house and headed to the bus stop to attend college classes. That day, a student at the University of Anchorage was taking scenic photos on a hiking trail in Chugach State Park, about 15 miles from Bonnie's house. The park was especially beautiful at this time of year due to Alaska's mild temperatures, long daylight hours, and beautiful scenery. As the student adjusted her camera lens, she noticed something unusual in the water near the cliff's edge, a striking blue object. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a heartbreaking sight, a woman floating face down in shallow water. She immediately called the police to report the incident. The McHugh Creek section is difficult to access except from the cliff top or along the stream for miles, suggesting a tragic accident. Initially, police believed the victim may have slipped and fallen from the cliff top, resulting in her death. This accidental theory was the first conclusion investigators reached. It is believed that the victim, attracted by the peaceful atmosphere of the park, may have lost her balance and fallen tragically. The body was then transferred to the medical examiner's office, where an autopsy was performed to determine the cause of injuries and assist in identifying the victim. The autopsy revealed that the young woman died from drowning and severe head trauma, likely caused by a fall from the cliff. A unique class ring, often worn by graduating students, helped police identify the victim as Bonnie Craig. To confirm their findings, police contacted Bonnie's family. Karen, Bonnie's mother, is on a short trip to a coastal town to attend a relative's wedding with her husband, Jim, who spent his childhood there. The trip is significant because Karen will meet Jim's parents for the first time. Karen is having a wonderful time with her future in-laws, laughing and sharing stories. But she has no idea that tragedy has struck her beloved daughter, Bonnie. A knock on the cruise ship's door at 3 a.m. shatters the peaceful atmosphere. When faced with the heartbreaking news, Karen initially refuses to believe it, thinking it's a cruel joke. It's unthinkable that her responsible daughter would be alone in the park instead of attending college classes. The news of Bonnie's death from the police has left Karen devastated. Karen has spent the past 3 years working undercover for the Anchorage Police Department. After graduating from the police academy, she specialized in drug trafficking cases. Her colleagues deeply respected her problem-solving skills, which she had developed over years of dedication to her job. However, Karen's dedication extended beyond her work to her family. Her undercover work often required a difficult balance between her 2 roles. Karen instinctively questioned the initial ruling that Bonnie's death was an accident, and her priority was to turn the investigation over to her own department. Believing that there was more to her daughter's tragic death, she asked the police for detailed information about the circumstances surrounding the incident, including whether Bonnie had shown any signs of sexual violence. However, the police noted that Bonnie had been found fully clothed. Karen knew that a more thorough investigation was needed. Her daughter, Bonnie, was responsible and trustworthy, always kept her promises, and she didn't even have a driver's license. So it was difficult to understand why she was alone and miles away from home during school hours. What further confused Karen was that Bonnie's personal belongings were not at the scene, which made her suspect that the police force might be inclined to rush to classify the incident as an unfortunate accident. Karen was determined to continue her search for the truth. Karen returned to Alaska on the earliest flight possible to formally identify the body, holding out hope that the deceased might not be her daughter, Bonnie. Entering the morgue, she hesitantly approached the ambulance where the body was covered with a white sheet. When she pulled the sheet away and saw the face, her worst fears came true. It was indeed her daughter, Bonnie, resting in eternal peace. Karen's instincts as a grieving mother and a law enforcement officer told her that her daughter's death was more than just an accident. As she held her daughter's hand, she saw bruises and swelling on her knuckles, which she assumed were defensive wounds. Karen wanted the police to record this evidence, believing it could be crucial in finding clues before her daughter was buried. The police were skeptical, thinking the injuries could have been caused by a fall. Despite the police's skepticism, Karen decided to take a different approach in her quest for justice. Karen reached out to her media contact. The shocking news of a young college student's death in a creek quickly garnered widespread attention from the local media. Attempted to contact her superiors, hoping for assistance as precious time was running out, but was told the matter was beyond their scope. The next day, Karen, Jim, Gary, Jason, Adam, and Samantha gathered at the funeral home to say their final goodbyes to Bonnie. It was difficult for her siblings to see her lying motionless, knowing how full of life she had once been. As they prepared for the funeral, they had to choose a casket. Karen, wanting to keep any potential evidence safe, decided on a stone crypt, thinking that it might need to be reopened in the future if new information came to light. Although she tried to seek help and attention from the media, her efforts seemed to complicate things rather than help uncover the truth. Karen was summoned to the police station and asked not to publicly call the incident a crime so as not to affect the ongoing investigation. The police were carefully reviewing all possible leads and were considering Gary Campbell, Bonnie's stepfather, as a potential suspect. They suspect him because his alibi doesn't quite add up and there are reports of conflict between him and Bonnie. This information leaves Karen stunned as she finds it hard to believe that Gary, who has always been Bonnie's loving father, could be involved in such a terrible thing. The situation worsens when Karen goes to Gary's house to collect her daughter's belongings, but finds Bonnie's room locked. An argument breaks out when Gary accuses Karen of stealing a photo of Bonnie that she took without his permission. He insists on keeping the memories of the girl he cherishes. Bonnie's death has a profound effect on her younger sister Samantha, who was only 12 when the tragedy occurred. Samantha begins to struggle in school and finds it difficult to concentrate at home. She often shares everything with Bonnie and feels completely lost without her guidance. The confusion that arose from her sister's death even caused her to doubt her own trust in her father, leaving her uncertain about what was right. One evening, as her father, Gary, was tucking her in for bed, fear filled her eyes as she asked if he was responsible for Bonnie's death. Gary was surprised and hurt by her question. He regained his composure and gently reassured Samantha that he would never hurt her sister. His comforting words helped her to ease her fears and trust him again. After Bonnie's death, the police spoke to Adam and Samantha, both of whom confirmed that their father, Gary, had been home the day Bonnie died, only leaving for work after Bonnie had left the house. His alibi was confirmed by co-workers and supervisors, clearing any doubts about him. An autopsy revealed that Bonnie had died several hours before her body was found. The cause of death was determined to be drowning, and she also suffered severe head injuries that may have been caused by falling from a cliff or being struck by a heavy object. The police began a thorough investigation into Bonnie's death, which was initially ruled an accident at the park. A police officer carefully searched the area near the cliff and found a leaf with a drop of Bonnie's blood a few feet from the edge of the cliff. This prompted an investigation into the presence of blood. If her injuries were caused by a fall, the discovery led the police to consider that Bonnie's fall may not have been an accident. but rather the result of someone else's actions. The police were aware that solving this case would be difficult and would require them to proceed with caution. Therefore, they chose not to notify the relevant parties at this time. Family members suspected that a crime had occurred, and the police deliberately withheld all information about the case to avoid alerting potential perpetrators. They could not escape the feeling that the killer could be someone close to Bonnie. This made Karen's sudden media release a hindrance to the investigation. Bonnie Craig's funeral was filled with loved ones, including friends, family, and acquaintances, as well as her boyfriend, who traveled from California to say goodbye. He was deeply saddened, as he could never have imagined such a tragic ending to their story. Even Bonnie's biological father, Gordon Craig, who had not played an active role in her life, attended the funeral to pay his respects and say goodbye to her. The funeral took place at a church that Bonnie occasionally visited. It was a moment for everyone who knew Bonnie to pay their last respects, share fond memories of her, and support each other during this difficult time. A week after Bonnie's death, Karen decided to investigate her daughter's case herself, since the police had not provided any updates. Carefully traced Bonnie's pre-dawn route from Gary's house to try to understand what might have been going through her daughter's mind that morning. She wanted to put herself in Bonnie's shoes and imagine what details might have caught her attention. As Karen walked along the path her daughter had walked many times that week, she began to realize how dangerous it was. The path was surrounded by tall trees that seemed to loom in the shadows, hiding potential dangers. Karen wondered why Bonnie didn't ask her stepfather to drive her to the bus stop and why she never mentioned the dangerous path she had walked every day. She later learned that Bonnie felt the same way, not wanting to worry anyone and wanting to be independent. Bonnie was prepared and carried pepper spray, believing that she could protect herself if necessary. Karen had also taught Bonnie from a young age never to hitchhike with strangers, believing that her daughter would only hitchhike with someone she knew and trusted. When the walk yielded no clues, Karen drove around the area, looking for any of Bonnie's belongings that might provide clues to the investigation. Unfortunately, she found nothing. In January 1995, Karen contacted the sergeant in charge of Bonnie's case directly to ask if her daughter had been sexually assaulted. The sergeant was forced to tell her the truth. Karen was allowed to see the results of Bonnie's autopsy on the condition that they remained strictly confidential. The autopsy revealed that Bonnie's body was fully clothed, but she had injuries to her genitals and male DNA was recovered from a swab. This information must be kept confidential because the source of the DNA is still unknown. During the investigation, all the men associated with Bonnie were questioned and their DNA samples were collected. However, no matches were found at that time. Although several witnesses saw Bonnie walking to the bus stop that morning, none of them saw her actually get on the bus. The question of how Bonnie ended up in Chugach Park, more than 10 miles from her home, remains unanswered. Investigators speculate that she may have been attacked while walking alone in the dark. A few months after Bonnie's death, Jim's family invited Jim and Karen on a week-long cruise, hoping that a change of scenery would help them heal. Karen was hesitant at first, as the cruise reminded her of her daughter's tragic death. However, she realized that the trip could be a chance to temporarily escape her grief. For the past year, Karen had been consumed by grief, the investigation, and waiting for news of her daughter. She saw the trip as a chance to temporarily escape her worries. Karen, Jim, Jim's brother Ken, and Ken's wife spent the week enjoying the sights and sounds of the ocean. When they returned to the dock, they received word from the Coast Guard that their family had attempted to contact them about an emergency. Karen immediately became concerned that it might be about one of her children. However, this time the bad news was about Jim and Ken's father, who had suddenly died of a heart attack. The news was especially shocking because the family had just celebrated their father's 63rd birthday when he had seemed healthy and happy. Unfortunately, this was the second time the family had received heartbreaking news after returning from a boat trip. Karen's remaining children had a hard time coping with the loss of their sister Bonnie and the impact of their mother's relentless pursuit of justice. As the investigation into Bonnie's death became the focus, the children often felt neglected and deprived of the care they needed. Karen struggled with the moral dilemma of balancing her love for her children with her commitment to seeking justice for Bonnie's death. despite the possibility that the case would never be solved. Over time, Karen's children grew up and started families of their own, bringing her immense joy as a grandmother. Amidst these life changes, her youngest son Adam underwent a cornea transplant to improve his increasingly poor eyesight, which unfortunately resulted in blindness in one eye. Karen's personal life went through many changes. She married Jim, but unfortunately their marriage ended in divorce after 3 years. The family faced more difficult times, including the loss of Karen's brother and mother, who battled cancer. Throughout the ups and downs, the sadness and grief of losing Bonnie continued to have a lasting impact on Karen's life. The family experienced a great deal of emotional pain, including sleepless nights, anxiety, anger, and deep depression. On January 5, 2007, 12 years after Bonnie's death, Karen set off on a round-the-world trip with a friend. While staying on an island in the Philippines, Karen received an unexpected email from an unknown sender with the subject line Bonnie. The sudden message made her heart pound as the case, which had been unsolved for years, had recently gained new momentum. A new team of investigators using an advanced database retested the DNA evidence found on Bonnie. Their efforts led to a breakthrough. They matched the DNA to a man serving a sentence in New Hampshire for a series of armed robberies. Kenneth Dion was born in 1969. He was 25 years old when Bonnie died. He only became a suspect in the case after his DNA was added to the system in late 2006. With a martial arts background and a track record of competition, Kenneth served in the United States Army. However, his time in the U.S. Army was cut short due to his drug use. Kenneth had a particular habit of carrying unusual items in his car, including a 3-pronged stick and nunchucks. Kenneth Dion had only recently been released from prison after a brief period of freedom in May 2007. Kenneth was charged with assault and murder in connection with Bonnie's death. According to the indictment, Kenneth attacked Bonnie as she walked to the bus stop using weapons and martial arts to sexually assault her. And then, to conceal evidence of his crimes, he dumped her body off a cliff in the park. As more information became available about Kenneth, it was discovered that he had a lengthy criminal record with 18 convictions, including 10 misdemeanors and 8 felonies. Had Kenneth's DNA been in the database sooner, the case might have been solved more quickly. Kenneth Dion was sentenced to 124 years in prison on October 31, 2011, 17 years after the incident. He received 99 years for murder and 25 years for assault. He is eligible for parole at age 80. Melissa Brannon was born on April 12, 1984 in Texas. Not long after, her parents divorced and her mom decided to move to a small town called Lorton, Virginia. It was a quiet, peaceful place popular among families with kids. Melissa's mom, Tammy, got a job as an accountant at a local company and rented an apartment in a residential complex on the outskirts of town. The complex was made up of small apartment buildings. And one of the best things about it was all the regular events and activities organized for the residents and their kids. These events happen every Friday and on holidays, giving everyone a chance to get to know each other, creating a close-knit, friendly community. Melissa liked the place. She was 5 years old when they moved, and she spent most of her time playing outside with the other kids. She also loved taking part in the events because there were always plenty of fun and delicious food. On December 3rd, Complex held a Christmas event in a separate building with several halls. About 200 residents attended, enjoying dinner in small groups while their kids ran around having fun. Around 10 p.m., decided it was time to go home. She called for Melissa and asked her to grab their jackets while she said goodbye to some friends. Melissa also asked if she could take some chips home, and her mom agreed. A few minutes later, when Tammy had finished her goodbyes, she noticed Melissa still hadn't returned. She began checking every hall and even peeked into the hallway, but there was no sign of her daughter. Worried, she started asking the other guests if they'd seen Melissa, but no one had. With each passing minute, Tammy's concern grew, and soon word spread among the neighbors that Melissa had gone missing. Many people began helping Tammy search. They looked through the building, checked outside, but Melissa was nowhere to be found. Finally, Tammy decided to call the police. Within minutes, officers arrived at the complex. They immediately joined the search, combing through the entire area. By that time, even more neighbors had heard about Melissa's disappearance, and over 300 volunteers were now helping look for her. The police initially thought that Melissa might have wandered outside and gotten lost, but as the search went on, this theory seemed less and less likely. It was cold and dark outside, making it unlikely that a young girl could have gone far. Plus, Melissa was familiar with the complex, even at her age, so the officers doubted she would have wandered off in a completely different direction. What made the situation even more difficult was the fact that there was a large forest right behind the complex, so it was possible that Melissa had somehow ended up there and gotten lost. The search of the building where the Christmas event was held didn't yield many results. Melissa's jacket was missing, but there were no other clues to explain her disappearance. The only thing that stood out to the police was an open window in the boiler room. They considered the possibility that she might have climbed out through it, but even that didn't seem very likely. After failing to find Melissa, the police began interviewing everyone who had attended the event. None of the neighbors recalled seeing her leave the building or anyone taking her outside. Melissa's mom didn't notice anything strange that evening either. The officers also asked if she'd had any issues with anyone in the complex or noticed anything odd, but Tammy assured them that she got along well with everyone and there had never been any signs of trouble. The police considered the possibility that Melissa's father could have taken her, as this is a common scenario in such cases, but they were able to confirm that he was in Texas and couldn't have been in another state at the time. With no other leads, the police decided to expand their search. Some officers headed into the forest behind the complex, while others continued checking the remaining buildings. Even though it was late into the night, hundreds of residents stayed out to help the police search for the missing girl. Unfortunately, the search led to nothing. There were no signs of Melissa in the forest or any of the numerous buildings in the complex. At that point, the police sent the volunteers home and decided to go door to door, speaking to every resident. Around 400 people lived there, and that night, officers talked to each one of them. No one had any idea where Melissa could have gone, so investigators asked them to think back on anything strange or suspicious that had happened around the complex, even if it didn't seem related to her disappearance. That's when they got their first interesting lead. Several women mentioned that Caleb Hughes, one of the complex's maintenance workers, had been acting inappropriately that night. He tried to flirt with them and made some very lewd comments, even though most of them were with their husbands. Hughes, who was 23 at the time, had also raised red flags with parents. Many of them noticed that he seemed to be paying an unusual amount of attention to their children during the evening. Hearing all these complaints, the police went back to Tammy and asked if she had noticed anything odd about Hughes. Tammy recalled that during the event, he had approached her several times to strike up a conversation about her daughter. At one point, he even offered to take Melissa to the restroom so Tammy wouldn't have to leave the party. All of this seemed suspicious to the investigators, so they decided to talk to Hughes. However, he was nowhere to be found, so the officers headed to his home. Hughes lived just a few miles from the complex, but when the police knocked on his door, he wasn't there either. Instead, his wife answered and told them that he hadn't come home that evening. The police left but returned a few hours later. By then, Hughes was back and said he had arrived home around 12:30 a.m. The officers quickly realized that Hughes had left the complex about 2.5 hours before returning home, which was odd since his commute should only have taken about 10 minutes. Hughes claimed that he had taken a longer route to stop at a store for a pack of beer, but the police were skeptical of his story. First, a quick stop still wouldn't account for nearly 3 hours. And second, there was a state law prohibiting alcohol sales after midnight. On top of that, Hughes couldn't provide a receipt for his purchase. The situation looked pretty suspicious, so the police asked Hughes to hand over the clothes he had worn to work that day. This is when things got even stranger. Hughes said that he had thrown his clothes into the washing machine as soon as he got home. Despite this, the officers convinced him to give them the clothing. To their surprise, they found that he had also washed his shoes. But that wasn't all. Parts of the soles had been cut off, and along with the clothes, there was a large knife sheath and a leather belt in the washing machine. The police asked where the knife was, but Hughes claimed he couldn't remember, With all of this suspicious behavior, the investigators began to seriously suspect Hughes' involvement in Melissa's disappearance. They took his clothes and brought them to the lab. When forensic experts applied luminol to his shoes, the chemical revealed traces of blood on them. But because he had already washed it, there wasn't enough left for a proper DNA sample, making it impossible to analyze. Detectives returned to Hughes' home and brought him in for questioning. During the long hours of interrogation, Hughes stuck to his story despite all the inconsistencies and suspicious evidence. He also claimed that he had no idea who Melissa was, what she looked like, or what had happened to her. The police knew he was lying since multiple witnesses, including Tammy, had seen him playing with Melissa and other children that evening. But when the detectives confronted him with that and said, "We know you're lying," Hughes calmly responded, "Prove it." Despite the detectives' suspicions, they didn't have enough solid evidence to arrest him, so Hughes was released. The next day, investigators ramped up the search operation, hoping to find either Melissa or more clues. That morning, they also decided to speak with Hughes' wife without him present, and she shared an interesting observation. Apparently, their relationship had been troubled, and she didn't trust him. Before Hughes left for the Christmas event, she checked the mileage on his car and remembered the reading. After he returned, she checked it again and noticed that he had driven 12 miles. This information was crucial for the police for two reasons. First, it didn't align with his story about a trip to the store that supposedly took 2.5 hours. Second, they could now estimate the general area where Hughes might have taken Melissa. By subtracting the distance from his home to the complex, could map out a search area based on the remaining mileage. This led them to an area covering roughly 25 square miles. To cover such a large space, the police enlisted the help of the military, called in helicopters and planes, and even brought in divers to search local bodies of water. Around 400 volunteers also joined the search. Melissa's father, who had flown in from Texas immediately after her disappearance, also took part. The police printed thousands of flyers with information about Melissa's disappearance, hoping to reach as many people as possible. It's worth noting that just 5 months before Melissa went missing, another young girl had disappeared from the same town. Her body was later found, but the police hadn't been able to identify the killer. While the large-scale search was underway, a team of forensic experts were sent to the complex. As we remember, the only potential lead the police had initially found was the open window in the boiler room. The experts examined the area and discovered something interesting. Just outside the window, there was a faint adult-sized boot print, and similar prints led all the way to the parking lot. There were no children's footprints, suggesting that the abductor had likely carried Melissa and placed her in a vehicle. The police had already searched Hughes' car but hadn't found anything useful. At this point, the FBI got involved. They still didn't have enough evidence to arrest Hughes, so they placed him under 24-hour surveillance. A judge also ordered him to provide a DNA sample in case any new evidence surfaced. As investigators dug into Hughes' background, they uncovered a troubling history. He had multiple arrests dating back to his teenage years. He also had a history of alcohol and substance abuse and had been suspected several times of inappropriate behavior towards minors. Further investigation revealed that a few years before the incident, had received a suspended sentence for stealing a car in a neighboring county. When the detectives looked deeper, they found that he had violated his probation, leading the judge to convert his suspended sentence into actual jail time. This gave the investigators a way to put Hughes behind bars, even if it was for a lesser crime. In the following weeks, the search for Melissa continued, but it was fruitless. The terrain made things even more difficult. Most of the area was covered in dense forests with a large river running through it. Then, about 2 months after Melissa's disappearance, something unexpected happened. An unidentified man called Tammy, claiming he had Melissa and demanded a ransom of $75,000. Tammy immediately informed the police, and the FBI agents advised her to gather the money and meet the caller. They quickly set everything up, placing dozens of agents around the area, and began waiting for the supposed kidnapper to show up. Before long, 2 men approached Tammy, and the FBI agents swiftly arrested them. It turned out these men had no connection to Melissa's disappearance. They were just two local university students who had seen the news about the missing girl and thought they could make some easy money. Instead, they earned themselves prison sentences. One was sentenced to 7.5 years, and the other received nearly 4 years behind bars. Once again, the investigators found themselves at a dead end. They had a prime suspect, but no solid evidence and no sign of Melissa. In a move to break the case, the detectives decided to re-examine Hughes' car more thoroughly using advanced forensic tools from the FBI. But there was a catch. The car belonged to his wife, so they needed her permission. Fortunately, she immediately agreed, and the forensic team began their work. First, they applied luminol, which revealed traces of blood on the driver's seat mat, pedals, steering wheel, and windshield. This deepened their suspicions of Hughes, but once again, they were unable to extract a usable DNA sample from the blood. Next, the experts decided to search the car for hair, fibers, and other potential clues. But they faced another significant challenge. The car was a mess. The interior was covered in dirt, trash, and dog hair, making it difficult to identify useful evidence amidst the chaos. One of the experts came up with a plan to collect evidence manually using tape. He meticulously went over all the surfaces in the car, then sent the collected materials to the FBI's forensic lab. At first, they found mostly dog hair, which was irrelevant since Hughes and his wife owned 2 large dogs. But then, the forensic experts noticed a different type of hair, dyed black rabbit fur. He soon learned this was the same material used in the coat belonging to Melissa's mother, Tammy. To confirm the match, the experts requested Tammy's coat and verified that the rabbit fur was identical. Investigators theorized that the fur could have transferred to Melissa's clothing when she went to retrieve their coats or in other situations, as Tammy frequently wore the coat during winter and Melissa was always near her mother. In addition to the fur, the experts found a single light-colored hair that matched strands from Melissa's hairbrush. But the most significant clue was still to come. Numerous small red and blue fibers were found on the car's passenger seat. Since Melissa had been wearing a red and blue sweater and skirt on the night she disappeared, investigators needed to track down those exact clothing items to confirm the connection. They spoke with Melissa's grandmother, who had bought the outfit for her, but she couldn't recall the specific store. The police scoured local shops in an attempt to find matching clothes, but came up empty-handed. The forensic expert kept pondering how to prove the fiber's similarity to Melissa's outfit. One evening, while discussing this dilemma with his wife, she asked him to describe the clothing. After hearing his description, she suggested that the items might have been sold at JCPenney, a major retail chain where she often shopped for their children. She even had a collection of JCPenney's catalogs from over the years. She decided to help and began searching through those catalogs, looking for similar clothing. A while later, as she flipped through a Christmas catalog from the previous year, she found what they were looking for. On page 11 was an outfit identical to the one Melissa had been wearing when she disappeared. The breakthrough allowed the investigators to establish a stronger link between Hughes' car and Melissa, as the fibers matched the clothes in the catalog. The FBI immediately contacted the company. They faced another setback. The outfit in question had completely sold out. However, the company offered a potential solution. Since the outfit was sold exclusively through catalogs and only 7,000 sets had been produced, they suggested providing the investigators with a list of all the buyers so the police could track down one of the outfits. The investigators began combing through the list, a task that took quite some time. Eventually, they caught a break. They found a man in Kentucky who had purchased the outfit for his granddaughter but had gotten the size wrong. As a result, the clothes had remained untouched in their original packaging for an entire year. For the investigators, this was the perfect option. The man agreed to send the outfit to the FBI and the forensic team got to work. This particular model had a unique feature. The manufacturer had created a custom shade of dark blue, coded 887, which was patented and hadn't been used in any other clothing line. After comparing the fibers from this outfit, the experts concluded that they were an exact match to the fibers found in Hughes' car. This provided compelling evidence that one of the 7,000 children who had been bought this outfit had been in his vehicle. Although it didn't definitely prove that Hughes had abducted Melissa, The odds of another child wearing this rare outfit being in his car were astronomically low. As a final step, the expert conducted an additional test. He collected over 100 similar colored fibers from various types of clothing and performed 7,983 tests to compare them with the fibers from Hughes' car. The results showed minimal differences across all the fibers, except for two types. The set from the store and the fibers from Hughes' passenger seat were 100% match. This eliminated any doubt that someone else wearing similar clothes could have been in Hughes' car. It had to be the exact outfit that Melissa was wearing. Despite this, the detectives still faced a difficult situation. They knew that the fiber evidence, while strong, was circumstantial, even combined with the blood on Hughes' boots in his car and other clues they had gathered. But with nothing else to go on, they decided to formally charge Hughes with Melissa's abduction. The prosecution argued that Melissa was likely dead based on the blood evidence. The fibers from her clothing found on the passenger seat of Hughes' car suggested that he might have forced her to remove her jacket, pointing to a possible motive. According to their theory, Hughes approached Melissa when she went to get the jackets at her mother's request. He then lured her into the boiler room under some pretext, carried her out through the window, and took her to his vehicle. After taking Melissa to an unknown location and presumably killing her, likely with a knife, Hughes disposed of the weapon and hid the body. This would explain his prolonged absence. Following the crime, Hughes attempted to clean the blood from his car and clothing, even going so far as to cut parts of his shoe soles that had been heavily stained. In a final effort, the police decided to conduct a polygraph test, hoping that, combined with all the other evidence, Hughes might finally confess. The state law required either the discovery of the victim's body or the identification of the exact location of the murder to file a murder charge. Since the penalty for kidnapping was significantly less severe, the investigators hoped that Hughes might confess. The polygraph results showed that Hughes provided deceptive answers to almost all key questions, but he still maintained his innocence. With no other options, the detectives had no choice but to proceed with charges of kidnapping. The trial began over 2 years after Melissa disappeared, and Hughes maintained his innocence. His defense attorney tried to challenge the circumstantial evidence, but the prosecution's argument had a much stronger impact on the jury. After 8 hours of deliberation, they found Hughes guilty, and he was sentenced to the maximum penalty, 50 years in prison. Since then, Hughes has remained behind bars, continuing to deny any involvement in Melissa's disappearance. The police made several more attempts to find her body, but none were successful. For years after the trial, an energy company worker discovered red fabric fragments in a lake within the search area. Divers were sent to investigate, but they also failed to locate Melissa. 8 years after her disappearance, her mother remarried and raised 4 stepchildren with her new husband. Although she took his surname, she continued to use her previous one everywhere, in case Melissa was still alive and trying to find her. As for Hughes, his story didn't end there. On August 2, 2019, he was released early for good behavior, having served just over half of his sentence. At the time of his release, he was 53 years old and has been free for several years now. Melissa is still listed as missing since her murder was never proven. However, very few people believe she could still be alive. After all these years. The case of Alison Bonilla. Alison Pamela Bonilla Vasquez was born on November 7, 2001, in Cartago, Costa Rica. She is an only child living with her mother, Yendri Vasquez. In addition to her mother, her grandparents, Ramon and Marjorie, and her aunt, Samara, also helped raise Alison. Alison's father left the family shortly after her birth. He chose to be with another woman who was pregnant. He did not want to play a role in Alison's life. Only once, when he was diagnosed with lung cancer, did he ask to see his daughter, and Yendri allowed him to. It is worth noting that his second family did not know about Alison's existence. Alison and her mother, Yendri, had a particularly close relationship. For Alison, Yendri was not only a mother, but also a father. Therefore, Alison often gave her mother gifts on Father's Day. Their relationship went beyond the typical mother-daughter relationship. Allison felt comfortable sharing everything with Yendri without fear of being misunderstood or judged. Despite not having a father, Allison did not feel lonely or abandoned. She had a large family and enjoyed spending time with them. She also attended church regularly every Sunday. Relatives described Allison as a kind, outgoing, and friendly girl. In photos, she always looked happy, and there was no sign of sadness or longing in her eyes. Allison had always dreamed of becoming a model. She decided to drop out of 8th grade to focus on makeup classes, thinking that combining the two was too difficult. She did not want to waste time on something that would not help her achieve her goals. After that, Allison started looking for a job to help her mother pay the bills, but did not receive any responses from the places she applied. This made her very sad. Her mother, Yendri, realized that her daughter would have difficulty finding a job due to her limited education, so she encouraged Allison to take evening classes. At age 18, Allison enrolled in Liceo Enrique Geyer, a few miles from home. During this time, she completed a pastry course and began practicing. Allison made delicious cakes and desserts that were loved by everyone in the neighborhood. This helped her find a way to make money from her baking talent. Allison had a boyfriend named Harold Surisolano who lived in Cochi, a district in the province of Cartago, Costa Rica. Usually, Allison stayed home with her mother in the morning, then met Harold, and then went to evening school at 6 o'clock. She often returned home late by bus. The route from the bus stop to her house was dangerous, dark, and deserted. Therefore, Allison always informed her mother of her location, and sometimes her mother picked her up at the bus stop or halfway. On March 4, 2020, Allison went to her mother's nail salon, then visited her classmate pal for about 15 minutes. They arrived at school at 6 p.m. and separated because they had different classes. Allison arrived at school and waited in an empty classroom for about 15 minutes before realizing that her classes had been canceled for the day. Instead of going home right away, she decided to visit her aunt who lived near the school. However, her aunt was not home. Allison then decided to go to her boyfriend Harold's house. When she arrived, she learned that Harold was at work but would be back soon. Harold's mother invited Allison inside to wait. When Harold returned, the family had dinner together, talking about a variety of topics and discussing future plans. After dinner, Harold excused himself for a moment, saying that he had urgent business to attend to but would be back soon. At 8:15 p.m., Allison left Harold's house without waiting for him to return. This set off a chain of events that would become nationally known. Harold returned home about 5 minutes later and, seeing that Allison had left, texted her to ask where she was and offered to give her a ride home on his bike. Allison replied immediately that she had already arrived at the bus stop. While waiting for the bus, she texted her friend, Pa, to ask if Pa's cousin could give her a ride home on his bike. However, Pa's cousin refused because his bike was a special type and not suitable for two people. It is unclear why Allison did not ask her boyfriend for help. She may have been angry with him or did not want to bother him. Allison got off the bus at 8:43 p.m. Her house was about a mile away. Feeling anxious and scared, she texted her mother to pick her up. At 8:45 p.m., Allison texted her boyfriend and mother that two suspicious men had gotten out of a car and were following her. She decided to run home to avoid them. The road Allison was on was dangerous, poorly lit, and had few people. There was only one security camera there, which captured a blurry image that could have been Allison. Allison's mother, Yendri, went to the bridge half a mile from their home to pick up her daughter but did not see her. She tried to stay calm, thinking that Allison might have gone back to the bus stop for safety. However, she did not find her there either. She finally thought that Allison had not seen her and had gone home on her own. When Yendri returned home, she found that Allison was not there. She immediately called relatives and friends to ask for help in the search. About 30 minutes later, Harold woke up and received a call from his Aunt Samara saying Allison was missing. He tried to contact Yendri, but was unsuccessful. 3 hours later, Yendri reported Allison missing to the police, and the search began. Luckily, Yendri had the last photo of Allison in the clothes she was wearing. Police checked several locations, from the bus stop to Allison's house, Catsi Lake, and the nearby hydroelectric dam. On March 5, 2020, police found their first clue: Allison's glasses in the grass about a mile from her house. However, Allison seemed to have disappeared without a trace. 8 days later, they discovered Allison's identification on a coffee plantation. This was surprising because they had checked the area several times before. What was even more suspicious was that her ID was placed in such a conspicuous and clean location, as if someone had intentionally placed it there to mislead the investigation or hide something. 15 days after Allison went missing, Yendrai received a call from Allison's father. Instead of showing concern or offering help, he said that Allison was missing because she was too beautiful. Shocked by these insensitive words, Yendrai immediately hung up the phone, unable to believe what she had just heard. For a long time, the family, police, and volunteers continued to search for Allison. Every Sunday, they hung up posters with her picture. One day, they decided to paint messages on the streets, recreating Allison's journey from the intersection to the bridge, where she was believed to have disappeared. They also put up posters on roadside poles to attract the attention of passersby. At the same time, the police received an important clue. A man came to the police station and said that he knew Allison and had seen her on the night she disappeared. According to the man, at around 8:30 p.m. On March 4th, he left his home on his motorbike to pick someone up. On the way, he saw Allison and a burgundy two-door BMW parked next to her. He turned around to check on the situation and realized it was his cousin's BMW. He was 100% sure of this because the car had distinctive bright yellow headlights. Another witness also confirmed to the police that he had seen the same BMW near where Allison went missing that evening. The car belonged to Nelson Sanchez Urania, 28, nicknamed Sukia. Locals called him that because they believed he was a member of a gang in the area. In fact, Nelson and Allison knew each other. Their families had been acquainted for a long time and had lived in the same neighborhood for a while. However, according to Allison's mother, they had only interacted with Nelson a few times. It was just a normal neighborly relationship, not a close friendship. One day, Nelson offered to give Allison and her cousins a ride home. She agreed because it was morning, she was not alone, and she thought Nelson was a good person. On March 2nd, 2020, 2 days before Allison went missing, Nelson contacted her via Facebook. He sent a message asking Allison to answer some questions. On her cousin's advice, Allison agreed to answer them. Next, Nelson asked Allison about her feelings for him. Specifically, he wanted to know if Allison liked him. Allison was confused by Nelson's sudden question, as they were not close and barely knew each other. When Allison asked why, Nelson explained that he did not have a negative opinion of her, but wanted to know if she thought badly of him. Allison reassured Nelson that she did not hate him and that everything was normal between them. Nelson thanked her and said goodbye. Police searched Nelson's home and seized his car, cell phone, and computer. Investigators found shocking images of women being abused on his phone. When they inspected the car, they found that it had been thoroughly cleaned with car polish. However, the front driver's seat carpet and trunk carpet had been removed. Police found hair and blood on the trunk lid and sent samples to a lab for analysis. After examining the exterior of the car, police used a police dog to search for traces. The dog detected possible blood on the 2 front seats and in the trunk. To confirm, the police used a luminol test, a chemical that reacts with hemoglobin in the blood. The results showed that there were many blood stains on the car's interior, despite the owner's efforts to remove them with cleaning products. While waiting for the results from the lab, Nelson remained free but was closely monitored by the police. They monitored his every move to prevent him from leaving the city or the country. Although Yendrai repeatedly requested his arrest, the police did not have enough evidence to do so. Therefore, Nelson continued to live freely without being prosecuted for many months. Yendrai believed that Allison had been kidnapped for ransom. She tried to stay calm and hoped that her daughter was still alive. In preparation for Allison's return, Yendrai kept her daughter's room as it was, not cleaning or rearranging the furniture. She even bought Allison a gift. Yendrai told the press, "I will continue to do so. As long as there is no evidence that she is dead, I still believe that my daughter is alive and will return home. Laboratory test results confirmed that the hair and blood found in Nelson's car belonged to Allison. The police immediately arrested Nelson. Later, his ex-girlfriend told the police that Nelson had never physically abused her, but had put a lot of mental pressure on their relationship. Specifically, he forbade her from contacting her friends and using the internet. According to her, Nelson only wanted to have a sexual relationship with her. His previous boss revealed that he was very irresponsible at work and even stole about $11,000. Additionally, his landlord said an ex-girlfriend had broken up with him because she was tired of paying his debts. She described him as a very spoiled man. After that, Nelson confessed to his crimes against Allison. He said that on the night of Allison's disappearance, he found her walking alone on a deserted road. Taking advantage of the late hour and their acquaintance, Nelson offered to give Allison a ride. She agreed and got into the car without suspicion. However, instead of taking her home, Nelson drove to a remote coffee plantation and forced Allison out of the car. Nelson violently attacked her, knocking off her glasses and leaving her nearly unconscious. He dragged her to a nearby abandoned house, where he raped and brutally beat her. Nelson then tied her hands with cloth and duct tape to the front seat of his car. Finally, he stuffed her into the trunk of the car and drove to a dumpster in San Geronimo, Cache. There, the killer pushed Allison off a cliff into a pile of trash below. He justified his heinous actions by saying that he was under the influence of drugs. He also admitted that he had long been obsessed with Allison, and when he saw her that night, he decided it was his chance to carry out his dark intentions. Surprisingly, Nelson later recanted his initial statement, accusing the police of coercing him into confessing. However, the authorities had enough evidence to charge him despite his denials. The suspect could face a maximum sentence of 35 years in prison. In the early morning of September 4th, a search party went to the San Ono landfill to look for Allison's body. However, because the area was large and difficult to access, finding Allison's remains was an extremely difficult task. Moreover, it had been 6 months since Allison went missing. Just 25 days after Allison confessed, the police discovered a number of important pieces of evidence. They found human bone fragments, including a spine, ribs, part of the pelvis, and a femur. They also found pieces of clothing that Allison was wearing on the day she disappeared, along with a pair of sneakers with studs inside. All of these clues were sent for testing and thorough analysis by the police. Jose Francisco Herrera, the suspect's defense attorney, questioned the authenticity of the evidence because it was found by volunteers, not professional police. He also said that the discovery of the remains coincided with the time his client declared his innocence, which was suspicious. Rodrigo Era, the attorney representing Allison's family, on the other hand, criticized the suspect's change of testimony, saying that it undermined the credibility of the official investigation. On October 5, 2020, experts confirmed that the remains found belonged to Allison. Because only a partial body was found, they were unable to determine the exact cause of death. However, examination of the remains revealed multiple fractures that appeared after death, suggesting she may have fallen from a great height. Her clothes were torn and her sneakers had bite marks, suggesting a possible animal attack. This would explain why the remains were found scattered in different areas of the landfill. Allison's mother, Yendrai, is furious with the police for not listening and acting promptly. She believes that if they had arrested Nelson sooner, he would have confessed and Allison's body would have been found in better condition. This is an irreparable loss for the family. Despite the terrible pain she is enduring, Yendri finds some solace in saying, "My daughter is in a better place now, where no one can hurt her anymore." The trial of Nelson took place on July 19th. Harold, Allison's boyfriend, was a key witness in the case. According to Harold's testimony, on the afternoon of March 4th, 2020, at approximately 6:30 p.m., he returned home and found Allison there with her mother. Harold then left for approximately 5 to 10 minutes. When he returned, he discovered that Allison had left without saying anything. While Allison was on her way home, Harold texted her repeatedly. As soon as she got off the bus, Allison texted Harold to say that 2 men were following her. Concerned for her safety, Harold suggested that she take a taxi and promised to pay for it. However, Allison refused twice and said that she would run home. Harold did not receive any further response from Allison after that text message. According to his explanation, he only informed his mother of the situation. He did not contact Allison's mother, Yen Dry, because his phone battery died. He then fell asleep for about 30 minutes. It was Allison's aunt who called him to inform him that his girlfriend was missing. Since then, he said he has been worried and tried to call Allison several times, but all the calls went to voicemail. He also could not be reached via WhatsApp messages. Harold said he joined the search party for a few days, but then had to stop because he felt unwell and had to go to work. He really wished things had gone differently. If he could go back in time, he would have taken Allison home that night. However, unfortunately, what happened cannot be changed. On August 18, 2021, the court sentenced Nelson to 18 years in prison for taking the life of Allison. He could have received twice the sentence, but the judge pointed out that there was no evidence to confirm that Nelson knew the route and time Allison would return home and that he planned to attack her. Furthermore, due to the condition of Allison's remains, there was no evidence that Nelson forced her to have sex. The story does not end there. Allison's family was not satisfied with the original sentence, arguing that it was not commensurate with the crime. In 2022, they successfully appealed, and the court decided to retry the case. As a result, on September 28, 2023, Nelson was sentenced to 35 years in prison. Allison's family's lawyer emphasized that Nelson acted in a cruel and inhumane manner and took advantage of the trust of the victim and her relatives. The court ruled that Nelson's actions were intentional. Nelson used his long-standing relationship with Allison to commit the crime. The criminal court also took into account Nelson's lack of remorse for his actions. Although still hurt and angry, the victim's family was relieved by the new verdict. The decision ended a painful chapter in their lives that lasted more than 3 years and put an end to this nightmare. Allison's family created a memorial at the spot where her body was found. They placed a cross, flowers, and a small altar with a photo of Allison and a statue of the Virgin Mary. Allison's case has caused a stir in Costa Rican media and social media. It has also led to many marches in memory of Allison and other women who have been victims of similar violence. The case of Gabby Doolin was born on December 26, 2007, in Scottsville, Kentucky, to her father, Brian Doolin, and mother, Amy Doolin. Scottsville is a small farming community where many people know each other. The town does not have many options for entertainment, so school sports are a big part of the locals' lives, especially soccer. Schools host regular games and tournaments, and for the locals, participating in sports is a tradition. Gabby's family is no exception. She has 2 older brothers, and her parents encourage their children to participate in sports. When Gabby turned 7 in November 2015, Furtown prepared for the biggest football game of the year. Her school's football team would be playing against a team from another county. Gabby's older brother was on the football team and she was on the cheerleading squad. The whole town was looking forward to the game. Gabby's family was going to the game, and Gabby convinced Brian and Amy to let her go with them. They initially planned to leave Gabby at home but eventually agreed to take her. When they got to the stadium, Gabby was excited to see her friends and asked her mom if she could hang out with them. Amy agreed but asked her to stay on campus and play with the other kids. During the entire time, Gabby kept running back and forth between her mom and her friends, playing and having a good time. Gabby also went to Brian in the announcer's room and asked for some money to buy snacks. After a while, Gabby's friends came up to Amy in the stands. Her mom took one look and noticed that Gabby wasn't among them. Gabby's friends asked her if she had seen Gabby and were worried. Amy said she hadn't seen Gabby in a while. She then asked why they were worried, and the girls explained that they had been playing hide and seek. Gabby had been assigned to look for them, and they had been hiding in the restroom. However, as time passed and Gabby had not arrived, the girls decided to leave the hideout to look for her. When they left the hideout, the girls could not find Gabby. They called her name and checked all the places they had played before, but Gabby seemed to have disappeared. The girls began to worry and thought that Gabby might have gone to the stands with her mother. After hearing the story, Amy began to panic and ran to her husband. Amy told Brian that Gabby was missing. Brian immediately began searching the area around the stadium. Meanwhile, Amy went to the snack bar where Gabby wanted to go and began looking for her there. After searching and finding no sign of Gabby outside the waiting areas around the stadium, Brian and Amy returned to the broadcast room and made an announcement over the loudspeaker in the hope that Gabby would hear them. This did not yield any results. Brian and Amy did not give up and continued to ask the people present to let them know if they knew where Gabby was. And several people joined them in the search for Gabby. They then continued to search the area around the stadium and asked the workers to light up the stadium areas with large lights. They also went deep into the surrounding areas of the baseball field, especially the small woods behind it. Despite their efforts, they still did not find her. It had been about a quarter of an hour since Gabby had gone missing, and Brian and Amy decided to call the police. The police arrived shortly after, heard what Gabby's parents and friends had to say, and immediately began an urgent search. While there had been previous missing persons cases, none had involved children. As such, they were rare in small towns, and the police were immediately faced with the worst-case scenario, especially when there were signs of crimes involving children, such as kidnappings and assaults. In that context, they were immediately faced with another difficult problem: the perpetrator could be at the stadium. This fact made the police alert and accelerated the investigation. The police realized that they did not have much time and that everyone would be going home soon. Therefore, they decided to stop the game and lock down the stadium, keeping everyone inside. The police closely guarded all exits to prevent anyone from sneaking out. To avoid disrupting the search efforts, the police did not inform people about what was happening. If people knew that the police were investigating the kidnapping of a 7-year-old girl that had occurred nearby, the situation could have become chaotic. Meanwhile, the state police arrived at the school and began searching the area. In a location in the woods, they stumbled upon a small creek and discovered the body of a young girl. They identified the victim as Gabby and called an ambulance to take the body to the medical examiner's office. After a preliminary examination, the police determined that the girl's cause of death was asphyxiation, as there were obvious marks on her neck. Furthermore, part of the girl's clothing was missing, leading the police to suspect that Gabby had been sexually assaulted. Amy saw an ambulance near the woods and thought that the police had found her daughter, so she rushed there but was stopped by the police. They did not want her to see the horrific scene. The police were investigating the murder and decided to move everyone from the stadium to the school gym. They suspected that the killer might be among them and needed to find a way to identify him. The detectives spoke to Brian and Amy, telling them about what might have happened to Gabby. The detectives also asked Brian and Amy if they had any suspicions about who might have committed this heinous act. They wanted to know if they had noticed anyone suspicious or if anyone had threatened their family. However, Brian and Amy insisted that they had no idea who might have done this. The detectives then spoke to Gabby's friends, asking them if they had seen anything strange. The detectives wanted to know if anyone had been following or watching them, but the girls said they could not recall anything of the sort. The police also took Gabby's friends to the gym and asked them to take a close look at the people present. They hoped that the girls might remember something. However, this did not lead to anything. The detectives believed that Gabby's friends might have seen the kidnapper but were too afraid to point him out or did not realize the significance of what they had seen due to their age. So the detectives asked them to recall every detail of that evening. Finally, one of them recalled that while she and Gabby were in the bathroom, she had seen a man standing near the door. The girl could barely remember what he looked like, except that he was wearing a denim jacket. The police questioned the ticket seller at the game, and he also remembered the man with the denim jacket. He said the man looked strange and drunk. However, the police were still unable to identify the man. The police continued to interview the people who attended the game, and gradually everyone learned why they were being held. When they realized that they might be in the same room as the killer, everyone was scared, especially for the safety of their children. But they still cooperated with the police and answered their questions. Investigators compared the list of names of all the men in the gym to the sex offender registry but found no matches. The police also visited the homes of several sex offenders who lived nearby, but all had solid alibis and none of them were near the school at the time. Meanwhile, the police continued to interview people at the school and found some important clues. Some people told the police that during the game, they saw a man named Timothy Madden near the girls' restroom, acting suspiciously. He was a local, so many people knew him. Witnesses also said that he was wearing a denim jacket, a description that matched that given by one of Gabby's friends, who also saw a man near the restroom. Another witness was a distant relative of Timothy. He said that Timothy seemed unusual during the game. His youngest son was playing on the field, but Timothy was not paying attention. This was very strange because Timothy was usually very interested in his son's athletic achievements. He even seemed lost. Other witnesses also said that Timothy's behavior seemed strange, which prompted investigators to talk to him. By nightfall, almost everyone at the school had been released. The officers decided to go and question Timothy, but they had first consulted with the local police chief. The police chief had known Timothy since childhood and thought that Timothy was unlikely to commit his crimes, citing that Timothy's criminal record was mostly clean, except for minor traffic fines. The officers then went to Timothy's home, where he lived with his wife and 5 children. When they arrived, the officers knocked on the door and Timothy answered. They asked him if he knew why they were there. He replied that he knew about Gabby's murder but denied any involvement. In an attempt to elicit a response, the detectives asked if he had any explanation for a video recording showing him talking to the victim, Gabby, before she was killed. In fact, no such video existed. Timothy initially said he did not know what the officers were referring to. However, he quickly recanted his statement. He admitted that he had spoken to Gabby that evening near the stadium. He explained that he had stepped outside to smoke a cigarette when a group of girls ran past him. Moments later, Gabby walked by and asked if he had seen her friends while they were playing hide and seek and needed to be found. Timothy claimed to have directed her to the girls, and then she left. Detectives were skeptical of Timothy's rapidly changing story. His account indicated that he had been at the scene just minutes before the victim went missing and there were no witnesses outside the stadium at the time, raising concerns that he may have had the opportunity to commit the crime. Detectives then asked for DNA samples and the clothes he was wearing at the stadium, which Timothy agreed to. However, when examining the clothing, police discovered what appeared to be bloodstains on his pants, denim jacket, and underwear. When asked about the stains, Timothy claimed that they were just stains and that the police had made a mistake. Detectives were skeptical, but they needed to wait for the results of DNA analysis before making an arrest. Although the case was a priority for the lab, the analysis took several days to complete. The medical examiner completed an autopsy and confirmed that Gabby's cause of death was indeed strangulation. They then took a biological sample from Timothy, which was sent to the lab for analysis. Police received an unexpected lead in the form of an anonymous letter reporting a suspicious man at the game. The letter included specific details, such as the make and model of the person's car and the license plate number. This allowed investigators to quickly identify the owner of the car. The owner of the car, a student who lived about half an hour's drive from Scottsville, was quickly questioned by police. However, he denied attending the game and claimed not to have heard of the murder. He also provided an alibi, saying he was at work that evening. Police checked his alibi and found it credible, eliminating him as a suspect. However, the anonymous letter writer was never identified, leaving questions about the letter writer's motives. It is possible that someone was trying to frame the innocent student or play a prank on him. Police received another lead after several people reported suspicious behavior by a local 16-year-old boy. He initially claimed to have attended the game, but later denied having done so. He also mentioned witnessing girls playing hide and seek. Upon further investigation, detectives discovered that the boy was Timothy Madden's son. Furthermore, they discovered that just 2 weeks before the murder, the boy had gotten into a heated argument with his father, even holding a knife to his father's neck and threatening to kill him. When the police learned of this information, they went to the boy to investigate. However, they needed the boy's parents to be present to conduct the investigation. The boy's mother refused to provide a DNA sample, preventing the police from conducting further investigation. Rumors about this investigation spread quickly in Scottsville. People began to talk about the police investigating the Madden family in connection with Gabby's murder. Various theories were put forward, with some people thinking that one of Madden's older sons might be the culprit. Others suspected Madden himself or thought that he might be covering for his sons. Gabby's parents also heard about these rumors and were shocked. Gabby's father had known Timothy since 3rd grade and knew the family well. Their sons had played football together, and their daughters had cheered together. The two families were very close, even sitting next to each other at games. So Gabby's parents found it hard to believe that anyone in the Madden family could be involved in the murder. After rumors spread throughout the town, the Madden's eldest son, then 20, began exchanging information with local officers on social media using profanity and threats, asking them to keep their distance from his family. Due to the content of his threats, the police were forced to arrest him immediately and discovered that he had an outstanding warrant for his arrest in another town. Specifically, he was suspected of assaulting a teenage girl. After being brought in for questioning, he insisted that he was not the perpetrator of the murder, and that he was simply upset about the accusations against his family. Importantly, he said he had been at his cousin's house in a nearby town on the night of the murder. He also agreed to provide a DNA sample to assist in the investigation. Gabby's funeral took place on November 20th, 6 days after the murder, and was attended by hundreds of people from Scottsville and the surrounding areas. They raised a significant amount of money to help Gabby's parents cover funeral expenses. Meanwhile, the DNA analysis of Timothy and his son had been completed at the lab, and the samples had been compared to the blood and semen samples collected. The results of the analysis showed that the DNA evidence was a perfect match. The semen found on Gabby's body belonged to Timothy Madden, and the blood on Timothy's clothing belonged to Gabby. As soon as this information was available, detectives notified Brian and Amy of the discovery of the killer. At the same time, the police also went to Timothy's house and arrested him. When Timothy was taken to the police station, he shouted to reporters that he was innocent. He later explained that the blood on his clothes was from scratching himself while passing through a fence. This contradicted his initial statement to the police that it was not blood but mud. With the DNA evidence matching, the investigators took the case to court, and the prosecution announced that they would seek the death penalty. During the preparation for trial, Timothy's lawyer asserted that his client was innocent and that the source of the evidence was questionable. The lawyer argued that Timothy was at the stadium at the time of the murder to film the game. However, Timothy himself told the police that he had seen Gabby at the same time. The attorney also pointed out that although Gabby's body was found in a creek, Timothy's clothes were dry when he returned to the stadium, raising questions about the accuracy of the evidence. Timothy's mother claimed that her son returned home in clean clothes, did not appear to be upset, and behaved as usual. However, the prosecution argued that the suspect's semen found on the victim's body disproved all of these arguments. The of semen could not be explained otherwise, and therefore Timothy's involvement in the case could not be denied. The police believe that Timothy's account of that evening contained some truth. He may have left the stadium during the game and encountered Gabby, who was looking for her friend. Since Gabby knew Timothy well, she may have approached him and asked for information about her friends. That may have been when Timothy came up with a plan, suggesting that the friends had run into the woods behind the baseball field and offering to escort Gabby there. When Gabby and Timothy were only a few hundred meters from the school, Timothy could have attacked Gabby and then returned to his friends. 4 years after the murder, in 2019, the parties began discussing a plea deal. The prosecution proposed to overturn the death penalty and exchange it for a life sentence on the condition that Timothy admitted his guilt. Brian and Amy agreed to this decision because the wait for trials was a heavy burden for them. They also worried that if the trial began, they would have to attend hearings for months, reliving the pain of their daughter's death all over again. Timothy eventually agreed and confessed. However, the agreement did not require him to reveal the details of what he had done. He only had to admit his guilt. This did not satisfy Gabby's family, who wanted Timothy to fully admit what he had done to their daughter. During Timothy's trial, the atmosphere became tense when Brian loudly yelled at Timothy. Eventually, the judge had to intervene, suspend the trial, and order the men to be separated. As a result, Timothy was sentenced to life in prison and served his sentence in a maximum security prison. Rachel Moran was born on January 17, 1981 in England and was the youngest of 4 siblings, having 2 sisters and 1 brother. They all lived together in their hometown. From an early age, Rachel developed a keen interest in music and dance, particularly ballet. She excelled academically in school and later attended a local college to study information technology. However, she eventually decided to focus on her passion for dance. In college, Rachel met a young man named Mark, and they soon started dating. They decided to move in together and rented an apartment in a quiet residential area, which was only a kilometer away from Rachel's parents' home, allowing her to visit them frequently. Rachel also found a job at a local bakery, where she enjoyed decorating cakes. This experience sparked her interest in pursuing a culinary education. In December 2002, when Rachel was 21, she and Mark adopted 2 kittens. They were both very attentive to the pets, ensuring they were never left alone for long periods. As a result, Rachel and Mark always planned their activities to ensure someone was home to care for the animals. This included their New Year's Eve plans, where Mark was to visit his parents and return in the evening, while Rachel planned to go to a bar with her brother to celebrate. On the night of December 31st, Rachel met up with her brother and they went to a bar joined by some friends. After midnight, Rachel and her brother left the bar and arrived at their parents' house around 1:20 a.m. Before going to bed, Rachel decided to call Mark to check on him but found he was not home. She reached him on his mobile phone and he informed her that he was at a party with friends. Disappointed that Mark had left the house and the kittens alone, Rachel decided to go back to their apartment instead of staying at her parents' house. Her mother tried to dissuade her from leaving due to the late hour and concerns for her safety, even though the apartment was only a kilometer away. After a long discussion, Rachel left for home, promising to call her mother upon arrival. However, after waiting for about an hour and a half without receiving a call, Rachel's mother tried to reach her both on her mobile phone and at the apartment but got no response. Rachel Moran's mother grew increasingly worried when she could not reach her daughter, suspecting that Rachel might have gone to the party where her boyfriend was and hence was not answering the calls. After trying to contact her until 4:30 a.m., the mother decided to go to sleep. She woke up around 10 a.m. and found her husband on the phone, hoping he was talking to Rachel. However, it was their eldest daughter on the line who had been unable to reach Rachel all morning and was very worried. Realizing that Rachel had not returned home, the family began to panic. They tried calling her again, and after some time, Mark answered. He was surprised when asked if Rachel was home. He said he had returned around 7 a.m. and found that Rachel wasn't there. Assuming she had stayed at her parents' house, he didn't think much of it and went to sleep. According to Mark, there were no signs that Rachel had been in the apartment. Her belongings were not there. The bed was as he left it and the kittens had not been fed. This escalated the family's panic. The family called Rachel's friends and other relatives, but no one had seen her that night. Subsequently, Rachel's parents decided to inform the police. Although Rachel was almost 22 years old and the police might typically wait before starting a search for a missing adult, they decided to begin the search immediately in this case. They inspected her apartment and interviewed all her family members and friends. The police quickly ruled out the possibility that Rachel had left of her own free will, given her background and the accounts of her loved ones. During the investigation, Rachel's mother recalled a moment from the night Rachel disappeared. When Rachel was leaving for her apartment, they had a discussion literally at the doorstep, standing with the door open as her mother tried to convince her to stay. At one point, an unknown man passed by the street. Rachel's mother even considered asking him to accompany her daughter home, but decided against it. After receiving a basic description of the man seen near Rachel Moran's location, the police began searching for him as he was headed in the same direction as Rachel shortly after her departure. This individual might have witnessed something relevant. Police units were alerted while the search for other clues continued. Investigators started scrutinizing Mark, Rachel's boyfriend. First, it was discovered that there had been an argument between them that night when Rachel found out he had gone to a party. Secondly, during his interactions with the police, Mark did not appear distressed despite his girlfriend's disappearance. These factors led the investigators to consider the possibility of his involvement in her disappearance, prompting them to verify his alibi. Mark stated he returned from the party after 6 a.m. The police confirmed his statement by speaking with people present at the party. Rachel's relatives also insisted that Mark would never harm her. Investigators requested Rachel's mobile operator and bank data and found that she had not used her phone or bank card since her disappearance. At that time, mobile phone geolocation tracking and cellular tower data were not sophisticated enough to be useful, especially over short distances. The police decided to obtain all surveillance camera recordings within a 10-kilometer radius of her route. Patrols were dispatched to each store, and residents in these areas were interviewed, hoping someone might have security cameras installed. Soon, they spotted Rachel on one of the cameras, just a few hundred meters from her residential complex, confirming she was heading home and not elsewhere. The search was intensified in this area, involving search dogs, helicopters, and dozens of officers combing streets, fields, and bodies of water. Streams and artificial channels were drained in the search, but these efforts yielded no results. As time passed, the police increasingly suspected that Rachel might no longer be alive, but the search continued on a larger scale. 2 weeks later, concerning clue emerged. One of the channels near Rachel's apartment was drained, and her shoe, which she had worn when leaving her mother's house, was found. The following day, a trash bag was discovered in the same channel, containing a woman's purse with cosmetics, a mobile phone, and other items, including Rachel Moran's passport. These findings led Rachel's family and the investigators to believe she was probably deceased, and the police continued scouring the channels. There was a possibility that an unknown perpetrator had disposed of Rachel's body there, but further searches led to no additional discoveries. In the subsequent days, detectives dedicated even more effort to the case, deciding to resort to a popular tactic in England. The police found a woman who resembled Rachel Moran and dressed her in clothes similar to those Rachel wore on the night of her disappearance. They asked her to follow the same route Rachel took, and this reenactment was recorded and broadcast on local television channels. The purpose of this experiment was to find witnesses who might have seen Rachel on the night she disappeared, but didn't think much of it, or had simply forgotten. The visual recreation of the scene was successful in jogging memories, and several people contacted the police with their observations after the broadcast. While these testimonies were ultimately not very helpful to the case, the detectives did gain some significant leads. In addition to witnesses, owners of surveillance cameras in the area also approached the police. Initially, the police had received most of these recordings, but some had been overlooked and proved to be fruitful. The administration of a school located about 150 meters from Rachel's apartment provided footage from the night in question. The quality was poor, but the police saw a woman heading towards the apartment complex and seconds later someone following her. They suspected this individual might be the unknown offender who could have attacked Rachel. However, the poor quality of the footage prevented identification of any distinguishing features. The police theorized that if the person responsible for Rachel's disappearance was this individual, they couldn't have transported her body too far without a car. They assumed the perpetrator lived in the area and decided to attempt to search every house within a 2-kilometer radius. This required residents' permission and considerable time, so over 100 officers were involved knocking on doors and requesting to inspect properties. The search began on January 28th with officers divided into groups, each accompanied by a specialist in property inspection. Hours into the search, one of the teams encountered something alarming at the last unit. The police were allowed inside by a man who answered the door, but initially found nothing suspicious. Before leaving, an officer noticed a small closet used for storing garbage, which was locked. The man couldn't recall where the key was, but eventually found it. When the officers opened the closet, they discovered numerous trash bags, empty boxes, and other objects. As they cleared the clutter, an officer noticed a human foot in one of the bags. Upon further inspection, they realized they had found the body of Rachel Moran, wrapped in a blanket and tightly squeezed into the closet, which was very low. The officers were astounded at how the criminal managed to fit a human body in there. They immediately arrested the apartment owner, 23-year-old Michael Little, and his friend who was present during the visit. Little reacted calmly to his arrest, while his friend was shocked and confused about why they were being detained. After the arrest, the officers called the chief detective and waited for his arrival. They took Little's friend to the station while Little remained in the apartment with an officer, waiting for the next team. The officer decided to engage Little in conversation, and to his surprise, Little almost immediately began confessing in detail. Little expressed relief at being found, saying he had long wanted to tell someone. He narrated the sequence of events leading to the girl's death, but the officer found his version dubious. According to Little, on New Year's Eve, he saw Rachel on the street, approached her and talked to her, offering to go to his apartment. Rachel agreed, and they went to his place where they drank a bit. Then they argued over something unspecified. Little claimed he went to another room. Upon returning to the kitchen, found Rachel with her back to him, holding a knife. When she turned towards him and cut his hand, he panicked, grabbed a kitchen knife and struck her, causing her death. The officer doubted the truthfulness of this story, as it seemed quite illogical. Nevertheless, he recorded Little's confession, and Little was soon taken to the station. During the interrogation, Little maintained his claim of self-defense. When asked why he didn't call the police, Little said he was scared and thought no one would believe him, so he decided to hide the body in his closet. Further investigation into Little's background revealed a significant criminal history. From a young age, he was caught stealing and committing other minor offenses. He was expelled from school several times, failing to obtain even a basic education. Little barely worked, stayed at home, and consumed alcohol and drugs. His acquaintances mentioned that Little often fantasized about meeting different women. He once even claimed he was dating a very tall and beautiful blonde girl. Although Little's friends knew he was not actually in any relationship, this detail caught the detective's attention. Rachel matched the description of the type of woman Little often fantasized about, approximately the same height and blonde hair. The detectives hypothesized that Little might have chosen Rachel as his victim based on these characteristics. They also established that Rachel did not know Little despite living on nearby streets. The investigators reconstructed the timeline of that night and found that Little had been with his friends on the evening of December 31st, preparing to celebrate the new year. However, Little left their company in a rage because the girl he was trying to flirt with had left with his friend. He then headed to another party and left shortly after midnight, following a route that intersected with Rachel's path. Upon reviewing all available facts, the detectives came to an alarming conclusion. They recalled the stranger who passed by Rachel and her mother while the latter was pleading with her daughter not to walk home alone. The police suspected that this man was Little, a theory indirectly confirmed by surveillance camera footage. The recording showed a man resembling Little passing by shortly before Rachel, and in a subsequent recording, an unknown man was seen walking behind her. If this man was Little, he must have stopped somewhere to wait for Rachel to pass and then began following her. This scenario contradicted Little's own story. Further contradictions emerged after medical experts presented their report. Rachel's body had 27 stab wounds inflicted with great force, and she had no defensive wounds, contrary to Little's claim of a fight between them. Additionally, some of the wounds were inflicted from behind and no cuts were found on Little's hands. These facts unequivocally indicated that his story did not match reality. Based on all the available data, the detectives formulated a more plausible version of events. On that night, Little, feeling spurned from being rejected at the first party, passed by Rachel's mother's house. Hearing part of their conversation, he understood that Rachel would be walking home alone. She fit the type of woman he fantasized about, so he decided to attack her or try to talk to her. He advanced a bit, stepped off the main street and waited for Rachel to pass, then began following her. The situation could have developed in two scenarios. Either he attacked her immediately or attempted to flirt with her. In the scenario where Rachel might have ignored Little and walked away, there were several reasons for this. Firstly, she had a boyfriend. Secondly, she would not go to the home of a stranger who approached her on the street in the middle of the night. And thirdly, Rachel was very concerned about her kittens. And thirdly, Rachel was very concerned about her kittens. Upon learning that her boyfriend had left them alone all night, she was focused on getting home as quickly as possible. The most likely scenario was that Little attacked Rachel when she was close to her home and dragged her to his apartment. Criminologists found evidence supporting this theory. There were mud stains on the back of Rachel's legs, indicating she had been dragged along the ground. They also determined that the murder did not occur in the kitchen, but in the hallway, where most of the bloodstains were found and which the criminal tried to clean. Despite all this, forensic experts determined that Rachel had been sexually assaulted and Little's DNA was found on her body. This indicated that Rachel could have been dead by the time these events occurred. Based on all this evidence, murder charges were filed against Little on January 31st. However, he had hired a lawyer by then and retracted his initial statements, claiming he had not killed anyone. Eventually, the case went to trial in October, where Little's lawyers presented a new version of events. Little now claimed that his friend was the actual murderer. This was the same friend who was arrested with him on the day Rachel's body was discovered but was later released due to a lack of evidence linking him to the case. According to Little, he returned home early in the morning and found his friend and Rachel there. He claimed his friend had met Rachel and decided to go to his apartment because he had the keys. The three of them drank together, and then Rachel and Little went to the bedroom and had sexual relations. Shortly after, his friend burst into the room, angry, feeling sympathy for the girl, and enraged upon discovering their relationship. He grabbed a knife and stabbed Rachel multiple times, then threatened Little. Little demanded that his friend help him clean up the blood and never speak of what happened. Otherwise, he threatened to kill not only Little but also his loved ones. As one might expect, no one believed this story. It contradicted the evidence and common sense. All indications pointed to Little as the real murderer, with no evidence implicating his friend. The trial concluded fairly quickly since the defense could not present any evidence to refute their client's guilt. As a result, Little was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 25 years. If his parole application is approved, he could be released at the age of 58. Rachel's murder was a devastating blow to all her family members, but her older sister, who suffered from diabetes, was particularly affected. The stress of the situation severely impacted her health. After a long struggle, she passed away in 2010, and her family blames Little for her death as well. Thus, the actions of this criminal led to two tragic losses. Case of Connie Alm. Connie Alm was born on July 18, 1974, in Malaysia. She was the younger of two daughters and enjoyed a very close relationship with her parents. In 1995, Connie moved to the United States to pursue higher education and a career in information technology. While living in the United States, Connie met a man named Brandon. He was a U.S. and an ethnic Chinese whose parents emigrated from Singapore over 20 years ago. Initially, Kanye and Brandon were just friends, but their friendship eventually blossomed into a romantic relationship. Brandon became a significant figure in Kanye's life, supporting and helping her in various ways. They got married in 2001. Kanye's life was on track in 2003. She was working as an analyst in San Diego, planning a future with her husband, and hoping to start a family. Her life changed dramatically that year. The trouble began when Connie's father, Ong Bayong, was diagnosed with cancer. Connie decided to fly to Malaysia to support her family during this difficult time. On June 1, 2003, Connie and her husband, Brandon, arrived in Malaysia. However, Brandon returned to the USA after a few days, leaving Connie to care for her father in Kuala Lumpur. Despite the distance, Connie and Brandon stayed close through daily phone calls. They would talk for hours, sharing stories about their daily lives, including their two pets. Connie's father underwent surgery to remove a kidney, but fortunately, his health began to recover. As he improved, Connie planned her return to the USA, scheduling a flight for June 14, 2003. Connie organized a farewell dinner at a local restaurant the evening before her departure, and she invited her mother, sister, and closest friends to join her. That evening, June 13th, 2003, Connie and her mother arrived at the designated meeting spot later than the others. They had trouble finding a parking spot in front of the mall, so Connie parked in the underground lot. However, her mother was concerned about the poor lighting in the lot rather than the parking fee. Once they arrived at the second-floor restaurant, Connie was excited to reunite with her childhood friends whom she hadn't seen in a long time. They spent a few hours catching up, but Connie soon noticed that her mother, Pearlie, was starting to look tired. When Connie asked if her mother wanted to head home, Pearlie said she had a lot to do that day, was okay with leaving early, and promised her friends she would be back soon. Connie, her mother, and her sister Elsie got up from the table to pay for their parking. They went to the payment terminal, which was located on the first floor, a floor above the underground parking lot. As they waited in line for the terminal, Connie realized she had left the parking ticket in their car. She asked her sister and mother to stay in line while she went back down to retrieve the ticket. Elsie and Polly waited for 10 more minutes, but Connie still hadn't returned. Then her sister started calling her. The first call went unanswered, and the second one was sent to voicemail. This was unusual, and Elsie and Polly immediately sensed that something was wrong. They quickly went to the parking lot, where they were shocked to find that Kenny's car was no longer there. They searched the parking lot several times to make sure, and after confirming that the car was indeed gone, they realized that Kanye must have disappeared along with it. Polly was certain that something had happened to her daughter, as Kanye would never leave without saying anything. Although the parking lot was poorly lit, it had surveillance cameras that might provide some clues about what had happened. The mall security initially refused to show Kanye's relatives the footage, but relented after her mother begged for their help. At midnight, Prilly and Elsie sat in front of a monitor and watched the shocking footage, which confirmed their worst fears. The footage revealed Kenny's car speeding out of the underground parking lot, crashing through the barrier. Although the footage quality was poor, it was evident that a man was driving with Kenny in the passenger seat. Her body was positioned as if she was trying to distance herself from the driver, leaning against the door. Upon seeing the footage, Prilly immediately filed the disappearance and kidnapping report at a police station. The police launched an investigation, while Kanye's family and friends drove around Kuala Lumpur desperately searching for her purple proton tiara. Meanwhile, Brandon, Kanye's husband, began to feel a sense of unease. He tried calling his wife multiple times, but she didn't answer. He then contacted her mother, who informed him about the events that had transpired. The news of Kanye's disappearance left Brandon in shock. Prilly could hear him sobbing over the phone. As dawn broke, Kanye's friends and family reluctantly returned home, their search efforts having yielded no results. The police disseminated information about the disappearance and conducted their own search, but unfortunately, it didn't lead to any breakthroughs. Even the footage from the mall's parking lot, where Kanye was kidnapped, failed to provide any leads on identifying the driver of the car. More than 72 hours have passed since Kanye's loved ones last saw her. Authorities believe that if she was kidnapped, it wasn't for ransom. If money was the motive, the kidnapper would have demanded it by now. A disturbing find was made by police when they discovered Kanye's car left empty on a city street. The front right tire was severely damaged, indicating it had been driven on while flat for some time, causing it to shred. In the back of the car, a large red stain was found on the passenger seat. Forensic experts collected evidence, including scrapings from the back seat, fingerprints from the steering wheel, and other parts of the car. There were many clues found in the vehicle. Kenny's family and friends held on to hope and prayed for her safe return. However, their hopes were crushed the next day after her car was found. On June 17th, a road worker detected a strong, foul smell coming from a manhole near the highway. Upon lifting the lid, he discovered a body that someone had attempted to burn using 2 car tires and sticks. A team of leading forensic experts from the Royal Malaysian Police immediately arrived at the scene. They found 2 car tires filled with concrete which had been used as stands for road signs lying on top of the body. It appeared that whoever had hidden the body trying to make it harder to identify. Although the discovery of the body seemed to confirm the family's worst fears, Kenny's mother, Pearlie, refused to believe that her daughter was dead without official confirmation. "Until they confirm it, we will continue to hope that she will turn up alive," she said. The family went to the morgue, but the doctor said that they couldn't confirm the identity of the body yet. Connie's family members provided DNA samples for comparative analysis. Unfortunately, the results confirmed their worst nightmare. The body was indeed that of their daughter, Connie. Some sources claim that before the DNA test results, Connie's family identified the jewelry on the body. However, as a loving mother, Polly held onto the hope that her daughter was still alive until the very end. The emotional torture she endured is unimaginable. The autopsy revealed that Connie had 2 stab wounds to her abdomen, and a medical forensics expert found signs of strangulation. A cloth was tied around her neck in multiple knots, and semen was found inside her body, which served as a source of DNA. A few days after the body was discovered, an incident raised questions about the work of police. An undercover policeman, Subramaniam Ravichandran, reported to his superiors that on the night of Connie's disappearance, he was on duty with his partner, patrolling the streets of Kuala Lumpur at night on their motorcycles. Both officers were dressed in civilian clothes. They noticed a car parked incorrectly, taking up half the road, and stopped to investigate if anyone was inside. Ravichandran approached the driver's door and saw a man behind the wheel with a woman in the passenger seat. He knocked on the window, and when the man lowered it partially, Ravichandran displayed his police ID and asked what they were doing. The driver replied they were just chatting and not doing anything illegal. Ravichandran then requested to see their IDs. As the driver handed over the documents, she in the passenger seat made unusual hand gestures, seemingly asking for help, but stopped whenever her assumed boyfriend looked at her. Noticing this, Ravichandran asked the driver to step out of the car. However, the driver responded aggressively, claiming Ravichandran was not a police officer but a thief. He then raised the window and reached for the ignition. Realizing the car might drive off, Ravichandran drew his pistol and shot the right front wheel. Despite this, the car sped away. Ravichandran and his partner pursued on a motorcycle but were unable to catch up, which is puzzling given the car had a flat tire. At the time, the Malaysian Police Department was in a state of disarray, which might explain why the officer didn't call for backup or report the incident. The car with a flat tire was a purple Proton Tiara, driven by 27-year-old Ahmad Najib bin Aris, accompanied by a woman named Connie Alm. Although the police chase did not result in an immediate arrest, the officers managed to obtain documents from the driver. Tragically, Connie Alm was later found dead. It is possible that if the officer had acted differently during the encounter, the outcome might have been different. Unfortunately, Ravichandran only informed his superiors about the incident after Connie's body was discovered. The only positive outcome of that night was that the police had obtained documents that could help identify the suspect. Besides Kenny's family, many Malaysians attended her farewell ceremony. Her death was a devastating loss for her husband, Brandon. Meanwhile, the police launched a search for Ahmad Najib. They discovered that he didn't live at the address listed in his documents, but his name was genuine, providing multiple leads to track him down. The police searched for Ahmad Najib's name in the Registry of Documented Marriages and the National Agency of Social Support. They found a match, revealing that Ahmad Najib bin Aris was born and raised in Muar, Malaysia. He was the second of 4 siblings and had dropped out of school to work and support his family. In 1998, he moved from Muar to Kuala Lumpur, where he got married and had 2 children. Since 2000, he had worked as a cabin cleaner for Malaysia Airlines. Knowing the name of Ahmad Najib's wife and her workplace, the police began surveillance. She worked at a metropolitan bank, and after her shift ended, undercover police officers followed her to determine her home address. Now that they knew where Ahmad Najib lived, the police had to ensure he was inside the house without alerting him. For 3 days, they monitored the house, but Ahmad Najib didn't appear. At one point, investigators doubted whether Ahmad Najib still lived with his family, but this was a hasty conclusion. On the 4th day of surveillance, at around 4 a.m., a cab pulled up to the house and Ahmad Najib stepped out. Within a minute, he was handcuffed and taken to the police station for questioning. News of the arrest and the suspect's identity quickly reached the press. Many people who knew Ahmad Najib were shocked to learn that he was suspected of kidnapping and killing Connie O.M. Those who knew him described Ahmad Najib as a devoted husband, a caring father of two, and an overall good person. However, investigators soon discovered that he may have been hiding a darker side. During the initial interrogation, Ahmad Najib remained calm and requested to speak only with the head of the Criminal Investigation Division. It wasn't until he was presented with evidence linking him to Connie Ong that Ahmad Najib began to deny any wrongdoing. His confidence seemed to wane as the evidence mounted. Investigators showed him 2 IDs that he had given to an officer on the night of Connie Ong's kidnapping. They also revealed that they had found bloodstains on his jacket and jeans, which DNA analysis would likely confirm to be Connie Ong's blood. After realizing the officers had solid evidence and were not bluffing, Ahmad Najib confessed to kidnapping and killing Connie O.M. Within 10 days of the kidnapping, on June 23, 2003, he was taken to court, where he repeated his confession. The police then conducted an investigative experiment where Ahmad Najib showed them all the locations he had been with Connie O.M. He provided a detailed account of how he forced her to be intimate with him multiple times, how he took her life, and how he attempted to dispose of her body. Evidence supporting his statements was found at all the locations he led the police to. The investigation began at the underground parking lot, where cameras captured footage of Ahmad Najib. According to his statement, he was waiting for his former boss, who had fired him and whom he sought revenge against. However, the claim about the former boss was never verified. Hiding in the darkness, he observed Connie Ong searching for something in her car and seized the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. He forcefully pushed her into the car, issuing threats that if she attempted to escape or seek help, she would face dire consequences. Overwhelmed, Connie Ong became disoriented and obediently followed his instructions. Next, he took the driver's seat and sped out of the parking lot. After crashing through a barrier, he stopped in an industrial area where he began to harass Connie O.M. Just as this was happening, a plainclothes police officer approached the car. Ahmad Najib falsely told the officer that he didn't know he had taken the wrong person until the officer asked him and his victim for their identification. Even assuming Ahmad Najib had intended to kidnap his former boss, his guilt remains unchanged. Undoubtedly, his former boss would have suffered the same fate as Connie O.M. According to Ahmad Najib's account, he managed to evade the pursuing officer. Despite the officer possessing his documents, Ahmad Najib failed to consider releasing Connie O.M. Instead, he stopped the car on the street to replace a tire damaged by a bullet. A car containing a woman was parked at the spot where he had pulled over. He approached she and asked for a car jack, intending to change his tire. However, he noticed Kenyong signaling to she, who then handed him the jack. He abandoned the idea of changing the tire and drove off immediately. Later, he stopped at a secluded area and used a knife to threaten Kenyong, forcing her to engage in intimate acts with him. Afterwards, he drove to another district where he coerced Connie Ong into satisfying him again, with both of them in the back seat. Connie Ong pleaded for mercy, but he took her life instead. He then disposed of her body in a manhole near a highway, moved the car to another location, and left it there. 16 hours later, he returned to the scene with a gasoline canister in an attempt to conceal evidence of the crime. DNA analysis confirmed that the semen found in Connie Ong's body belonged to Ahmad Najib Benares. His DNA was also discovered in the car, along with his fingerprints, providing further irrefutable proof of his guilt. Additionally, the analysis revealed that the blood on his jacket and jeans belonged to Connie Ong. The trial began on September 15, 2003, 3 months after Connie Ong's death. This high-profile case drew widespread attention from the Malaysian media and public. The trial attracted not only ordinary Malaysians and journalists, but also individuals seeking to boost their reputation, including numerous attorneys representing Ahmad Najib. Despite admitting guilt during the investigation, overwhelming evidence, including DNA proof, Ahmad Najib changed his stance after consulting 6 attorneys. At his first trial, he claimed his confession was made under police pressure. However, The judge before whom Ahmad Najib confessed immediately after his arrest testified that there were no signs of physical abuse and Ahmad Najib appeared calm and relaxed. The attorneys then shifted their strategy, arguing that Connie OM was in the car with Ahmad Najib voluntarily. They suggested that Connie OM, a black belt in Taekwondo, should have attempted to escape if she were being held against her will. However, this attempt to blame Connie Ong was rejected, as people respond differently to critical situations. However, another claim surfaced, stating that Connie Ong had consensual intimacy with Ahmad Najib and that Connie Ong's death was caused by strangulation used to heighten the experience. Forensic experts disagreed with and rejected this account of what happened. The cloth around Connie's neck was tied in multiple knots, suggesting that Connie Ong had no intention of loosening it. Indeed, the cloth was so tight that the skin beneath was the only area on the body not affected by the fire. Furthermore, the cloth was a type used for cleaning plain windows, and given the defendant's job as a cabin cleaner, this linked him more closely to the crime. Additionally, the lawyers struggled to explain the stab wounds on Connie's body. At this point, Ahmad Najib's attorneys advised him to remain silent and not testify. Many questioned why Connie didn't escape the car when she had at least 2 chances to do so. On February 23, 2005, Ahmad Najib bin Aris was convicted of all charges connected to the crime committed against Connie Oms. The evidence pointed to him as the sole perpetrator. Ahmad Najib received the maximum sentence under Malaysian law, 20 years imprisonment and 10 strokes of the cane for violating Connie Ong's sexual integrity, plus the death penalty for causing her death. In Malaysia, the death penalty is carried out by hanging, a method that differs significantly from the lethal injection used in some other countries such as the USA. Ahmad Najib's lawyers attempted to appeal the sentence twice but were unsuccessful both times. In 2010, Ahmad Najib petitioned the head of state to commute his death sentence to life imprisonment, maintaining his innocence. However, his plea for clemency was rejected. More than 13 years after Kanyang's death, on September 23, 2016, Ahmad Najib's sentence was carried out. He was 40 years old at the time of his execution. Roger Blumel was born on January 17, 1965 into a household bustling with many members, including his parents and 7 children, 6 boys and a girl. Roger's family was not only large, but also very united, raised with a strong sense of values and community life. Even while still in high school, Roger proved to be a hardworking young man with goals for the future. He began driving his father's truck and after graduating from the local high school, worked in concrete transportation. Later, he discovered that his true calling was in sales, a field in which he eventually found success. According to his friends, he was one of those people capable of selling ice to Eskimos. This skill was also accompanied by a generous, cheerful, and extroverted personality. He always seemed happy, and nothing pleased him more than making everyone around him have a big smile on their faces. Roger had a good life and an excellent relationship with his family. The only thing missing was a partner, and one day he achieved that too. The details are not specified, but a close friend later recounted that at the end of the evening, when he met a young woman who captivated him, Roger declared with absolute resolution that she was the woman he was going to marry. The girl in question was named Melissa. She was born in Wichita on January 1, 1960. Her childhood, too, was spent in a loving family comprised of 3 girls and 3 boys, though a younger sister died before reaching her first birthday. Melissa was a sweet, hard-working girl, always ready to help not just her family, but everyone around her. She began working as a cashier at a bank where she made a successful career. In the following years, her seriousness, commitment, and sense of collaboration earned her several promotions that led her to become the vice president of the bank. That first meeting marked the beginning of the union of 2 soulmates who married in 1991. Life for the Blumels seemed perfect as Melissa climbed the ranks within the bank and Roger's charm led him to establish his own business. Roger loved to share time with friends and bring joy to everyone around him. In Melissa, he found the perfect companion. Moreover, Both had a strong social consciousness that led them to collaborate and participate in any charitable sports or collective activity that took place in their community. However, as we've seen in almost all stories, a perfect life does not exist. And for the Blumless, the only thing missing was a child to bring laughter and joy to their loving home. Unfortunately, this desire remained elusive for the couple. And after years of unsuccessfully trying to conceive, Roger and Melissa began to consider the idea of adopting a child. With this intention, they contacted a local social worker. Their wishes were heard, and doubly so, as a woman named Keisha Schaberg had put up her 2 sons for adoption. Anthony, 7 years old, whom everyone called Tony, and Christopher, 4 years old, known as Chris. Keisha's idea was to place them in an open adoption so she could maintain contact with her sons and the family raising them. However, the Blumels did not consider this the best option, as they wanted to raise the children as their own and completely remove them from what had been a tough start in life. In the end, Roger and Melissa's approach prevailed, and from that moment, Tony and Chris formally became part of the Blumel family, starting to enjoy a life they never knew existed. In fact, it was later known that Tony was amazed he was allowed to have dinner every day. The children quickly adapted and began to enjoy their new life. They attended elementary school and successfully completed that stage as good students. In high school, they were also successful, had no problems with their peers, were fully integrated and made a wide group of friends, and excelled in sports, particularly in wrestling and football. Tony made rapid progress in wrestling, securing second place in a competition in his division. At that time, everything seemed to promise a bright future for the boys and a happy life for the whole family. But the Blumels' world began to turn upside down when Tony reached his senior year of high school. The young man began to change what had, until then, been exemplary behavior. He turned into someone who was constantly in conflict with his parents, accusing them of always favoring his younger brother Chris. From then on, he engaged in alcohol consumption, disregarded curfews, and even smoked marijuana. Things in the Blumel household became chaotic, and soon it seemed that the last hope for the young man to correct his path was lost. For a long time, Tony had expressed a fervent desire to join the United States Air Force after finishing high school. But this dream dissipated due to his own behavior when in 2013, he was arrested for an unspecified act of aggression and shortly after graduating, again for driving under the influence of alcohol. With these records, he could say goodbye to a future in military aviation. These events did not lead Tony to reflect. On the contrary, it plunged him into a downward spiral. Once he graduated from high school, his life had no direction. He did not want to continue studying, nor did he want to work. In fact, he wanted to do nothing more than sleep late and spend the rest of his day immersed in a cloud of cannabis smoke. Melissa lived in terror of the boy's outbursts of rage. And amidst all this situation, which was so difficult to bear, there was something else that the Blumels did not know. Since the spring of 2013 through social media, Keisha had been contacting her biological sons. While it seems Chris either rejected Keisha's friend requests or was not very receptive to communicating with his biological mother, Tony not only accepted immediately, but was also completely excited to reconnect with his real mother. Keisha had been devastated after giving her sons to the Blumels. Although she was relieved to know that both had been welcomed into the same good family and would stay together, she could not resign herself to the lack of contact. Reconnecting with her eldest son filled Keisha with excitement, but at the same time, she developed a great resentment towards the Blumels, believing that they had turned Chris against her. However, this feeling was undoubtedly overshadowed by the happiness of reconnecting with her firstborn. Additionally, the news of Tony's problems with his adoptive parents fueled Keisha's hope of reuniting with her son, and she wasted no time in offering him to come to see her. Meanwhile, at the adoptive family's home, far from improving, things were getting worse. The conflict reached a point of no return when one day, in the midst of one of his fits of rage, Tony punched a hole in a wall. This was the turning point for the Blumels. They could no longer risk their own safety and that of Chris. After several unsuccessful discussions trying to put an end to the eldest son's behaviors, Roger and Melissa came to the difficult decision to tell Tony that he had to leave the house. The young man initially wandered aimlessly, but soon realized he had to do something to sustain himself. So he got some jobs at fast food restaurants and supplemented those meager earnings by selling cannabis. Although he slept like a nomad from night to night at some friends' houses, he ended up associating with a group of youths who were deeply involved in excessive drug use. And amid all these despairing events, a lifeline suddenly appeared for Tony when Keisha told him to come to California to live with her. Tony eagerly accepted the invitation, and the reunion took place in September 2013 at Keisha's house in California. The young man was accompanied by his best friend from high school, Braden, who had dropped out in his junior year to dedicate himself to drug dealing. The two young men were excited because they arrived with the hope of having Keisha's support, who was also versed in the drug trade, to start a large marijuana business in the area, and they even talked about entering the medical cannabis market. The reality was that the two young men had arrived to live in a small apartment, which had only one room. It is not hard to imagine that the situation in the place began to be tense, particularly because Sean, Keisha's partner, had two jobs and was the only one bringing in money to cover the expenses for 5 people. Keisha only contributed a part of the social assistance she received for her daughter. Keisha, Tony, and Braden spent their days using drugs, and the woman's younger daughter was all the time under that bad influence. Logically, at one point things reached an unacceptable limit. Something that happened when Sean found out that Tony and Braden were selling marijuana near her house. She let them know that what they were doing was simply unacceptable and dangerous for her as the property owner. Consequently, she told them to take their drugs elsewhere. Additionally, after this episode, Sean gave an ultimatum to the house occupants. Everyone had to get a job or leave the apartment. Far from making the group reflect, as was her intention, what it achieved was that they formed an alliance to show indignation towards her. They decided to leave the apartment and go to a nearby hotel for 2 weeks. But that was not the solution either, because without having an income after those weeks, they had no means to sustain the hotel payment. The need for money did not make them consider working decently. The first idea they had was to return to Kansas, perhaps because it was familiar territory for Tony in terms of drug dealing. After almost a day on the road, the group decided to stop in Arizona and spend the night at a hotel. It was there that Tony told his travel companions that he had come up with an idea, which was to end the lives of his adoptive parents to claim the inheritance. Once they arrived in Wichita and found accommodation at a hotel they rented for a month, they dedicated themselves to refining the details of that idea. It was a simple solution. They had to end the lives of Roger and Melissa, claim the insurance, sell the assets, and use the resources to start a new, larger-scale drug business. Tony was convinced that the original family, which he had returned to, would become rich by cultivating and selling marijuana. Tony even proposed a perfect day to carry out the crime. It would be Friday, November 15th of that year, 2013, as his brother Chris would not be at home, as he had to attend an event related to his wrestling practice. Tony had been a star in that discipline and still maintained contact with some team members, which is how he learned about his brother's commitment that night. Gradually, the plan was formed in which Tony would communicate with Roger and Melissa and invite them somewhere with the excuse of talking about what had happened between them and try to fix things. Tony's idea was that while there was no one at home, Braden would take Keisha to the residence so she could enter and steal some valuables. Tony also knew where his adoptive parents kept a significant amount of money for emergencies. The idea was that the act would appear to be a robbery gone wrong. But from the beginning, the final intention was clear. When Roger and Melissa returned home, Keisha would end their lives. Everyone thought it was an excellent plan, but later Braden backed out. He did not want to participate in the act, but agreed to help by acquiring the guns they would need. As a substitute, he recommended a friend of his, also a former high school peer named Andrew, who could take on the role as the driver to take Keisha to the Blumels' residence. As promised, Braden procured 2 pistols purchased from other criminals. It should be mentioned that there was never any intention to share the money with Andrew, who was agreed to be paid $1,000 to act essentially as a driver and support for Keisha in the robbery. In the end, she would be the executor. In early November, Keisha posted on her social networks a photo of her with Tony and a caption that read, "A bond that cannot be broken." Finally, the day arrived. It was Friday, November 15th, 2013, and as Tony had predicted, his wonderful adoptive parents did not refuse to meet with him. The meeting went peacefully. While at the Blumels' house, the scene was completely different. As soon as Roger and Melissa left for the meeting, Keisha and Andrew entered the house, forced the garage door, and began to rummage through everything. They took the opportunity to take some small valuable items and the cash the couple kept in the house for any eventuality. Once the first part of the plan was carried out, Keisha and Andrew hid beside the secluded residence to wait for their victims to arrive. They soon received a call from Tony informing them that the meeting had ended, that his adoptive parents had dropped him off at the hotel, and they were on their way home. The wait was not too long. As soon as the Blumels' vehicle stopped in front of the parking gate, the two attackers came out of their hiding place. Keisha immediately positioned herself on Melissa's side, while Andrew aimed at Roger to keep him still. Melissa, still surprised, recognized the mother of the children they had adopted more than 10 years ago to provide love, stability, and a better future. She only managed to say, "Oh my God, Keisha," when a precise shot to the head made her collapse in the seat. Roger, completely disconcerted, tried to assist his wife. Meanwhile, Keisha reached the man's window and pulled the trigger towards Roger's head, but the gun jammed. The woman made several attempts to shoot while he was frozen with the slumped body of his wife next to him. Finally, the gun fired and Roger also collapsed next to the one who had been the best partner for his life project. Once the fatal plan was carried out, Keisha and Andrew boarded the vehicle they had arrived in and quickly left. The Blumel spouses remained there until around 9:15 p.m. when Chris returned from his meeting and found the terrible scene. He immediately called 911, reporting that he had just arrived home and found his parents practically unconscious inside their van. The young man stated that Roger was coughing and that Melissa was bobbing her head up and down. Both had gunshot marks on their heads. The dispatcher instructed him to try resuscitation maneuvers while emergency services arrived a few minutes later and took over the situation. Miraculously, the Blumels were still alive, but their lives were hanging by a thread, so they were immediately transported to a hospital. While all this was happening, upon returning to the hotel where they were staying, Keisha seemed to have a panic attack and stated that all she needed was to consume some illicit substance, and she did so accompanied by the other boys. Also, at that moment, Keisha handed over the used gun and a wallet of Melissa's that she had stolen from the house to be disposed of in a nearby stream. Andrew threw the items into the pond of a nearby park. The following day, Tony began using the money stolen from his adoptive parents' home to start trafficking marijuana, earning his first $100. Unfortunately, that same day, Melissa lost her battle and passed away at the age of 53. Tony also went to the hospital to see his father, but what he did not know is that sometime before, he had been removed from both the Blumels' will and their insurance policies. Consequently, the two heinous crimes had been committed in vain. In the following days, it was also discovered that Andrew had not been paid, and was even unaware that Keisha had taken cash from the Blumel family's home. Eventually, fate caught up with them. In the initial inspections of the Blumel residence, the police noticed that the garage door had been forced open, and inside the home, everything was in disarray. There were items scattered everywhere. It was confirmed that money, jewelry, and other items had been stolen. The authorities wondered if the attack on the spouses had been a result of them arriving while the thieves were still in the house. However, the fatal assault had occurred before the couple entered the home, so this initial hypothesis was dismissed. In the van where Roger and Melissa were attacked, there were no significant fingerprints, although investigators did find a bullet casing. Then, the authorities turned their attention towards the victims' workplaces, thinking perhaps an upset client had sought revenge. But this theory was also discarded, so it was time to talk to people close to the couple. The first on the detective's list was Tony, as he had been the last person seen alive with the victims. But the young man insisted he knew nothing and had not participated in the act. According to him, after finishing dinner, he had gone straight back to the hotel where he was staying with his mother. This information was confirmed by the staff at the tolls. The second on the list was Chris, who had found the bodies, but he was quickly dismissed after verifying his statement that at the time of the incident, he was at a dinner with members of the wrestling team. However, the investigators found something strange in the young man's behavior. He didn't seem overly disturbed and instead appeared to be lost in thought. When the police pursued this direction and asked him what he thought had happened to his parents, Chris immediately replied that there was only one person who came to mind. He added that the only one who might hold any grudge against their parents and perhaps be capable of such an act was his older brother, Tony. With this significant lead, the authorities got a lucky break in their search for the culprits. A man contacted the police to say that a young man who was a friend of Tony had approached him intending to buy a gun. The detectives focused on this individual and upon checking his background, found he had a long history related to drugs. Moreover, they discovered he had traveled to California along with Tony. It was Braden. Sooner rather than later, Braden received a message from his family informing him that the sheriff's office investigators were looking to interrogate him about what had happened to the Blumels. The morning after receiving this information, Braden went to the police station. A press report states that on his way to the police station, he stopped by a pond to throw away something, apparently the guns used in the crime, which had not been disposed of as planned. According to this account, was already under surveillance. And when the police searched the water, they found in the bag he threw a pistol that had not been fired in the attack. Braden's interrogation lasted for 3 days. At first, the young man maintained he had nothing to do with the incident, but he couldn't withstand the pressure from the authorities and ended up confessing everything he knew, stating that the idea for the attack had been Tony's. Tony Blumel, 18 years old, and his biological mother, Keisha, 35, were arrested on November 19th at the hotel where they were staying. Additionally, Andrew, then 18 years old, was arrested. And finally, Braden, also 18, was put behind bars on November 20th of that same year, 2013. At that time, Keisha did not admit her participation in the robbery and other crimes, although the 3 young men confessed what had happened. On November 25, 2013, the accused made their first appearance before the court via video conference. On that occasion, they were all charged with the same offenses: first-degree murder, attempted first-degree murder, 2 counts of aggravated robbery, burglary, and theft. The 3 young men were set a bail of $500,000. And for Keisha, the bail was set at $1 million. On December 21st, Roger's heart stopped beating, and at 48 years old, he joined his beloved Melissa. And after Roger's death, the situation for the woman and the 3 young men worsened, as they could be charged with capital murder, which could imply a death penalty sentence. Indeed, on January 3, 2014, the 4 detainees were formally charged with a count of capital murder for being the alleged perpetrators of the death of more than one person in the same incident. Additionally, Kesha was charged with 2 counts of aggravated robbery, 1 count of burglary, and 1 count of theft. The preliminary hearing took place on July 17th of that same year. By that time, Braden had negotiated with the authorities, and in exchange for a benefit in his sentence, he ended up becoming the prosecution's star witness. After a year of negotiations, not only did Braden reach an agreement, but 2 other individuals involved in the crime also negotiated with the prosecution. According to the agreements reached, the accused would not dispute the charges against them and would waive their right to appeal their sentences. In exchange, the prosecution agreed not to seek the death penalty and to drop some charges. Starting in mid-2015 in separate hearings, each confirmed their decision to plead guilty. The judge sentenced Keisha to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for the capital murder charge, and additionally to 122 months in prison for 2 counts of aggravated robbery. The sentences would be served consecutively. In her opportunity to speak, she stated she deeply regretted what had happened and lamented everything the Blumel family had to go through. The rest of her statement was controversial, as she claimed she had nothing to do with the incident, having no anger towards the Blumels. On the contrary, she had the utmost respect for them, as they had given Tony and Chris a wonderful life, and she would always be grateful for that. According to official records to this day, Keisha remains detained in a high-security level correctional facility. The second to face his fate was her son, Anthony Blumel, known to everyone as Tony, who received the same sentence as his mother. During the sentencing hearing, Tony, who declined to speak when given the opportunity, heard the victim impact statement made by his aunt, Christina Blumel, who thanked the authorities for administering justice and referred to all the love that Roger and Melissa had given the boy. In complete silence, Tony listened to Christina's heartfelt words, and at one moment, tears almost sprang from the young criminal's eyes. In the end, the woman told Tony that he had chosen his path without anyone forcing him to make those decisions. She added that perhaps one day he might understand his choices, or perhaps he never would. Tony has been since then in a correctional facility. His record up to this moment listed a significant number of prison infractions related to smuggling, fights, unauthorized phone use, explicit sex, theft, and disobedience, among others. A week after these sentences, it was Andrew's turn, the only one who did not agree to acknowledge his responsibility and was found guilty of first and second-degree murder. He was sentenced to life imprisonment, plus 155 months. Finally, Braden, the last of the participants in the incident and who from the beginning had reached an agreement with the prosecution, was found guilty of second-degree murder and sentenced to 24.5 years in prison. According to his official record, his first opportunity for release will be on May 28, 2035. However, his prison record shows that far from reforming, Braden had received 71 disciplinary reports for disobedience, threats to others, stimulant use, intoxication, possession of tobacco contraband, theft, and dangerous smuggling, among other causes. In the end, the district attorney expressed satisfaction with the outcome of this case. It's worth noting that even though she had waived that right, Keisha attempted to appeal her sentences unsuccessfully. At the end of this story, only one thing remains undisputed. The lives of two wonderful people, Roger and Melissa Blumel, were cut short with a terrible and unnecessary ending. The bitterness or perhaps the guilt of a woman who led a life of excess for which she gave up her children for adoption was the genesis of the tragedy. She couldn't bear that one of her descendants wanted nothing more to do with her, which apparently led her to direct her anger at the people who gave all their love and well-being to her children. For his part, Tony repaid all the love and care received from that couple with resentment, envy, and violence, resorting to an unjustifiable path of substance abuse, and finally a double crime. Keisha's younger daughter ended up being sent to a foster home. As for Chris Blumel, he managed to overcome what happened and has led a good life with the support of the family. The case of Ada Betty Quadros Fernandez. Ada Quadros was born on September 13, 1977, in the coastal town of Chimote, Peru, to Victor Quadros, a veterinarian, and El Fernandez, a teacher. As the eldest of 4 siblings, Ada consistently excelled academically, winning knowledge contests and enjoying a happy childhood. Growing up, Ada spent a lot of time with one of her sisters on their grandparents' farm, developing a strong connection with nature and animals. This period was one of the happiest times of her life. Ada's family was middle class, not poor but not wealthy either. During her teenage years, she sought ways to contribute financially, forming an entertainment group with her sister and a friend to perform at children's parties. After high school, Ada enrolled in a private university to study law. But unfortunately, her family's financial situation made it impossible for her to continue, and she was forced to drop out. Despite this setback, was determined to succeed and support her family. With the goal of building a better life in mind, Ada applied for a U.S. visa through the lottery program. Like many young people from Peru and Latin American countries, Ada viewed the United States as a land of unlimited opportunities. She was determined to migrate, work hard, earn a better income, and create a brighter future for herself and her family. Her family was overjoyed for her and sold some of their belongings to gather enough money for her journey. Her initial destination was Texas, where she planned to stay with some relatives. In early 2004, Ada started working as a waitress at a restaurant. Later, she found employment with a company that placed nannies in households, which is how she met the Lazarkikic family. The family consisted of Michael, commonly known as Mike, his wife Renee, and their 3 children, Elisa, and twin boys Ryan and Kyle. Little is known about the family's background, except that Mike and Renee got married in 2000, and shortly after, Renee became pregnant with their first child, Elisa. For months after Elisa's birth, Renee was expecting again, this time with twins Kyle and Ryan. The Lazarkikic couple was searching for a reliable nanny to care for their twins when Renee returned to work. Since Alyssa was already settled in a daycare where she attended daily and had made friends, they decided to keep her there. After interviewing several candidates, they found Ada to be the most suitable. At 27, Ada was young yet mature, appearing healthy, strong, well-mannered, and cheerful. Renee wanted Ada to start right away, so she could spend a few weeks showing her the household routines, explaining where everything was and outlining her expectations. This would also give Renee the opportunity to observe how Ada interacted with the young twins, who were just over a year old. The family had one non-negotiable condition. They required a commitment from Ada to stay with them for at least 18 months, which she agreed to. Initially, the agreement was that Ada would only spend her days at the Lazarkikic household. But later on, they asked her to move in full-time and she accepted. As a result, she only went back to her uncle's house on weekends. Everything seemed to be going well, and the Lazarkikic family was more than satisfied with Ada's work and had grown to trust her completely. They had many happy memories, captured in photos, of Ada smiling and caring for the twins. However, the Lazarkikic family's situation took a dramatic turn in the summer of 2005. Ada broke the news to them that her uncles were returning to Peru and then moving to Germany, and she intended to go with them, having already bought her plane ticket for October 29th. This was a blow to the couple, as it was not what they had originally agreed upon. Eventually, they came to terms with it, and only asked Ada to stay on until they could find a suitable replacement. They even asked for her help in finding and selecting her successor, and Ada agreed to assist them. After Ada stopped sleeping over at the Lazarkikics, she would go back to her uncle's house every night and return early the next morning. With her departure approaching, the Lazarkikics arranged to meet several potential nannies on Wednesday, October 12th. During the day, Renee asked Ada to prepare macaroni and cheese for the children, which Ada did. After feeding the kids, Ada waited for Renee's return. When Renee got back home, she greeted her children, making sure they were doing fine. After conducting some interviews, she spent over an hour with her kids before putting them to bed. Everything appeared normal. However, at exactly 5 a.m. on Thursday, October 13th, Kyle woke up crying, which was unusual since the twins were heavy sleepers who never woke up on their own. Renee got up, went to their room, comforted Kyle until he fell asleep again, and then returned to bed. At 7:30, 2 hours later, Mike entered the children's room, roused them from sleep, gave them a hug and a kiss, and left them in Ada's care before departing for work. Just before 9:30, Renee awoke, spent time with the twins, changed Ryan's diaper, bid farewell to both Ryan and Kyle, and then headed to work. Throughout this period, the children were doing fine, with the only unusual occurrence being Kyle's early awakening that day. Eliza, their older sister, went to daycare as usual, but around 1 p.m., Ada's 911 call marked a dramatic turn of events. In a highly agitated state, Ada reported that Kyle, one of the children, had stopped breathing and was turning blue. After providing the address, the operator guided Ada through performing CPR on Kyle, while paramedics rushed to the scene. Minutes later, paramedics arrived and took charge of Kyle's care. They questioned Ada, who was very distressed about what had happened. Ada explained that after lunch, she had put Kyle to bed in his crib and left to fetch his brother Ryan. When she returned with Ryan, Kyle suddenly began vomiting and stopped breathing. While paramedics treated Kyle, Ada phoned Renee to update her on the situation, providing a modified account of what had happened. According to Ada, after feeding the children, she had removed Kyle from his high chair and placed him on the playroom floor, as was her usual practice, before going to fetch his brother. However, when she returned, she found Kyle vomiting. She went to the kitchen to grab a bowl to contain the vomit, and upon her return, she discovered that Kyle had fallen. Ada claimed she picked him up, took him to the sink, and performed the breathing rescue technique Renee had taught her, but it didn't work. She also attempted CPR. Following initial treatment, the paramedics rushed Kyle to the nearest hospital. By the time Renee arrived at the house, The ambulance carrying her son had already departed, but the police remained on the scene. Renee took Ryan, the other twin, and asked Ada to accompany them. They followed the police, who escorted them to the hospital. During the drive, Renee called her husband and they met at the medical center. Shortly after, the doctors decided to airlift Kyle to the Dallas Children's Hospital via helicopter. The Lazarchikics returned home, leaving Ada to care for Ryan, before heading to the Dallas Children's Hospital. Ada requested they keep her updated about Kyle's condition. Renee worried Ada might be too nervous to care for Ryan, so she called a friend to help at the house. Her friend arrived to find Ada upset, tearful, and concerned about Kyle's fall. Ada explained that Kyle suddenly fell, and she tried to revive him with CPR. She repeatedly expressed her love for Kyle, insisting she'd never harm him. At the Dallas Children's Hospital, the Lazarchik family received devastating news about Kyle's condition. The doctor in charge reported that Kyle had suffered severe head injuries, including multiple bruises on his head, arm, and left shoulder. A neurosurgeon explained to Mike and Renee that urgent action was needed to relieve the pressure on Kyle's brain, but sadly, his survival was unlikely. A child abuse specialist also met with the parents and suggested that Kyle's injuries were consistent with abuse. The specialist emphasized that the injuries were extremely severe, equivalent to those sustained in a severe car accident or a fall from a 6th-floor height. Renee was stunned when she heard the news. At first, she suspected that Ada might have accidentally dropped the child, or was too scared or ashamed to admit it. But the doctors clearly explained the severity of Kyle's head injuries, which required a significant amount of force to inflict. This made an accident seem highly unlikely. Renee quickly arranged for another friend to pick up her son, Brian, and take him away from the house. While this was happening at the hospital, became increasingly agitated at home, repeatedly calling Renee's friend to ask about Kyle's condition. When Renee's friend stepped out to pick up her son from school, Ada called her multiple times, inquiring about Kyle. However, when Renee's friend returned to the house, Ada appeared calm, no longer crying or talking. Just then, a police car drove by the house. Upon seeing it, Ada became hysterical, crying uncontrollably and shouting, "No, no, no." She collapsed behind a door, repeatedly insisting that she would never harm Kyle. 2 female detectives arrived to question Ada, as she was the only adult present when the incident occurred and had called 911 to report the injured child. As the detectives arrived at the house, they heard Ada's cries and got out of their patrol car. Inside, they found Ada extremely agitated. Once she calmed down, she explained that she had removed Kyle from his high chair and placed him on the playroom floor to help him burp after a meal. When Kyle started vomiting, Ada went to the kitchen to get a container to catch the vomit, as Renee disliked stains on the floor. While she was away, Kyle turned blue, fell, and started convulsing. Ada claimed she then took him to the living room, called 911, and followed the dispatcher's instructions. During the interview, the other officer called the hospital to get an update on Kyle's condition. Upon learning the diagnosis, the detectives told Ada that her story didn't add up, given Kyle's injuries. Ada suggested that Kyle might have hit his head when he fell on the playroom floor after she left him alone. But the officers noted that the floor was covered with soft rugs, making this explanation unlikely. Ada then proposed that Kyle might have hit his head on the door frame when she carried him on her hip. At the officer's request, Ada demonstrated how this could have happened, adding that Mike and Renee often bumped Kyle's head without any issues. The officer checked the spot where Ada claimed Kyle hit his head, but found no signs of a strong impact. When Ada was questioned by the officers, she claimed the injury to her son Kyle was a result of a strong impact when she was running with him in her arms. She denied ever shaking or hitting him or his twin. However, the officers remained skeptical as the injury seemed inconsistent with Ada's story. They urged her to come clean, explaining that the truth could be crucial in saving Kyle's life. Despite their pleas, Ada refused to provide any further explanation. The officers reported the situation to their command and took Ada into custody for further questioning. Meanwhile, crime scene investigators arrived to process the house. After completing their work, they gave Renee's friend, who was staying at the house, the all-clear to clean and organize the property in preparation for the family's return. As Renee's friend and several others cleaned the house, they stumbled upon a piece of adhesive tape sticking out from a cabinet door under the kitchen island. When they opened the door, they noticed it was broken and held together by tape, causing it to become misaligned. They simply resecured it with the tape, but found it odd, as Renee was always meticulous about fixing broken items to prevent her children from getting hurt. Their curiosity piqued. They decided to report the discovery to the police. Shortly after, investigators returned to the scene to collect potential evidence. Later, when questioned about the cabinet door, stated that she frequently used that door and had never seen it being held shut with adhesive tape before. By Friday, October 14th, all of Mike and Renee's hopes had been dashed. The doctors informed them that Kyle was clinically brain dead and had no chance of recovery. Amidst overwhelming grief and indescribable pain, the couple made the difficult decision to authorize the removal of life support. After which, Kyle sadly passed away 3 days later, on October 17th. The detectives questioned Ada, who was imprisoned on suspicion of premeditated assault on a minor. Ada claimed that on the day before the incident, she was preparing macaroni and cheese at Renee's request. According to Ada, Kyle was sitting on the kitchen counter, fell off, and hit his head hard on the kitchen floor. She picked him up, checked for injuries, and found only redness on his ear and the right side of his head. Ada applied cold compressors and gave him a pain reliever. When asked why she hadn't shared this with the other officers, Ada said she thought they wouldn't believe her. She didn't tell Renee because Renee had a severe headache when she got home from work and requested the lights be turned off and the house be kept quiet, due to her migraines. The detectives asked if Ada had fallen with the child, which she strongly denied. During the interrogation, Ada discovered that Kyle had died and broke down in tears for the rest of the interview. The judge charged Ada with aggravated homicide and set bail at $715, an amount neither Ada nor her family could afford. So she remained in custody until the trial. Police hinted that they might charge her with premeditated actions, which could carry the death penalty. The 2005 trial of Kyle's death case heard testimony from the doctor who examined Kyle at Dallas Children's Hospital. The doctor reported that when Kyle arrived, he was already unconscious. Multiple bruises were found on the right side of his head, as well as on the left side of his head, shoulder, and both arms. 2 small hemorrhages forming hematomas were also discovered on the right temple. The doctor identified 3 main areas of hematomas on Kyle's head, indicating 3 separate impacts. The bruises were relatively recent, with one possibly 12 to 16 hours old. Internally, Kyle suffered from brain and retinal bleeding, consistent with severe trauma. And despite no broken bones, his brain tissue was significantly swollen, with an increased head pressure of 90 millimeters of mercury, far exceeding the normal 20 millimeters. Based on these findings, the doctor concluded that Kyle's injuries were consistent with severe blunt force trauma, likely caused by hitting his head against a hard object. The doctor suggested that such injuries could result from violently shaking and swinging a young child's head against a solid object, such as a kitchen cabinet door. A forensic expert from Dallas County testified about the autopsy results, which revealed multiple overlapping small bruises on Kyle's scalp, as well as a couple of small scrapes on his right temple, spaced over a centimeter apart. The autopsy also showed 4 or 5 pairs of similar injuries on his head. The brain had suffered significant bleeding and swelling, with bleeding in the retinas of both eyes, indicating that a substantial amount of force was required to cause such injuries. The expert concluded that Kyle's death was a result of severe head injuries caused by blunt force trauma, and agreed that it was possible that Kyle's head had been struck multiple times against the wooden door of the kitchen cabinet. The expert discounted the possibility that Kyle's injuries were caused by simply bumping into a door frame or falling from the kitchen counter. The forensic analyst provided crucial testimony, measuring the distance between the fasteners on the broken kitchen cabinet door and finding it consistent with the punctate abrasions on Kyle's head. This expert also examined the adhesive tape used to repair the cabinet door, uncovering 2 DNA traces. One of these traces had a significantly higher contribution and matched A's DNA, while the lesser trace remained unidentified. Next, Mike took the stand to testify. He recalled that Kyle was unharmed on the night of October 12th and the morning of October 13th, displaying no bruises. Mike explained that he had prepared breakfast that morning, opening and closing the kitchen cabinet doors to retrieve utensils and food, and verified that all doors were in perfect condition at the time, including the one that was later mysteriously repaired with tape. The parents shared that they had breakfast with the children and engaged in playful activities with the twins, who were crawling around a playhouse. Based on all the evidence, it's clear that Ada was the only adult in the house when the events leading to Kyle's death occurred. While the exact circumstances may never be known for certain, the prosecutor presented a possible scenario at trial. Kyle might have refused to eat his lunch, prompting Ada, who was distracted by watching a soap opera, to remove him from his high chair without noticing the open cabinet door. The prosecutor suggested that Ada's frustration or anger may have led her to attack Kyle's head with the cabinet door, which ultimately broke, leaving screw marks on the child. After all the testimonies and closing arguments, the jury went to deliberate. Upon returning, they found Quadrouche guilty of capital murder of a child under 6 years old. As the verdict was read, Ada's mother, El Fernandez, who had traveled from Peru when her daughter was arrested, stood up and shouted that she would free because she was innocent. She proclaimed that there was no evidence to convict her daughter and vowed to start over an appeal. Kyle's parents shared photos and videos of their 14-month-old son recounting his life from birth to days before his death. Family members spoke, while others cried. Sentenced to life without parole in 2006, Ada's family refused to give up, citing racial prejudice and poor defense. They sought appeal funding from Peru, U.S. communities, and solidarity groups. In prison, Ada consistently proclaimed her innocence and seized every opportunity to reiterate it in interviews. Her persistence eventually paid off when, in 2009, her lawyers filed an appeal, highlighting 5 specific mistakes made during the initial trial. The appeals court reviewed the case and dismissed 3 of the claims, but upheld 2. This was sufficient for the judges to quash the conviction and declare the trial null and void due to irregularities. In the aftermath of this ruling, Ada's family launched a new fundraising campaign to raise the $100,000 required to cover the costs of a new trial. It took 3 more years to prepare for the new trial, which finally began on July 10, 2012. The jury selection process started with over 100 candidates, and eventually 12 jurors were chosen. The trial was held at Collin County's Justice Hall. The defense team argued that Kyle's head injury occurred on October 12th, when he fell from the kitchen counter. They claimed that the situation worsened the following day, when Ada accidentally hit Kyle's head on the door frame while carrying him in her arms. This time around, the defense presented a new piece of evidence or testimony from a forensic expert with 40 years of experience. The expert suggested that some of Kyle's bruises might have been caused during his hospital stay, specifically when doctors inserted a catheter to assess brain swelling. However, the prosecution strongly disputed this new testimony. Additionally, David Gardner, an employee of the kitchen cabinet manufacturer, testified for the defense. He proposed alternative explanations for the broken cabinet door, although he didn't entirely rule out the possibility that Kyle's head could have been struck against it. A pivotal moment in the trial came when Mike took the stand, recounting the heartbreaking final 2 days of Kyle's life. Mike described how Kyle was hooked up to multiple tubes and machines and ultimately being removed from life support with his parents by his side as he passed away. The defense team insisted that there wasn't sufficient evidence to convict Ada, but the prosecution countered by emphasizing the medical findings and the numerous inconsistencies in Ada's story. Following the conclusion of the trial, the jury deliberated for 5 hours, even requesting to review the 911 call recordings once more. In the end, they delivered a verdict. Ada Quadrouche, age 33 at the time, was guilty of capital murder, and she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In prison, Ada occupied herself by joining the volleyball team, learning Braille, and entering an art competition in which she won with a portrait of the Virgin Mary. She sold her winning artwork to raise money for a new appeal. Despite being behind bars, Ada remains adamant that she is innocent and her spirit remains unbroken. From her cell, she and her family persist in their efforts to secure an appeal, hoping to prove what they believe to be the truth. very little is known about the childhood and youth of Arcadio Alvarez. We know that at some point during his youth, he formed a relationship with a woman whose identity has not been disclosed and with whom he had a daughter. It appears that his partner died in 1979 and he was left to care for the little girl who was then 5 years old. The girl's name was Alba Nydia Alvarez, who later became known as Nydia. After the death of his life partner, Arcadio moved into the home of a relative, an aunt of Nydia's, though it was unclear whether she was his sister or the sister of his deceased wife. However, a few years later, Arcadio began to encounter problems in that house, which is unsurprising, as the man started to abuse his daughter. This inappropriate behavior began when she was 5 years old. When she was around 13 years old, Nydia gave birth to her first baby, a boy who was also her brother. For her, this situation was always a tragedy, but her father was indifferent to it. They eventually settled with his family in a small village very far from everything in the south of Colombia, where only the most basic services were available. There were barely 200 families living in the area. Arcadio was a farmer with very few resources. As a result of his precarious economic situation upon arriving at the place, he settled his family in a fragile and unstable wooden house with a zinc roof and dirt floors. It is noteworthy that by the time Arcadio arrived in that area, the family had 4 children. For the people of the region initially, nothing seemed too strange. They simply saw the newcomers as good people, even though they were not very sociable or communicative. Nydia was a very reserved young lady and did not socialize with the local residents. In fact, she never left the house unless she was with her father, and she was essentially only seen when going out to buy supplies for the family alongside Arcadio. Some were concerned that she was school-age but did not attend the public school in the town. However, they never inquired about the reasons why the father did not send her to school. One day, reality struck everyone when it became evident that Nydia was pregnant. If she didn't leave the house, didn't have a boyfriend, and her father exercised complete control over her eldest daughter, the only possible conclusion was that the young girl, while a minor, was being abused by her father. But even though the abuse situation was clear to everyone, no one spoke. By the time Nydia was over 20 years old, she had had 11 pregnancies, not all of which came to term, and not all of the babies born survived. Nydia never gave birth in a hospital. It was often up to someone else to help her bring into the world the children fathered by Arcadio. In the small town, everyone gossiped about this. Initially, they were horrified, but nobody said anything. Of the 14 children, Arcadio and his daughter Nydia had, in the end, only 8 survived, 3 girls and 5 boys. Only Nydia learned to read and write because her father taught her. The rest had all their rights violated, starting with the right to an identity, since they were never legally registered. It was as if they did not exist. Without an essential document like the birth certificate, they could never enroll in the small local school that around 80 children attended, nor were they vaccinated or treated at the local clinic. Local inhabitants later reported that they saw the irregular couple when they went out shopping and never noticed any affectionate relationship between them. Some neighbors claimed they had the chance to talk with Nydia, but instead of offering help or some kind of support to get out of the situation in which she was the victim, they blamed her. They told her that having intimacy in children with her father was not right. Her response was always to remain silent. No one ever dared to confront Arcadio or reproach his misconduct. Later, some neighbors claimed that while he seemed like a decent man, he was extremely serious, and the people feared he might do something to them. Over time, the forbidden carnal relationship between relatives became something everyone started to accept as normal in the locality. Apparently, on a few occasions, the Alvarez's home was visited by personnel from the local Secretary of Education and the Colombian Institute of Family Welfare, as well as representatives of the Catholic and evangelical churches. The goal of all was to motivate the parents to send the kids to school, but this never had any effect. To make matters worse, these organizations also failed to pay attention to the fact that the children were not legally registered. It seemed that at that moment, the wind was blowing in Arcadio's favor. However, Arcadio pushed the limits too far, and that was the beginning of the end of his sinister plan of subjugation and abuse to the detriment of his entire family. As Nydia later recounted, her father began to show interest in perpetuating his deviant behavior with at least one of his granddaughters, who was around 11 years old. And as if his immoral behavior wasn't enough, he began to insinuate to his older male children that they could do the same. This undoubtedly set off alarms for Nydia, and it could be said that a divine intervention paved the way to the end. Around that time, Orlando, pastor from the Pentecostal church, spoke to those present at one of his sermons, including Arcidio, who wanted to appear as a correct and faithful man, about the topic of incest and what it meant, labeling it as a terrible sin. This was a turning point in Nydia's life, who, at the end of the meeting, approached the pastor to ask him to pray for her. But the stars were aligning, as around that time, the world learned about the terrible case of Elisabeth Fritzl in Austria, whose father, Joseph Fritzl, kept her captive in the basement of his own house for 24 years, fathering 7 children with her. The case of Elizabeth was so shocking that it seemed people around the world were willing to prevent such situations from being repeated. It was this story that propelled Nydia to make a definitive decision. Also, religious conviction that her father was forcing her to commit a sin and the fear that one of her daughters could become a victim of the same man added to the need to protect her descendants from the father's brutal assaults. The man, who always had a hellish temperament, beat one of his 6-year-old sons for waking him from his nap by fighting with one of his sisters. That apparently was the last straw. At that moment, Nydia confronted her father who, as he always had, reacted by hitting her. This was the strategy the man had used for years to ensure obedience through fear. But this time was different. Fueled by rage and courage, Nydia fought back, something that surprised Arcidio. Nydia knew she had no other option but to leave that house. For that, she not only gathered courage, but also had the full support of her older daughters. Trusting in God's will and with the strength gained from her conversations with the pastor at the first opportunity, Nydia took her 6 youngest children and fled the humble house that had been her prison. The 2 oldest male children, 18 and 16 years old at that time, chose to stay with their father. The group left and headed to a nearby town, where Nydia took some time to settle her family before formally filing a complaint against her father with the authorities. Initially, she only dared to accuse him of having beaten her young son, but later she expanded the complaint to detail the years of abuse she herself had been a victim of. Clearly, before taking any action, the authorities had to conduct an investigation to corroborate the serious accusations Nydia had made. Meanwhile, her 6 children depended solely on her, and they were in a different town where rent had to be paid. But if there was something Nydia was an expert at, it was working hard, so it didn't take too long before she found a job at a local restaurant. She worked exhausting shifts, starting at 5 in the morning and finishing at 8 at night. She devoted 15 hours of her life daily, from Sunday to Sunday, to the demanding job that barely earned her 7,000 pesos, less than $4 at that time. In the meantime, her eldest daughter, 16 years old, took care of her siblings and became the most important support for the suffering mother. However, the authorities who heard Nydia did not make much effort to investigate what happened, and valuable time was lost for the woman and her children, in terms of receiving the support they were justly entitled to from the Colombian state. The first to take real action on the complaint was a family commissioner who, seeing that the case was not being properly addressed, decided to send the information to Hugo Parra, a close collaborator of a counselor. Months had passed after the first complaint was made when Hugo, representing the counselor, arrived at the house occupied by Nydia and her children to learn firsthand what had happened. The man was completely shocked. As Hugo later told the media that covered the story, Nydia and her children were living in extreme poverty. The house they inhabited was in terrible condition, lacking clean water. The smell was almost unbearable, and of Nydia, only her shadow remained as the 35-year-old woman looked almost 70. At that moment, it was decided to make the case public knowledge and to start a strict follow-up of the progress of the complaint. The following months were dedicated to gathering testimonies that would attest to the truthfulness of Nydia's accusations. Finally, in January 2009, it was considered that there were sufficient elements to present the case to the General Attorney of the nation. Immediately, the highest authority of the public ministry ordered a group of detectives to start investigating the facts officially and in depth. The impunity that Arcadio had enjoyed came to an end on March 27, 2009. That day, agents of the investigation team, known by its initials as CTI, initiated an operation to capture the alleged perpetrator. They had to travel 2 hours through intricate paths to reach the sugarcane plantation where Arcidio was known to be. Finally, the 58-year-old man was detained. In his initial statement to the authorities after being arrested, Arcidio maintained that he had never forced Nydia to engage in inappropriate sexual relations and also asserted that she was not his biological daughter but had been adopted. Needless to say, he also denied having intentions of abusing his daughters, much less having instigated his older sons to do so. Upon hearing her father's statements, Nydia affirmed that he used the same argument of her supposed adoption to abuse her. She added that her father subjected her to the most terrible treatments, besides having her practically imprisoned since she lived locked up and could not go anywhere unless it was with him. Among everything, perhaps the most surprising was when she claimed that he would always be her father and as such she had to respect him. She then detailed that she always maintained in her conversations with Arcidio when trying to reason with him that she loved him as a father and never saw him as a man. On March 28, 2009, the trial against Arcidio Alvarez took place. There, the abuser maintained his version that Nydia was not his biological daughter, but an adopted one, and stated that the two had agreed to love each other. What he could not explain was how he could have made such an agreement with a girl of 5 years old, which was the age she was when he violated her for the first time. Following this hearing, Arcidio was transferred to the local jail amidst a crowd gathered at the courthouse gates to shout insults at the abuser. The police had to act quickly to remove him from the place, as many in the crowd wanted to physically assault him. The detainee was charged with sexual abuse, violent carnal access, and incest against his daughter, Nydia Alvarez. By that time, the case had become well known and the press had given it full attention. Despite everything Nydia had suffered, she showed her enormous heart as a mother during her conversation with journalists. She always stated that her greatest fear during all those years of subjugation was that her children might become victims of assaults like she was. Nydia maintained that this was something she never allowed. And she also stated that every interaction with her father made her feel very bad, and she did not want the story to repeat with her daughters, a point she had made very clear to Arcidio, warning him that if he ever laid a hand on any of her daughters, that would be the end of the docile and good person he had known. She hinted in her interaction with the media that she also resented that what was happening to her was an open secret and no one offered her the least bit of support. She confirmed that she never gave birth in a health center. All her childbirths were attended by midwives at home who knew the situation, but only asked if the new baby was the child of the same father. By that time, her oldest child was 19 years old and the youngest was only 1 year old. In 2009, the trial against Arcidio ended with no further details found, except of course that in response to the accused claims that Nydia was not his biological daughter, comparative DNA tests were ordered. The Colombian Institute of Forensic Sciences confirmed that the man was lying as the tests proved she was indeed his daughter. It was also revealed that the prosecution originally tried to add an additional charge for sexual acts against a minor under 14 years of age for an alleged abuse against one of his daughters. But the fact could never be proven. And in the end, the prosecution dropped this charge. The media reported that in the initial session, Arcidio pleaded innocent, but after 12 hours of hearing Nydia's valuable testimony and the DNA evidence, the accused ended up accepting the charges against him and even apologized to his daughter and his grandchildren. With his admission of guilt in October 2009, the presiding judge sentenced Arcidio Alvarez to 15 years and 7 months in prison, a sentence that undoubtedly seemed almost an offense to the victims and did not take into account the number of people whose lives were severely affected. And there was yet another incomprehensible detail. Although the reasons were not found, the sentence was later reduced to 11 years, 7 months, and some days. After the trial and under the protection of the Colombian Institute of Family Welfare, Nydia and her 6 younger children were relocated and placed in a house in good condition in Bogotá, the country's capital, with the aim of starting a new life away from the place where everyone knew them and would constantly remind them of what had happened. This is the last information that could be found about this family. And talking about Arcidio, the insufficient sentence was not even fully served. As in 2011, the authorities of that institution reported that Arcidio had died. According to a press release issued by the prison authorities 2 weeks before, the individual had been hospitalized for surgery due to gallstones. But the day after being discharged and returned to prison, the guards found him dead in his cell. The report stated that the death occurred due to natural causes. At the end of this case, the lesson of Nidia's courage and her struggle to provide for her surviving children remained. But the undeniable pain of so many years and the deaths of 6 little ones, either because their pregnancies did not come to term or due to being born under inadequate conditions, was undoubtedly very difficult to overcome. At the time of the events, the director of the Colombian Institute of Family Welfare stated that he had never known a case of this magnitude in Colombia and expressed concern that a situation of so many years had not been denounced by anyone. The official was not only referring to a complaint from the victim, who was the most fragile and had the least opportunity to do so, but also to the community members who knew about the situation, but chose to remain silent. In a conversation with the press, one of the sons who stayed with the father tried to make sense of the events from his humble point of view. But the truth is that nothing justifies what happened in this case. Nidia lived for about 30 years dreaming for freedom, but without the courage to obtain it, as the abuse started at such a young age that it left her unable to defend herself. Inside, she was a terrified child, even at the age of 30. After finally being freed from her abusive father, the woman stated that all that went through her mind was the hope that her children could have a better future, that they would study to progress in life, form their homes, and feel at peace. And perhaps the great lesson of this case is advice for other women that Nidia repeated several times to the media. She pointed out that if they found themselves in a similar situation, they should find a way to speak out, to denounce, and trust in God to move forward. For Nidia, silence was her father's perfect accomplice, not just her own silence, but that of all those who, knowing the situation, preferred to look the other way. Case of Sarah Everard. Sarah Everard was born in June 1987 to Jeremy Everard and Susan Everard. Her father worked as a professor of electronics at the University of York, England, United Kingdom, and her mother worked in charity. She was the youngest of 3 children in the family, with older siblings James Everard and Catherine Everard. The family home was located in a quiet cul-de-sac in the Heslington area of the city, and Sarah would often be seen playing in the street with her siblings and other local children. She attended the local comprehensive Fulford School, where she was remembered as an incredibly likable, vibrant, caring, and popular girl who excelled at sports and performed well academically. After completing her A-levels, she left Fulford School in 2005 after securing a place at Durham University, where she studied for a degree in human geography and graduated in 2008. Sarah started her career as an account executive at Proximity London in July 2008, where she worked for 4 months. After that, she joined Rapier as a senior account manager in September 2009. She worked there for 3 years and 6 months before leaving to work at a travel agency. From February 2021, Sarah had been working as a digital account director at McCormick & Morrison, as well as a freelance client lead at Flipside Group, a freelance company. On the evening of March 3, 2021, Sarah was walking home to Brixton Hill from a friend's house near Clapham Common. Unfortunately, something terrible happened. The following day, Sarah's boyfriend, Josh, reported her disappearance to the police. They were supposed to meet, but she didn't show up and didn't respond to any of his calls. Her family and friends were shocked as she was in regular contact with them, and it was completely out of character for her to disappear like that. A large-scale search operation was launched involving hundreds of officers and members of the public. The search concentrated on the area between Clapham and Brixton, including parks, woodlands, and other open spaces where CCTV footage had captured Sarah's presence the previous night. Police stated that she was believed to have walked through Clapham Common after leaving her friend's flat and heading towards her home in Brixton, a journey that should have taken approximately 50 minutes. The police issued a public appeal for information, requesting anyone who had witnessed Sarah or had any relevant information that could assist the investigation to come forward. They released footage captured from the dashcam of a passing police car and a private doorbell-type camera, which showed Sarah walking alone along the A205 Pointers Road towards Tulse Hill, south of Brixton. She spoke to her boyfriend on her phone for around 15 minutes and agreed to meet him the following day. It was uncertain whether she made it home. The police also released a photo of Sarah and a description of her attire when she was last seen. She was wearing a green rain jacket, navy blue trousers with a white diamond pattern, and turquoise and orange sneakers. It was believed that she was also wearing green earphones and a white beanie hat. The investigation was led by the Metropolitan Police's Specialist Crime Command, which deployed over 120 officers and staff to work on the case. The search was conducted with the assistance of police dogs, helicopters, and specialist search teams. Specialist officers were brought in from across the force, and the police received more than 120 calls from the public regarding the case. They asked anyone who may have relevant dashcam or other footage to come forward. Sniffer dogs searched gardens and streets around the search site near Everard's presumed route home and in the nearby Oaklands estate. Officers also searched a pond in Clapham Common and drains along the A205. Investigators quickly found CCTV footage showing a police officer from the Forces Parliamentary and Diplomatic Protection Command, later identified as Wayne Couzens, with Sarah Everard on 2 occasions. The footage depicted them next to a rented Vauxhall Astra, along with the car's license plate. It was discovered that on the February 28, 2021, Couzens had reserved a white Vauxhall car from a rental company in Dover. On the March 3rd, after finishing a 12-hour shift at the U.S. Embassy in London, he traveled to Kent to pick up the rented vehicle. Subsequently, he drove back to London, where he was seen in Earl's Court and on Battersea Bridge. Upon reaching Clapham, he drove to Earl's Court again before returning to Clapham around the time Sarah Everard went missing. Couzens had parked the Vauxhall on the pavement outside Pointers Court, stopped Everard, and showed her his police warrant card before handcuffing her. Around that time, Couzens and Everard entered the car, and Couzens drove to Kent, where the route of the car was retrospectively tracked using CCTV and ANPR. Couzens and Everard were again spotted in Dover and had transferred to Couzens' personal seat car. Couzens then drove to Hodeswood near Ashford, where his car was captured on CCTV in the area between 3:22 and 6:32, before driving back to Dover to switch back into his rental car before returning it. The Metropolitan Police then arrested Wayne Couzens, along with a woman, at an address in Kent in connection with Everard's disappearance, and they were taken into custody. However, the woman was later released without charge as the detectives continued their investigation. They found that Couzens had told senior colleagues that he was suffering from stress and no longer wanted to carry a gun. Couzens bought and filled a petrol container at a service station in Whitfield and then drove to Hodeswood, where his car was captured on CCTV at 12:37. He reported himself ill from work, handing in his equipment, including his police belt and handcuffs, which raised suspicions of murder. The police searched Hodeswood and found human remains that were confirmed to be Everard's body through dental records. Her remains were found in a large builder's bag, approximately 100 meters from a plot of land that Couzens owned. The police also searched the site of a former body repair garage, previously owned by Couzens' family, at the top of the White Cliffs. The detectives questioned Couzens and learned that when his mobile phone had connected to cell sites in the area of Clapham, he had sexually assaulted Sarah and strangled her to death using his police duty belt. He burned Everard's body inside a refrigerator he had bought. He then bought 2 large builder bags from B&Q before returning to Hodeswood, where he used one of the bags to dispose of Everard's remains in a pond. He drove his personal car to Sandwich, Kent, disposing of Everard's mobile phone, where the police divers searched underwater in one of the town's watercourses. The police also focused their search operation around the rope walk in Sandwich and cordoned off approximately 1 square mile of the town. Sarah's disappearance and the heartbreaking discovery of her remains drew people from all walks of life together in grief and solidarity. The call for change echoed through the streets as individuals raised their voices to demand a safer world for women. Sarah, a vibrant and compassionate soul, was a beloved daughter, sister, and friend. Her disappearance left her loved ones devastated and searching for answers in a world where her safety should have been guaranteed. The investigation concluded that Sarah Everard had died from compression of the neck, according to the results of a postmortem held at William Harvey Hospital in Ashford. Cousins was charged with Everard's kidnapping and murder following authorization from the Crown Prosecution Service. He appeared at Westminster Magistrates' Court and was remanded in custody before appearing at the Old Bailey from Belmarsh Prison. Cousins pleaded guilty to kidnap and sexual assault and admitted responsibility for Everard's death on the 30th of September. Cousins was sentenced to life imprisonment with a whole life order, with Fulford justifying the severity of the punishment by saying that Cousins' use of his position as a police officer to detain Everard was the vital factor that made the seriousness of this case exceptionally high. Cousins tried to apply for leave to appeal against his sentence, but his appeal against his whole life sentence was rejected by the Court of Appeal as of December 2021. Cousins was imprisoned at HM Prison Frankland in County Durham and was further charged with 4 counts of indecent exposure related to alleged incidents in January and February 2021. He pleaded guilty to 3 incidents of indecent exposure that took place in Kent in 2020 and 2021. Sarah's story has sparked important discussions about women's safety and empowerment, leading to various initiatives and advocacy movements with the shared goal of creating a world where women can walk freely without fear. The global outcry for change following Sarah's tragedy called for accountability, respect, and a shift in societal attitudes towards women's safety. We honor Sarah's memory by working towards a world where every woman can live without fear, where safety is a basic right, and where unity and empathy prevail. Sarah Everard's legacy will be one of strength, unity, and hope, inspiring us all to stand against violence, support women's rights, and strive for a world where everyone can live without fear. Ellie Gould was born on February 6, 2002, in the small British town of Cown. She came from a big, close-knit family. Besides her parents and older brother, she had a lot of relatives living nearby, and they were all very close. From a young age, Ellie had a deep love for animals, especially horses. Her parents would often take her to the stables, and eventually they decided to get her a pony. Ellie got into horseback riding, started participating in various events, and achieved some pretty impressive results. Besides that, she planned to study psychology after high school and join the mounted police. By early 2019, at the age of 17, Ellie was finishing her last year of school. She had plenty of friends there because she always tried to get along with everyone and avoid any conflicts. That same year, a classmate asked Ellie out, and they quickly started dating. Ellie, who had never been in a relationship before, was excited about this new experience. On May 3rd, Ellie woke up early as usual and started getting ready for school. She didn't have any morning classes that day, so she only needed to be at school by noon for just a few lessons. She had arranged for a friend to pick her up, said goodbye to her parents as they left for work, and waited at home. A few hours later, Ellie texted her friend, letting her know she had decided to skip school that day and stay home, telling her not to come by. Her friend figured Ellie just didn't feel like going in for a couple of classes and headed off without her. Around 3 p.m., Ellie's father came home from work. When he walked into the kitchen, he was met with a horrifying sight. His daughter was lying face down on the floor in a large pool of blood. At first, he thought Ellie might have fallen and hit her head or gotten into some other accident. But then he saw the blood splattered all over the kitchen and noticed a knife lodged in his daughter's neck, with her hands gripping the handle. He immediately called an ambulance and tried to perform first aid, following the operator's instructions, but Ellie showed no signs of life, and her father realized she was already gone. When the paramedics arrived, all they could do was confirm Ellie's death, estimating she had been dead for at least 4 hours. They also saw multiple stab wounds on her body, most of them concentrated in her neck area. Ellie's parents were in complete disbelief. Even when the police told them that their daughter had been murdered, her father struggled to accept it. He was in a deep state of shock, convinced that what had happened to Ellie was just some kind of terrible accident. Her body was handed over to the medical examiners, who established more details about what had happened. Along with the 13 stab wounds, they discovered signs of strangulation on her neck. It seemed the attacker had failed to kill her that way, so he grabbed a kitchen knife. They also found several defensive wounds, showing that Ellie had fought back, desperately trying to defend herself from the attacker. While forensic experts examined the crime scene, the police began their investigation. They brought Ellie's parents to the station and asked if they knew anyone who might have wanted to harm their daughter. After looking at each other, both parents could only think of one name: Thomas, Ellie's boyfriend. Her mom explained that Ellie and Thomas had started dating just a few months earlier, and at first, Ellie was thrilled. She had never been in a relationship before, and Thomas seemed like a great guy. He was a top student, played sports, and was part of the school's rugby team. But things between them started to go downhill pretty quickly. Thomas wanted to spend almost all of his time with her, and he became more demanding about it as the days went by. Ellie, on the other hand, couldn't give him that much attention. She needed to focus on her final exams and take care of her ponies. As time went on, Thomas's behavior only got worse. He would get upset with her, accusing her of not wanting to spend time together, and became increasingly controlling. He would call and text her constantly throughout the day, and then get angry when she couldn't respond right away. Ellie's parents had always felt that Thomas wasn't the right match for her. When he visited their home, he would mostly stay quiet, which they found odd. Ellie, on the other hand, was very outgoing, and her parents figured the relationship wouldn't last long. And they were right. Just a few months into the relationship, Ellie started thinking about breaking up with him. Not only was Thomas's behavior making her more and more uncomfortable, but she also realized that she needed to focus on her exams and getting into college. In the end, she decided to end things and broke up with him on May 2nd, just one day before she was killed. The police also spoke with Ellie's friends, who shared more details about the breakup. Ellie had told them that Thomas didn't take it well. He kept trying to convince her to stay together, calling her constantly and asking to meet, but Ellie refused to talk about it. Their mutual friends mentioned that Thomas's behavior changed drastically after the breakup. That same day, he posted on social media saying that the past few days had been incredibly hard for him. Not only had he just broken up with Ellie, but his father had been diagnosed with cancer and his aunt had recently passed away. Thomas ended the post by saying he was struggling to cope and planned to seek help from the school counselor. After seeing the post, some of Thomas's friends reached out to offer their support. When they spoke with him, they noticed he seemed genuinely depressed. But when the police asked if they thought Thomas could have harmed Ellie, his friends couldn't believe it and insisted that it was impossible. With all this information in hand, the investigators decided to talk to Thomas. But before that, they examined Ellie's phone and discovered that Thomas had messaged her that morning, asking to meet. They went to Thomas's house and asked where he had been that morning. Thomas explained that his mom had driven him to school, but he was too upset over the breakup and his other problems to attend classes. So instead of going in, he waited until his mom left, walked to the bus stop, and headed back home. On the way, he messaged one of his teachers to let them know he wouldn't be at school today. According to Thomas, he didn't leave the house after that. He spent the rest of the day doing homework and relaxing. During the conversation, he also asked if Ellie was okay, and the officers told him about her death. After speaking with Thomas, the investigators went to talk to his mother, and here they encountered an interesting twist. She confirmed that she had dropped him off at school that morning, but when she returned home later, Thomas wasn't there. The police returned to talk to him again. He explained that he hadn't wanted his mom to know he skipped the entire day of school, so he hid in the closet and waited until she left for work. During the conversation, the officers noticed fresh scratches on Thomas's face. When asked how he got them, Thomas claimed he did it himself, but the investigators were skeptical. Given that the medical examiners concluded Ellie had fought back during the attack, these injuries could have easily been inflicted during the struggle. The police also questioned all of Ellie's neighbors, and one of them shared an interesting observation. That morning, they had seen a man approaching Ellie's house. However, due to the distance, the neighbor couldn't make out the man's face or any other useful features. They could only provide a rough description of what he was wearing. The police decided to check Thomas's alibi by looking at the GPS data from his phone. They confirmed that he returned home after leaving school, but what they discovered next sharply contradicted his story. At 10:50 a.m., Thomas's phone disconnected from his home Wi-Fi and began moving in the direction of Ellie's house. Just 3 minutes later, his phone was located near her home, where it remained for about an hour. At 11:51 a.m., the phone started heading back towards Thomas's house and reconnected to his home Wi-Fi within minutes. The police realized that it would have been impossible for Thomas to cover the distance between his and Ellie's home on foot in just 3 minutes, since he lived in a neighboring village several miles away. Then they reviewed surveillance footage along the route and spotted a silver Ford Focus, which belonged to Thomas's parents. The movement of the car matched the phone's location data, leading investigators to conclude that Thomas must have been driving it. The camera also captured the same car leaving Thomas's house again and returning just 18 minutes later. The investigators couldn't find any footage that showed exactly where Thomas had gone during that short trip. However, they managed to narrow down the general area where he might have stopped. Since it seemed like Thomas had only been there for about a minute, the police suspected he might have been getting rid of evidence. Their hunch soon proved correct. While searching a small wooded area, officers found a trash bag containing blood-stained rags and an apron. With all this evidence, the police obtained a warrant to search Thomas's home. They asked him to provide the clothes he had been wearing that morning, and Thomas said he had put them in the washing machine. The officers seized the clothing, along with his shoes, and sent everything to the lab. Forensic experts quickly conducted the analysis and found traces of blood on nearly all of his clothes. Although Thomas had tried to wash them, the experts were able to extract a DNA sample from the blood. The analysis confirmed that the blood belonged to Ellie, just like the blood found on the rags in the woods. Thomas's clothes also matched the description given by Ellie's neighbor, who had seen a man near her house that morning. All of this, combined with other evidence, painted a pretty clear picture of what had likely happened that day. According to the investigators' version, Thomas had planned the murder from the start. After his mom dropped him off at school, he immediately took a bus back home, hid in the closet, and waited for her to leave. He then drove the family car to Ellie's house. It seems that Ellie let him in, possibly thinking he just wanted to talk, and they ended up in the kitchen. Based on the medical examiner's report, Thomas tried to strangle Ellie, which is when he got the scratches on his face. When he couldn't kill her that way, he grabbed a kitchen knife and stabbed her 13 times. For the next hour, Thomas tried to clean up the crime scene, using the rags and leaving smudges all over the kitchen. He then gathered the rags into a trash bag and tried washing his sneakers in the sink, where traces of blood were also found. After that, he wiped the knife with a kitchen apron, likely to erase his fingerprints, and tossed the apron into the bag. Then he placed the knife in Ellie's hand and positioned it around her neck, seemingly hoping the police would think she had done it herself and wouldn't suspect him. Detectives also recalled the message Ellie had sent to her friend, saying she wasn't going to school and asking not to pick her up. They concluded this message was sent after she had already died. It seems Thomas had taken her iPhone, unlocked it using Ellie's fingerprint, and sent the message himself. Apparently, he didn't want the body to be found so soon. But that wasn't the end of Thomas's attempts to cover his tracks. After throwing his clothes in the washing machine at home and dumping the bag of evidence in the woods, he ran into a neighbor and asked for a ride to school. There, he attended the remaining classes, chatted with his friends, and even stopped by the school nurse. He told her how difficult the last few days had been for him and how he was struggling to cope. The nurse, concerned about his emotional state, called his mother, who then took him home. Later that day, Thomas posted on social media about his breakup with Ellie and the other problems he'd been dealing with. At the time, Ellie's body hadn't been discovered yet, and police believed that all of these actions were part of his attempt to create an alibi. It took the police only a few hours to gather all this evidence, and by the same evening, the 17-year-old was arrested on suspicion of murder. During the interrogation, Thomas continued to deny any involvement, and the case was eventually sent to court. The first hearing took place on August 29th, for months after the murder. This time, Thomas suddenly changed his story. He stood before the judge and confessed to killing Ellie, though there was a catch. According to his new version, he had gone to Ellie's house that morning to study for their exams. During their study session, an argument broke out, and from that point on, he claimed he could hardly remember anything. He recalled trying to strangle her, but said the rest of his actions were a complete blur. The prosecution didn't buy Thomas's new story, pointing out several major inconsistencies. First of all, Ellie didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore, and all her friends and family knew this. So, the idea that they were studying together seemed highly unlikely, especially since her friend was supposed to pick her up soon. Thomas's claim of memory loss also didn't add up with the fact that he spent an hour trying to clean up the crime scene. On top of that, he placed the murder weapon in Ellie's hand as if trying to make it look like she did it herself. After that, he went on to get rid of the evidence, create an alibi at school, and even tried to wash all of his clothes. Given all of this, the court sided with the prosecution, and in November 2019, Thomas was found guilty of murder. Before the sentencing, he gave a final statement, apologizing to Ellie's family and expressing genuine regret for his actions. However, there was another issue at the end of the trial. Thomas was only 17 at the time of the murder, which directly impacted his sentence. The judge sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole in just 12 years. He also added an additional 5 years for the brutality of the crime. This means Thomas could potentially be released at 34 years old. This verdict sparked outrage not only from the victim's family but also among many citizens across the country. People were baffled as to how someone who committed premeditated murder could receive such a short sentence. But despite the public outcry, there was nothing anyone could do to change the court's decision. Ellie's father stated that this sentence puts other women at risk, as Thomas could become a danger to society upon release. He believes that Thomas is a psychopath who should not be let out of prison for the rest of his life. This injustice prompted Ellie's parents to dedicate the next few years to changing the existing legislation. In 2021, they finally achieved progress. The authorities passed Ellie's law, which allows juvenile murderers to receive prison sentences of up to 27 years without parole. Unfortunately, this change will not affect Thomas, as he was convicted under the old laws. The only thing Ellie's parents managed to secure was a requirement for Thomas to undergo extensive therapy after his release, in hopes that it would prevent him from committing similar crimes in the future. Since then, Ellie's parents have been organizing events in memory of their daughter, inviting children to ride her horses. According to her mother, this activity helps ease the pain of their loss, as horseback riding was Ellie's greatest passion. The case of Shibli Sadiq Hridoy. Bangladesh's 18-year-old Sadiq was a very good boy, honest and hardworking, but his honesty cost him his life. Sadiq's full name was Shibli Sadiq Hridoy, and he was only 18 years old. He was born in Chattogram City, Bangladesh, which is one of the world's oldest seaports with active natural harbors for centuries. Sadiq belonged to a very poor family, where his father Shafiq was a truck driver and his mother, Naida Ka, was a housewife. Sadiq was their only child. Since childhood, Sadiq had a great passion for studying and had big dreams for his life. To fulfill his dreams, he started working at a poultry farm at a very young age. The money his father earned was barely enough to cover their household expenses. So Sadiq started working at a nearby poultry farm to pay for his college fees. Sadiq quickly became skilled in his work, and the owner of the poultry farm promoted him directly from a regular worker to a manager. Even after receiving this position, Sadiq showed no signs of arrogance and continued to work diligently. During his time at the poultry farm, Sadiq had managed to save some money for his college fees and had also made several friends there, who were all older than him by 5 to 6 years. But they all respected Sadiq and worked under him because he was educated and took his work as a manager seriously. He also ensured that others worked honestly while on duty. However, sometimes due to Sadiq's honesty, there would be conflicts with his own friends at the farm. Although these conflicts were not major and were usually resolved within the farm premises. Besides his work and studies, Sadiq had no other distractions. If he ever had any urgent work, he managed it well and always made it home on time before it got too dark. On the morning of August 28, 2023, Sadiq went to work and performed his usual duties, just like any other day. However, that evening, he did not return home on time, as expected. At first, His parents assumed that he had been given some important task at the poultry farm where he worked. But as time went by, their concern grew. Between 11:30 and 12 at night, his parents tried calling him 2 or 3 times, but Sadiq did not answer any of their calls, which was highly unusual for him. Although Sadiq didn't answer his parents' calls, they were still thinking positively as the night passed. However, Sadiq still hadn't returned home the next morning. Sadiq's parents tried calling their son once again, but he didn't answer this time either. They also tried calling the owner of the poultry farm, but his phone was also unreachable. Sadiq's parents searched around their home and also asked people near the poultry farm about their son, but no one knew anything about Sadiq. Since they couldn't find any information about Sadiq from anywhere, they started to worry a lot. Amidst this worry, on the morning of the 29th, they received a call from Sadiq's number. Seeing this, Sadiq's parents felt a little relieved. However, as soon as they answered the call, they sensed that their son sounded quite panicked. Sadiq then told his mother that he had been kidnapped and had been inside a car for the last 12 hours. He said his captors were beating him and that he was hiding and talking to his mother in their presence. But the call suddenly got disconnected before Sadiq could speak further to his mother. Now after this, Sadiq's parents knew that their son had been kidnapped and he was in quite a bit of trouble. The kidnapper himself cut Sadiq's phone, and Sadiq was the sole heir of his family, which is why his parents were very worried about him. It was because of this attention that Sadiq's mother, Naida Ka, started calling her son again, but now someone was disconnecting the call from the other end. After this, she was about to go to the police to file a complaint when she received another call from the same number. But this time it wasn't Sadiq, but a stranger speaking. The person on the other end said that they had Sadiq in their custody, and that if the family wanted his safety, they should arrange 1.5 million taka quickly. The location to deliver the money would be given on the next call. Sadiq's family was very poor. They didn't even have 1 lakh taka. But because it was a matter of their only son's life, they started gathering money. For the next 3 days, they put all their efforts into collecting money. They asked for money from their relatives and neighbors, but from the 28th to the 31st, they couldn't even gather 2 lakh taka, let alone 1.5 million taka. On August 31st, 2023, the kidnappers contacted Sadiq's parents again and demanded money. This time, Sadiq's parents told the kidnappers directly that they could not gather that much money. After hearing Sadiq's parents' response, the kidnappers compromised and said they would release Sadiq if the parents brought them 200,000 taka quickly. It was unusual for kidnappers to act this way, but it seemed as if they were already aware of Sadiq's family's financial situation. The kidnappers had already reduced the ransom amount to 200,000 taka. But even then, Sadiq's parents told the kidnappers that 200,000 taka is also too much for their family. In response, the kidnapper said, "Okay, but if you don't give us the full amount, then we will kill Sadiq." After hearing this, Sadiq's parents said, "Don't harm our son. We need a 4-day extension to gather 200,000 taka." Now, Sadiq's parents also borrowed money from shopkeepers to gather the remaining amount. Some people understood their compulsion and gave them money, but some couldn't. However, after wandering everywhere, they managed to gather 200,000 Bangladeshi taka within 3 days. And now they were just waiting for the kidnappers' call. On September 4th in the afternoon, the kidnappers called and summoned Sadiq's father to the Bandarband district headquarters with the money. Additionally, they threatened again that if he disclosed anything to the police, Sadiq would not be alive. Now, since Sadiq's parents wanted to save their son, they did not take any risks and went directly to the location specified by the kidnappers, paying them the ransom. There, Sadiq's father waited for a while. Then 2 masked kidnappers arrived. They didn't talk much to Sadiq's father and just took the money from him. However, as the kidnappers were leaving, they assured Sadiq's father that his son would reach home before him. Hearing this, Sadiq's father was immensely relieved and hurried home. But upon reaching, he found that Sadiq hadn't arrived yet. He asked his wife about their son's whereabouts, and upon hearing this, Naida became anxious. Subsequently, Sadiq's father shared everything with his wife. After hearing the entire story, Sadiq's mother became even more anxious, Yet both of them waited outside their home's door until evening, hoping for Sadiq's return. By now the night had fallen, and they hadn't received any further information about Sadiq. Similarly, this night passed, and by then, Sadiq's parents had lost all hope, and their condition had deteriorated to tears. Up until now, even Sadiq's relatives had learned about his disappearance, and one of those relatives advised Shafiq to lodge a complaint with the police. Initially, Sadiq's father was also afraid, because the kidnappers had warned him that if he tried to tell the police anything, they would harm Sadiq. But then, on September 7th, Sadiq's father called his son's phone, although the kidnappers had forbidden it. But there was no response. From August 28th to September 7th, Sadiq had been missing for more than 10 days, and things were getting quite difficult. So on the evening of September 7th, Sadiq's parents decided to go to the local police station. There, they recounted everything that had happened over the past 10 days to the police. Initially, upon hearing all this, the police were quite angry with Sadiq's parents for not informing them of the incident first. But when Sadiq's parents mentioned the threat given by the kidnappers, the police understood what a parent must be going through at such a tough time. After that, the police quickly assembled a team to search for Sadiq and began their search. During the investigation, the police first checked Sadiq's background, such as his behavior in college, his friends, and how he lived with his family. It was revealed that Sadiq was a good boy who neither had enmity with anyone, nor did he engage in fights with anyone. However, during the police investigation, Sadiq's mother, Naida Ka, remembered something. Before moving forward, she told the police about a fight Sadiq had with his friends inside the poultry farm. Upon hearing this, the police immediately went to the poultry farm and apprehended 6 workers who were working there. Each of them was interrogated one by one. In the initial investigation, these people tried to prove themselves innocent. But in the end, when the police pressured them, 4 out of the 6 boys confessed to their crime. The names of these 4 boys were Umang Ching Mama, Suing Mama, Anumara, and Yukai Mara. The police arrested these 4 on charges of kidnapping. During the investigation, the police asked all of them about Sadiq's location, but none of them uttered a single word. However, after being kept in jail and tortured for quite some time, they opened their mouths and also revealed their other 2 accomplices. On September 11th, they began to recount how, on the night of August 28th, when Sadiq was returning home, they kidnapped him to take revenge. Their plan was to kidnap Sadiq, beat him, and then demand money from his parents in exchange for releasing him. Initially, everything was going according to plan, and these people were going to get the money. However, during this time, Sadiq saw the faces of 2 of them, which made them think that Sadiq now knew everything. Therefore, they thought that if they let Sadiq go, he would inform the police and they would be caught. So after that, they used a knife to attack Sadiq and attacked him repeatedly from his face to his feet with that knife. As a result, Sadiq bled a lot and died on the spot. Now, the police and Sadiq's family had learned that Sadiq was no longer alive. The police are investigating this case as a murder case. After that, the police asked these people about Sadiq's body, to which his killers replied that after killing Sadiq, they had cut his body into pieces and thrown it on a hill. The police went with these people to that hill and found some body parts there. But among those pieces, the police found a proper body a little far away, but its face was completely disfigured. The face of that body was so badly disfigured that the police couldn't identify whether it was Sadiq or someone else. However, after looking at the clothes on that body, its height and some other factors, the police believed that it was Sadiq's body. Sadiq's family confirmed that yes, this was indeed their son. Now the police had arrested all of them on murder charges. And during custody, Umang Ching Mara made several revelations in the Sadiq murder case. He stated that he had a good friendship with Sadiq, but 2 months ago they had a disagreement over some issues. After that, Umang Ching decided to take revenge on Sadiq. Additionally, he mentioned in his statement that he himself had killed Sadiq with his own hands and even ate small pieces of his body. Afterward, this was a horrifying and shameful act. But as soon as this news appeared in the media, protests started across the country. During this time, people couldn't tolerate their anger. And when the police were taking all these accused on the evening of September 11th, the crowd snatched Umang Ching from the police and beat him so severely that he died on the spot before the court could sentence him. People themselves gave him the punishment for his deeds. Moreover, the police managed to remove all the other accused with great difficulty and put them behind bars. Since then, there have been no updates on this case. If any new update comes in this case, I will inform you through a community post on my channel. However, Sadiq's parents lost a son who loved them dearly and was very serious about his future. So with this, the Shibli Sadiq Hridoy murder case comes to a close. Melissa Wolfenbarger was born on September 9, 1977 in the small American town of Locust Grove. She was the youngest child in her family, and her older sister, who was 7 years old when Melissa was born, helped their mom take care of her from day one. As they grew up, the sisters formed a really close bond. In high school, Melissa met a guy named Christopher, and soon after graduating, they got married. The couple settled in a quiet suburb of Atlanta, where Christopher landed a job at a glass manufacturing plant. Not long after moving, Melissa got pregnant and they welcomed a daughter, followed by a son a little later. By 1998, 21-year-old Melissa was spending most of her time at home taking care of the kids. Even though she was quite young, she was happy with her growing family. Melissa also tried to visit her parents and sister as often as she could, but with the distance and all her responsibilities, those visits were rare. They planned to spend Christmas with her family that year, and a month before, on Thanksgiving, Melissa called her mom to ask for a special gift. She wanted some old photo of her grandfather. Her mother went through all the family albums, found the perfect photo, and began waiting for her daughter and the grandkids to arrive. But when Christmas came, Melissa didn't show up. At first, her parents were a bit surprised since they'd planned this for over a month, but they figured she might just be too busy. After all, she had 2 small kids to care for, and she'd also recently started working at a cafe because Christopher's income wasn't enough to support the whole family. The situation was complicated by the fact that they couldn't just call Melissa and ask why she didn't come. There was no phone in her house, and back then, cell phones weren't common. Melissa usually called them from her in-laws, but since her last call on Thanksgiving, she hadn't reached out once. Her parents decided to wait. When Melissa didn't call on her mother's birthday, they started to worry something might be wrong. That's when they decided to head to Atlanta to check on her. However, they were met with a surprising discovery. Melissa and Christopher's house was completely empty. After speaking with the neighbors, they learned that the family had moved out right after Christmas, but no one knew where they had gone. This only made her parents more confused. They couldn't imagine that Melissa just moved somewhere else without telling them. Eventually, they got in touch with Christopher's parents and through them finally reached Christopher himself. But the whole situation became even more puzzling. He claimed Melissa had left him back in December and he hadn't seen her since. According to him, she had decided to move to California and start a new life, leaving him and their kids behind. Her parents found Christopher's story hard to believe. First off, they couldn't imagine Melissa abandoning her kids, who were only 1 and 2 years old. Plus, if she had really decided to move, they were sure she would have reached out or visited at some point, but that never happened. Despite their doubts, Christopher stuck to his story, and Melissa's parents couldn't get any more information out of him. They returned home unsure of what to do next, but determined to find their daughter. Over the next few months, they tried to track her down, reaching out to friends and relatives. But it was as if Melissa had vanished into thin air. In the spring of 1999, Melissa's mother saw a news report about Atlanta police finding a human head in a bag, soaked in bleach, in a wooded area. A few days later, they discovered 4 more bags containing other body parts. What immediately caught her attention was that the site was near Christopher's old job, and she feared the remains could belong to her daughter. However, the police later said that the head belonged to a missing man from another cold case. By early 2000, her parents finally decided to involve the police, but it didn't help much. Investigators spoke with Christopher and concluded that Melissa had likely left her family to start a new life, which is why she hadn't reached out. As a result, the police didn't pursue the case, but Melissa's parents refused to believe that she had just walked away from her old life. In fact, with each passing month, they became more convinced that something bad had happened to her. and they suspected Christopher was involved. Her parents knew the couple had been having serious problems. Christopher had physically abused Melissa several times, leading her to leave him and stay with her parents, bringing the kids along. But every time he'd apologize and talk her into coming back. This fact only made Christopher's story more suspicious. If he had done everything he could to get her back in the past, why hadn't he done anything this time? He didn't call her parents, didn't go to the police, and made no effort to stop her from leaving. Another odd detail was that, according to Christopher, Melissa hadn't taken anything with her. No clothes, no jewelry, not even her documents. It all seemed incredibly strange, but without help from the police, Melissa's parents felt powerless to do anything about it. For the next few years, but there was still no sign of Melissa. But in 2003, everything changed. And in the most shocking way, police were investigating the murder of a woman from back in 1977. The case had been cold for 26 years, but it was recently reopened. After reviewing the evidence and running a DNA test, detectives identified the killer. It was Carl Patton, Melissa's father. But that was just the beginning. Once police arrested him, Carl offered them a deal. He agreed to confess to 3 more murders in exchange for full immunity for his wife, who had helped him with the killings. As part of the deal, Melissa's mother also agreed to testify against her husband, and eventually she was granted immunity. According to their confessions, in December 1977, a woman named Mary, who was close to Carl, offered him $15,000 to kill her husband. The reason? Her husband had been cheating on her. Plus, Mary had taken out a life insurance on him and wanted to cash in. Carl agreed and brought in a friend to help carry out the murder. However, when they approached the man, his lover was with him, so they decided to kill her too. They dumped the woman's body in a river and left the man's body in his car on train tracks, hoping to make it look like an accident. A month later, Carl told his wife that his partner had apparently blabbed about the crime to his girlfriend, and now he wanted to take care of them too. Carl invited the couple to his home, killed them, and with his wife's help disposed of the bodies by throwing them into a river. She also helped him clean the crime scene and the van they had used to transport the bodies. Later, Carl confessed to a 5th murder that took place 5 years before the others. It was again Mary who had offered him money, this time to kill her first husband, and Carl agreed. As a result, Carl was charged with 5 murders, and the police immediately suspected him in Melissa's disappearance. But Carl insisted he would never harm his daughter and had nothing to do with it. Upon further investigation, detectives concluded that Carl was probably telling the truth. Initially, they had only suspected him of 1 murder, but he voluntarily confessed to 4 more. Carl claimed he deeply regretted his actions, and it was this remorse that drove him to confess. But that wasn't all. Seizing the moment, Carl decided to ask for a favor. He requested a meeting with the lead detective who had tied him to the murder and said, "You managed to catch me, so maybe you can find my daughter." The detective was intrigued by the whole situation. Here was a man who had committed 5 murders, now asking him to investigate his daughter's disappearance. It was an unusual situation, to put it lightly, and the detective agreed to look into it. He began reviewing the limited information about Melissa's disappearance and quickly noticed one specific detail: those bags of human remains found near Christopher's workplace 4 years earlier. At the time, police had assumed the remains belonged to a man, but the detective discovered that this assumption wasn't based on forensic evidence, just a guess. Given the fact that the remains were found in an advanced state of decomposition, he decided to have them re-examined and ordered a DNA test, as he already had Carl's DNA on file. The results confirmed his suspicion. The remains didn't belong to a man. They belonged to Melissa. After this breakthrough, police finally established that Melissa had been dead for several years, not missing, and her case was officially reclassified as a homicide. According to the medical examiner's report, the victim's body had been dismembered using a reciprocating electric saw. Melissa's torso was never found, which was quite odd. The police conducted multiple searches in the wooded area where the other remains were found, but still couldn't locate it. Despite this, investigators uncovered one interesting lead. They began looking deeper into Christopher and interviewed his former employer at the glass factory where he had worked until Melissa's disappearance. It turned out that Christopher had been fired around the same time for allegedly stealing an electric saw of the same type used to dismember Melissa's body. Melissa's mother also revealed to the police that Christopher had a history of physically abusing her daughter. On top of that, he had a criminal record. Another suspicious detail was that Christopher had changed his name almost immediately after Melissa's death, with no clear reason for doing so. All of this made Christopher the prime suspect in her murder, but the police had no hard evidence against him. They interviewed him multiple times, but he stuck to his original story. Although he frequently changed certain details, during one conversation, Christopher claimed Melissa had a lover and ran away with him. Later, he stated that she wanted to sell fake IDs, which explained why she hadn't contacted anyone. The police also uncovered another interesting fact. Shortly after moving from their house, Christopher left his children to live with his parents and hardly ever played a role in their lives since then. He visited them sometimes, but the children didn't even understand that he was their father. But unfortunately, none of this brought the investigators closer to an arrest because they needed some solid evidence. They obtained a warrant to search the house where Melissa had lived at the time of her death. Given that the killer had used an electric saw, detectives believe the murder likely took place in that house, and they hoped to find blood traces or other evidence. Forensic experts meticulously examined every inch of the house, taking samples from the floor and other surfaces. Unfortunately, their analysis yielded no results. The forensic technology of the time was far less advanced than it is today, leaving the detectives with no choice but to store the collected materials in the evidence warehouse, hoping that one day they might prove useful. The detectives made several more attempts to find new leads and get Christopher to talk, but each effort came up empty. The case eventually went cold again for many years. Meanwhile, Melissa's father was convicted and sentenced to 5 life terms plus 20 years in prison. It's worth noting that Mary, the woman who had paid him for 2 of the murders, had passed away in the late 80s, so she never faced any punishment for her role. Melissa's mother and her older sister continued trying to push the investigation forward on their own. They worked to keep the case in the media spotlight and stayed in regular contact with the detectives, but their efforts didn't yield any progress. This continued until 2017, and Melissa's mother never gave up hope of finding justice for her daughter. That year, she decided to attend an event where true crime enthusiasts gathered to discuss cold cases and search for new leads. One of the attendees was a crime analyst named Cheryl McCullum, and Melissa's mother decided to ask her for help. She shared the story of her daughter's disappearance and added something that immediately caught Cheryl off guard. The woman said, "My husband committed 5 murders and I helped him." Cheryl became intrigued by the case, and after the event she began to dig into it thoroughly. She spoke with Melissa's family and even kept in contact with her father, who was serving time in prison. What struck Cheryl the most was how a man who had committed 5 murders seemed more concerned that his daughter's murder would never be solved. Over the next few years, Cheryl collected all the available information on the case and came to the conclusion that the most obvious suspect was Melissa's husband, Christopher. Although there was no direct evidence against him, the overwhelming amount of circumstantial evidence left little doubt. He had a history of domestic violence against Melissa, made no effort to find her after she disappeared, and simply moved on with his life as if nothing had happened. But the most incriminating detail was the fact that shortly before Melissa's death, Christopher had been accused by his employer of stealing the exact type of saw used to dismember her body. No one in Melissa's family doubted Christopher's guilt, including her children. By the time Cheryl became interested in the case, they had grown up and also tried to help resolve it. Cheryl also consulted some prominent figures in the true crime community, including journalist Nancy Grace and several law enforcement officials. After reviewing all the materials she had gathered, they all agreed Christopher was the most likely suspect. Despite this, there wasn't a single undeniable piece of evidence against him, and the case remained at a standstill. At that point, Nancy Grace suggested that Cheryl start her own podcast to draw more attention to the case. Publicity can often become a crucial factor in unsolved cases. It might attract new witnesses who might not realize the significance of the information they hold, potentially changing the course of the investigation. Eventually, Cheryl decided to launch the podcast, and in 2023, she released the first episode about Melissa's case. Since then, she has recorded numerous episodes featuring the victim's mother and other relatives. Cheryl presented all the information she had gathered over the years, yet there was still no progress in the case. This continued until April 2024, when the long-awaited breakthrough in the case finally happened. After she published another episode, a witness reached out to Cheryl, stating that he had stumbled upon the podcast and might have valuable information. This individual shared that just before Melissa's disappearance, he witnessed a serious argument between her and Christopher. The details of his account remain unknown, as it all took place only a few months prior. Detectives chose not to disclose this information for the sake of the investigation. According to some sources, it seems that during this argument, Christopher allegedly threatened Melissa and Cheryl passed his story on to the police. This became a turning point, prompting investigators to reopen the case. Over the next 3 months, police reviewed the case materials, interviewed everyone involved, and examined the evidence using modern technology. Experts analyzed the bags containing the remains, along with various samples from Christopher and Melissa's home, where the murder apparently took place. In August 2024, investigators held a press conference to announce that, 25 years after Melissa's death, her husband had finally been arrested. As with the witness testimony, police did not disclose specific details about the evidence they discovered during the renewed investigation. Some sources suggest that modern analysis tools may have uncovered DNA traces or other substantial evidence confirming Christopher's involvement in the murder. The reason detectives are withholding details is fairly standard. The more information is available before the trial, the greater the chances that the defense can use it to their advantage and find ways to challenge the evidence. Currently, Christopher is in jail awaiting trial, and a preliminary hearing where he will plead either guilty or not guilty has yet to take place. Melissa's relatives have little doubt that he will evade justice, and neither do the investigators. It seems they have indeed uncovered serious evidence that will be extremely difficult to dispute. At this moment, the case is drawing closer to its conclusion, though it has taken nearly 26 years. Melissa's story has spread across the country as its details are truly astonishing. Police were able to confirm that the victim was no longer alive only because her father had been arrested for 5 murders and asked investigators for help. Then the podcast played a crucial role in attracting the witness whose testimony led to the reopening of the investigation and ultimately Christopher's arrest. As for Melissa's children, they also believe in their father's guilt and hope that justice will prevail soon. Besides waiting for a guilty verdict, they want to learn the full truth and Christopher's motives, but that will only be possible if he confesses. The story of Corina Vetrano is both horrifying and baffling. Firstly, nothing seemed to miss on the day of the fateful event. The attack occurred in broad daylight in a fairly populated area. Secondly, her death has critical aspects to it. Thirdly, the investigation and sentencing of the perpetrator raised many questions. On Tuesday, August 2, 2016, Corina arranged to meet her father after work to spend time together. Since Miss Vetrano had moved away, family gatherings had become rare because everyone was busy with their own matters. In addition to her commitments, she was balancing 2 jobs. Philip picked up his daughter and took her home. There, the family shared their impressions of the past week. When Corina was about to leave, she asked if her father wanted to go jogging with her as they often did, covering several miles together. Her father replied that he couldn't this time, due to severe back pain that nothing seemed to alleviate. Perhaps he needed a new prescription, or maybe it was just the change in weather. Mr. Vetrano offered to call a cab for Corina due to his discomfort and inability to join her run. However, the weather was beautiful, the heat had abated, and there was a fresh scent in the air, hence Corina declined his offer. She was training for the upcoming marathon. The young woman had recently broken up with her boyfriend and wanted to distract herself. A jog would clearly do her good. That evening was the last time her parents saw their youngest daughter. At 5:45 p.m., she left the house for a jog. Her first stop was Spring Creek Park, a cozy and tranquil place buried in greenery, a true paradise amongst the city's infrastructure. However, only part of the park was available for walking. The rest was covered with thickets and swamps. Mr. Vetrano asked his daughter to stick to her usual route and stay away from unfamiliar paths and people. Unfortunately, Corina ignored his advice in search of solitude. She decided to go to a grassy, deserted place. Corina's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. She felt a sharp pain in the back of her head and fell down. This rash decision cost the young woman her life. A frightening uncertainty entered the Vetrano home. It had been 2 hours since they had said goodbye to their youngest daughter. She should have been home by now, or at least answering the calls of her parents, who were frantically trying to reach her, and she had promised to keep her cell phone with herself. The anxiety was growing. Her father sensed that something was wrong and decided to seek help from his neighbor, the chief of the New York City Police Department. They were on good terms, and the high-ranking official knew that Philip would not make a fuss over nothing. After that, Corina Vetrano was reported missing. Police began searching for the young woman, combing the park area and surrounding streets. As a result, experienced canine units were brought in, since it is known the first 24 hours after the sorcery, the disappearance of a person are crucial. Law enforcement utilized all available resources before nightfall. At the same time, Mr. Vetrano, along with a group of volunteers, searched for his daughter on his own. He scoured the park from end to end, combing paths and wading through tall grass, all while making phone calls. As dusk fell, he noticed a light in the grass. As he approached, he recognized Corina's phone. Maybe she lost it and just didn't let them know? Philip approached, headed toward police officers, deciding to continue picking his way through the thicket, stepping into the grass. As he ventured further, Philip stumbled upon something soft, a partially undressed female body lying face down. When he turned it over, a familiar face stared back at him. A desperate scream escaped from his father's chest. It was Corina. She hadn't simply lost her phone as he had initially believed. His little girl didn't answer her phone because life had been cruelly taken from her. The crushing realization of what had transpired overwhelmed Mr. Vetrano. The police, hearing the screaming and yelling, quickly rushed to him. They dragged Philip away from his daughter's body, explaining that it was now a crime scene. They emphasized that anything in the vicinity could be considered evidence, and implored him not to touch anything to prevent tampering. On the journey home, Mr. Vetrano was lost in thought, tormented by how to break the news of their daughter's death to his wife. Images of past memories flooded his mind. He recalled vividly how on July 12, 1986, in Queens, their second daughter was born. From an early age, Philip had been proud of Corina. She was obedient and well-mannered. He remembered taking her to school for the first time and how excellently she performed academically. Her strong educational foundation enabled her to earn advanced degrees. Corina graduated from St. John's University with a master's in speech pathology. She always dreamed of aiding children and worked tirelessly with autistic kids. Corina loved traveling and writing and had a passion for sports, especially running, an interest she shared with Philip, which brought them closer together. He recalled how closely he scrutinized her suitors out of paternal jealousy, eager for her to find true love and eventually establish a strong family like his own with Kathy. He hoped for wonderful grandchildren. The return journey felt endless. As they approached the house, Mr. Vetrano paused at the entrance and took a deep breath. Fortunately, he didn't need to explain anything to her. She understood everything from her husband's face. Kathy cried, approached her husband, and hugged him. Soon, Corina's relatives and friends learned of the incident. They struggled to recover from the shock. Believing in the sudden death of the young woman was hard, let alone its violent nature. Ms. Vetrano had been subjected to a brutal attack. This was the conclusion reached by investigators. At first glance, it was obvious that the woman had resisted. Even in death, her fists remained clenched. Bruises and abrasions were found on her once young and healthy body, and her athletic clothing was torn. The autopsy showed that the back of the victim's skull had been damaged by a blunt object, probably a stone. However, the cause of death was asphyxiation. A clear mark was visible on the woman's neck. The forensic examination also revealed the intimate nature of the crime violence. The experts' findings confirmed the police's initial suspicions. Earth and grass were found under the victim's fingernails, probably in an attempt to free herself from her attacker's grip and escape. Specialists examined her mouth and found teeth knocked out and cracked in places. She had clearly bitten to defend herself. Even the woman's neck was covered with numerous scratches. She was grabbing with her hands, trying to force her attacker to let go of her. Shortly after this tragedy, new information leaked to the media from Princeton, Massachusetts. Another jogger's body was found among tall grass. The woman had apparently also been out for a walk in a secluded place and suffered a similar fate. At first glance, these cases seemed identical, raising questions about another potential serial offender. In the United States, geneticists took charge of the case, tasked with comparing DNA samples collected from the crime scenes. Fortunately, unidentified samples were found on both victims. Contrary to police expectations, the analysis showed no connection between the crimes. It turned out that the DNA samples belonged to different individuals. It's well known that most lethal crimes are committed by someone close to the victim. Thus, police couldn't ignore any possibility. To this end, the victim's father provided his DNA since he was first to discover his daughter's body. Later on, all of her relatives also underwent a DNA test which yielded no matches. Detectives then decided to interview Corina's family and friends to find out if she had any enemies or ill wishes. Turned out there were none. She was respected and loved by everyone. Investigators developed a new theory. Someone acted on base motives upon meeting Corina in a secluded place and attacked her. Feeling stuck, they sought public help by offering a $10,000 reward for information leading to the perpetrator. The initiative received widespread response. Detectives explored some 250 leads, conducted 600 genetic tests, and compiled more than 1,700 reports, all to no avail. It seemed like the perpetrator hadn't committed crimes before, or at least hadn't been caught for them, complicating things further. On August 31, 2016, a utility worker approached the police station with significant information at the time of Ms. Vitrano's death. He found himself in a restricted area of the park one day. Suddenly, a man emerged from the bushes and took off running in a Notley direction. Because of his testimony, the New York Police Department created and distributed a sketch of the suspect in December 2016. However, they considered that the person shown in the sketch might have just been a passerby caught at the wrong place and time. Unfortunately, releasing this sketch didn't provide any new leads, and the investigation fell into another long stalemate. On December 4, 2016, the Federal Bureau of Investigation joined in to help solve Corina Vitrano's case. At first, they developed a psychological profile of the perpetrator. According to FBI experts, this individual was very familiar with the area, especially the park where everything occurred, suggesting he might live or continue to live nearby. Fearing capture now, he seems to avoid that area. It was evident he knew that the quiet and partially overgrown territory was perfect for hiding his actions. Based on this idea, police conducted screenings among local African American men. However, this didn't bring about any breakthroughs. Let's gonna take a look about Chanel Lewis. Chanel Lewis' life didn't stand out much from other young African American individuals. He lived in one of Brooklyn's low-income housing complexes, approximately 4 or 5 miles from Spring Creek Park, was unemployed and living with his mother, 3 sisters, and their children. One detail setting him apart was his diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia. Yet this did not stop him from graduating from a private school for students with emotional and behavioral issues. Former classmates remembered Chanel as a quiet loner, who constantly faced bullying. One shared that even girls intimidated and punched him. He had no friends. Another peer noted that while Lewis sometimes fought back, he wasn't effective at it and often got ridiculed for his clothing and appearance. Chanel always wore a hoodie and would smirk and walk away when things got tough, earning him the unfortunate nickname African Lizard. 17-year-old Danielle Munes, a fellow student, described Chanel as a bright student with good grades. He liked to show me funny videos on the bus, she recalled. I never saw him being cruel. Some sources reported that the young man once claimed he wanted to harm all the girls during his time in middle school, even posing the question, "What happens if I bring a knife to school?" Dr. Edward Dana, the executive director of the school to which Chanel was transferred, commented on this. "We received no reports of threats in middle school. During his time at our school, he had no disciplinary sanctions. I never heard him make threatening statements towards other students." Nonetheless, Chanel was a troubled teenager who often experienced bullying. He dreamed of working in social services, aspiring to help those in distress. When conflicts arose at home, he would wander the streets frequently and visit the park. Lewis had several minor encounters with the police, 2 for violations in Spring Creek and 1 for urinating in public in May 2016. Another incident happened when a local merchant reported Lewis for loitering in his store with a crowbar. Responding officers checked Chanel's ID and released him as he had no prior incidents. However, this information was retained by the police and later played a crucial role in the investigation into Karina Vetrano's death. In February 2017, Detective John Russo, who was involved in the investigation, remembered something significant. He had repeatedly seen a young man in a hoodie wandering around the park. Russo even attempted to follow him once, intrigued by his behavior. The young man walked slowly and stopped for long periods in front of houses near the park, as if scouting them for potential burglaries. However, Russo lost sight of him when he contacted his colleagues by phone. Following a store owner's report of suspicious activity, a teenager matching Chanel's description came to the police's attention 2 months into the investigation. Detective Russo recalled this wanderer, thinking he might have seen or heard something relevant. Investigators then focused on Chanel Lewis. After Detective Russo took a closer look at his file, Chanel's peculiarities had raised their interest. The police began inquiries about him, questioning acquaintances and teachers. It emerged that he had allegedly expressed a desire to harm girls. This news stirred significant concern and suspicion. With no other leads, officers decided to focus on Lewis. It was discovered that during Karina's death, Chanel was not at home. After an argument with his family, he had gone to the park. Upon his return, his appearance was disheveled, his clothes torn, and he had visible bruises and abrasions. When his mother inquired about what had happened, Lewis claimed he had been attacked. His account matched the timeline with a witness's description of a man fleeing the park. Additionally, on August 3, 2016, Lewis's father, a former school principal, took him to the hospital for treatment of severe wounds, mostly cuts, and he also had an injured hand. The investigators reviewed the medical records from that day and found the story plausible. However, they noted similarities between events involving Chanel Lewis and Karina Vetrano. On February 4, 2017, Chanel was brought to the police station and voluntarily provided his DNA for analysis. Detectives wondered if a perpetrator would willingly do this. The interrogation began on the morning of February 5th. Lewis admitted that he was indeed in the park around 5 p.m. on August 2, 2016, but clarified he was walking on dirt paths, listening to music, not through thickets. He confessed to encountering a young woman jogging with her phone in her hand. When asked by detectives if something happened when he encountered her, nodded and quietly said yes. When I met a woman alone, he began again. I decided to follow her. When she passed by me, I grabbed her shoulders and threw her to the ground, then hit her face about 5 times so she couldn't scream. He recalled how his punches knocked out several of her teeth, injuring his own hand in the process, echoing details eerily consistent with earlier evidence they had gathered. He also mentioned that the struggle lasted about 5 minutes. Miss Vetrano fiercely resisted by biting. To avoid drawing attention, Lewis dragged her off the path into Tall, where he tried to undress and assault her. She was horrified, but kept resisting. Chanel then strangled her until he realized she was no longer alive. When asked if he knew the victim beforehand, he replied, I did not know her before this. It all happened by chance. The motive for the act was unexpected and bizarre. Loud music played by a neighborhood gang member for hours had triggered Chanel's hatred and uncontrollable aggression. These negative emotions were unleashed on the unfortunate woman. A strange reason indeed. Investigators, confusion faded when DNA comparison results matched perfectly. Microscopic traces found on the victim's body and phone belonged to Chanel. Consequently, the police and prosecutor concluded the case was solved and ready for court. However, the motive still seemed unlikely. It's possible Chanel had noticed Karina before, since he often went to that park. He might have seen her with her father, liked her, and decided to approach her. After being rejected, he became furious and attacked her, causing the situation to spiral out of control. This scenario would have been more understandable. On November 5, 2018, the trial against Chanel Lewis began. Despite his previous statements to authorities, Lewis pleaded not guilty, a stance echoed by his family denying his involvement in the crime. The prosecution charged Lewis with ending a life and sexual assault, facing him with a sentence ranging from 25 years to life imprisonment. The debate over Lewis's guilt not only unfolded in the courtroom, but also spilled over into the media. Lewis's defense team stirred things up by pointing out alleged legal violations during his arrest. Along with several news outlets, they claimed racial bias and discrimination. However, the judge dismissed these allegations as baseless, emphasizing that the investigation complied with legal standards. The prosecution presented tangible evidence and DNA analysis findings, while the defense argued that this evidence was insufficient and contaminated due to many people at the crime scene, including Karina's father, who discovered her body. Forensic biologist Linda Rossano stated that odds of the DNA belonging to someone other than Lewis were 1 in 6 trillion. The prosecutor also introduced Lewis's phone records, revealing his internet searches on second chances and forgiveness in Catholicism, which raised questions about what sin Chanel hoped to atone for. The release of Lewis's confession video sparked further controversy. His lawyers argued he was under immense pressure, leading to a coerced confession. They suspected police might have fabricated evidence. The recording commenced only after Lewis was pressured, raising concerns that the search of his home violated protocols. The defense suggested that the investigation into Karina Vetrano's death was initially mishandled. With public pressure mounting for an arrest, they argued Lewis became a scapegoat. The jury was deeply influenced by the defense's compelling arguments. After considering both sides, jurors could not reach a conclusive verdict. On November 21, 2018, the judge declared a mistrial. A retrial was initially scheduled for January 22, 2019, but later postponed to March 2019. Following 5 hours of deliberation during the retrial, Chanel Lewis was ultimately found guilty of Karina Vetrano's death and sentenced to life without parole on July 23, 2019. The defense employed delay tactics by citing an anonymous source to allege misconduct by a juror, suggesting jury pressure and conspiracy. A case that seemed straightforward at first sparked widespread prejudices and fears in society. Karina Vetrano's tragic death affected many, serving as a stark reminder for women to remain vigilant about their safety. Danielle Houchins was born on November 11, 1980 in Alexandria, Minnesota. Shortly after, her parents had 2 more kids, a boy and a girl. Once their youngest was born, the family decided to move to a small town called Belgrade, Montana. The quiet place was surrounded by mountains and located far from big cities, but it was a popular destination for tourists. A lot of people came there to ski or hike in the mountains, enjoying the picturesque nature. Danielle's parents chose the town mostly because they were offered jobs on the ski patrol. This was perfect for both of them since they loved spending as much time outdoors as possible. Their passion spread to their kids from a very young age, and the family was always up for an adventure. They went skiing, hiking, fishing, and took boat trips on the nearby rivers. Danielle herself got really into climbing, which was easy to get into around there. At the same time, Danielle managed to excel at school. She quickly became one of the top students and had big plans for her future. She dreamed of going to medical school and becoming a bioengineer. On September 21, 1996, their town was hosting its annual festival. People would gather on the streets, listen to music, watch some performances, and just enjoy the day together. Danielle, who was 15 at the time, had plans to meet up with her friends in the evening. But before that, she had a few free hours to kill. Instead of just sitting at home, she decided to go for a walk along the trail located near the river just outside of town. Her mom asked her to be back by 2 p.m. and gave Danielle her wristwatch since she didn't have one of her own. Danielle grabbed a bottle of water and headed out around 11:30, promising to be back on time. But 2 o'clock came and went and she still hadn't returned. Her mom started to worry, especially since they were expecting guests soon. Thinking Danielle must have just lost track of time, she decided to head to the trail to bring her home. She took a friend with her and they drove to the parking lot where the trail started. The first thing they noticed was Danielle's white pickup truck. Even though she was only 15 and technically not allowed to drive without an adult, her parents would sometimes let her use the car. It was a small, quiet town with little traffic, and Danielle was already a pretty good driver. Her mom noticed the truck's doors were unlocked, but Danielle was nowhere to be seen. She and her friends started walking along the trail toward the river, but they didn't get far before they spotted Danielle's car keys and her bottle lying on the ground. Her mom became even more worried and started calling out for her, searching the path from the parking lot to the river. When there was still no sign of Danielle, she wasted no time and went straight to the authorities for help. At that point, her mom thought Danielle might have fallen off a slope or gotten injured in some accident. Since the woman didn't have a cell phone, she drove to the police station, and about an hour later, search teams arrived at the trail. The searchers combed through the trail and the surrounding woods, checking the riverbank as well, but they couldn't find any trace of Danielle. As night fell and temperatures dropped close to freezing, the rescuers decided to call off the search until morning. However, Danielle's family refused to go home. They continued searching for her, joined by family friends and local residents who broke into groups and spread out to cover more ground. In one of those search groups was a man and his 2 sons, who were friends with Danielle's sister. They headed into the wooded area near the riverbank, using flashlights to guide their way. A few hundred yards from the parking lot, they noticed something strange in the water and went closer to check it out. Shining their lights into the river, they realized it was Danielle's body, lying near the shore in just a few feet of water. The man immediately knew she was dead and ran back to his car to notify the police. On his way to the station, however, he spotted Danielle's father and broke the devastating news to him. The police examined the scene and handed Danielle's body over to medical experts, who needed a few days to conduct a proper examination and determine the cause of death. But despite this, the sheriff quickly announced that it appeared to be an accident. There were no visible wounds or signs of foul play, so the police initially believed Danielle may have just accidentally fallen into the river and drowned. Danielle's family, devastated by the news of her death, couldn't believe it. From a young age, she had spent a lot of time outdoors, was very familiar with nature, and knew that trail along the river well. Her parents also couldn't understand how she could have drowned in such shallow water. Still, the sheriff stuck to his version and didn't launch a proper investigation. But everything changed when the medical examiners released their report. They discovered that Danielle had numerous scratches and bruises, which looked like defensive wounds. It appeared she had fought back against someone. They also noted that her underwear had been pulled down. The experts found it hard to imagine how this could have happened in the course of an accident. Moreover, they established that Danielle had been sexually assaulted and found a biological sample from an unknown male on her underwear. As for the cause of death, the examiners agreed that she had been drowned, but it seemed that someone had held her underwater. They also noticed that Danielle's watch, which should have been on her wrist, was found up near her elbow. The experts suggested that the killer might have dragged her by the arms, causing the watch to slip down as he pulled her toward the river. Despite all these findings, the medical examiners for some reason still listed the manner of death as undetermined. While they were sure Danielle had drowned, they couldn't find enough solid evidence to conclusively prove it was an intentional murder. Because of this, the police didn't launch a full investigation, maintaining that they were still uncertain about what really happened to Danielle. Even so, they did try to gather more details. When forensic experts examined Danielle's clothes, they found 4 hairs on her underwear, which also belonged to an unknown male. They believed these were arm hairs and managed to extract a partial DNA sample. However, the FBI didn't yet have a national DNA database. The only thing the experts could confirm was that the hairs and the semen found on Danielle's underwear came from the same person. The police also re-examined the area where Danielle's body was found and discovered a man's boot print in the dirt, although they weren't able to determine if it was connected to the case. Investigators questioned several potential suspects they thought might be involved, but couldn't link any of them to the crime. The problem was that the DNA sample they had was only partial, so they couldn't even compare it to the suspect's DNA. It's worth mentioning that many details of this case were kept secret, not only from the public but also from Danielle's own family. For a long time, they didn't even know that she had been sexually assaulted. From their perspective, it seemed like the police genuinely didn't have any idea what happened to Danielle and were still trying to figure it out. Despite the sheriff's position, some police officers were puzzled that the case hadn't been reclassified as a homicide and investigated accordingly. One of them was Cindy Botek, who had joined the police just a few days before Danielle's death. She's been involved in the investigation and, from the very beginning, was convinced they were dealing with a murder. However, back then she didn't have the authority to go against her superiors and launch a full-scale investigation. So all she could do was wonder what had really happened that day. One of the theories was that the killer might have known Danielle, like a neighbor or a friend. Votek spoke with her parents, but they couldn't think of anyone who would want to harm their daughter. She had never had any problems with her classmates or anyone else in town. For months after Danielle's death, there was almost no progress in the case. The police continued to interview people and consider various suspects. But because of the sheriff's reluctance to start a proper investigation, they couldn't do much. Some officers, including Botek, were baffled that the case hadn't been reclassified as a homicide and that no one was actively searching for the killer. To them, it was obvious that Danielle had been attacked and the person responsible could still be living in their community. A few years after the murder, the police tried entering the partial DNA sample found on Danielle's body into the FBI database, but no matches were found. In the years following Danielle's death, her family learned more details about the case, including the fact that she had been sexually assaulted. They were outraged that the sheriff hadn't treated it as a homicide from the start and had kept such critical information from them. The sheriff later claimed he had never considered the case an accident and had always believed it was a murder. This contradicted his earlier statements to local newspapers, where he had clearly said there wasn't enough evidence to label it a homicide. Danielle's parents also remembered him telling them the same thing, which only fueled their frustration and confusion. The sheriff then tried to shift the focus onto the medical examiners, insisting that the only reason he didn't launch a full investigation was because they had listed the manner of death as undetermined. But Danielle's family believed the sheriff was just trying to avoid responsibility. Everyone understood that a proper investigation in the first few days after the murder could have helped solve the case and catch the killer, but little effort was made. Now, many years later, finding the murderer had become far more difficult with the trail gone cold. Danielle's parents continued to fight for a fair investigation, but each attempt led to a dead end. Eventually, her younger sister took up the case, giving interviews to local media, reaching out to investigators, and doing everything in her power to ensure that one day Danielle's killer would be found. In 2019, 23 years after the murder, Danielle's family finally managed to get the investigation reopened. Unfortunately, this didn't lead to any real breakthroughs. The FBI's DNA database still didn't show any matches, and re-examining old suspects went nowhere, leaving the case stalled once again. This continued until 2021, when a new sheriff took over the local police department. He had joined the force just days before Danielle's death, and her case had haunted him ever since. Like some of his colleagues, he had always believed it was a murder, and now he had the authority to launch a full investigation. But after so many years, he had almost no solid leads, except for the partial DNA sample from the possible perpetrator. The sheriff realized the case needed a fresh perspective, so he brought in two outside experts. One was a former investigator from California who now worked as a private detective, and the other was a DNA specialist. Together, they focused on identifying the owner of the hair and the biological material found on Danielle's underwear. First, they sent the samples to a lab in California, which had some of the most advanced DNA analysis tools, and then they waited. Around the same time, in August 2023, Danielle's case was officially reclassified as a homicide, nearly 27 years after her death. A few months later, in early 2024, experts from the lab contacted the investigators, saying they hadn't gotten closer to identifying the owner of the DNA. Although they had managed to do something important, their tools allowed them to extract a full DNA profile, which was still a significant step forward. The investigators then sent these samples to another lab in Virginia, hoping they could use genetic genealogy to trace the DNA back to its owner. Several months passed before they finally got the call they were waiting for. The experts at the Virginia lab explained that they had uploaded the perpetrator's DNA profile to public genetic databases, where people voluntarily share their DNA to find relatives. These databases have helped solve many cases using genetic genealogy, tracing suspects through their family trees. But this time, things took an unexpected turn. To the experts' surprise, they immediately got a perfect match. It turned out that the owner of the DNA had willingly submitted his sample to the database, something that doesn't happen often. The man was 55-year-old Paul Hutchinson, who lived in a small town called Dillon about 100 miles from where Danielle was killed. Investigators discovered that, at the time of the murder, Hutchinson was 27 and a student at the University of Montana just 12 miles from Belgrade. He had a degree in biology and worked for Montana's Bureau of Land Management. Paul was also married with 2 children. What stood out even more was that he had no criminal record, not even the slightest offense. Now that the police had identified their suspect, they needed to obtain a direct DNA sample from him. On July 23rd, they went to his workplace to talk to him. As they pulled up to the Bureau building, they saw Paul standing outside with his co-workers. The investigators told him they wanted to ask him a few questions at the station, and according to them, they could see the color drain from his face. Still, Paul agreed to go in for questioning. The detectives took their time, starting by asking about other unsolved cases in the area. Paul remained fairly calm at first, but everything changed when they showed him a photo of Danielle. He suddenly became extremely nervous, sweating, scratching his face, and even chewing on his hands. He could barely stand up and even stumbled over a chair when trying to get up. To the police, his reaction was almost a confirmation of guilt. However, Paul continued to deny any involvement in the murder, but his confession wasn't necessary. Detectives collected his DNA sample and sent it to the lab. For now, they let him go, since they didn't have enough evidence to charge him with the murder until the lab results came back. Right after the interrogation, the detectives contacted Danielle's sister and told her that they had finally found her sister's killer. They added that the police had no doubt about his guilt and that the DNA analysis would only confirm it. Danielle's sister, who had been waiting nearly 28 years for this moment, felt relieved knowing the person responsible would finally face justice. She was also aware that they still had to go through a long court process to bring this case to a close. But things took an unexpected turn. The day after the interrogation, when the police were supposed to receive the DNA results from the lab, Paul called his local police station, saying he needed help. He gave the operator his location and then hung up. When officers arrived at the scene, they found Paul's car parked on the side of the road. Inside, they found him dead with a gun lying beside him. During the investigation, detectives concluded that Paul did it himself. There was no note in the car, but his motive seemed clear. He likely realized there was no way to avoid prison, where he would spend the rest of his life. For his wife and children, the entire situation was a complete shock. None of them knew what Paul had done nearly 30 years ago, and they weren't even aware that he had been questioned by the police. His family learned about these accusations at the same time they found out about his death. Paul's friends and co-workers were just as stunned when the truth came out. They all saw him as a devoted family man and a reliable friend. Despite the shock to those who knew him, detectives had no doubt that Paul was responsible for Danielle's murder. In August 2024, they held a press conference where they announced that his DNA was a perfect match with the samples found on the victim's underwear. Police believe this was a crime of opportunity. There was no evidence that Danielle knew Paul. It's likely she crossed paths with him near the trail, and he made the decision to assault her, killing her afterward to ensure she wouldn't identify him. Danielle's family admitted that hearing about Paul's death brought them more relief than frustration, even though he would not face a lifetime in prison. What angered them most was the thought that he could have been caught decades earlier if the local sheriff had taken the case more seriously. If that had happened, Paul wouldn't have been able to live nearly 30 years of freedom, start a family, and enjoy a peaceful life. Paul's wife also expressed her condolences to Danielle's family, stating that she in no way supported or excused what he had done. On February 5, 2010, at York Crown Court, Harold Landry's trial began under heavy scrutiny. Harold was accused of taking the life of his wife, Lucy Davis. The final hearing, marking a climactic end to this grim saga, took place in early February 2011 at Wolverhampton Court. The courtroom buzzed with tension as Judge David Fett, known for his uncompromising nature, presided over the proceedings. Harold Landry, a 64-year-old man, the center of this legal battle. The prosecutor, Rachel Brand, presented the evidence against Harold, painting a chilling picture of the events leading up to Lucy's tragic death. Brand's cold and precise delivery of facts left little room for doubt about Harold's guilt. Harold Landry had been convicted of murdering his 38-year-old wife, Lucy Davis. Harold, who was supposed to be Lucy's protector, now stood condemned as her murderer. Pete, Harold's friend and lawyer, unable to bear the burden of defending him, passed the case to Andy Childs, an experienced attorney. Childs faced a daunting task: to convince the court that Harold had not intended to kill Lucy, but was driven to uncontrollable aggression. Throughout the trial, Harold was a figure of misery and regret. He wept openly, professing his love for Lucy and expressing deep remorse. He pleaded guilty to manslaughter, hoping to mitigate his sentence. The defense argued that Harold's actions were a result of an irresistible outburst of aggression, provoked by circumstances beyond his control. However, this argument faced fierce opposition. The prosecution presented the court with shocking photographs of Lucy's injuries. The sheer brutality depicted in these images spoke volumes, overshadowing Harold's claims of unintentional harm. Each piece of evidence painted a grimmer picture of Harold's actions on that fateful day. When the final verdict was announced, Harold Landry was sentenced to life in prison. The decision brought a sense of closure to the legal process, but left an indelible mark on all those involved. This tragic case stands as a somber reminder of the fine line between love and violence. It underscores the unpredictable nature of human relationships and the devastating consequences when that line is crossed. Lucy Davis's death serves as a poignant example of how quickly love can turn into a nightmare, leaving a trail of heartache and loss in its wake. Domestic violence can lead to fatal consequences, as it did in 1971 among the picturesque Welsh landscapes. Born in the small town of Pontypridd, Lucy Davis was a charming girl whose childhood was filled with unconditional love and warmth. Roger and Andrea, Lucy's parents, created an atmosphere of happiness and comfort in their home. Together with her younger sister Anna, Lucy grew up in the beautiful village of Glencoe. Lucy took her first steps among majestic mountains and enchanting forests. Her charming smile and kind heart set her apart from other children. She easily won the sympathy of her teachers and peers. Seeing his daughter's passion, her father gave her and her sister the opportunity to immerse themselves in the magical world of horseback riding. Under the strict guidance of experienced instructors, they learned the basics of this noble art, conquering peaks and overcoming obstacles. Lucy and Anna became professional horse riders. Spending her childhood in Wales was a real paradise for Lucy Davis. She blossomed like a beautiful flower there, absorbing the beauty of nature and the love of her family and loved ones. The hobby of horse riding not only gave Lucy and Anna loyal companions, but also served as real school of life. Horses taught them discipline, self-control, and responsibility. The sisters' talent and perseverance were recognized at prestigious competitions, where they won multiple awards. However, Lucy's world wasn't limited to the riding arena. Her excellent mind and hunger for knowledge motivated her to make new discoveries. Music became another passion of young Lucy. She enthusiastically took flute and piano lessons. Honing her skills, her efforts were not in vain. A year later, she played both instruments perfectly, charming audiences with her talent. Lucy was delighted to join the Glamorgan Youth Orchestra, where her musical journey continued to flourish. Lucy Davis dedicated herself to refining her musical talents, finding an outlet for her love of music and creativity within the school choir. Music wasn't just a pastime for her. It was a profound means of expression. Growing up, Lucy's days were a blend of carefree play and diligent work, instilling in her a strong foundation of dedication and hunger for knowledge, qualities that would shape her future achievements and endear her to those around her. In high school, Lucy crossed paths with Garrett Jenkinson, a fellow Welshman shrouded in mystery. Despite the enigma surrounding Garrett's past, the two formed a close friendship that only deepened over time. Though Garrett harbored romantic feelings for Lucy, he chose to keep them buried deep within himself. Upon graduating in 1998, Lucy was resolute in her pursuit of a musical career and higher education. She secured admission to the University of Yorkshire in Northern England, initially envisioning herself as a future music educator. However, as her ambitions evolved, Lucy found herself drawn to the bustling artistic landscape of a metropolitan city. This newfound aspiration led her to Grimy McAllister, whose worldview and sense of humor resonated deeply with Lucy. Their relationship flourished, prompting Lucy to introduce Grimy to her parents. The initial encounter proved successful, solidifying the bond between Lucy and Grimy and setting the stage for their future together. Roger and Andre recognized him as the ideal life partner for their daughter almost instantly. After careful consideration, Lucy and Grimy made the decision to move in together, forging their own family. Sometime after the move, Lucy proposed the idea of official cohabitation, which Grimy agreed to in 1995. Even while still pursuing their studies in college, they welcomed a son into their lives, whom they named James. Lucy opted to take a break from her own pursuits to focus on caring for her son, while Grimy diligently continued his studies to provide for their family, taking up night shifts at the city's postal sorting department. Lucy into a whirlwind of challenges, but she faced them with optimism and determination. Despite her deep love for her family, the months spent at home with her child were tinged with loneliness. Rarely did she and her husband find time to be together, and his night shifts only exacerbated the situation. Seeking solace and connection, Lucy created a social media account under the pseudonym Miseria, immersing herself in a virtual community where she could share her experiences and forge new friendships. It was within this online realm that her attention was captured by a user named Harold Landry, a 53-year-old entrepreneur hailing from Louisiana. Rising from humble beginnings, Harold's fervent pursuit of independence and success from a young age propelled him to establish a thriving company manufacturing hydraulic equipment for major oil companies in the southern United States. His hard work not only brought him material wealth, but also garnered him prestige and eventually billionaire status. Conversing with Harold proved to be a revelation for Lucy. His life experiences, unwavering dedication, and boundless generosity left her captivated. However, their relationship faced its share of challenges. The disparity in their ages, social standings, and lifestyles created friction between them. Harold's life seemed extravagant and diverse, filled with eccentric hobbies and lavish acquisitions, including real estate holdings on KML. In Mexico, Harold's marital status was shrouded in mystery. He had been married twice and divorced twice, yet nothing was known about any children from these unions. However, in 1992, Harold's life took a dramatic turn when he divorced his second wife and crossed paths with Geraldine Price. Geraldine, born in 1966 and originally from Mexico, was 20 years his junior and married to Chris Price with 2 children. Despite her familial ties, Harold managed to capture the heart of this young woman. On February 6, 1994, Harold orchestrated a romantic dinner for Geraldine in New Orleans. They hired a babysitter, Christian Hutton, to tend to their children, allowing them to enjoy an evening devoid of parental responsibilities. As the night drew to a close, Harold escorted his girlfriend home. In a gesture of gratitude, he offered Christian a ride home, to which she accepted. Unbeknownst to Harold, fate had a surprise in store. Chris Price, Geraldine's husband, had been surveilling the couple. Upon witnessing their clandestine affair, Chris resolved not to let the matter slide. He pursued Harold and when they halted at a red light, unleashed a torrent of accusations. Despite Harold's composed demeanor, the situation escalated. In a fit of rage, Chris dared Harold to shoot him. Without hesitation, Harold brandished his firearm, warning Chris of the consequences. Ignoring the warning, Chris goaded Harold further. In a swift and decisive action, Harold fired, striking Chris in the neck. Miraculously, prompt medical interventions spared Chris's life. In 1997, Harold stood trial in St. Mary Parish Courts, charged with the attempted murder of Chris Price. His attorney, Pete Fannin, argued that Harold had been entrapped. Although the jury found Harold guilty of aggravated assault with a weapon, he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. However, following an appeal, Harold was released on parole, having paid a fine and completed community service. Harold found himself forever indebted to Pete for his legal representation and unwavering advocacy, which ultimately secured his freedom. As their friendship blossomed, Harold and Chris reached a settlement agreement, though the exact compensation remained undisclosed. Settling in Covington as a wealthy man, Harold openly shared his past with Lucy, including failed marriages and a troubling incident. Rather than repelling Lucy, Harold's revelations only seemed to deepen her attraction towards him. His gift of persuasion captivated her, and after parting ways with Grimmy, Lucy and Harold decided to embark on a romantic relationship. Eager to shield their love from unnecessary complications, Harold endeavored to avoid any potential troubles. In the early 2000s, he journeyed to England to meet Lucy's parents, Roger and Andre, who, despite initial surprise at the age difference, supported their daughter's choice wholeheartedly, refraining from interference in their relationship. Expressing his devotion through lavish gifts, including expensive jewelry, Harold spared no expense in fulfilling Lucy's desires. His love for her grew so intense that thoughts of marriage lingered constantly in his mind, yet he insisted on perfection before taking the plunge. Seeking to fortify their bond, Harold extended an invitation to Lucy, her son Jameson, and her ex-husband Grimmy for an unforgettable trip to Mexico. To Harold, Mexico wasn't merely a vacation spot. It represented paradise, amplified by the proximity of Pete's apartment, lending an air of comfort to their excursion. Inspired by the purchase of a diamond engagement ring, Harold excitedly shared the news with Pete, who harbored suspicions about Lucy's fidelity due to her frequent rendezvous with Grimmy. Blinded by love, Harold proposed to Lucy, and she accepted his proposal, leading to their marriage in the midst of 2003. Acquiring a $1 million home in Warshire County, their new family life in the neighborhood overflowed with joy. Welcoming Jameson into the family with open arms, Harold treated him as his own, fostering a strong familial bond. Soon after their wedding, their daughter, Hearth, was born, becoming the apple of their eyes. Surrounded by supportive neighbors like Rachel Clark and Stephen Kennedy, Lucy and Harold's familial ties deepened with each passing day. However, as time went on, issues began to arise in their relationship. Harold grew increasingly demanding, expecting Lucy's unwavering obedience. Lucy, who had always been an independent woman, was not prepared to acquiesce to Harold's every demand. Arguments and disagreements became more frequent, casting a shadow over their family life. Their son, Jameson, bore witness to this tense atmosphere, and it negatively impacted his childhood. Even their neighbors began to take note of Lucy and Harold's escalating reliance on alcohol, exacerbating their familial problems. However, when the arguments and shouting ceased, neighbors interpreted it as a sign that the family was attempting to reconcile. In 2009, Lucy found solace in virtual conversations with her old school friend, Garrett, via social media. Sensing his wife's emotional distance, Harold made the difficult decision to leave for Mexico, allowing Lucy space. In his absence, Lucy invited Garrett to visit, blindsiding Harold upon his return. Lucy swiftly filed for divorce, prompting Harold to begin an affair with their neighbor, Rachel Walbon. The divorce proceedings were marred by disputes over property division. Lucy, adamant about keeping the house for the sake of their children, opposed Harold's insistence on selling it. Their disagreements intensified as Lucy revealed unsettling truths about Harold's past, further fueling the acrimony. Amidst the emotional turmoil, Lucy accepted Garrett's invitation to spend time with him in Wales, making no effort to conceal her phone conversations from Harold upon her return. Despite her efforts to salvage their relationship, the constant arguments persisted, and the tension between them became unbearable for Jameson and their daughter, Harth. On the evening of February 1st, 2010, as the day drew to a close, Harold, intoxicated from several glasses of wine, was taken aback by the delivery of a package addressed to their neighbor, Stephen Kennedy. It was closer to 9 p.m. when Harold returned from work. Stephen noticed a notification that his parcel had been delivered to Harold. Seeing Harold at home, he approached him to retrieve his package. Harold greeted him warmly and offered him a drink. Stephen, not refusing a glass of wine, agreed, and Harold poured him one. As Stephen entered and greeted Lucy, he observed Harold was already inebriated. After a single glass of wine, Stephen took his parcel and left. Shortly after, a heated argument erupted between the couple regarding furniture for their new house. Jameson, hearing the commotion, rushed into the kitchen to witness Harold striking his mother with a kitchen utensil. Reacting promptly, he dialed the police and comforted his sister Lucy, who was then fleeing the house with the children. Lucy sought refuge at Stephen's house, hoping for assistance. However, en route, Harold caught up with her and viciously attacked her with a knife, stabbing her in the chest. Callously, he dragged her body under a bush and disappeared. Hearing Lucy's screams, Stephen rushed outside and discovered her body. Initially thinking she had fainted, he quickly realized the severity of the situation. Officer Steve C. Fox, arriving at the scene, promptly called for an ambulance and commenced a search for Harold. Despite efforts, Harold evaded capture, leaving behind terrified children who sought shelter until the police arrived. This tragic incident marked the onset of their family's downfall and the start of a grueling journey towards justice. An ambulance promptly arrived and transported Lucy to Yorkshire Hospital, but it was too late. Lucy succumbed to her injuries upon arrival. Meanwhile, consumed by fear and remorse, Harold sought solace at the doorstep of his friend Rachel. With trembling voice, he confessed to committing a heinous act, but withheld the details. In an attempt to atone, he transferred a substantial sum of $40,000 to Rachel, relinquished all his assets, including cash, car keys, and paychecks. After Harold headed home, the police began their search for him. They scoured the streets, interviewed witnesses, but Harold seemed to vanish into thin air. Finally, fortune smiled upon the detectives when Harold was arrested on his way from Rachel's house. His face, distorted by fear and remorse, spoke volumes. Lucy's family, Roger and Andrea, were overwhelmed with grief. In an official press release, they expressed immense sorrow for the loss of their daughter and declined to comment further. The forensic medical examination confirmed Lucy died from multiple stab wounds to the chest. Evidence found at the crime scene and the testimony of Jameson, Lucy's son, who witnessed the tragedy, became pivotal in solving the case. The tale of Harold and Lucy is a love story turned nightmare. Although the trial concluded, the echo of the tragedy will resonate for years to come. Harold Landry, found guilty of Lucy's death, was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 16 years before parole eligibility. He would be 82 years old upon release, but no sentence could bring Lucy back. Roger and Andrea found solace in the fair verdict, though their hearts remained heavy with grief. Harold Landry maintained his innocence, vowing to appeal the verdict, claiming he wouldn't change anything even knowing the future. The Landry family remained resilient, promising to preserve Lucy's memory by embodying her best qualities for their grandchildren. Despite the irreparable loss, Lucy would forever remain a symbol of light and love in their hearts. Looking ahead, the Landry family embraced hope. Harold received the punishment he deserved, while Lucy's legacy continued to inspire her loved ones. With Lucy's love and light in their hearts, the Landry family found the strength to move forward, carrying her memory with them into the future. The case of Ryan Poston. Ryan Poston was born on December 30th, 1982 in Fort Mitchell, Kentucky, and grew up with 3 loving sisters. His parents provided him with an adventurous upbringing, allowing him to attend schools in Switzerland and the Philippines. Ryan's good looks, charming features, and charismatic personality made him a standout among his peers. After completing high school, he attended Indiana University, where he excelled in his studies, graduating with honors in 2005 with a triple major in political science, history, and geography. Following in his family's footsteps, Ryan pursued a career in law and enrolled in Salmon P. Chase College of Law at Northern Kentucky University. His ultimate goal was to run a successful law firm, providing fair and competent legal representation to those who couldn't afford high-priced attorneys. After a painful breakup in 2011, Ryan turned to his cousin, Carissa, for support. During this time, he regularly visited her in Lexington, Kentucky, where he met Shauna Hubers, a native of the city. Shauna was a charming and lively individual with a warm personality that drew people to her. Despite their 8-year age difference, their mutual attraction grew stronger with each visit Ryan made to Lexington. As they spent more time together, their connection deepened. Shauna began to spend more weekends in Highland Heights, where Ryan lived, taking care of him and cooking for him. However, their promising future came to a devastating end on October 12, 2012. In a distressing 911 call, Shauna revealed that she had just killed her boyfriend Ryan. She described a harrowing scene of domestic violence that had escalated out of control, claiming that Ryan had attempted to physically abuse her and confronted her with a gun. According to Shauna, she panicked and pulled the trigger, shooting Ryan, and then shot him several more times, believing she was putting him out of his misery. Within minutes of Shauna's call, officers arrived at the scene, responding to the shocking tragedy. When police officers arrived, they told Shauna to come out of the apartment with her hands up. At first, she was hesitant, but she eventually complied. As she walked out, the officers told her to lie down on the ground. Shauna was clearly upset as she followed their instructions. After handcuffing her and putting her in the patrol car, the officers went into the apartment and found Ryan Poston's body on the dining room floor, covered in blood. The crime scene investigators found that the apartment was slightly messy, but nothing out of the ordinary for a 29-year-old man. The investigators learned that Ryan had a concealed carry permit and owned guns, including the Sig Sauer semi-automatic that Shauna used to shoot him. From the evidence, they determined that Ryan was sitting at the table when Shauna shot him. They knew this because of the blood on the table. However, the fact that many items on the table were undisturbed raised doubts about Shauna's story. If there had been a fight, the items would have been disturbed. The investigators searched the apartment thoroughly, while other officers canvassed the neighborhood, looking for additional information. One neighbor, Nikki, provided valuable information to the detective. Nikki knew Shauna well and believed that Ryan didn't return Shauna's dedication to him. According to Nikki, they frequently argued, often disturbing the peace. Months earlier, Nikki recalled an incident where Shauna came to her door in tears, saying she was afraid of Shauna claimed that Ryan had picked her up and thrown her down the hallway, injuring her. Nikki encouraged Shauna to report the abuse to the police, but Shauna chose not to. At the police station, detectives took Shauna to an interrogation room to question her about shooting Ryan. Before questioning her, they read her Miranda rights, informing her of her right to an attorney. Shauna exercised this right and requested an attorney. However, she chose to talk to the detectives despite this. When asked about the victim, Shauna replied, "The man I killed," which showed a sense of detachment. She claimed she acted in self-defense, saying Ryan had grabbed her by the throat and thrown her around the apartment. Shauna described the night as surreal and out of body. Later in the interview, she added that Ryan had said mean things to her, taunting her while holding a gun, and that he was under the influence of drugs. Shauna maintained that she shot Ryan because she believed he was going to kick her out of his condo. She said she picked up the gun and shot him once, and then shot him several more times after seeing him twitch. During her confession, Shauna revealed that Ryan was vain and wanted a nose job, so she shot him in the face to grant his wish. During the intense questioning, Shauna revealed her worries about her schoolwork and how having a dead boyfriend would affect her future relationships. She was specifically concerned that no one would want to marry her once they found out she had killed her boyfriend in self-defense. The detective listened to her statement but ultimately arrested her and charged her with Ryan's murder. Shauna appeared genuinely surprised by her arrest, claiming she had acted in self-defense when she shot him. In 2015, Shauna's trial began, filling the courtroom with anticipation. The prosecutor started by comparing Shauna to Jodi Arias, who had also been accused of murdering her boyfriend, Travis Alexander. The similarities between the two cases added to the tension in the courtroom as everyone waited for the verdict. The prosecutor believed that Shauna was obsessed with her ex-boyfriend Ryan, and that he was all she could think about. Ryan's friends testified that he wanted to end their relationship and was avoiding Shauna's calls and messages. Despite this, Shauna would often show up uninvited at Ryan's condo in Highland Heights. On the night Ryan was murdered, the prosecution presented evidence that he had a date planned with Audrey Bolt, a former beauty queen. The prosecution suggested that Shauna was motivated by jealousy and anger towards Ryan's new love interest. Audrey Bolt testified that Ryan stood her up on the night of the murder. She had no idea he had been shot and killed until later. The prosecution presented evidence that Ryan had told his father he wanted to break up with Shauna, and his father advised him to be kind to her to avoid a messy breakup. However, Ryan and Shayna exchanged texts on the day of the murder, with Ryan telling her he didn't want to see her. Despite this, Shayna showed up at his condo uninvited. The prosecution believed that during an argument, Ryan told Shayna he was done with her and that she could no longer control him. This allegedly enraged Shayna, who then picked up a gun and shot Ryan. The prosecution played a video of Shayna's police interrogation, which they claimed showed her to be a cold-blooded murderer. In the video, Shayna appears carefree and unemotional, which the prosecution argued was inconsistent with someone who had just killed in self-defense. However, this interpretation was open to interpretation by the jury. The defense argued that Ryan was acting erratically and violently on the night of the murder due to drugs he was taking, including anti-anxiety medication and amphetamines. The autopsy results showed that these drugs were present in Ryan's system. The defense claimed that Shauna shot Ryan in self-defense. The evidence suggested that the substances he was using influenced his actions. To support this idea, Shauna's lawyers called an expert in toxicology to testify on her behalf. The expert stated that a combination of anti-anxiety medications and amphetamines could cause someone to become violent and paranoid. The defense presented this expert testimony to create a reasonable explanation for Shayna's actions, questioning whether she had intentionally meant to harm anyone. During Shayna's trial in April 2015, the prosecution became worried that the jury might be swayed by Shayna's self-defense claim, particularly because she was smart, young, and attractive. These fears were alleviated on April 23rd when the jury delivered a guilty verdict, convicting Shauna of murdering her boyfriend Ryan Poston. However, at the sentencing hearing in August 2015, Shauna continued to blame Ryan for his own death, which outraged his friends and family. Shauna claimed she was innocent throughout the trial and refused to take responsibility for her actions, despite the evidence against her. In Kentucky, defendants who are victims of domestic violence may be eligible for reduced parole after serving just 20% of their sentence. However, the judge didn't believe Shauna qualified for this reduced parole, citing that her crime was a premeditated murder. As a result, Shauna was sentenced to 40 years in prison, making her eligible for parole in 17 years, at the age of 41 in 2032. After her sentencing, Shauna appealed for a new trial, which was granted in August 2016. The reason for the appeal was that one of the jurors had a felony conviction, which they had concealed. This violated Kentucky law, as felons are not allowed to serve on juries. In August 2018, Shauna's second trial for Ryan Poston's murder began, 4 months later than expected. Her defense attorney presented opening arguments, stating that during her year-and-a-half relationship with Ryan, Shauna tried her best to make him happy. However, their relationship suffered as a result. The defense attorney claimed that on the night Shauna met Ryan, he was violent toward her, both physically and sexually. This incident had a lasting impact on Shauna, causing her to take several weeks to respond to his messages afterwards. Additionally, The defense team argued that Shauna had a history of trauma stemming from a sexual assault she experienced in high school. This led to her struggles with alcohol abuse and promiscuity. They claimed that this traumatic experience contributed to her behavior on the night of Ryan's murder. The defense team's strategy was to present a sympathetic portrayal of Shauna, highlighting her troubled past and arguing that she was not responsible for her actions on the night of the murder. They aimed to challenge the prosecution's narrative and convince the jury that her behavior was driven by a combination of factors, including a history of abuse and a toxic relationship with Ryan. Shauna's defense team claimed that she was a victim of domestic violence by Ryan rather than a cold-blooded killer. They argued that her actions were a result of years of abuse not driven by revenge or financial gain. The defense pointed out that Ryan constantly belittled Shauna about her weight and breast size, making her feel insecure and inadequate. This, they said, contributed to her low self-esteem. The defense also stated that Shauna and Ryan's sexual relationship was troubled, marked by frequent arguments and frustration on both sides. They claimed that Ryan's desire for a more intimate connection was unfulfilled, leading to a growing rift between they. The defense presented evidence that Shauna had received a treatment to improve her romantic life. They claimed that she got this treatment to address sexual problems in their relationship and strengthen their bond. The defense argued that Ryan's consistent lack of interest and rejection made things worse, causing Shauna to become more and more frustrated and disconnected from him. The defense claimed that Ryan often broke up with Shauna, only to pursue relationships with other women. However, the prosecution clarified that they were not trying to portray Ryan as a perfect partner, but rather as someone who was not abusive. The prosecution argued that Shauna did not kill Ryan in self-defense, but rather because he had finally ended their toxic relationship on the night of the shooting. They believed Ryan had every reason to break up with Shauna, as she continued to harass him even after their previous breakups. Despite Ryan's efforts to end the relationship, Shauna consistently returned. The prosecution saw this as evidence of Shauna's inability to let go of the relationship. A friend of Ryan's testified that this breakup was different, as Ryan had never had the courage to end things with Shauna in person before, implying that this time the breakup would be permanent. Ryan accused Shauna of trying to hold on to him. To support this claim, the prosecution presented texts where Shauna told her friends that the romantic interactions with Ryan had brought them closer. However, Shauna testified in her own defense, contradicting Ryan's claim. She said that their romantic interactions had actually driven them apart. In a separate text exchange, Shauna asked Ryan for sex, but he declined due to the side effects of his antidepressant medication, which had reduced his libido. Despite these conflicting accounts, Shauna testified that Ryan had forcibly had sex with her. After 5 hours of deliberation, the jury again found Shauna guilty of murdering Ryan, despite the contradictory testimonies and evidence. The jury confirmed their original verdict, and during the sentencing hearing, Shauna's mother emotionally addressed the judge, sharing stories of her daughter's remarkable singing talent, which had earned her multiple college scholarships. Through tears, she asked the jury to consider granting Shauna parole, emphasizing that her daughter still had the potential to positively impact others' lives. Shauna's mother made it clear that her plea did not diminish the profound grief and pain experienced by the family of Ryan Poston. Despite her mother's emotional appeal, Shauna was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. According to the sentence, Shauna must serve at least 17 years before becoming eligible for parole in 2032. She is currently serving her sentence at the Kentucky Correctional Institute for Women in Pewee Valley, Kentucky. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.